The story begins inside a speeding truck where this young man suddenly wakes up, his eyes wide with absolute panic. Stick with me here because you and I are about to dive into something crazy. At first, Kim Woo-jin thinks it is just a nightmare, but he quickly realizes this is his past body, the entire scene playing out exactly like a memory from his previous life. The truck is tearing down the road when the driver suddenly slams hard on the brakes. A massive pack of orcs has just blocked their entire path forward. The panicked driver immediately pounds on the back of the truck to signal everyone, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Orc monsters ahead! Everyone grab your weapons and get out!" Without hesitation, the men surrounding Kim Woo-jin grab their rifles and jump straight out of the cargo bed. But on the flip side, the bloodthirsty monsters have already spotted them and charge forward in absolute frenzy. Listen up, everyone. We do not have enough ammo, so hold your fire until you have a guaranteed shot, understand? An older man, clearly the veteran of the group, shouts out his orders. But the exact second those words leave his mouth, a loud gunshot echoes through the air. The terrified group immediately whips their heads in the same direction, trying to figure out which reckless idiot pulled the trigger way too early. Then their jaws drop as they realize that the single shot just landed a flawless pinpoint headshot on the leading orc, and the absolute madman behind that deadly bullet is none other than Kim Gwin. With their first comrade dropping dead, the rest of the monster pack goes completely berserk. But Kim Woo-jin does not even flinch, keeping his icy composure as he fires his rifle again. 2 more rapid shots ring out and both hit dead center. But the fourth orc closes the gap, lunging at him from a distance way too close to properly aim. Luckily, Kim Woo-jin has years of brutal combat experience, smoothly stepping back just in time to dodge the attack. If it were anyone else, that massive club would have smashed them into tiny pieces. After creating the perfect amount of distance, Kim Woo-jin pulls the trigger once more. That fourth bullet strikes true, fired midair while he is literally jumping backward. It just goes to prove that his aim right now is a terrifying 100% accurate. Now there is only one ugly beast left standing, and there is 0 chance it survives the exact same brutal fate as its dead friends. Just like that, Kim Woo-jin solo wipes out the entire pack of orcs in seconds, a threat that the rest of this entire armed squad together might not have survived. Seeing this absolute masterclass, every single person in the group is just frozen in place, staring at him with pure, unfiltered disbelief. Now watch closely, because you and I both know how wild this is. How could they ever imagine Kim Woo-jin crushing 5 orcs totally alone? As for Kim Woo-jin, that lightning-fast battle was the ultimate proof. He finally realizes this is not just some crazy dream, because the blood and the recoil felt way too intensely real. Suddenly, the angry veteran commander from earlier stomps right over to where Kim Woo-jin is standing. But instead of thanking him for saving their lives, the old man starts screaming, "Hey Kim Woo-jin, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to get everyone killed?" Kim Woo-jin does not even bother looking at the guy. His brain is still working overtime, trying to fully process the insane reality that he has actually regressed back in time. Completely ignoring the yelling, Kim Woo-jin just keeps his head down and silently walks forward. Seeing himself getting totally ignored, the old man loses his mind. "Hey, you little punk! When an elder speaks to you, you better open your mouth and answer back." Kim Woo-jin, acting so incredibly weird, immediately sparks whispers among the rest of the crew. They start muttering to each other, wondering what on earth has gotten into this kid today. First, he goes full action hero, soloing the monsters and stealing the spotlight. And now, he is just crouching over in the corner, holding his head like a total madman. But these guys have 0 clue about the sheer chaos echoing inside his mind. Even Kim Woo-jin himself is still struggling to accept the fact that he has actually returned. I know exactly what you are thinking. Just moments ago, Lee Se-jun and that snake Parent H literally backstabbed him during the final war. If the heavens gave him a second chance, he swears he will make those 2 traitors suffer the most agonizing deaths imaginable. Right at that exact second, a system notification pops up. Kim Woo-jin has officially awakened and become a legitimate player. Instantly, 3 glowing class choices hover right in front of him. The Immortal Warrior, the Emissary of Hell, and the Silent Hunter. Thinking back, this exact day in his past life was also when he awakened. But wait, these 3 class options are totally different from before. Out of all the choices glowing in front of his eyes, that sinister Emissary of Hell class grabs his attention the most. This specific class grants the user the terrifying power to command deadly toxins and dark curses. It is a path that allows the player to summon an entire shadow army from fallen monsters. Because the system heavily favors this dark power over the standard Holy Light classes, it led to a brutal outcome. Only one single player could ever monopolize the vast majority of these insane abilities. In his past life, a guy named Yan Jae, notoriously known as the 5 Poison King, was chosen by the Emissary of Hell. He absorbed all those powers, easily becoming the absolute strongest player in the world. Back then, if Lee Se-jun was humanity's shining hero, Yohanj was the ultimate nightmare. And to kill that specific monster, Kim Woo-jin spent years completely dissecting and analyzing every single detail of this class. He never expected that regressing would hand him the very same terrifying power. Without hesitating for even a split second, Kim Woo-jin instantly locks in that exact dark class. His mind is made up. This time around, Yohanj will not be the monster. Kim Woo-jin himself will become the ultimate villain to butcher every single hypocrite who betrayed him. Right after players started popping up, another massive system emerged, the guilds. These massive factions were basically built to provide resources and secure major benefits for awakened players. Back then, the Phoenix Guild used every dirty trick imaginable to grab money and influence, violently clawing their way to the number 2 guild rank in all of South Korea. By standing next to the corrupt Phoenix Guild, the so-called pure ideals of the Masae Guild, led by Lee Se-jun, looked like holy salvation. Knowing this, Kim Woo-jin makes a completely wild choice that goes totally against his past life's path. In his previous life, he visited the Phoenix Guild headquarters. The man sitting across from him tosses a contract onto the table. It clearly outlines all the guild's strict conditions, but promises that every single time he clears a dungeon, he will get a massive bonus paycheck on top of everything. Woo-jin reads through the paperwork carefully. Honestly, this cash is nowhere near enough to buy the high-tier gear he desperately needs. But he has zero choices left, especially since joining the Masae Guild is completely off the table. How exactly am I supposed to prove my player status? Isn't looking at my status window the only real way to check? Kim Woo-jin asks the recruiter directly. The guy just flashes a deeply creepy smile. He reaches into his jacket, pulls out an item, and places it on the desk. He claims it is an exclusive scroll meant only for the emissary of hell. All Kim Woo-jin has to do is pick one and tear it up. If he truly is a player, the recruiter can verify it right then and there. Kim Woo-jin scans the scrolls and instantly locks eyes on one called Blood Poison Water. The absolute minimum requirement to learn this skill is having the Emissary of Hell class. It is a brutal ability that literally turns the player's own blood into a lethal toxin. The higher your level, the deadlier the blood poison becomes. So this is where he gets the good stuff. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing him use this. Alright, stick with me here. We are kicking things off with a totally broken skill combo. Poison Blood Water seems pretty basic, right? But mix it with the Golem Blood skill and boom, you get an absolutely devastating combo. Woo-jin does not even hesitate. He picks the Poison Blood Water, rips the skill book straight down the middle, and instantly absorbs that power. With this epic move, Woo-jin proves he is a real player with a serious class. And just like that, he officially joins the Phoenix Guild, kicking off his brand new dungeon hunting journey in this second life. Time for some absolute madness. Later that night, sleep hits him hard. But in his dreams, Woo-jin is dragged right back to his past life, staring at his old teammates. Back then, they slapped him with a brand new nickname, the Hound. Honestly, it did not exactly match his Holy Aura vibe at all. But every single time they raided a dungeon, he fought exactly like an absolute bloodthirsty beast. His fighting style was so insanely savage that every single one of his teammates was completely terrified of him. And that day was absolutely no different. While his squad was busy whispering and gossiping about his nasty nickname, Woo-jin's voice suddenly cut through the air, cold as ice, making every single one of them jump. Our hunt starts right now. Get yourselves completely ready for this. Sure, those endless raids were incredibly exhausting, but fighting side by side slowly helped Woo-jin rebuild his shattered trust in other people. Too bad it was just a fleeting dream. When his eyes finally snap open, morning is already breaking. Checking the time on his phone, the heavy reality hits Woo-jin again. He literally died and came back to life. He is stuck in the past, meaning his brutal enemies are still roaming free out there. And Woo-jin is absolutely burning with impatience, wondering exactly how long it will take to cross paths with those traitors again. The very next morning, his first official dungeon raid of this new life finally begins. The meetup spot is One Moon Park. It is a 5-person party, and the other 4 members are already there, waiting around. Among them is a bald guy named Josop. With 4 entire hunts under his belt, the other 3 totally look up to him as their veteran leader. He groans, when is this last guy finally showing up? Just as Josop finishes complaining, a loud screeching noise cuts through the air. Tires completely drag across the pavement, making an incredibly annoying sound. Now watch closely. This is where the drama starts. All 4 of them turn their heads to see a super beat-up car roll in. They instantly start talking trash. First hunt ever, and the kid shows up dead last. Zero respect for the rules. The blonde guy in the squad clicks his tongue, sounding completely annoyed. Right on cue, Woo-jin steps out of his old rusty ride. He should be thanking us on his knees for letting him join. And what is with that trashy car? The only woman in the group cannot hide her massive disgust. Looking at his sorry state, it is obvious he did not even get proper guild support items. Even for his very first raid, this weakling is probably just going to hide in the back trying to survive. Whatever, let's just ignore him and move out. And just like that, before they even cross the gate, Woo-jin is completely isolated by his own so-called team. Even Josop, who is supposed to be the captain, tells everyone to just pretend Woo-jin does not exist. Just act like we are a 4-person squad. But Woo-jin is totally used to walking alone. Watching these 4 laugh and completely cut him out, he feels absolutely nothing. Not even a single ounce of anger. Right before stepping inside, the 5 of them get a quick briefing on their target. It is an E-rank dungeon known as the single-floor Goblin Lair. The strict entry requirement? You have to be level 10 or completely below that to even go inside. The clear condition is simple: wipe out every single goblin inside. The guide looks at them and asks, any questions or does anyone want to quit? Speak up now if you do. If not, please double check your spatial bags one last time before crossing. The official staff member gives his final warning. Woo-jin acts like he does not notice the dirty looks his 4 teammates are shooting him, but inside, he is just smirking. They are literal nobodies to him, not even worth learning their names. He decides to just completely ignore their pathetic existence. Honestly, he could solo clear this garbage E-rank dungeon in his sleep anyway. Geared up and ready, the 5 of them step right up to the glowing gate. Since 3 out of the 5 are first-timers, they are totally overwhelmed by the massive, intimidating energy of the portal. Crossing that bright threshold, they are instantly transported into a completely different world. It is a dead, silent, massive, thick forest. And just like magic, every single person's clothes automatically swap out for their specific class combat gear and weapons. This is absolutely not some virtual reality game, this is real life. Keep your guard up, guys. Inside or outside this place, we only have one life to lose. Joseph immediately barks out orders like a true captain to his team. But the second he finishes speaking, he realizes Uzun has already completely separated from the group, walking his own way. Our main character is busy inspecting the surrounding trees. Judging by the fresh claw marks, he easily figures out the goblin count in here is incredibly high. Seeing Uzun being so quiet, Joseph takes the chance to bully him. He orders the rookie to scout the dangerous perimeter alone while the other 4 safely set up camp. I know exactly what you are thinking, they are setting him up to die. But surprisingly, Uzun does not even argue. He just instantly agrees to it. I thought he would fight back, but that was way too easy. He does not even realize how deadly scouting is, what an absolute idiot. The rest of the squad mutters behind his back. Alright guys, time to start our real hunt. With him gone, all the loot belongs to us now. Joseph finally draws his sword with a greedy grin. His actual goal the entire time was to push Uzun away so they would not have to split any drops. Obviously, Uzun is not blind to this cheap trick, but honestly, it perfectly suits his plans. He did not want to babysit those greedy idiots for a second anyway. Meanwhile, all the way over at the Messiah Guild headquarters, the absolute top dogs are currently gathering together in the main meeting room. Because today, they are welcoming a brand new member. The exact same person tasked with handling their current high-stakes mission. The door swings open. Jang Ji-hoo, a heavy hitter in the guild, literally grinds his teeth together. He instantly thinks to himself, oh great, it is that incredibly unlucky punk. A pleasure to meet you all. I am Suzuki Ai, the newcomer announces. Seeing so many familiar faces here, I guess I can totally skip the boring introductions, right? His tone just completely drips with absolute arrogance. It is so incredibly bold that even Lee Se-jun secretly praises his massive ego. Nice to meet you, I am Lee Se-jun. So what exactly is my job going forward? Suzuki snaps back bluntly. This insane disrespect instantly pisses off Jang Ji-hoo, who violently slams his fist on the table and roars, you little brat. Dare to speak that rudely to the boss one more time and see what happens. But despite the lethal threat, Suzuki does not even flinch. He just lazily shifts his eyes, not even bothering to properly look at Jang Ji-hoo's furious face. That level of disrespect makes him boil with even more rage. He literally cannot understand why his boss would ever invite such an arrogant jerk into their ranks. This room is packed with absolute monsters. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the tension. We have guys like Noda Hajiro, known as the Bow God, or Sukaharaken, the Sword God. They stay dead silent, but only Jangju absolutely cannot control his boiling rage. But the angrier he gets, the more arrogant Achi becomes. Are you mad? Do my words and actions just tick you off that much? Or is it about the size mismatch from last time? Are you seriously still holding a grudge? What did you just say, you little punk? Jangju screams back. Alright, you came to the exact right place today. The bystanders can only sigh in exhaustion. Everyone can see Jangju is playing his classic game of bullying the new guy. It is just that this Suzuki Achi is not someone you want to mess with. But right as they are about to throw hands, Lee Se-jun completely loses his patience. That is enough, stop it right now. Jangju turns, meeting the ice-cold glare of his guildmaster. His anger vanishes instantly, replaced by a deep, invisible terror. Though totally unwilling, he has to sit down in frustration, secretly swearing to teach this arrogant, sky-high brat a harsh lesson later. Enough of the greetings. Park Se-jun speaks up to continue the meeting, about the matter I mentioned earlier. If it is just finding the material's location. Then 3 days, before she even finishes, Achi cuts her off firmly. Lee Se-jun nods. 3 days is not bad at all. What exactly this 3-day plan is, we will find out soon enough. Meanwhile, back at the Goblin Dungeon, Kim Woo-jin splits from his team. In his past life, he already heard all the details about this place. After checking the area, Kim Woo-jin realizes those rumors were completely true. While scouting, a wave of deep irony washes over him. Thinking about it now, Kim Woo-jin finds the whole situation absolutely hilarious. Because whether it is scouting or fighting, he learned it all from Suzuki Achi. Back then, he thought the lessons were for his sake, but it was all for the Messiah Guild. Kim Woo-jin followed that ruthless, cold-blooded killer for a very long time, eventually turning into a completely loyal hunting dog for the Messiah Guild. But they definitely never expected those teachings would become a sharp blade pointed right back at their own throats. Kim Woo-jin finishes surveying a tree. Now watch this part closely. As he jumps down, something deadly rips through the air. Kim Woo-jin dodges right, easily avoiding it. Monsters have arrived, 3 incredibly aggressive goblins. Kim Woo-jin quickly opens his inventory and pulls out a dagger. His blood starts boiling. These guys look exactly like the ones from that 7th-floor dungeon he cleared not long ago. Now they are just test subjects for his brand new blood poison skill. Without hesitation, Kim Woo-jin uses the sharp dagger to slice right into his own palm. Fresh blood immediately flows. When the 3 goblins attack, he strikes back using that exact same blood-soaked blade. He could easily kill them, but he just stabs an arm. He instantly gets a system message confirming the goblin has been hit with blood poison. A second later, the stabbed goblin goes completely berserk from the pain. It turns and attacks him again. Kim Woo-jin looks visibly disappointed. It took blood poison, but is still energetic. Seems like the skill effect is not that great yet, probably because his level is still way too low for it. Seeing one is not enough, the other goblins rush in for backup. This time his patience hits 0. Kim Woo-jin spins the dagger fast. He throws it straight ahead. Boom. Dead center in the rushing goblin forehead, dropping it instantly while the others panic. Honestly, goblin attack patterns are super predictable and easy to handle, but if the fight drags on, more will swarm in, making things a massive headache later. Looking at the incoming horde, Kim Woo-jin completely shifts his strategy. No more daggers. He swaps it out for a different weapon, a leather whip. The goblin chieftain whip effect triggers, and these weaklings immediately freeze in absolute terror. Kim Woo-jin is very satisfied with this result. Preparing ahead of time was the right call, he mutters. Meanwhile, those 4 idiots who pushed Kim Woo-jin away are getting ambushed by goblins. Every single one of them is insanely aggressive. Without experience, the 3 rookies instantly panic. You are probably wondering how they survive, right? Only Josop, who actually has some combat skills, steps up to block the first wave. To the rookies, he looks like a total hero. What are you doing? Stop fearing these low-level scrubs. Josop yells loudly. Come on, focus up. There is nothing to be afraid of. Honestly, he is terrified to death himself. But to keep up his cool hero image, he just relies on his resolve and his longsword. After all, these monsters are just walking chunks of meat. They are not actually that dangerous, right? But disaster strikes the bald guy fast. Somehow, his longsword gets completely stuck deep inside the dead goblin corpse. No matter how hard he pulls, it will not budge. Josop panics hard. He uses every ounce of his strength but cannot free the blade. Meanwhile, the goblins are already launching their second brutal attack. This time, his luck runs out entirely. He takes a direct hit from a goblin and crashes down. These monsters might be low tier, but they show 0 mercy to players. His bald head is bleeding out heavily. The pain is absolutely excruciating. His entire body feels heavy like crushed stone, his vision violently spinning. But seeing the goblins charging again, pure survival instinct screams at him to run away. So he crawls away while screaming for help. Save me! Stop just standing there watching, you idiots! Seeing this mess, the 3 terrified rookies are forced to jump in. Josop is down. If they do absolutely nothing, every single one of them dies. In massive contrast to that complete disaster, Kim Woo-jin faces a much larger goblin horde with absolutely 0 sweat. He is totally relaxed. Every single crack of his whip takes down multiple targets. Some goblins are so terrified they actually start running away. But Kim Woo-jin spares absolutely nobody. The whip lashes out, moving way faster than they can run, wrapping tightly around a neck. Kim Woo-jin pulls hard, instantly snapping the monster out of existence. And that is where we leave it. He gets a system message. Hell's emissary is interested. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Stick with me. You and I are about to watch an insane power trip unfold. Woo-jin just smiles. He never expected the standards to be this low. Just wiping out a few regular goblins was already enough to grab the attention of a literal messenger from hell. Thinking back to that pathetic group he entered the dungeon with, he just sighs. Only complete idiots would go around swinging those massively heavy swords. To deal with a bunch of weak goblins, this simple whip is more than enough, honestly. Wasting any more time in a trash-tier place like this is just pure, unfiltered stupidity. He's got bigger plans anyway. Without even checking, Woo-jin already knows those 4 are struggling right now, and reality quickly proves his instincts are absolutely dead on. By combining their strength, those 4 temporarily handled the immediate danger, but the cost was heavy. Every single one of them took damage. Minor or serious injuries, their morale has completely hit rock bottom. Hey, I wonder what happened to that new guy? One of them suddenly asked out loud. Obviously, they are talking about our main character, Woo-jin. If he hasn't come back with any intel by now, he's definitely dead out there, Joseph replies. At this point, whatever trust these rookies had left in their so-called leader is basically gone. They immediately start blaming Joseph for pushing him away. If all 5 of them had just stuck together, things wouldn't be this desperate. But Joseph refuses to back down. Just like that, a bitter, intense argument breaks out between the survivors. But that heated screaming match instantly dies down when they suddenly hear a massive bone-chilling crunch. Pure survival instinct kicks in. They all jump to their feet, pressing their backs together, desperately aiming their weapons in every direction. That noise obviously came from goblins, and they are terrified a second ambush is about to wipe them out. And yeah, that horrible sound definitely belongs to the goblins, but they aren't attacking Joseph's team at all. Instead, they are screaming in absolute agony as Woo-jin brutally slaughters them. Now watch closely. His monster farming method is absolute perfection. He just keeps grabbing the Hell Messenger's attention over and over, and this time, he scores a brand new overpowered skill called Skeleton Soldier. He quickly opens his inventory screen. He never imagined he would actually acquire this specific ability so early. In his past life, this undead army acted as the loyal enforcers for the King of Deadly Poison. It was easily one of that legendary man's absolute strongest core skills. But on the flip side, this broken skill actually has a massive fatal flaw. It's exactly how Woo-jin defeated that guy before. The user can only reanimate the corpses of monsters they have personally killed with their own 2 hands. That restriction right there is the ultimate bottleneck. But honestly, given how much time our guy has, he is completely confident he can master this power and push it beyond limits. Without hesitating, Woo-jin rips the skill page cleanly in half, successfully unlocking the Skeleton Soldier ability. Since it's a brand new level 1 skill, his current summoning limit is capped at exactly one single unit. But that's fine. He only needs it to act as bait to split the enemy's focus anyway. With a decoy, this hunt is going to become a total walk in the park. So he quickly summons an undead goblin to life. Honestly, watching a rotting corpse mutate and reform right in front of him makes his stomach churn just a little bit. But looking closely at the pure, burning hatred locked inside those dead eyes, it completely satisfies him. Above them, a clear blue sky and lazy clouds drift over the lush mountain peaks. Right in the middle of that peaceful scenery, the sharp clink of cold metal rings out. Leaning quietly against a large tree trunk, Woo-jin silently observes the entire area ahead. He rubs his chin, a slight flash of disappointment in his eyes. It wasn't quite what he expected. Since my mana is still so low, this is the limit, he mutters quietly to himself. Hearing those words, the skeleton goblin slowly turns its head. Its movements are super clunky, but it definitely feels alive. Deep inside those dark, hollow eye sockets, a faint spark flickers to life. The very first sign of an awakened soul. He steps closer, reaching out to rest his hand heavily on its skull. Alright, I finally got my main weapon ready to go. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto something, stopping him dead in his tracks. The scene up ahead completely catches him off guard. Is that a player, he wonders? A human corpse is just dangling in the air, strung up like some twisted macabre toy. Countless dark thoughts immediately begin racing through his focused mind. You and I both know the harsh truth about this world. From low-level goblins to mighty dragons, every single monster exists solely to destroy humanity. They don't show mercy just because you're a beginner. Right after that grim realization, the two quickly approach the goblin lair. Because of that, he figures there is zero reason to show any mercy to these monsters either. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, the sky turns pitch black as darkness swallows the dense forest. Huddled around a tiny campfire, the battered group rests in total silence. The weak flames cast dancing shadows, barely illuminating their quiet corner. A massive gash marks Joseph's forehead, fresh blood still dripping down his face. He furiously curses out those damn goblins. Right next to him, Sungmoon is literally sobbing and shivering in absolute terror. Miso anxiously asks, Joseph, what do we do now? He just stares at the ground, his voice incredibly grim. It looks like we were way too arrogant coming here. He grinds his teeth, speaking with desperate resolve. We absolutely cannot die like this. Joseph frowns hard, his voice dropping low. They're just pathetic goblins anyway. Suddenly, he jumps to his feet, screaming out in pure rage. We refuse to die a humiliating death in this hellhole. Miso freezes up, completely speechless and deeply stunned. She finally stops crying too, gently wiping away the tears lingering on her eyelashes, her eyes locking straight ahead. Heian gasps in shock, cold sweat rolling down his cheeks as he stammers out Joseph's name. The leader shouts back, his voice completely laced with frustration. What is wrong with everyone? It's hard, but we can still survive this. Heian just points a shaking finger directly at him, stuttering wildly. No, it's not that. Joseph frowns, immediately following the direction of that trembling finger. What the hell do you mean? Miso panics, her voice shaking violently. Right above your head. Joseph looks up, totally confused. He snaps back. What is it? Is there something on my head? At that exact moment, the glowing words level up materialize right above him, shining with an absolutely blinding golden light. Joseph literally cannot believe his own eyes. A level up right now? They aren't even fighting anything, so how is this physically possible? The only way your level increases while sitting completely still? He tries desperately to keep his cool, his voice stiff. It means a party member is currently in combat. Someone gasps in pure shock. Wait, does that mean the new guy is actually still alive? Cut to Woo-jin, calmly holding a burning torch. The flickering flames cast wild shadows against the dark cave walls. Right at his feet, the goblin guards have already been completely massacred, their bodies littering the bloody dirt. The cave entrance is now entirely blocked with piled wood. He speaks in a chilling tone. From my personal experience, the most effective way to slaughter goblins is... A completely arrogant smirk takes over his face. Well, it's not just this. He casually opens his hand, letting the torch fall freely. It lands directly on the massive pile of wood blocking the entrance. Instantly, the flames erupt with terrifying force, the blazing red light completely swallowing the doorway. The two stand there calmly waiting. Their long shadows stretch out ominously across the ground. Thick smoke immediately creeps deep into every single corner of the cave. Inside, a goblin violently sniffs the air, its eyes flashing with intense alarm. They furiously whip around toward the blocked entrance, their bodies stiffening in pure terror. Seeing that thick black smoke pouring in, absolute panic. And trust me, you're going to want to stick around for this massacre. Let us dive into this wild dungeon. The air vanishes instantly. Goblins clutch their throats, gasping for breath, groaning in absolute agonizing pain. They drop to their knees, writhing on the dirt in pure torment. One of them frantically points toward the cave exit, signaling pure panic. In a flash, the whole goblin squad snaps back to reality. Without wasting a second, they sprint desperately toward the only way out. Every step drains their last ounce of strength. Meanwhile, right outside, massive flames continue to rage completely out of control. Suddenly, the wooden barricade violently shakes, followed by echoing heavy thuds. Kim Woo-jin stands perfectly still, his eyes locked on the blazing inferno. Soon enough, furious and desperate goblin faces push right through the flaming gaps. They thrash around, desperately fighting to stay alive. Furious shrieks echo through the cave. Their eyes glow with pure, savage hatred, looking like they want to rip him to shreds. He just stands there in silence. A cold smirk forms on his lips, quietly enjoying the absolute masterpiece he created. Kim Woo-jin mocks them. How about we settle the funeral debts for all the players you killed right now? Amidst the roaring crimson flames, countless desperate hands reach out. They tremble, clawing for a chance at survival that is slipping right through their fingers. In the blink of an eye, the fire swallows them whole. Only crackling sounds and the horrific smell of burning flesh linger in the air. The flames erupt fiercely, lighting up the entire forest edge. Suddenly, a glowing system prompt pops up. The emissary of hell is highly satisfied with your absolute cruelty. Soon enough, the goblin mob is burned to pure ash. He furrows his brows, his gaze totally locked onto the charred remains right in front. Kim Woo-jin scoffs coldly. Well, that is weird. He grips his leather whip tight. I thought I would at least get to see it by now. Visibly disappointed, Kim Woo-jin turns around to leave, feeling completely annoyed by this total waste of time. This is so annoying. Is that thing hiding somewhere else? Now pay attention here, because things get crazy. As the skeleton goblin turns, the ground cracks. The ash-covered earth slowly bulges like a beast waking up. Hearing the noise, it snaps its head back. In a flash, the ground erupts and a massive goblin bursts straight out of the dirt. The skeleton goblin just stands there, stunned, ignoring the falling rocks. The giant goblin is absolutely furious, exhaling scorching hot breaths from its massive jaws. He instantly spins around, cracking his whip fiercely against the ground. What pure luck. This place was starting to get incredibly boring anyway. Kim Woo-jin grits his teeth. I am honestly grateful you popped up right at my feet. Meanwhile, the massive goblin radiates pure killer intent, its eyes burning with uncontrollable savage rage. It is the dungeon boss, the goblin champion. He continues speaking, noting how many rookies lost their lives in this exact dungeon. Kim Woo-jin adds, all because of this specific monster. He quickly opens his hand, manifesting pure energy, his gaze darkening. For any rookie player, running into a goblin champion inside a goblin dungeon is basically meeting the Grim Reaper. With just a flick of his wrist, a blinding light erupts from Kim Woo-jin's hand as a cold thought crosses his mind. But in an instant, the light fades, revealing a razor-sharp sword resting firmly in his grip. He silently vows, no more victims from now on. The skeleton goblin slowly turns its head, its hollow, chilling gaze locked dead onto that glowing blade. Its bony feet step forward at a creepy pace, the crunching gravel breaking the absolute heavy silence of the dark cave. The skeleton goblin's movement instantly grabs Kim Woo-jin's full attention. He mutters in surprise, realizing it is waiting for the perfect strike. Suddenly, the undead soldier freezes completely, its body going totally rigid. It slowly turns its skull, eyes flashing with an icy, dangerous glare. Kim Woo-jin speaks up, completely amused, a slight smirk appearing. Just look at that, he adds. Its whole expression literally just shifted. Kim Woo-jin steps back, leaning casually against a tree trunk, watching calmly. Amidst tension thick enough to cut with a knife, he patiently waits for the epic clash to kick off. The boss goblin screeches in pure rage, eyes glowing with overwhelming killer intent. At that exact second, the skeleton soldier bends its bony knees, pushing off the ground. Boom! It rockets straight into the air, charging the massive enemy head-on. The undead soldier's speed is incredibly mind-blowing. In practically zero time, it closes the gap on its target. The boss charges forward, baring its fangs and swinging its claws with a deafening roar. Dashing behind the giant beast, the skeleton abruptly pivots. Its feet scrape the dirt, kicking up massive dust. One clean, ruthless sword strike slices down. Blood sprays everywhere from the boss's foot. You and I both know that move, right? He freezes, eyes trembling slightly. It completely reminds Kim Woo-jin of his brutal past life battle against a massive dragon. Its massive body was engulfed in blazing crimson flames, unleashing roaring infernos that threatened to burn the entire world down to ashes. A terrified man was screaming, "How the hell do we even take that monster down?" Back then, he ordered everyone to target its legs. Kim Woo-jin rapidly drew his blade, executing a flawless slash to completely destroy its balance. That is when our winning chance opens up. He narrowed his eyes, burning with ironclad resolve, totally ready to face the overwhelming danger right in front of him. Without a hint of hesitation, Kim Woo-jin launched himself into the sky, slashing his sword directly into the dragon's giant leg. His attack struck like a furious hurricane. Blood exploded from its massive legs continuously, and horrifying roars echoed absolutely everywhere. This exact memory makes Kim Woo-jin absolutely certain that specific movement, I am 100% sure. Back to reality. The massive boss collapses in agony, stabbing its wooden club into the dirt to keep from falling. The skeleton goblin does not stop attacking, perfectly repeating those exact same lethal maneuvers. It slips right behind the boss, shooting upwards like a lightning bolt. He watches in pure shock, recognizing this fighting style. In a flash, the skeleton's blade stabs straight through the giant's skull, instantly deleting the dungeon boss from the world of the living. Kim Woo-jin is left stunned. It fights exactly like me. He thinks deeply. He always knew his skeleton soldiers would inherit a fraction of his own combat stats and magical power. But Kim Woo-jin grows incredibly hyped, realizing something insane. I had zero clue they could perfectly copy my actual fighting techniques. He recalls with pure excitement. Before coming back in time, he had mastered absolutely every single type of weapon existing in this world. Even back in the Messiah Guild, nobody could survive a one-on-one fight with him. Kim Woo-jin's next words leave his skeleton looking confused. But man, I absolutely love this, he mutters softly. Looks like my grand master plan needs a little update. Suddenly, a sharp chime rings out. A glowing system panel immediately hovers right in front of his face. The flashing light catches him totally off guard. He quickly taps to open the alert, letting out a surprised gasp. The screen displays the title Lord of the Dark World. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked a hidden achievement. You have received a legendary skill as your reward. Kim Woo-jin literally cannot believe what he is looking at right now. Legendary rank! A bright, ecstatic grin spreads across his face. Who would have ever guessed I would score this here? Scene changed to the guard tower. A panicked man yells at the top of his lungs. Han-sik shoots up, slamming his hands furiously on the desk, eyes wide open. What did you say? Still processing the shock, he rips the door open and sprints outside. The sight unfolding in front of Han-sik leaves him dead silent. That is right, stick around to see this crazy twist. Players are slowly walking straight out of the dimensional gate. They actually returned alive. Han-sik's jaw hits the floor, cold sweat pouring down his face. Alright, you and I are diving into something wild today. A massive dungeon completely cleared out in just one single day? Absolutely impossible. Right now, medics are rushing to check the surviving players for injuries. Han-sik sprints toward them, cheering happily. Everyone made it back completely safe, but wait. Not seeing the one guy he was desperately looking for, Han-sik suddenly freezes, his eyes frantically scanning through the heavy crowd. He scratches his head, sounding totally confused and heavily anxious. Why are there only 4 people here? The entire group stays dead silent. Everyone looks extremely grim, awkwardly avoiding eye contact. Han-sik slowly pushes up his glasses, his voice choking hard. So I guess that means Mr. Kim Woo-jin has... Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes from behind. His heart stops completely, hoping someone else is walking out. As the silhouette slowly steps into the light, the stunned crowd simply cannot believe their eyes. Stepping right out of that glowing spatial portal, Kim Woo-jin appears. Hands casually in his pockets, looking strangely calm and completely unfazed. Han-sik is absolutely stunned before blurting out his name, but Woo-jin just keeps walking, not looking back even once. Han-sik scrambles to chase him down. Wait a second, Mr. Kim Woo-jin. Joseph watches in pure shock. He is still alive? How the hell did that bastard clear the dungeon by himself? Seeing Han-sik trying to talk to him, Joseph instantly boils over with intense, bitter jealousy. Joseph's face darkens completely. Are you kidding me? How did he survive? Only one single thought circles his furious mind right now. Who exactly is he? In the following days, explosive news floods the media. The global economy has tanked for 4 straight years. So, the European Union offers a huge 30% bonus for players clearing out American dungeons. A special act for players just got officially passed. They even get a 10% tax exemption. Are players really getting every single demand met this easily? Now pay attention here. On massive screens downtown, the news echoes. The wild ambition of powerful players worldwide is suddenly growing totally out of control. The analysis is super clear. Since only awakened players can actually close these deadly dungeons, they are now aggressively demanding insane special privileges just for themselves. But right in the middle of all this chaos, Korea's legendary Messiah Guild successfully cleared a 5-floor dungeon without making a single selfish demand. News stations blast that the Messiah Guild was the first to conquer 5 floors. The anchor exclaims that Lee Se-jun has saved the world yet again. He continues. After beating that massive dungeon, the Messiah Guild's biggest backer, the Hansun Group, just saw their corporate stock prices absolutely skyrocket overnight. Meanwhile, Joseph furiously turns off his phone, grinding his teeth. Damn it, that annoying Messiah Guild! He slams his phone down on the table, growling. The news is entirely about them. It drives me crazy. Joseph groans angrily. Now everyone calls us money-grubbing trash. Ho-sung just smirks coldly back at him. Why do you even care about that? This stuff happens every single day. He then asks curiously, oh right, how did the dungeon raid go this time? He snaps back furiously, do not even mention it. Because of that stupid rookie Kim Woo-jin, we almost all died in there. Ho-sung looks shocked. Why? What exactly happened? Joseph raises an eyebrow, pointing straight at his heavily bandaged head. You see this? It is all because of that psycho. Ho-sung is totally confused. Wait, so those crazy rumors are actually true? He holds his head, confirming it with pure frustration. Exactly. He used his rookie status to steal items and just rush straight into the goblin horde. I tried to save him, rushed in, and ended up exactly like this. Ho-sung yells in sheer shock. What? Then you need to report that brat and demand the guild severely punish him. Joseph shakes his head, sighing deeply. Forget it, consider it stepping in trash. He definitely just did it for the money. Ho-sung is furious. No matter how broke he is, how could he? I cannot let this slide. I am going to spread the word so that Punk can never pull this stunt anywhere else again. I know what you are thinking. Revenge time? Absolutely. In a silent room, Kim Woo-jin stares deeply at a photo, realizing he cannot rush to meet Lee Se-jun just yet. He sets a firm goal. He needs to build serious power before catching his enemy's attention. He stands silently, staring down a massive wall completely covered in target info. Overlapping papers with thick red string connecting them all like a wildly tangled web. Kim Woo-jin reaches out and aggressively yanks a paper right off. I will just start right at the end of the string connecting us. Scene shifts to a massive high-rise where a thoroughly shocked voice suddenly rings out. The Orc Hunter dungeon? The male secretary hesitates, sounding incredibly worried. Are you trying to overwork yourself to fix your image because of the awful recent guild rumors? I do not really know about any of that. Actually, I just really need the money. Chairman Lee locks eyes with him, a deep, piercing gaze trying to read him. Just for money, he advises him sternly. Mr. Kim Woo-jin, your life is incredibly important. Money is great, but shouldn't you protect your own life first? Chairman Lee offers a deal. If he needs cash fast, he can just borrow from the guild's subsidy. But Gu-jin firmly raises his hand, refusing instantly. No need for that at all. Just set up the schedule for me. I already know exactly what to do. He smirks internally, guessing they spread those nasty rumors. But honestly, that works perfectly. Going solo in the dungeon is easily the best possible option for him. After Gu-jin leaves, Secretary Nam quickly reports that those bad rumors must be true. The chairman crosses his arms, staring out at the city sneering. True or not, it genuinely seems like the kid has zero clue about them. But what is the current status of the dungeon Gu-jin wants, he asks. After an entire dedicated team got totally wiped out, nobody is registered for a whole month. Chairman Lee turns around sharply. A dedicated team? Who exactly? Nam stammers nervously. It was a highly promising squad from Park Young-won's faction. What do we do? Lee mocks them. Even Young-won's elites could not handle it, yet this rookie demands to go in totally alone? He declares coldly. This arrogant new rookie's fate is already permanently tied to death. Feeling someone bad-mouthing him from afar, Gu-jin suddenly turns around. Chairman Lee's voice echoes. We'd better set up proper backup just in case something goes completely wrong. Gu-jin just smirks. If you want to kill a massive hero, first you need bait. His phone screen stops right on one specific name, Park Young-won. He continues coldly. I have to shake hands with the bad guys first. He drives off, quickly arriving straight at the Chuncheon City Hall. The second he steps out, a man rushes over. Are you Kim Woo-jin? Hanzon's face is drenched in sweat, his voice extremely doubtful. But wait, are you really here all alone? When Gu-jin stays silent, the man secretly mocks him. But trust me, you and I are about to watch this solo hunter prove absolutely everyone wrong. Come along with me, because this solo dungeon run is about to get completely insane. Hans quickly leads the way, asking if he is ready, but secretly cursing him out. What a complete lunatic. Is this guy seriously going in all by himself? Whatever, it has absolutely nothing to do with him. If he dies, he dies. The spatial gate slowly opens up. Brilliant light floods outward, illuminating the pitch-black void of the dungeon waiting inside. The second Kim Woo-jin steps through, the massive doors slam completely shut. Right on cue, the system window pops up. Target is Orc Hunters, 1 floor, rank C difficulty. Max entry limit is 3 people. The level cap is level 13 or under. And the clear condition? Wipe out the Orc Hunters. He thinks to himself, with his current level, clearing this condition solo is basically an absolute suicide mission. Kim Woo-jin quickly draws his sword, his entire body tensed up and on high alert. But wait, if he can just use an orc as a sacrifice for his skeleton soldier skill, things totally change. In a flash, a massive orc appears out of nowhere, charging right at him with lightning speed. Kim Woo-jin simply narrows his eyes, a dangerously cold and decisive look flashing across his face. Just as the beast smashes its giant club down, he smoothly slides right past its heavy body, dodging perfectly. Kim Woo-jin spins his hand against the ground, using the momentum to spring up flawlessly. He swings his blade high, sharp bursts of light, radiating straight from the glowing edge. Slicing through the air, the strike lands a direct hit. But the result? Total letdown. What he sees next leaves him completely stunned. He realizes with a jolt that even a standard rank orc has ridiculously thick skin. His sharp sword barely left a single scratch. He quickly glances over at where the club crashed down. The solid dirt ground is completely shattered into tiny jagged pieces. A sharp thought crosses his mind. With that kind of raw destructive power, just one solid hit from the beast could send him straight to the afterlife. Still, all he needs to do is take this one down and summon his skeleton. His chest swells with pure hope. Clearing this entire rank C dungeon totally solo, it is actually not an impossible dream anymore. Now watch closely. This is where the speed difference gets totally insane. Kim Woo-jin instantly dashes forward to attack, moving so fast the space around him seems to slow down. The orc glares, desperately flexing its muscles to grab him. Seeing its chance, the beast slams its heavy fist straight into the dirt. Rocks explode everywhere, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Suddenly, a sharp piece of debris grazes his cheek and fresh blood instantly spills out. Ignoring the cut, Kim Woo-jin instantly circles around to the enemy's blind spot. His heavy, rapid footsteps push him straight toward the monster. In a flash, he closes the distance, his eyes burning with unshakable resolve. He aims perfectly at the exact same scratch he made just a moment ago. His blade flashes down, striking the precise weak spot. He unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks. Sharp, glowing strikes erupt back-to-back around its legs. It all happens so fast the massive beast cannot even react, forced to just stand there and take the beating. A second later, Kim Woo-jin gracefully lands back on the solid ground, his stance totally steady and radiating pure epic confidence. The massive monster just stands there paralyzed, trembling violently in agonizing pain, its eyes totally wide open in absolute disbelief at what just happened. In the blink of an eye, dark crimson blood bursts out, painting the surrounding area red. He slowly turns around, walking right up to it. The monstrous beast loses its legs and completely collapses. Glares up, eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hatred at the guy standing over it. Kim Woo-jin simply raises his bloody sword and growls. Guess you are not so scary anymore, huh? One precise, brutal thrust pierces straight through the massive body. Fresh blood spills out across the dirt as the orc completely drops dead, eyes wide open. Right after that, the glowing system message finally pops up. Skeleton soldier summoned successfully. The scene shifts to a crystal-clear morning. Sunlight washes over tall buildings packed with bright signs, power lines crossing the sky. The city streets kick off another hectic day. Inside an office, 2 guys are casually sitting around chatting. Se-jun cannot stop praising the guy. A real genius is a real genius. Gina just raises his eyebrow, looking totally suspicious. What has Se-jun been staring at so intently this whole time? Do not tell me you are planning to drag in another weird business deal from some random corner of the world. Se-chan's lips just curl up into a smirk. A low chuckle escapes him, hiding absolute thrill and some serious calculation. Se-chan throws the stack of papers right onto the desk, sliding it forward. If you are so curious, take a look at this. The second he reads those lines, he completely freezes, eyes going wide in shock. You and I both know solo clearing is crazy. Gina screams out loud, what the heck is this? He cannot believe his own eyes. A newly awakened player just single-handedly wiped out his first dungeon. Se-chan speaks up, his voice dripping with pure excitement. Rumor has it he has already entered his second dungeon now. And this time he walked right in completely solo from the very start. Isn't this just a massive slap in the face to all those overhyped rookies acting tough? Gina is totally stunned, directly pointing his trembling finger at the document folder. Se-chan, does that even make any sense? You know how hard it was for me in the beginning. Do not tell me you actually believe this totally anonymous, unverified report. He keeps pushing. Se-chan is usually smart, but you are being way too naive with this one. Just then, Lee Se-jun walks in with drinks. Her ice-cold voice instantly makes Gina shiver in absolute terror. Is there some kind of problem with my report? He flinches, spinning around with his face, turning completely pale from sheer panic. Gina desperately backpedals. Wait, Lee Se-jun actually typed up this report herself? No wonder it looks so incredibly flawless. Where did you even dig up this ultra-rare information? She harshly slams the drink tray onto the desk. Water splashes everywhere as she replies with zero emotion. That is literally my job. Se-chan takes a very slow sip of his coffee. Since this intel was gathered by Lee Se-jun, it is 100% trustworthy. He barely finishes speaking when his eyes lock onto the empty coffee wrappers on the tray. If we do not trust her, who else? Se-chan suddenly roars in absolute frustration. I cannot even trust her. I already told you I absolutely hate instant coffee, so stop buying it. Lee Se-jun calmly sips her own drink, totally ignoring his screaming fit. What the heck is all this about anyway? She slowly opens her eyes, her face a mask of total calm without a single ripple of emotion. She nonchalantly drops the truth bomb. This coffee was taken from the Phoenix Guild meeting last week. Oh, and the report? Printed on scrap paper. Se-chan instantly changes his tune, gulping down several mouthfuls in a row. He smacks his lips with satisfaction. This coffee has a nice sweet kick, so good. If you want real coffee, instant is definitely the only way to go. A fake, generous aura seems to radiate around him as he lies with absolute sincerity. Honestly, in this entire world, if I cannot trust Lee Se-jun, who can I trust? Gina looks at him with pure disgust, sighing deeply inside. What an incredibly cheap and slippery guy. His eyes stay glued to the guy in front of him, secretly judging him for acting like this at his age. Before long, the coffee is fully drained, leaving only a crumpled paper cup on the desk. Se-chan suddenly remembers something important and immediately asks, oh, speaking of which, Lee Se-jun, how is the whole dungeon purchasing project coming along? She instantly reports back. A few decent dungeons have popped up, but the asking prices are still way too high right now, so I am digging deeper. Hearing those exact words, Gina cannot help but feel totally shocked. Buying up dungeons? Gina asks, Se-chan, do we not still have the dungeons we bought earlier? The boss's eyes light up like he spotted a massive jackpot. What are you saying? Trust me, we are about to see this master plan finally unfold. Alright, stick with me here. Why is he already going back into the dungeon? The guy loudly protests. Wait, what is going on? You literally just got out of the dungeon yesterday. You really need to take a break and rest. But Se-chan just waves it off, trying to sound super profound. He claims that resting too much just makes people incredibly lazy and sluggish. Plus, if someone working hard suddenly takes a break, their body just aches even more. He insists he is only thinking about what is best for him. Lee Se-jun just grinds her teeth in pure frustration. What? He picks up his coffee, hot steam rises and fades into the air along with a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, a pack of orcs roars with pure killing intent in their eyes. They charge like maniacs right at his skeleton soldier. Just one massive club swing, and the skeleton shatters completely. Bone fragments scatter everywhere, crashing down into the dirt. Kim Woo-jin quickly wipes out the orc mob. He sits right on their corpses, staring totally annoyed at the shattered bones on the ground while complaining. My skill level is just way too low, so my summons are absolute trash. After that, Woo-jin quickly jumps down to the ground. But then his bare hand touches the corpse of a dead orc. He instantly remembers the king of undead, Johann Georg, an enemy from his past life who taught him an incredibly sickening and harsh lesson. In that exact moment, intense dark magic explodes from Woo-jin's hand, creeping straight into the monster's lifeless body. A blinding light erupts. The remaining orcs totally panic, completely clueless about what is even happening. Watch closely, here is where it gets insane. The system announces a skeleton soldier has been summoned. Suddenly, the orc's flesh rips wide open, and a terrifying skeletal hand violently bursts right out of the corpse. Its teeth clatter together loudly like a deadly hunting machine booting up. In seconds, the massive skeleton soldier stands tall and menacing. Pitch-black demonic energy radiates all around its body, swirling into a freezing, bone-chilling aura. He speaks with an icy tone. If my magic power allows it, the skeleton soldier is now assigned directly to me. His voice echoes out, matching the sheer number of sacrifices scattered across this battlefield. Hearing this, the dumb orcs just stare blankly. They have absolutely no idea that brutal death is creeping right up, ready to snatch them away. In a split second, agonized, blood-curdling screams completely fill the air, echoing through the dark dungeon. the system relentlessly spams alerts. You have leveled up! All of your base stats have been increased and your blood poison skill has officially reached level 2. But Woo-jin just scoffs in total disappointment. Is this really all I get? Getting such a tiny boost in a dungeon like this is super inefficient. Now I need to wipe out these basic orcs fast and go hunt down that orc hunter. He rests his chin on his hand, mind racing with questions. Woo-jin stares hard at the dungeon map he just drew. I really thought a cannibal that eats its own kind would be the alpha ruling the entire pack. He frowns and mutters to himself. But what if it is actually just blending in with the regular mob? He thinks it over, realizing there is only one spot left to check. Suddenly, the skeleton soldier bends down, staring directly at the drawing on the ground. Woo-jin jumps slightly and blurts out, "What is up with you?" Seeing it focus, he asks out of pure curiosity, "Do you actually look at this and understand it?" Woo-jin scratches his head in total confusion. Could that really be it? He tells himself, "Whatever. At least I have a rough guess where the orc hunter is hiding now." Woo-jin stands up quickly, calculating his next move. If it is really hiding over there, there will not be a single corpse worth using as a sacrifice for a new skeleton soldier. He lightly taps the skeleton's head with a stick, his voice dead serious. "This guy is the only one I can use." Then, the two of them head out to hunt that special orc deep inside the dungeon. Either way, I definitely need to come up with a new plan. After the massacre, the heavy stench of blood quickly draws in a massive flock of crows. Seeing its pack totally slaughtered on the ground, the orc boss grinds its teeth, eyes glowing blood red with pure rage. A deafening roar explodes from its throat, completely terrifying the crows and scattering them everywhere. That furious orc boss bends down. Its massive rough hands tightly grip the severed head of its own kind, dragging it violently across the hard dirt. The brutal force tears the dead orc's face wide open. Fresh blood smears everywhere, leaving a long, thick red trail on the ground that perfectly matches the monster's hateful blazing eyes. Deep in a damp, dark dungeon corner, the orc boss sits silently among the piled-up corpses of its own pack. It violently rips off chunks of warm flesh, devouring them like an absolute savage. You and I both know this is about to get messy. Behind a rock, Woo-jin holds his breath, eyes locked intensely onto the massive dark shadow moving right in front of him. Woo-jin grips his bowstring incredibly tight. He knows perfectly well that dungeon boss monsters have physical stats that completely outclass any normal mob. Charging in blindly without a solid, calculated strategy against a beast like this would be absolute suicide. He tells himself, all I need to do is land one arrow coated in blood poison directly into its body. Woo-jin gives a sharp nod, signaling his skeleton soldier to launch the attack. Without a single moment of hesitation, the skeleton leaves cover, marching straight toward the enemy. Hearing the footsteps, the orc boss instantly snaps its massive head around. It sniffs the air, jaw dropping open to reveal razor-sharp teeth, and lets out a terrifying, threatening roar. In the blink of an eye, the orc boss grips its club and charges forward like a total maniac. The skeleton soldier tightens its grip on the sword, rushing the enemy like a violent storm. It swings the blade with insane speed, its skeletal face completely radiating pure killing intent. The orc boss desperately blocks the strike, and the weapons clash with a deafening bang. Its red eyes glare at the enemy with pure hatred. Suddenly, the boss wildly bites right into the skeleton's shoulder. The skeleton wildly struggles, desperately trying to break free from those razor-sharp teeth clamping down. Meanwhile, Woo-jin draws his heavy bow back. Seeing those intensely bloodshot red eyes totally confirms his theory. This is definitely the vicious, cannibalistic orc hunter. Woo-jin aims dead center at his target. A brilliant thought flashes through his mind. There is only one vulnerable spot to shoot that bypasses its ridiculously thick, tough skin. The arrow violently leaves his hand, guided perfectly by his sharp instincts. The monster's one and only weak point. The shot streaks across the room like a lightning bolt straight toward the enemy. The orc boss finally realizes what is happening, but it is way too late to dodge. It just glares helplessly as the lethal arrow flies right at its massive face. Boom! The arrow pierces straight into the orc boss's eye, knocking it violently backward. The beast quickly drops low, desperately trying to keep its balance. Its feet skid across the hard dirt, kicking up a massive, blinding cloud of thick dust. In a split second, the boss stops sliding, its single eye glaring forward with freezing hostility. Without hesitating, it violently grabs the arrow sticking right out of its own face. With a sickening crunch, it rips the arrow out and smashes it onto the ground. The boss pants heavily, absolutely furious, staring at its enemy with pure, untamed hatred. At that exact moment, the system pops up. The orc has been infected by blood poison. Woo-jin squints, calculating perfectly. Hitting a critical weak point means the deadly toxin spreads way faster. Woo-jin just smirks, his eyes totally mocking and triumphant. That arrogant attitude is like pouring gasoline on a fire, instantly sparking the orc's rage to an absolute boiling point. Right then, the system warns that the blood poison is constantly draining the boss's stamina. The toxin rips through its bloodstream, making the orc boss incredibly dizzy, like its life force is being entirely sucked away. Seeing it collapse, Woo-jin sighs that level 2 poison damage still is not that great. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Come along with me on this one. He smirks and adds, if it's at this level, it's actually pretty useful. While the orc boss is still dizzy, his skeleton soldier swings its blade. Kim Woo-jin coldly declares, this is the end for you. The crimson blade strikes, the orc boss collapses to the dirt, taking its final breath as its life completely fades away. Instantly, the system alerts flood in. You defeated the orc hunter, you cleared the dungeon, you leveled up. In exactly 1 hour, you can return to the real world. He kicks a pile of dry bones and mutters, "It ate everything, humans and orcs alike. I wonder if any of Park Young-won's faction members are in this mess." From his kick, the scattered bone fragments roll away. They clatter against each other, echoing like a whisper from the dead. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin spots something. Right in front of him sits a lonely skeleton. Its severed ribs stick out, acting as a chilling warning about the brutal death it suffered. Kim Woo-jin touches the bones. He is absolutely certain this nasty wound was not caused by any orc. He inspects it closely. A clear stab in the back, definitely the work of someone used to murdering inside dungeons. Kim Woo-jin wonders if this was a planned assassination or just a random, spontaneous kill. But if this is Park Young-won's faction from the Phoenix Guild, it might just be some thug killing solely for cash and dropped items. He sighs heavily. With his time in this dungeon running out, where is he supposed to find any traces of the killer? Bright moonlight pierces the dungeon's darkness, guiding Kim Woo-jin like a beacon of hope. Honestly, to get close to Park Young-won, any solid excuse he can find will do perfectly. Now pay attention. A strange light suddenly flickers on the rocky wall ahead. He raises his hand, squinting against that blinding glow piercing the dungeon shadows. Kim Woo-jin quickly steps up to check it out. It is a hidden cave. He crouches down, carefully inspecting what is inside. The entrance barely fits one person. Right there, a dried skeleton sits huddled in the corner, still gripping its sword tightly. He notes the details. This guy's sword is completely clean. Plus, the body is not mangled like the other victims. Seeing the frantic scratch marks on the wall, Kim Woo-jin figures it out. While his teammates were being eaten alive, this coward hid here alone, just counting the days until death. Spotting the badge on the skeleton's cloak, absolute disgust fills him. Only scum from the Phoenix Guild would pull such a pathetic stunt. Kim Woo-jin smirks coldly. If this guy was a rising star in Park Young-won's faction, then honestly, there is no better grave for him than this miserable little hole. Suddenly, a notebook drops from the skeleton to the floor. Kim Woo-jin freezes. What is this? Without wasting a second, he picks it up. Kim Woo-jin quickly opens it up. A diary. He flips through the pages rapidly, muttering that there seems to be zero valuable info inside. Then his eyes lock onto a specific page. He gasps in shock. This is the blacklist of Park Young-won's faction. Kim Woo-jin snaps the book shut, completely hyped. Finding this is insane luck. He can definitely use this. Suddenly, the system chimes in his ear. The Envoy of Hell praises your glorious achievements. You are gifted a decree. A legendary skill. Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin immediately shouts in pure shock. A legendary skill? A wicked smile forms. So this is where you get it. He glues his eyes to the scroll right in his hand. The text reads, Anubis Eye. Condition? Have the Envoy of Hell skill at level 1 or higher. Effect? View the memories of the dead. Hitting that final line, Kim Woo-jin smirks in triumph. He reads it out loud. Can see the memories of the dead. You saw that coming, right? He rips the scroll to shreds. This is that crazy luck he never had in his past life. The second he tears it up, the system alerts fire off again. Notification. You have successfully acquired the Eye of Anubis. You earned the Hell's Successor achievement. Kim Woo-jin steps closer to Yonggu's skeleton. Sighing, he raises both hands, getting ready to touch the skull. Dead men tell no tales. Gently, his hands grasp the completely dry, lifeless skull of Yonggu. He slowly pulls it closer. Suddenly, sheer excitement takes over as a strange, unnatural light erupts from his own eyes. That old limitation? Now a thing of the past. Intense magic power pools inside his eyes. In seconds, it twists into a violent, swirling vortex of dark energy. That deep magic overflows from his gaze. Right on cue, the system chimes in again. You have opened Anubis's eye. Instantly, Kim Woo-jin's mana explodes out of control. The dark energy shoots straight into the empty eye sockets of the skull. Blinding light from both of them swallows everything around. Flashback. Every single living memory of Yonggu plays out clearly right in front of him. Terrified screams ring out. Damn those orcs. Amidst the total chaos, a desperate teammate shrieks, begging him for backup. Yonggu, save me! Facing his dying comrade, Yonggu does not help. Instead, he just grits his teeth in sheer annoyance. Without any hesitation, he abandons his half-dead friends. The absolute coward just sprints away, running for his pathetic life as fast as possible. After running wildly, he luckily spots a tiny cave. Terrified, he grabs his head and screams, I cannot die in here! Hunting players is a crime. Brutal memories flash in broken fragments. By the very end, Yonggu completely lost his mind. He laughs maniacally, yelling that someone will soon rule the Phoenix Guild. Then the memory shifts to one single haunting image. A man with glowing red eyes casually sitting on a throne. Yonggu screams out his name, Park Young-won. Kim Woo-jin sees every dark, twisted secret of the past. The pitch-black mana is quickly sucked back into his glowing eyes. Gritting his teeth, Kim Woo-jin absorbs the entire memory. He fights through the brutal pain surging directly into his body from his eyes. And that's where we leave this pathetic traitor. The skull is absolutely useless now, so Kim Woo-jin just brutally smashes it into the dirt. Wild, right? Stick with me. You and I are about to see just how crazy things get. He grabs his head in pure agony, gasping for air. Reading a dead man's memories? Definitely not easy. Kim Woo-jin just calmly stares down at the skull rolling right at his feet. He thinks to himself, watching someone else's past is seriously unpleasant. Plus, it drains way more magic than expected. But right now, that smirk says he is completely satisfied. He wipes the sweat off his face, already plotting his next move. The trap is perfectly set. Armed with this dead guy's past and that list he found, even the most paranoid enemy will not stand a chance. The scene cuts to a massive building under a clear blue sky. Then the silence is shattered by the sight of a blood-soaked hand. The knuckles are clenching tight into a brutal, shaking fist. Looking down at the floor, a skinny man is sprawled out, clearly trying to endure some agonizing pain. Park Young-won's cold voice suddenly echoes through the room. You let other players raid that dungeon? The man's face is bruised to a pulp by the bodyguard. He screams in absolute terror, begging, I messed up. Just to be safe, I will definitely eliminate that brat. Park Young-won replies coldly, eliminate him? You could not even handle a dungeon that the newbie walked into completely alone. So how exactly? He glares right at Secretary Kim standing nearby. Do you have anything to add, Secretary Kim? Hearing her name, she instantly gets the message. She quickly bows her head in apology. I apologize, I will handle it right away. Park Young-won leisurely reads a newspaper. The headline, Single-floor A+ rank dungeon has been discovered. Instantly, two massive bodyguards step up, violently dragging the beaten man outside. He shrieks at the top of his lungs, Wait, please do not kill me! Despite the desperate begging, the boss does not even blink. Park Young-won just quietly reads the lines on his newspaper. A massive guild bidding war for an A+ rank dungeon allowing 150 players. The bodyguards mercilessly slam the heavy room door shut. That pathetic guy is finally dragged out to meet his end. Park Young-won slowly turns the page. Now watch this carefully. The top headline totally shocks him. Korea clears A+ dungeon with a level 20 player. Seems this guy actually has some decent skills, though it is not a huge deal. Curious, he asks, but is his guild reputation trash? Secretary Kim nods right away, yes sir. Then she carefully breaks down the entire crazy incident to him in detail. In his first dungeon, he completely pushed away his own team. Rumor says he hogged all the loot for himself, but nothing is confirmed yet. Park Young-won connects the dots and smirks. Honestly, even putting suspicions aside, with a garbage reputation like that, it is going to be super hard to climb higher. He cannot just keep flying solo forever. Suddenly, a ringing phone slices right through their intense conversation. He coldly commands, speak. The voice on the other end is urgent. Someone named Kim Woo-jin is here and demanding to see you. Hearing that, Park Young-won literally bursts into laughter. Would you look at that? Walking right into the tiger's den. Kid is interesting. Scene shifts. A secretary's serious voice suddenly echoes. For this single-floor A+ dungeon bidding war, our Phoenix Guild has been granted 20 total spots. This setup actually balanced things out for the guilds. But then, he nervously reports the statistics. Right now, 3 major factions, including Park Young-won's crew, are fighting an absolutely brutal mental war over those 20 dungeon spots. The secretary helplessly explains his biggest headache. The problem? Even if we split them evenly at 6 per faction, who gets the last 2? The chairman speaks up slowly. 3 factions, but only 2 leftover dungeons. What an absolute nightmare. The secretary looks super stressed and nods. Exactly, which is why nobody can reach an agreement. He pushes up his glasses, analyzing the chaos. You and I know A+ dungeons mean crazy rare items, especially a single-floor one. The chairman rests his chin on his hand, sighing deeply. Nobody wants to back down, and everyone thinks they are the strongest. If only we could actually see what was inside those dungeons. Pushed into a total deadlock with 0 solutions, the chairman frustratingly loosens his tie. This whole situation is just one massive throbbing headache. He then asks a desperate question. Are there seriously no solo players willing to enter those 2? The secretary quietly replies, none so far. The chairman leans back. Makes sense. Who would be insane enough to enter alone when nobody knows what horrors are hiding inside? Just when he is completely out of ideas, a loud notification bell suddenly cuts through the heavy silence of the room. A call from Mr. Park Young-won. Hearing that name, the secretary's face goes completely dark. Park Young-won? Everything is already a disaster, so what does he want now? The chairman slowly picks up. I am listening. Instantly, his face completely changes. He yells. Unable to hide his pure shock, the chairman shoots up from his seat. Kim Woo-jin, excuse me? What exactly are you saying? The secretary is totally stunned hearing that name. Trying to stay calm, the chairman replies, understood, I will call back. Burning with curiosity the second the call ends, the secretary immediately asks, Chairman, what in the world is going on right now? The chairman calmly reveals the insane proposal. He wants us to secretly hand Kim Woo-jin one of the 2 dungeons behind everyone else's backs. The chairman thinks it over. Kim Woo-jin is a notorious solo player with a terrible reputation. The other rival factions will not even care about him. The secretary looks totally confused. Wait, so has Kim Woo-jin officially joined his faction? The chairman just sighs. Who knows anymore? Trust me, they might just be using him as a pawn for this raid. He pushes his glasses, trying to process the madness. Stick with me here. If there is still one more dungeon out there, these rival factions are absolutely going to rip each other apart just to claim it. But that chairman already has a master plan mapped out. He calmly explains that handing a dungeon over to Kim Woo-jin means Park Young-won's faction will completely back down. That leaves them only needing to deal with the 2 remaining factions. The chairman sits back down, cool as ice, and rests his chin on his hand. He is an absolute tactical genius, somehow prepping Kim Woo-jin as a pawn from the very start. But right now, his mind is still swarming with unanswered questions that need clearing up. He will probably remember this little concession and demand a massive payoff later down the line. But seriously, who exactly is Kim Woo-jin? What kind of crazy connection does he actually have with Park Young-won? Scene cuts over to Secretary Kim, totally baffled by Young-won's final decision. How could his boss just casually accept a proposal from Kim Woo-jin like that? Young-won just answers him without skipping a beat. The kid just showed up with that item out of nowhere and made an offer, which was pretty amusing, especially since they lacked useful pawns anyway. Plus, as he speaks, a genuinely wicked smile spreads across his face. Once they finish using a guy like that, they can just toss him aside like a broken chess piece, right? Then the timeline suddenly flashes backward. 1 hour earlier, Kim Woo-jin walks into a meeting with Yongwon holding a notebook. Yongwon slowly picks it up, skims through the pages, and glares right at him. "Do you even know what this is before bringing it here?" Kim Woo-jin replies, completely calm. "Yeah, I wanted to figure out what it was, so I already read everything inside." Yongwon tilts his head, eyeing the kid with obvious confusion. "Then why show up here? Are you planning to extort money from me to keep this little secret quiet?" He leans forward, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Just like that, Yongwon's expression turns dangerously dark. He glares up at Kim Woo-jin, his eyes practically shooting daggers. "You actually think this is enough to threaten me, Park Yongwon?" The two massive bodyguards behind him immediately prepare to strike. But Kim Woo-jin quickly explains himself. "This is not a threat. I came here to offer you a business proposal. Now pay attention because this move is crazy." Kim Woo-jin boldly declares he wants to personally raid the highly debated A+ rank 1-floor dungeon. Those exact words instantly leave Yongwon completely stunned for a second. Regaining his composure just as fast, Yongwon absolutely loses it and bursts out laughing. He holds the notebook up, pointing it right in Kim Woo-jin's face. This kid is incredibly hilarious to him. But after laughing his head off, Yongwon's face suddenly drops into dead seriousness. He cautiously tests the waters. "Do you even realize what kind of dungeon that is to be talking so big?" Kim Woo-jin casually scratches the back of his head, answering the man's intense question with total indifference. "Yeah, I know perfectly well it's a chaotic zone where major domestic guilds, including the Phoenix Guild and the Messiah Guild, fiercely slaughter each other to claim extra territory outside their assigned limits." Yongwon lowers his voice to confirm it one more time. "You know all that and you still want to jump into that meat grinder?" Then he suddenly slams the notebook down on the desk. "You must be completely out of your mind." Yongwon flashes a truly sinister smile and nods in agreement. Fine, he will gladly grant this request, but he also has one specific condition of his own. Scene cuts to Kibu University. Kim Woo-jin sneaks into a live lecture by an expert analyzing the current dungeon situation. The man projects a massive data chart onto the wide screen behind him, pointing at it while speaking loudly. If we look closely at the dungeon report details, we all know there are at least over 1,000 orcs waiting inside this time around. The briefing details flash on the wide screen. Target is an orc boss colony, 1 floor. The clear condition? Hunt down 1,000 regular orcs and the main orc boss. Entry requirements dictate being under level 20. Maximum capacity is 150 players. The grand mission reward requires wiping out all 1,000 orcs and the orc boss. Kim Woo-jin lowers his head, sinking into deep thought for a second. Standing in the corner, he actively recalls everything that happened before. Back before he regressed in time, the number of survivors in this specific raid was insanely low. Leaning against the wall, he strains his memory. He cannot recall the exact number, but it was roughly 7 people. More than half the players had died. Kim Woo-jin rubs his chin, carefully analyzing the facts. Every single player chosen for this operation was an absolute elite from their respective region. Factoring that in, there is zero logic for over half of them dying just from fighting regular monsters. Staring right at the lecturing expert, he realizes that back then, due to a severe lack of evidence, there was simply no way to expose the truth. But now, Kim Woo-jin's expression instantly turns deadly serious. He is absolutely certain about his current deduction. Let that sink in for a second. No matter what happened in there, it is highly likely some players started actively murdering each other. Why? Because a chaotic dungeon is the perfect chance to eliminate competition and steal rare loot. Kim Woo-jin turns around and silently leaves the lecture hall. And inside this specific dungeon, he perfectly remembers the absolute highest value reward that will be given out. The massive prize for killing the orc boss is none other than the orc lord's fang. And Kim Woo-jin clearly remembers exactly whose hands that item ended up in. The final reward went to the group with the highest contribution, which was the Messiah Guild. He vividly recalls the image of Lee Se-jun accepting that prize with an incredibly radiant, heroic smile. Now, recalling that guy's expression from back then, Kim Woo-jin finally senses something terribly wrong. At the time, he was completely clueless, but looking back now, way too many things felt completely forced and staged. It is highly possible that Bastard was already completely corrupted right from the start. He slowly pushes the door open and steps outside, walking completely alone down the quiet university hallway. He continues piecing his dark theory together, based entirely on these glaring anomalies he just uncovered. Even if Lee Se-jun was the real mastermind pulling the strings, the Messiah Guild likely did not commit the brutal massacre themselves. Kim Woo-jin narrows his eyes, pushing his brain to its absolute limit to uncover the truth. You cannot rule out the terrifying possibility that they planted sleeper spies inside the other guilds. Using his past life memories as a baseline to predict their very next tactical move, Kim Woo-jin slowly walks completely out of the building. Deep down, he already seems to have found his answer. The scene then cuts to multiple groups of elite players starting to gather right in the middle of the city streets. Camera flashes go off non-stop around them. A sudden voice rings out over the broadcast, bringing everything right into focus. The selected players are now officially entering the dungeon. The entire surrounding area is absolutely packed with screaming fans. They cheer endlessly, taking countless flash photos of the hunters prepping for the raid. In total, 4 major guilds are participating in this massive event. Each guild has actually chosen a symbolic signature color for themselves. Starting with the first one, the Messiah Guild. All of their members are decked out in highly elegant, pure white suits. Next up is the second faction, the Phoenix Guild. Their members are rocking blazing red suits, radiating an aura of pure strength and absolute authority. Following them is the third group, the Lion Guild. They chose bold yellow suits paired with black inner shirts, creating a fiercely dominant presence, just like a proud lion holding its head high. And finally, that brings us to the Skull Guild. They wear pitch-black suits with matching dark masks. Trust me, you are going to want to see what these deeply mysterious players do next. Stick with me, we are about to watch a true masterclass. Kim Woo-jin quietly blends into the massive chaotic crowd of four big guilds. He is the very last player to step inside the dark dungeon. Taking a breath, he slowly pulls back his hood. A wicked, terrifying smirk crosses his face. That boss orc fang you all desperately want to claim? I will gladly steal it right from under your noses. Within moments, every single player crosses the dungeon threshold. Suddenly, a blinding pulse of light erupts, completely swallowing the dead, dark forest in an instant. Inside the dungeon, two stray members suddenly get separated from their main squad. The girl frantically looks around the area. Where did our guild go? The guy sighs heavily, shaking his head. There are too many people here to find them. Suddenly, someone shouts, "Messiah Guild, line up at the front!" The second that command drops, every single Messiah member instantly falls into a perfect combat formation. They line up flawlessly right in front, completely catching the stunned stares of all the other players around them. A guy from a rival guild watches the whole scene play out in pure awe. He gasps out loud, "That is Messiah for you. Just look at how fast they organize." Absolutely insane. But the grumpy man standing right behind him crosses his arms. Stop praising them over basic stuff like that. Han slowly walks forward, resting his heavy blade casually on his shoulder. He smirks, claiming that starting first changes absolutely nothing. There are at least 1,000 orcs waiting for them. Then, Han suddenly points in another direction and screams a warning. "An orc is right over there!" While the other confused members just stand completely frozen staring at the beast, heavy footsteps suddenly echo out, instantly shattering the heavy, tense atmosphere around them. Jack bravely sprints straight toward the monstrous orc. He dashes forward, throwing himself right in front of everyone as a human shield. Glaring at the beast, Jack barks a command to his squad. "Messiah Guild, we take this one down ourselves. Stay sharp, everyone!" Right on cue, the familiar system notification chime suddenly rings out. Warrior skill activated. The monstrous beast has been successfully provoked. At that exact second, Jack's massive shield releases a powerful sonic wave, completely grabbing the angry orc's full attention. Hearing the loud noise, it snaps around on high alert. The brutal orc instantly triggers its berserk mode. Raising its massive fist high, it charges straight at him. Jack quickly raises his massive shield to block the brutal strike. He channels every single ounce of his raw strength just to hold the shield steady. He fights to stay planted on the rocky ground after the orc's devastating impact. Now pay close attention here. The orc's entire expression drops. Pure shock flashes in its savage eyes. Jack just smirks back, staring the monster down with an icy glare. "Is that all you got?" Elena stands off to the side watching. Suddenly, a strange, mystical light glows from her eyes and hands as she rapidly mutters a complex magic spell. Next, countless massive, thick vines suddenly burst up from the solid ground, tightly coiling around the wild orc's arms and neck. The system chimes another alert. Skill activated, Keeper of the Source of Knowledge. The terrifying beast has been completely immobilized. Elena keeps chanting her spell out loud. The radiant light bursting from her body grows stronger by the second, while those thick vines squeeze the orc's neck even tighter. The orc thrashes around wildly. It violently claws at the tough vines choking its neck. With utter despair in its eyes, the beast screams out in pure agony. Its pained roar echoes out, completely ripping through the dead silence. Suddenly, an unexpected blast of raw power backfires right toward the other bewildered guild members. That sheer force shifts down from the air straight into the dirt. It aggressively shakes the very ground beneath the players' feet. They start screaming in absolute panic. What the hell is going on? An earthquake? A man instantly steps up, pointing his finger deep into the tree line. He yells out a quick explanation. "That is no earthquake. Something massive is hiding in the forest behind us." Hearing his warning, every single person snaps their head to follow where he is pointing. A heavy wave of absolute terror washes over the entire group of players. They hold their breath, tightly gripping their swords and dropping into combat stances, ready to fight for their lives. Suddenly, over a dozen giant orcs leap right out of the dark woods and ambush them. One of the leading vanguard orcs launches the very first attack. It aims a deadly strike right at a Phoenix Guild member. He smoothly draws his blade and slashes back. A spray of dark crimson blood instantly bursts out. His sharp blade cleanly slices deep into the orc's huge arm. Seeing this, the other players fiercely charge into battle. The orcs go totally berserk. They rush toward the players like speeding arrows. Everything around them instantly devolves into pure chaos. Humans on one side, savage monsters on the other, locked in a brutal deathmatch. The Messiah Guild entirely avoids physical combat. They stand safely outside the main fray, using powerful crowd control magic to suppress the raging orcs. The remaining players fight harder with every swing, their minds rushing with pure adrenaline and battle excitement. Seeing the vicious orcs completely locked down by the Messiah Guild, the rest grip their blades tight and launch an all-out coordinated assault. This is the moment. Triumphant war cries instantly echo out across the entire battlefield. Everyone screams in unison, charge forward and wipe them out. All the allied players start combining their forces. Their teamwork is absolute perfection as they systematically execute the orcs one by one. Nobody even notices Kim Woo-jin chilling on a massive branch right above them. He carefully watches the entire chaotic battle unfold. I know what you are thinking, how could they possibly miss him? Well, his stealth is flawless. He vanished and nobody cares. Kim Woo-jin flashes a totally wicked smirk. Alright then, time for me to slowly make my move. Kim Woo-jin casually stands up high, scanning the battlefield. He figures he is still a bit too close to the main raid group, so he quickly drops back, aiming to use this exact distance to track down the hidden boss orc's location. Darting through the trees, his mind races with quick calculations. To clear this stage, they must wipe out 1,000 orcs plus the boss. To minimize human casualties, the major guilds will definitely focus on reducing the massive orc numbers first. From what Kim Woo-jin knows, the real hunt for the boss only officially begins after all 1,000 grunts are completely dead. A highly calculating, incredibly sly smirk creeps across his face. That gives him a strict time limit to secure the boss Fang himself. Meanwhile, deep inside the monster hideout, a terrified grunt kneels right in the center of the grand hall, facing the absolute ruler of the orcs. The Lord Orc stays totally silent, just glaring down at the guilty grunt with piercing, deadly eyes. Blood drips from the condemned monster's mouth. At the exact same moment, a massive blade is raised high into the air. Slash! The guilty orc's head is completely severed off. The severed head rolls right past the other terrified grunts, sparking absolute horror among them. Right then, the Lord Orc violently slams his hand onto the armrest. He stands up, gripping his massive axe. Next, he lets out an earth-shattering roar, instantly met by answering war cries from his loyal subordinates. Following the boss's brutal warning, the frightened grunts rush straight back out to the bloody battlefield. Watching from a dark corner, even Kim Woo-jin cannot help but feel a bit impressed. Executing the cowards trying to run away from battle is honestly a pretty solid leadership move. His sharp eyes lock directly onto the Lord Orc. So that must be the final boss, right? Sure, it looks way tougher than he originally thought, but a deep wave of pure satisfaction still floods his mind. Talk about crazy luck finding it right as it sent its guards away. Seeing the massive Lord Orc sitting completely alone, Kim Woo-jin knows his golden opportunity is here. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. You are about to see a totally genius move. While everyone else is busy fighting the front line head-on, our guy calculates his strike. With a wicked smile, he aims straight for the isolated Orc Lord. Meanwhile, back at Jonki's battlefield, they finally wipe out a massive squad of those brutal orcs. The guild members get totally cocky, loudly bragging that these orcs are nothing special. They confidently declare they should just keep pushing forward without a second thought. Unlike them, Jonki is dead serious. He realizes the enemy numbers are way lower than expected, meaning the main force is still hiding. Suddenly, a shadow silently drops in right next to him. It turns out to be his scout, Henry. He quickly delivers his scouting report. Sir, a massive horde of orcs is heading straight for our position right now. Hearing this bad news, Jonki desperately asks, roughly how many are we talking about? Henry lowers his voice and grimly replies, my guess is around 900 to 1,000 of them. It looks like their entire main army. This totally confirms Jonki's worst fears. Without hesitating for a single second, he loudly orders absolutely everyone to group up in advance, ready to finish this whole bloody war today. To fight their main force, we need to reform our ranks right now. But answering his urgent call, the stubborn guys from the other rival guilds just give him completely annoyed and dismissive attitudes. Hey, who exactly do you think you're ordering around? Stepping out from the dense crowd, Ronald of the Lion Guild loudly declares, we are not some cheap errand boys for your Messiah Guild. Our Lion Guild will attack on our own terms. Even so, Jonki still desperately tries to reason with this incredibly stubborn crowd. A massive orc army is marching right toward us. Guild rivalry is important, sure, but if we don't join forces right now, he concludes with a heavy, serious tone preparing for the worst. Every single one of us could die in this dungeon. Unfortunately, Ronald refuses to listen, mocking him instead. What? You don't have enough confidence in yourself. If you are that scared, he glances at Jonki with pure disgust and sneers, you shouldn't have entered here in the first place. Saying that, the arrogant fool leads his Lion Guild members marching straight ahead. Watching them leave, Henry can't help but sigh. Those guys have completely lost their minds. Not wasting any more time, Jonki quickly orders, let's find a safe spot to rest and prep for the next fight. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin has finally summoned his loyal skeleton soldiers to the field. Now watch closely. This is where it gets crazy. He and his two skeleton minions are gearing up for a 3-on-1 against the Orc Lord. The boss looks genuinely confused seeing these three reckless fools approaching. But it quickly stands up, ready to fight with absolute killer intent. Kim Woo-jin and his undead squad instantly shift into combat mode, ready to clash with the boss. The two skeleton soldiers fiercely charge ahead. Without any hesitation, the boss pops a nasty skill. The Orc Lord's deadly fangs are instantly activated. The exact second the skeletons get close, the Orc Lord glares at them and brutally smashes one into total dust with a single strike. That terrifying scene leaves Kim Woo-jin absolutely shocked, making him gasp out loud. That is impossible. Back to the boss, it aggressively charges straight toward the last remaining skeleton. But of course, the undead minion feels absolutely zero fear and fiercely growls right back at the beast. Suddenly, the Orc Lord swings its massive axe at the soldier. but luckily for the summon it manages to skillfully dodge the fatal blow. However, with its razor-sharp eyes tracking every single movement, the beast easily lands a devastating follow-up strike on the skeleton. Seeing this brutal gap in power, Kim Woo-jin realizes his undead minion cannot stall for as long as he hoped. So he decides to instantly use the arrow in his hand. Kim Woo-jin carefully aims his bow at the beast. He only gets one shot at this. He has to strike right now, exactly while his last skeleton is perfectly distracting the monster. The very split second the boss violently swings its axe again. Kim Woo-jin releases his deadly arrow right at its blind spot. But the Orc Lord quickly senses the lethal danger flying its way. Unbelievably, in a moment that seemed totally impossible to escape, the massive beast still manages to casually twist its body and dodge the shot. This catches Kim Woo-jin completely off guard. It dodged that? This monster's raw agility is way stronger than anything he ever heard about in past rumors. Meanwhile, the skeleton finally gets right next to the Orc Lord's leg. It swings its rusty sword for a clean hit, but instead of wounding the boss, the undead soldier's weapon completely shatters into tiny worthless pieces on impact. Right in front of Kim Woo-jin's shocked and panicked eyes, the beast raises its giant axe and violently brings it crashing down on the skeleton. You and I both felt that hit, right? A deafening boom echoes as shattered bones fly all the way to Kim Woo-jin's feet. Staring at the bloodthirsty beast, he mutters, "This is getting way too tough to handle." At this desperate point, he has absolutely no choice but to completely rewrite his strategy. Staring at the glowing fang around the beast's neck, Kim Woo-jin hesitates, refusing to just blindly attack. He has the King Orc's fang, so a direct clash is pure suicide. Because of that, he quickly decides to strategically retreat and buy himself time. Falling back is my best play right now, plus my mana is running low. Without hesitation, he instantly turns around and sprints away. But something incredibly weird happens, making him wonder why the boss is not chasing him down. Suddenly, the beast shifts, making Kim Woo-jin think it changed its mind. Nope, watching its slow, sluggish movements, he realizes the truth. Ah, so chasing after cowards burns too many calories for you, huh? This actually makes him pretty satisfied. Makes sense for an A-rank dungeon boss, but this works in my favor. I can safely make my escape without any panic. As he cranks up his speed and dashes away, he confidently declares, "Next time we meet, you're going to deeply regret letting me live." While Kim Woo-jin makes his getaway, his fading silhouette catches the attention of a rival guild hiding in the dark shadows. Who the hell is that? Ronald completely misunderstands the entire situation. He wrongly assumes Kim Woo-jin is from another guild, bitterly thinking the Lion Guild wasn't the only one skipping the frontline war. Right then, Ronald's closest subordinate quietly whispers his theory. "Boss, what if that guy actually found the Orc Lord way before we even got here?" Ronald thoughtfully mutters, "Maybe he did, but maybe he didn't." Then, with a totally arrogant smirk, he scoffs, "We don't have a single clue to base our wild guesses on anyway. Who knows if he ran back because he spotted the boss? We shouldn't trust anyone at all in this dungeon until we see it with our own two eyes." Even though he isn't incredibly strong, this guy's greed is absolutely off the charts. The loot from an A-rank boss belongs to the Lion Guild no matter the cost. Suddenly, Ronald's subordinate starts stumbling around weirdly before helplessly collapsing out of nowhere, right alongside the other Lion Guild members. This sudden, terrifying nightmare leaves Ronald completely stunned and totally defenseless. He instantly panics and screams, "What the hell is happening?" He snaps into a state of pure terror, frantically thinking to himself, "What on earth is this? I never heard anything about a non-orc monster spawning in this area. Not once!" Out of nowhere, glowing red eyes emerge from the deep shadows, glaring directly at Ronald. The sight chills him to his absolute core as he slowly realizes this thing is definitely not a normal monster. Still, he foolishly tries to act tough and loudly screams, "Who are you? Show yourself right now. You think you can do this and just safely slip away?" So what do we make of this? Guys like him are practically begging for a quick death. Meanwhile, safely resting in a firelit cave, Kim Woo-jin finally regroups with the surviving members of the other allied guilds. He checks his surroundings and breathes a big sigh of relief. Nobody is watching him. Perfect. Stick with me here. This mystery is completely wild. Everyone looks absolutely devastated. The whole vibe feels exactly like a funeral, and then, bam! Dozens of freshly dug graves. It makes him wonder why so many casualties on day one. Kim Woo-jin's face screams pure curiosity. He has no clue what just went down. Something feels totally off. Only top-tier elites get in here fully geared up. Could the guilds be slaughtering each other way earlier than he expected? Suddenly, an argument breaks out. "Hey, why do you guys look so battered? Like your side is any better." "Of course we are." A confused Chimera Guild member speaks up. "Our squad is doing fine. Anyway, got any intel on the other guilds out there?" Someone from another faction replies. "Rumor has it the Lion Guild took the heaviest hit. One of their looting parties vanished into the forest completely." The guild members start gossiping anxiously. It's not just one or two guys missing. Is it really that terrifying? Maybe the bodies are mutilated beyond recognition. Those orcs definitely eat people. They nervously joke about dodging the orcs menu only to get scolded. Disgusting. Dying is one thing, but I refuse to be Monster Chow. Don't jinx us. That's bad luck. Right, sorry, senior. Sitting around the crackling campfire, one guy mutters softly. Even so, this whole situation is way too weird. Normally, there'd be corpses left behind, or guys who died from massive injuries while fleeing. The guy next to him nods. You're thinking the exact same thing? Let's pray someone out there is still alive. Kim Woo-jin sits in the shadows, silently absorbing their chatter to gather precious intel. Whatever, survival comes first. Epic gear is useless if you're dead. The rumors actually leave him feeling unsettled. Sure, this is an A+ ranked dungeon, so casualties happen. But entire squads wiped out in a single day? That is completely unnatural. The thought of some hidden enemy lurking out there puts him seriously on edge. Now pay attention, because things are getting shady. If the guild forces drop, his plan completely shatters. Tomorrow is going to be an absolute bloodbath. Morning breaks. The sun rises, and a massive orc army steadily marches forward. The sheer numbers strike pure terror into every single guild member present. Damn it, why are there so many? Cries of despair mix with furious curses. We keep killing, but they keep swarming. Shut your mouth and focus. The guild alliance clashes head-on with the orc horde. An orc unleashes a deafening roar. Suddenly, a brutally fierce all-out war ignites. The battle shockwaves grab Kim Woo-jin's attention. It's starting. But honestly, he doesn't care. He's too busy figuring out a strategy to crush the orc boss. This side is the real problem. With my current setup, I just can't land a fatal blow on that boss. Plus, yesterday taught him that using skeleton warriors as bait is totally useless. They're way too fragile. But then a crazy idea hits him. Wait, can skeleton warriors shoot arrows? He decides to summon a bone soldier just to test his insane theory. Skeleton warrior summoned. Soon after, Kim Woo-jin sneaks back to the orc boss. Seeing it chilling on its throne makes him sigh. You look way too comfortable today. Time to ruin its day. Alright, round 2. Just like before, the boss triggers its ultimate skill. Orc King's Fangs activated. Its raw power instantly multiplies to insane levels. A massive boom shakes the ground as it launches straight at Kim Woo-jin. Right before the beast lands its deadly strike, something totally unexpected streaks toward it. Caught off guard, the monster quickly raises its massive axe to block. A loud clank and an arrow drops. Furious, the orc boss glares menacingly at the hidden sniper. The sniper, his very own skeleton soldier. Enraged by the sneak attack, the boss hurls a giant boulder right at the skeleton. Luckily, his 2 skeleton soldiers dodge with lightning speed. While evading, they keep firing relentlessly. Arrow after arrow rains down, but the hulking boss deflects them all. But while it's completely distracted by the skeletons, Kim Woo-jin suddenly appears directly above its head, so they really can use bows. A triumphant, wicked smirk flashes across his face. You and I both love a perfect trap, right? Woo-jin launches high. The monster only senses the deadly threat just as he drops toward its skull. Too late to dodge. Kim Woo-jin delivers a devastating downward slash. In one fluid motion, he instantly severs the Orc King's Fang necklace straight off its neck. Before the fang even hits the dirt, Woo-jin snatches up his highly coveted prize. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of legendary power starts transferring directly into his body. You have obtained the Orc Lord's Fang. Simultaneously, the boss's massive, terrifying stats immediately begin to crash down hard. Boss physical damage decreased, defense decreased, agility decreased. The giant suddenly collapses to its knees. Woo-jin barely dodges out of the way, narrowly avoiding a face full of shattered rubble. Why did it collapse? A poison arrow is pinned deep in its leg. Boss is afflicted with blood poison. Yep, his skeleton snipers absolutely nailed their marks. Woo-jin is feeling incredibly smug right now. Got the fang, the strategy is actually working flawlessly. The system drops some epic intel on his new loot. Orc Lord's Fang. Legendary tier required level, 1 or higher. This is the authentic boss artifact. The fang holds insane raw power. Equip effects. Physical damage plus 30, attack percent, defense up 5%. Attack damage boosted by 10%. Seeing these god tier stats, Kim Woo-jin doesn't hesitate for a single second and equips it. Now there's only one last thing to do. System alert. You have equipped the Orc Lord's Fang. A bloodthirsty grin spreads across his face. Gripping his blood-stained blade, he declares, time to chop off your head. Meanwhile, the monstrous boss is furiously trading blows with the 2 skeleton soldiers. Seizing the perfect opening, one skeleton locks on and fires a deadly shot. This drives the beast absolutely insane. It roars, thrashing its arms wildly to smack away the incoming volley. But suddenly, pure panic completely floods its eyes. It just took a direct hit to the stomach. System alert. Boss afflicted with blood poison. Suddenly, a dark silhouette flashes past it in a total blur. And that's where we leave it. Kim Woo-jin blinks behind the boss, dodging its rage strike and leaping onto its arm. Trust me, you can't miss what happens next. Alright, let's jump right into the insane action. Kim Woo-jin flips high in the air, floating for a split second. One hand gripping the hilt, the other slamming into the pommel. Lightning fast. He drives his blade straight into Lord Orc's arm. The system immediately pings. Blood poison successfully applied to the boss. Realizing it got hit again, Lord Orc glares at him with pure raging fury. But before the beast can counterattack, Kim Woo-jin brutally strikes its massive axe right out of its hands. He cracks a wicked smile. That axe? It flies straight toward one of his skeleton soldiers. Every single move here is perfectly calculated by Kim Woo-jin. The skeleton doesn't even flinch. It stands ready, effortlessly snatching the giant axe mid-air. At first, it just stares at the heavy weapon, but then it completely tosses its own bow away. This bony soldier is getting seriously hyped about its shiny new toy. Kim Woo-jin looks totally satisfied. The perfect weapon to end this boss. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a mysterious figure lands quietly on a high tree branch. He looks around, totally confused. What is that noise? Orcs definitely don't sound like that. After thinking it over, he decides to track down the source of the chaos. Someone is actually fighting the boss nearby. Realizing another player got there first makes him furious. Who the hell is stealing his target? He needs to figure this out and report back to his guild immediately. He sprints faster and faster, bursting out of the dense forest and landing on a distant rock cliff. The insane scene unfolding right in front of him leaves him speechless. Now watch this closely because it gets crazy. He sees Kim Woo-jin and two skeletons literally playing cat and mouse with Lord Orc. Just one player. Seeing a solo player doing this messes with his head. He squints hard, desperately searching for a hidden team in the shadows, but nothing, zero other players around. Shock hits him like a truck. Just Kim Woo-jin. Challenging the boss all by himself, how is that even possible? This terrifies him, making him rush to warn the guild right away. Without wasting a second, he spins around to bolt. But here's the twist. He has no idea Kim Woo-jin already sensed him watching from the very beginning. While he's blindly sprinting back to his squad, bam, a rogue arrow flies out of nowhere and pierces straight into his back. Panic takes over as he gasps in pain. An arrow, no matter how hard he tries, his legs give out, crashing hard into the dirt. This sneak attack leaves him completely dizzy. He frantically looks around. What just happened? Who shot that? His mind flashes to Kim Woo-jin, but no way. That's impossible. Was he spotted? Is Kim Woo-jin trying to stop him from reporting the boss fight? Suddenly, a strange glow appears right beside him. He glances up as a shadowy figure steps into view. This guy? A ruthless member of the Skull Guild staring down at the pathetic man with pure, chilling bloodlust in his eyes. The wounded guy freezes in absolute horror. The Skull Guild? Before he can even choke out his last words, he is brutally finished off. The Skull Guild rookie just stands there casually over the poor guy's lifeless body. That player is gone for good, completely logged out. After getting the kill, the rookie carefully crosses a name off his hit list. He checks his remaining targets, just 5 more guys left to hunt down. Looking at all the crossed-out names, he sighs loudly. Why waste energy fighting stupid orcs when player killing is so much more profitable, right? Suddenly, a higher-ranking Skull member shouts down from the branches. Listen up, rookie. Half of that guy's loot belongs to me. Make sure you split it right. You and I know exactly where this is going. The rookie sighs. I got it. Don't worry. Then he asks, are you seriously going to kill that guy from before? The senior member shrugs casually. He's not on our hit list, but if I get the chance, I'm absolutely ending him to steal his gear. But the rookie is stressing out. That dude is soloing the boss. He's basically a monster himself. Isn't attacking him a massive death wish? The senior just sneers. Once he finishes off that giant orc, his stamina will be completely drained, right? Taking him down then will be a total cakewalk. With that, he vanishes. I'm out. Finish cleaning up and follow me. The rookie groans under his breath. There's literally nothing left to clean up. He drags the freshly killed player's body away, deciding to just toss it near the orcs to let them hide the evidence. But right then, someone steps out from behind a massive tree. It's Kim Woo-jin. He heard every single word and watched this entire Skull Guild interaction from the shadows. Cutting back to the massive battlefield, the alliance of guilds has finally wiped out the giant orcs that were 100 times their size. Han looks at the carnage, feeling incredibly smug. Progress is faster than expected. A lackey chimes in saying they'll conquer this entire dungeon in no time at this rate. Han grins eagerly. Spot on, but from now on we stop charging in. If there's an opening, we slowly fall back behind the main group. His follower looks totally confused. Wait, what do you mean, boss? An arrogant thought crosses Han's mind. The small friar gone. Tomorrow, everyone starts hunting Lord Orc. He smirks triumphantly and gives the order. Time to prepare for the main event. But right at that exact second, a global system window pops up for every player, making Han jump. Glowing red text flashes across the sky. Lord Orc has been defeated. Han refuses to believe his own eyes. The other players absolutely lose their minds, screaming in shock. What the hell is this? Tell me I'm hallucinating right now. Which random bastard did this? He stares at the prompt, completely dumbfounded. How is that possible? The main forces from all the top guilds are literally right here. Henry whispers nervously beside him. Boss, what's going on? Does this mean those Lion Guild guys who went ahead actually pulled it off? Donkey shakes his head. Let's not jump to conclusions. His eyes narrow in suspicion. That Lion Guild is all bark and no bite. Back at the boss arena, the massive axe is dripping crimson. The skeleton successfully gave the boss a taste of its own medicine, using Lord Orc's own weapon to obliterate it. Right then, Kim Woo-jin receives another system alert. You leveled up. Boss Hunter achievement unlocked. The reward? A shiny new skill scroll. Seeing his new upgrade, he curiously checks its stats. Another scroll? Hope it's broken. He reads the stats and his eyes widen in shock. Trust me, you're going to want to see what this does next. Let's dive right into this crazy system drop. He just scored an unexpected E-rank skill, the Death Notebook, packed with Osiris's hidden power. This thing can store 5 undead monsters. Any dead souls sealed inside this notebook receive the blessing of Osiris, gaining a flat 5% boost to all their stats. Reading these crazy specs, Kim Woo-jin immediately thinks of his other storage skill, but there is one huge difference. This item acts just like an inventory, except it specifically holds his monster army. Plus, any creature tossed inside gets a nice little power upgrade. Wanting to see how broken this artifact is, he decides to test it out immediately. No hesitation. He quickly absorbs 2 skeleton soldiers right into the Death Notebook. Massive surging energy violently drags the skeletons inside, forcing Kim Woo-jin to grit his teeth just to keep his grip. Boom! A deafening explosion shakes the air, kicking up blinding dust and crackling lightning. Kim Woo-jin cannot help but marvel at it. So epic. Staring at the words Orc Skeleton etched into the pages, he feels incredibly satisfied. Now he does not need to kill a starter mob first. He can summon troops instantly upon entering any dungeon. A seriously smug smirk spreads across his face. With this, the biggest weakness of his skeleton summoning is ancient history. Meanwhile, deep inside the forest, a group of players is sprinting faster than ever before. Turns out this is Han's guild. Seeing him rush headfirst toward the Orc Lord makes his confused subordinates finally speak out. Boss, where exactly are we running to? The Orc boss has already been wiped out. Annoyed by their constant nagging, Han whips his head around and screams, like I don't know that. Hearing this, his closest lackey is still completely baffled. Then why? So an absolutely furious Han finally spits out the real reason he is sprinting like a madman toward the Lord's territory. You absolute idiots. We have to physically check the scene to report back. If we just return empty-handed and tell Mr. Park Yong-won nothing, you think we survive? The mere mention of that name makes every single subordinate shiver in pure terror. Park Yong-won, so the whole squad runs like their lives depend on it. Meanwhile, the Skull Guild operatives never expected things to escalate so insanely fast. Damn it, they never expected the boss to drop dead so quickly. So the leader decides on a total plan shift. Ignore the crazy guy who soloed the Orc boss and just focus on eliminating their hit list first. One of the grunts suddenly asks, but what about the rookie we left behind to clean up? The white-haired guy sighs in extreme annoyance. I told him to follow right after. I'll have to beat some sense into him later. The leader bluntly reminds his crew of protocol. If our identities leak, the higher-ups will be in a massive world of trouble. Avoid that at all costs. In the absolute worst-case scenario, get ready to off yourselves. Facing this mess, he urgently rushes his subordinates. Time is running out, but they must stay perfectly stealthy. Right then, he suddenly senses a weird presence approaching. Wait, someone is coming this way. Now pay close attention here. Looking back, they spot the rookie sprinting for his absolute life, completely confusing the group. Why is he running like that? The answer arrives instantly. Right behind the Skull Guild rookie, two terrifying skeleton soldiers are chasing him down. The white-haired dude instantly recognizes the undead warriors and inwardly curses. Did he seriously provoke that guy? The panicked rookie sprints straight toward the gathered Skull Guild operatives. This brain-dead move makes the white-haired guy absolutely snap. You bastard, are you crazy? What are we supposed to do if you drag them here? He then desperately asks the leader for orders. Boss, what now? This stupid rookie just blew our entire cover. With their super-secret operation on the verge of total collapse, the leader frantically brains out a plan. That guy attacked us. Does he know something? If we waste any more time here, the other guilds will swarm this spot immediately. Then we're all dead meat for sure. Even if they cancel the mission, they absolutely must kill this guy and erase their tracks. While he's busy thinking, the rookie suddenly draws a sword. The exact second the leader turns to ask if everyone is ready, the rookie ruthlessly slaughters the entire group without a shred of hesitation. The white-haired guy hits the dirt with a fatal slash. The others suffer the exact same bloody fate. The Skull Guild squad is completely wiped out, leaving only the boss and this deadly rookie. This stuns the boss so much his eyes practically bulge out of his skull. What the hell? Did the rookie actually betray us? I know you saw this twist coming. The rookie peels his mask off, revealing he's not a Skull Guild grunt at all. It's Kim Woo-jin. Seeing his incredibly arrogant smirk, the boss gasps in absolute horror. Flashback to a few minutes ago, Kim Woo-jin glaring with pure killing intent at the real Skull Guild rookie. He finally realized why the player count mysteriously dropped. These hidden assassins are the exact reason only half the players made it back alive. After reading some of the real rookie's memories, he feels a bit disappointed. He didn't find what he needed. There isn't a single shred of info regarding the Salvation Guild in his brain. Then Kim Woo-jin's gaze shifts to the poor player the rookie had just murdered. He quickly remembers that in his past life, this victim was simply listed as missing. Not wasting another second, he rapidly strips all the gear right off the dead rookie. Tossing it on himself, he decides it's time to pay the Skull Guild leader a personal visit. He wants to dig up the intel he desperately needs, but before that, he's got to deal with the Orc Lord first. If I'm lucky, I'll uncover the connection between the Skull and Salvation Guilds. But first, let's finish off the Orc boss. Back to reality. The boss stares at Kim Woo-jin in shock and bewilderment. Who the hell is this bastard? What corner did he even crawl out of? The remaining skull grunts stare at the skeleton soldiers in pure terror. Seeing these monsters looming closer, they scream out at the top of their lungs. Get away! Back off! As for Kim Woo-jin, he feels extremely satisfied seeing this entire squad gathered together. I just hit the jackpot. Every single guy from the rookie's memory is right here. While his two skeletons terrorize the grunts, Kim Woo-jin completely suppresses the boss. No more playing cat and mouse with these fools. A skeleton aggressively raises its massive axe. Seeing that deadly blade, the skull grunts shriek in panic. Please, no! But their pathetic begging is totally useless. They are getting sent straight to the afterlife anyway. The skull leader is utterly terrified by Kim Woo-jin's cold-blooded ruthlessness. This bastard does not show a single ounce of hesitation when taking a life, meaning this is definitely not his first kill. Though shaking, he talks tough. I don't know who you are, but you'll get nothing from me. Knowing he cannot win, he makes a crazy gamble. Even if I escape alive, I'll just be a liability. So what do you and I take from this? He's about to do something desperate. All right, you and I are diving into pure chaos. The leader just pulls his sword and ends his own life. Woo-jin is completely stunned by this self-destruct. Getting his focus back, he sneers, tough but totally useless. Staring at the Skull Guild leader's dead body, something feels off. Actually, maybe he should be thanking this guy instead? because this corpse just proved it holds some incredibly valuable secrets. Not wasting another second, Woo-jin immediately activates his signature skill. A newbie's eye activates. Memories flood his mind. A traditional house, the soft sound of flowing water, and voices echoing from inside. This global shift is the perfect chance for the Japanese Empire to take a massive leap forward. A voice speaks from a hidden room. We will ally with the Messiah Guild to build an unstoppable organization. Two men sit discussing things deadly seriously. Lee Se-jun go to Korea, join the Skull Guild, and offer everything to our nation. One mysterious man, his face hidden in shadows, persuades the other. If we can seize all the dungeons and legendary items across Japan and Korea, he makes a massive promise to Lee Se-jun. We will build an empire stronger than anything in history. It will be called Yamato. Suddenly, two imposing men appear right outside the door. The mysterious speaker introduces them. Now let me show you the ones guiding your path. The angels of Japan who will help us forge Yamato. Lee Se-jun gasps in pure shock. Seeing who just walked in, his jaw completely drops. He instantly scrambles to bow, greeting them loudly. It is an absolute honor to meet you both. He can hardly believe it. The legendary sword and bow masters are right here. The memory then shifts to the Skull Guild leader questioning his subordinate. There is someone we must eliminate when the A+ dungeon appears. Who is he? He is told about a very capable Korean dungeon broker. But lately, he has been blocking Japan's broker network. We need to crush him at all costs. And then the target's name drops. Korea apparently has a solid broker. What was his name again? Oh-chan. Having ripped all the necessary intel, Woo-jin throws the Skull leader's corpse down with absolute disgust. Now watch closely. He hoped it wasn't true, but the reality is absolutely sickening. He grinds his teeth, boiling with pure rage and resentment. Even in our darkest moments, we trusted each other and fought side by side. Familiar faces flash in his mind. Noda Hajiro, Sugahara Ken, the sword and bow masters, even you two? In his past life, Woo-jin remembers clearing countless dungeons with them before his regression. He always looked at them with total admiration, leading the vanguard to save the entire world. I wanted to be like them. To him, they were his inspiration. Not just mentors, but the emotional pillars he leaned on. Beyond that, they were the people he trusted most. Precious comrades he would blindly trust with his own life. He believed in them through any situation, but now, everything is completely shattered. Even in the most brutal, bloody battles, I believe that. But right now, Woo-jin realizes they are all on Lee Se-jun's side. So he decides to wreck every single one of their plans. This time, I won't let them do whatever the hell they want. Their next target was Oh-chan, right? He mutters about the dungeon broker. If this guy is marked for death, he must be high on their priority kill list. He must be incredibly talented. Woo-jin pieces the puzzle together. I never heard of him in my past life. The assassination was a success. If Yamato replaces him, Lee Se-jun definitely gains something huge. As long as Oh-chan stays on that hit list, the assassins will keep coming. You and I know what's next. Like moths to a flame, he'll find clues to weaken them. Plus killing two birds with one stone. I also need a solid broker for my own dungeons, so it is perfect. Business here is finished. Time to leave this place behind. Back in the real world, guys are chatting in a car. Senior, is the gate always this quiet? The senior finds the question ridiculous and answers with a scoff. Monsters cannot escape the gate, so obviously it is silent. But the second that dungeon is cleared, this place turns into an absolute madhouse. So get some rest. The junior looks completely surprised. Once it is conquered, won't everyone rush in to interview the surviving players? The senior just coldly shoots that down. No, you idiot. It gets crazy because the players start slaughtering each other over the loot. The junior gasps, totally shocked they would actually fight. The tired senior explains further. Besides the Messiah Guild, everyone else fights greedily for items. Whatever, we will deal with it later. Sleep while you can. We will not be resting anytime soon. Suddenly, the junior points ahead, stammering loudly. Senior, look! Annoyed by his noisy subordinate, the senior yells back. Damn it, why are you so annoying? What is it now? The junior just stares blankly, muttering about the gate. Confused, the senior finally turns to look right where he is pointing. Both of them see Woo-jin stepping out, completely drenched in blood. They scream for the players. Paramedics instantly rush in, desperately trying to treat him. An A+ dungeon cleared. Treat the wounded first. The chaos makes Woo-jin scowl. Players are coming out. Bring the stretchers right now. Hurry up. On the other side, two rival gangs are about to clash for no clear reason. Senior, there is a fight. Damn, why is it worse than last time? Days later, the explosive news completely dominates the headlines across all networks. Politics, society, world news. 31 confirmed dead. 0 survivors from the Skull Guild. All dead. The papers scream, who defeated the orc boss? Dungeon rewards vanished, sparking violent guild conflicts. The news makes a man furiously crush the paper. Yongwon grinds his teeth. We can't find the bastard who defeated the boss? The crumpled paper sits there, glaring with the headline, Who killed the orc boss? An angry voice echoes through the room. You expect me to believe this? The Leon Guild members kneel on the floor in a straight row. Their representative nervously looks up. We are so sorry, sir. It was too sudden, but we promise it will never happen again. Yongwon narrows his eyes. Trust me, you're not ready for what happens next. Stick with me here. You're about to watch a masterclass in absolute manipulation. All the time and money I invested in you, and my sheer disappointment, how exactly will you pay me back? He slams both hands on the desk, his voice dripping with pure, uncut intimidation. This is not a charity. I do not give worthless trash second chances. Park Young-won grinds his teeth together so hard you can almost hear them crack, laying down an absolute command. You have exactly 1 week. Bring me 5 times my initial investment. When I toss you a lifeline, you better grab it tight, for your own good. A completely panicked voice echoes out from the massive villa. Five times the amount? After Donald's pathetic crew finally scrambles out, Park Yong-won slowly turns his head to ask the person standing right beside him. Kim Woo-jin, is that guy really getting treated in the hospital right now? Secretary Kim answers in a flash, yes sir. They say he got injured during this latest dungeon run. Hearing that pathetic answer, Park Yong-won just scowls and turns around. Honestly, not a single one of these idiots is actually useful. Getting injured in a one-floor dungeon? Absolutely pathetic. Secretary Kim hesitates for a split second before stepping in. About that, the injuries he got in the dungeon were not exactly caused by monsters, sir. Park Yong-won slowly glares sideways at her. What? Are you trying to tell me he was attacked by players from other guilds? Is that information completely solid? Secretary Kim immediately starts breaking down the facts. If we had time, we could dig into the absolute truth of it. But honestly, I think it is smarter to just trust his word for now. Park Yong-won pushes himself up, shoves one hand deep in his pocket, and heads for the door. Fine. Let's head to the hospital. Tell me that idiot has not been spreading rumors everywhere. Secretary Kim jogs slightly to keep up. Yes, sir. I explicitly ordered him to keep his mouth shut tight. Meanwhile, over at the hospital, someone is giving out strict orders. All right, Kim Woo-jin, you just focus on fully recovering. Nam Song stands out in the hallway, bowing his head slightly to the guy in the hospital bed. If you remember anything at all, contact the guild immediately. He spins around to leave, heavily scratching his head and letting out a massively long, frustrated sigh. This is a total mess. How could he not remember a single thing? How am I supposed to report this up the chain? Reaching the elevator, the digital screen above him lights up with a downward arrow, flashing the number 4. Nam Song looks up, his mind racing. If he is in this bad of a shape, why did Park Yong-won's faction demand that Kim Woo-jin participate at all? The exact second he steps into his elevator, the doors of the one right next to it slide open. Park Yong-won steps out into the hallway with Secretary Kim trailing right behind him. He instantly catches a quick glimpse of Nam Song too. The duo walks straight up to a specific hospital room. Right before Secretary Kim opens the door, Park Yong-won drops his quick assessment. Now watch closely. This is where the absolute mind games truly begin. Judging by that guy's expression, Kim Woo-jin actually kept his mouth shut. The hospital door swings open with a loud click, instantly catching Kim Woo-jin's sharp gaze. Park Yong-won strolls into the quiet room and casually asks, "Been a while, how is the body holding up?" Kim Woo-jin does not answer out loud. In his head, he just smirks. Finally here, huh? Clear drops of medical fluid drip down, steadily tapping their way through the thin plastic tubing beside his hospital bed. Propped up on the bed, Kim Woo-jin starts his story. I hardly got any solid info on the Skull Guild guys. But looking back, yeah, it was incredibly suspicious. Inside his head, flashes of what he actually saw replay perfectly. I confirmed they were completely involved in attacking the boss. Kim Woo-jin glances slightly to the side and keeps talking. Them getting entirely wiped out simply means the final loot was stolen by some other powerful faction. A few brutal details from that exact past battle spark right back up in his sharp mind. Kim Woo-jin strategically drops one more massive detail. The absolute last thing I saw, they used the stealth skill of a silent hunter. Sitting in the chair right next to the bed, Park Yong-won starts calculating. If it is a stealth technique, I know it perfectly. It completely erases the user's presence. Highly useful. So it is true, they were only targeting the players and the boss. Kim Woo-jin lowers his head, his eyes turning deep and unreadable. Yeah, if not for the blood poison water, I would absolutely be dead right now. The guy attacking me accidentally got hit by my toxic blood, otherwise I would be gone. Park Yong-won hears this and honestly looks impressed. Sounds like you got incredibly lucky, kid. Anyway, they were totally wiped out, so nobody else knows what you witnessed. Kim Woo-jin looks right back at him, asking, even so, I still need to lay low for a while, right? You and I both know exactly where this is going. But did our Phoenix Guild really gain absolutely nothing from this? Deep displeasure flashes across Park Yong-won's face as he angrily grits his teeth. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Thanks to that skull trash, we took a massive loss this time. He aggressively rubs his chin, quietly plotting his next move. I cannot just let this slide. Even if it is just to recover our heavy losses, I have to drag the Skull Guild out into the light. Everything he just learned from Kim Woo-jin is way more useful than he expected. Park Yong-won slams both hands hard on the armrests and loudly asks, all right, I get it, what do you want? Kim Woo-jin plays dumb perfectly, tilting his head. Want? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Park Yong-won stands straight up from his chair. You really need to drop the innocent act right now. He completely turns around, stating it like an absolute fact. Because of our little deal, you tracked those players down and reported back to me. But you definitely have some hidden condition to just hand over this much solid information. Kim Woo-jin stays dead silent for a second, then finally opens his mouth to drop his real demand. If that is the case, I need you to find someone. Park Yong-won looks incredibly confused. A person? Who exactly are you looking for? Kim Woo-jin stares right back at him. Do you know anything about the broker named Oh-chan? I have heard solid rumors that this guy is insanely capable, but my personal connections are pretty limited, so... Park Yong-won's eyes shift sharply as he mutters the name he just heard. Oh-chan? How do you know that guy? Whatever, fine. In the near future, if a random unknown number calls, just pick it up. He and Secretary Kim spin around, heading straight for the exit, before he suddenly drops a highly cryptic line. He is an arrogant prick who handpicks his clients, but you really have to respect his actual skills. Park Yong-won completely stops in his tracks. He shoots a wildly intense warning glare straight at the guy on the bed and continues, and one absolute final thing. I am just saying what if, but you need to keep your damn mouth shut about this. If any rumors leak out, you are the only one who ends up dead. Kim Woo-jin tilts his head, staring at his back near the door, and casually replies, "Yes, sir, I totally understand." The hospital door forcefully slams shut. Right before Park Yong-won and Secretary Kim vanish down the hall, he drops one final promise. "All right then, I will see you later." Kim Woo-jin just silently bows his head. He smoothly swings his legs over the edge of the bed, sliding them right into his slippers on the floor, perfectly calculating his next move. So far, everything is flawlessly following his master plan. They suspect absolutely nothing. Park Yong-won is completely clueless about the massive connection between the Skull Guild and the Messiah Guild. Standing right in front of the window and looking out, Kim Woo-jin thinks to himself, if he starts digging in that direction, Lee Se-jun or the Bow God will definitely catch Park Yong-won's eye. A deeply satisfied smirk creeps onto his lips. Park Yong-won has zero clue he is digging his own grave. We are in for one wild ride, so you definitely want to stick around. Stick with me here. While Park plays his little mind games, we get to watch our guy quietly level up his power. A black car speeds down the road, its headlights blindingly bright. From inside, a voice questions something crucial. The Skull Guild is massive, so why isn't there a corporate sponsor backing them? There is only one logical answer. Sitting in the back seat, staring at his phone screen, he realizes the truth. Smuggling domestic items overseas would easily multiply their investment money. He studies the red arrows marked on the digital map, quickly forming a new plan. We need to investigate the foreign-linked black market. If we go there, we can track down the merchants dealing with those guys. Park Yong-won glances out the car window. This is definitely tied to their corrupt business partners. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin finally walks right out of the hospital. He digs his hand into his pocket, wondering, shouldn't they have contacted me by now? Still nothing. But right on cue, his phone starts ringing. Kim Woo-jin pulls out the phone impressed. Perfect timing. He presses it to his ear and a voice speaks up. I heard you want to make a deal? Kim Woo-jin narrows his eyes, instantly recognizing the voice as Oh Se-chan. He replies calmly, yes, I am looking for a specific dungeon. Oh Se-chan sets his terms. I need to see your skills before deciding anything. Kim Woo-jin questions him. My skills? Se-chan avoids explaining. I will text you the details. The call immediately drops. A second later, Kim Woo-jin sees a new message pop up. The mission? Wipe out the kobolds, a one-floor C+ rank dungeon with a maximum limit of exactly 4 players. Entry limit is under level 28. Clear condition, annihilate 100 kobolds, located straight in Goyang City, Gyeonggi Province. Now watch closely. Using a deadly C+ rank dungeon just for a test, you and I both know that's absolute madness. If this deal works out, it will be incredibly useful. Meanwhile, at a bustling city street, colorful signs hang all over a tall building. Inside the office, Lee Jin-ah points at the phone, curious. Bro, who is the poor victim this time? The man sitting across from him answers casually, just another new client applicant. Park Yong-won actually gave him this number. Lee Jin-ah drops his head, closing his eyes with a long sigh. Did you forget what happened last time? What if this guy is just another assassin trying to kill you? Se-chan stands up with absolute confidence. It is fine. Average hitters could show up in a dump truck and still fail to scratch me. Jin-ah leans back in his chair, totally worried. Plus, anyone working under Park Yong-won is bound to be completely ruthless. Se-chan totally denies that theory. If he was working for Park Yong-won, Park would have made the deal himself. He walks over to the desk and pulls out the bottom drawer. Either way, if he fails the test, it means nothing. Even an assassin is fine as long as they are skilled. Se-chan drops the phone inside, smiling with pure excitement. If he is really that powerful. The phone loudly hits the drawer, landing directly onto a massive pile of burner phones. His voice echoes through the room. We need someone who can clear every dungeon and finally end this brutal game. That is exactly what we need. Jin-ah's face totally lights up, proudly pointing a thumb at his own chest. Bro, that hurts. If you want a hero like that, he is standing right here, Se-chan bluntly replies. You still have a long way to go. Jin-ah yells out, completely offended. What? What about me? Se-chan brutally points out that he is only good at surviving, not soloing dungeons. Se-chan flashes a highly amused smile. I already threw the kobold dungeon test at him. Let's just wait and see the results. I know what you're thinking. Kobolds, isn't that overkill? Se-chan casually shrugs. It isn't forced. If he lacks the confidence, he will just give up. Jin-ah clasps his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling in pure defeat. You really have zero business sense. Also, did you forget my energy drains super fast? I am literally starving to death here. Hearing that, Se-chan furiously explodes. We literally just ordered enough food to choke on. What garbage are you spouting now? Meanwhile, a pale yellow car slowly rolls up to the edge of a massive dirt crater. Right inside that pit, a glowing dungeon gate. Kim Woo-jin calmly steps out, slamming the car door shut. He turns his head, scanning the bleak surroundings. A kobold dungeon. Does this guy even want to make money? Throwing an oversized dungeon at a regular player is definitely not an easy entrance exam. He slowly slides down into the dirt crater, smirking to himself. This is only difficult if you don't know how to slaughter kobolds. Nearby, a pair of binoculars presses against Ju's eyes as she reports in. I am positioned near the dungeon. Lowering the lens, she glances down at her buzzing phone. Kim Woo-jin is currently approaching the dungeon entrance. Her sharp voice transmits through the speakerphone, reaching the two men waiting back in the office. I am starting the timer now. Se-chan flinches, staring at the speaker. Wait, he is already there? He snatches the phone off the desk. Talk about impatient. So what gear is he packing? Ju quickly responds, honestly, it looks like he brought absolutely nothing special. Se-chan grits his teeth. Is this kid reckless or just completely stupid? Jin-ah looks up, scoffing. Isn't he just a total lunatic at this point? Se-chan just hums, staying completely silent. Jin-ah sneers in pure disbelief, but who knows? Maybe he skipped the prep because his confidence is simply off the charts. Se-chan slowly agrees. It is highly possible, but internally his mind races. What if that massive confidence isn't just empty bragging? Cut to a fancy Japanese-style restaurant where someone bitterly sighs. Still entirely clueless about the situation? I guess the Messiah Guild is nothing special after all. Inside the private room, another voice chimes in. Hey, don't say that. Calm down. Kim Jae-hoon from the Messiah Guild waves his hand, analyzing things. You know how impossible it is to predict a dungeon's chaos. Coming back completely empty-handed is tragic, sure, but at least our losses weren't too massive. So what do you and I make of this? The man across from him glares. Not massive? Noda Hadro's face darkens. 5 of my disciples died. All right, let us dive right back in. Kim Jae-hoon freezes, stuttering out a weak denial. No, I did not mean that. Sukahara Ken, sitting quietly beside Noda Hajiro this whole time, finally breaks his silence. Lee Se-jun probably already knows, right, about our deep ties with the Skull Guild. Is not that exactly why he handed the A+ rank dungeon job to us first? Kim Jae-hoon is totally stunned. He silently curses to himself. I misspoke. Right in front of him, Sukahara Ken just keeps talking. Of course, it is true that you can never predict what will happen inside a dungeon. He frowns, asking, but do you really expect us to believe an orc could take down our people? Pure panic washes over Kim Jae-hoon's face when he hears their grim declaration. We cannot just let a matter like this slide. Instantly, he drops both hands to the floor, bowing his head deeply to the two men. I am incredibly sorry. I should have thought more carefully before spouting such absolute nonsense. Please give me a little more time. I promise I will investigate this thoroughly. Sukahara Ken just smirks, grabbing the liquor bottle from the table. There is no need for that. We have already started looking into it ourselves. Do not be so tense. Want a drink? Kim Jae-hoon's eyes go wide, clearly catching a hidden meaning in those words. Slowly, he lifts up his empty glass. Pay attention here. This is a total power move. Sukahara Ken pours liquor into Kim Jae-hoon's glass while explaining. Even though things turned out this way, we are still allies with the Messiah Guild, right? I just wanted to show you. His eyes radiate pure, deadly threat. Just how deeply insulted we feel right now. The liquor keeps pouring into the glass, completely overflowing and spilling right onto the tabletop. Sukahara Ken glances down at the spilled liquor. Since we are comrades, if there is friction, we just sit down and share a few drinks. He suddenly drops a loaded question. That makes everything forgivable, does it not? Kim Jae-hoon's hand starts shaking uncontrollably, making the liquor inside his glass ripple and slosh over the edge. Noda Hajiro leaves the room first. Sukahara Ken follows right behind him, dropping one last line. Assuming we are still comrades, of course. Kim Jae-hoon stays frozen in place, glass in hand, muttering a dazed reply. Yes, of course. The heavy room door is slammed completely shut now. Kim Jae-hoon is left standing there entirely alone. He grits his teeth, realizing he got way too arrogant in front of the bow and sword masters. He needs a countermeasure fast. Outside the restaurant, a sleek black car is already waiting. Noda Hajiro asks the person on the other end of the phone, did you handle it? What about our faction's casualties? He listens closely to the report before replying. All right, I understand. Once sitting inside the car, Sukahara Ken finally looks over at the man next to him. Was our guess right? Noda Hajiro crosses his arms and confirms it. Yeah, it was not anyone on the assassination list, meaning it is not one of the highly skilled fighters we already know about. He adds the next target is going to be the Phoenix Guild. They are the only ones left. Sukahara Ken thinks it over. If the culprit is not on the hit list, Noda Hajiro finishes his thought, then he belongs to an unknown faction, hiding his true strength for some hidden purpose. Somewhere else, the dark blue night sky looms over the Goseong Podong dungeon. Up in a towering high-rise building, Bompun shoves his hands into his pockets and starts guessing. With a player entering the dungeon today, we should probably get a few days off, right? Diyu sits on the sofa and questions him. What are you talking about? He went in there completely alone. He predicts this with absolute confidence. Plus, I have never seen a totally sane solo player. That guy is going to die soon, and the gate will just reopen quickly. Diyu barely gets another word out. Maybe even right now. Suddenly, from the dirt pit right behind him, a massive beam of intense light shoots up from the ground straight into the sky. Bompun points a finger right at it. You called it perfectly, man. Diyu turns his head, totally confused. No, that is not it. The brilliant light from the pit slowly starts fading away. You and I both know what that means. He stares at the sight. That is the dungeon clear signal. Bompun yells in absolute disbelief. Wait, what did you say? Moving at absolute lightning speed, Diyu grabs his binoculars and throws them to his eyes. That dungeon is literally impossible to clear, even with a maxed out party. Bompun tugs on his arm, calling out urgently, Boss! Diyu lowers the binoculars, clearly annoyed. What are you doing? I need to find the crazy guy who actually cleared it. Bompun's jaw drops as he points. No, I actually think I just found him. He points his finger at a bright yellow car speeding wildly down the street. Look, right there! Diyu watches that yellow car driving further and further away, screaming out in total despair. We are completely screwed. Meanwhile, at a city building covered in neon signs, a loud voice suddenly echoes out. What? You are telling me you actually lost him? Se-shan furiously screams into his walkie-talkie. If you already took the money, you need to do your job right. You took my intel and messed it all up. Are you making excuses now? Sitting at the computer desk across the room, Ju tilts her head and tightly covers her ears. She calmly calls out to the man who will not stop cursing on the radio. Boss, Se-shan answers her with a super frustrated tone. Ju tells him, I have not paid them yet. She stands up from her chair, questioning him. Did you not say they were your hometown friends? Se-chan asks back, looking panicked. Huh? But we already agreed to pay them for this. Ju firmly denies it. Not at all, they just came here to help us out. Se-chan crosses his arms, double-checking. Really? Ju stares right at him. Really? Instead, you told them you would treat them to drinks. Se-shan shrugs his shoulders, making up a quick excuse to dodge it. That is a shame, because starting today, I am quitting drinking entirely. Ju throws her bag over her shoulder and walks toward the door. If it is Kim Woo-jin, you do not have to worry. I am leaving now. Se-chan gets curious, going where? Lee Se-jun does not give him a straight answer, just dropping a hint. If he plans to work with us, he will contact you soon. Se-shan watches her walk away, muttering she's so damn cold. An image flashes in his mind. Ju sitting alone on the ground, hugging a backpack tightly. Thinking back, it was around this exact time last year when I first met that kid. Lee Jin-ah walks in from outside, holding a massive pile of snacks. Boss, what is wrong with Lee Ji-soo? I told her to eat before leaving, but she completely ignored me. Se-chan sits down, closing his eyes. Just let her be. She probably has somewhere important to be today. A second later, he opens his eyes again, glancing over at Gina. Plus, Kim Woo-jin already cleared that dungeon. And it only took him half a day. That guy has serious potential. But when Se-chan finally notices the massive pile of snacks in Gina's arms, he snaps. You crazy bastard, how much money did you just drop at the convenience store? Lee Jin-ah just keeps casually chewing his food. Come on, boss, do not look at me like that. Se-chan barks back, do you have a death wish? Go return all of that right now. Lee Jin-ah tries begging. Do not be so stingy over a little food, boss. That is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see where Kim Woo-jin's yellow car goes next. Sitting in the driver's seat, our guy rests his chin on one hand, totally lost in deep thought. Stick with me here, this gets wild. Earlier, after clearing that brutal dungeon, Kim Woo-jin climbed out and headed to his yellow car. But right there on the hood, someone left him a walkie-talkie and a weird paper note. Kim Woo-jin raised an eyebrow, picking them both up. What the heck is this? Back in the present, he reaches for the walkie-talkie on the passenger seat. Someone is clearly trying to play games with him. The strange paper note simply read, if you make it back from the dungeon, contact us on this radio. Working hours start at 9 a.m. sharp, so do not be late. Kim Woo-jin smirks, admitting this guy has some serious style. Meanwhile, a red sports car pulls into an underground parking spot, its bright headlights flashing aggressively in the dark. Inside that car, Kim Dae-hun grips the steering wheel tight. He is sweating bullets, cursing to himself. Damn it, I cannot just show my face to the boss like this. An image of a certain someone flashes in his mind. Does he really have to beg Kang-ju for help? Suddenly, the phone sitting in his glove compartment vibrates. The screen lights up brightly, and a loud ringtone echoes through the tense silence. Dae-hun quickly presses the phone against his ear, his voice tight as he answers the caller. It is me, Kim Dae-hun speaking. What is going on? Suddenly, he screams out in pure shock. The Skull Guild? Who? His red car violently peels out of the garage. Dae-hun barks into the phone. I understand. I am heading there right now. Over in a dim tavern, Park Young-won smirks coldly while giving out his orders. Handling this quietly like we always do is the best move. I do not need to explain why, right? Jong-hoon, sitting right across the table, nods in agreement. Yeah, I know the drill. Have you talked to the guy I am supposed to protect yet? Park Young-won shakes his head. Not yet, but since we are done talking, it will happen soon. Hearing this firm answer, Jong-hoon immediately makes his decision. In that case, I will go brief my subordinates right now. Park Young-won fully agrees with this quick setup. Perfect. As long as you keep him alive and get him out of there safely, we are good. I will handle the rest. Now watch closely, because things are heating up. Neither of them notices the mysterious figure standing quietly on the second floor. He has been silently eavesdropping on their whole plan this entire time. It is Dae-hun. He glares down at the floor below, questioning Park Young-won's true motives. What is that old fox plotting? How much does he actually know about the Skull Guild? Suddenly, another man steps up from behind him, whispering in his ear. I was wondering the exact same thing. Sure, Park Young-won has massive connections everywhere, but knowing the inner secrets of the Skull Guild is pushing it. Dongman smirks, bringing up a very suspicious point. He claimed he needed more intel on the Skull Guild just to make his work easier. But he definitely said some weird things. Flashback to a secret meeting room where Dongman met with Park Young-won. Leaning on the heavy desk, Dongman declared, even for someone like you, asking me to hand over Skull Guild intel is extremely difficult. Park Young-won, sitting calmly across from him, simply replied, you are being way more cautious than usual. Fine then. With absolute confidence written all over his face, Park Young-won dropped a bomb. What if I said I know the secret behind the Skulls members who died in that A-tier dungeon? Back in reality, Dae-hun drops his jaw in pure disbelief, verifying the insane claim. Did he really say that? Dae-hun lowers his head, completely drenched in cold sweat. If that is actually true, this is way beyond something I can fix on my own. I am going to be in massive trouble if I report this to the boss. Dae-hun quickly turns his head to scan the lower floor. Who is that guy talking to Park Yong-won down there? Dongman crosses his arms and reveals his identity. That is Jong-hoon. He has handled a ton of shady business deals for Park Yong-won. He narrows his eyes at Jong-hoon sitting quietly below them, spilling even more crucial background information. He is basically a mercenary player. He does not belong to any guild and will take on absolutely any dirty job as long as the payout is fat enough. Downstairs, Jong-hoon respectfully bows his head, sending Park Yong-won off as the old man leaves the tavern. Meanwhile, up on the balcony, Dae-hun turns to his informant. I really appreciate you cooperating with the Salvation Guild and sharing all this vital intel. Dongman replies calmly, the Salvation Guild did me a favor in the past anyway. Dae-hun just bows his head. His face twists into a deep frown, completely silent now. I know what you are thinking. Time to strike a deal? Oh, absolutely. Downstairs, Jong-hoon sits back down. Suddenly, Dae-hun approaches his table with a brand new offer. Let us talk for a second. Jong-hoon looks up, instantly recognizing him as Dae-hun from the Salvation Guild. Uninvited, Dae-hun casually takes the seat right across from him, folding his hands together tightly. I have no idea what Park Yong-won just told you, but I have a counteroffer. He speaks with deadly seriousness. A job that involves working directly with the Salvation Guild. Jong-hoon just smiles, pretending to be completely clueless. What exactly are you talking about? Could you make it a bit simpler? Dae-hun's eyes flash with a sharp, dangerous light. I am offering you an insanely profitable business deal and you still do not get it? Well, this might take some time then. Somewhere else in the city, a sleek black car stops just behind the white line, waiting at a red light. Inside, Secretary Kim sits up front, reporting the latest status to Park Yong-won, who is relaxing in the back seat. I secured a public dungeon just like you ordered, but your methods this time seem completely out of character. She turns her head around, looking super confused. Will things not just get way more complicated if you get your own hands dirty? Park Yong-won leans on one hand, not even looking up, eyes glued to his phone screen. The Skull Guild is forced to make a move now because I stirred up all this chaos. And honestly, they will probably act rushed and totally unorganized. Seeing Kim Woo-jin's name pop up as an incoming call, he simply smirks. The location and the supporting cast are all in place. It is finally time we set up the stage for our main character, right? Back at the tavern, Dae-hun sits completely alone at a table near the entrance. He is nervously biting his nails, overthinking everything. What the hell is Park Yong-won actually plotting here? Dae-hun obsessively replays Jong-hoon's words in his head. Since Park Yong-won hired 5 elite mercenaries, including myself, just to protect this one specific guy, he must be insanely important to the plan. His name? Dae-hun stares hard at the intel on his phone screen, Kim Woo-jin level 16 Phoenix. His mind is just racing with absolute suspicion. This guy was on the survival list for that A-tier dungeon, but there is absolutely no way he fought off Skull Guild veterans all by himself. So what do you and I make of this? The bait is so obvious he doesn't know if he should bite. The next morning, a yellow car parks outside a mansion fence. Sitting in his car, Kim Woo-jin speaks into the walkie-talkie. I am guessing I already passed your little test, right? The guy on the other end confirms it immediately. Yes, and way faster than I expected. You are hiding your real power, aren't you? He does not even wait for an answer before continuing. Whatever, it is not like I am doubting you or anything, just my own personal curiosity. Kim Woo-jin smirks and calmly explains, I only showed off my skills because you specifically asked me to. The mysterious voice crackles back through the radio channel. Got it. You said you wanted to buy a dungeon, right? I left the list of dungeons I found inside Locker 19 at the station. Stop by and check it out. If you need anything else, just reach out and let me know. Kim Woo-jin steps out of the car. He replies through the radio. Understood, but I have things to do right now. I will call you back in a few days. Stick with me, this guy is about to play everyone. Se-chan answers right back. All right, I'll wait. Meanwhile, Lena sits there, completely suspicious. Boss, are you seriously going to do business with that guy? Tell me, have your gut feelings ever actually been right before? Se-chan just smiles, turns to him and fires right back. Has your intuition ever been right? Besides, isn't being a broker all about making a living off of pure risk anyway? Back with Kim Woo-jin, he lowers his head, acting completely terrified. Mr. Park Yong-won, I think this whole situation is just way too dangerous. You are literally asking me to use my own body as bait. Park Yong-won doesn't even try to hide it, you guessed exactly right. He tilts his head, leaning his arm against the chair. I have no idea how our little chat turned into a nasty rumor, but the Skull Guild hearing all about it? That's honestly just a matter of time now. In his head, he smirks. This kid is getting scared, but he doesn't care at all. Kim Woo-jin keeps his head down in silence. Then Park Yong-won's voice hits his ears. Are you really just gonna sit there and wait to die? He reaches his hand out toward him, baiting the trap. I personally went out and hired an elite squad just for you. So why not trust me and enter the dungeon with them? Kim Woo-jin lifts his head, looking Park Yong-won right in the eye. But you are still gambling with my life here. Is there any real reason we absolutely have to do this? The boss makes up an excuse. I'm sorry about that, but I owe them a few favors. And honestly, I'm the type of guy who just can't relax when I owe someone. Finally, Kim Woo-jin opens his mouth and makes his demand. I understand, if that's the case, I guess there is no other way around it. But I want a raise. Park Yong-won smiles proudly, thinking to himself, hook, line, and sinker. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin also smirks, hiding his true intentions completely. Park Yong-won snaps his fingers, signaling the man behind him. Not a problem. Secretary Kim steps right up, placing a brown piece of paper on the table. The boss prepared something just for you, Mr. Kim Woo-jin. Park Yong-won asks him. If you get stronger, your chances of surviving obviously go way up, right? Kim Woo-jin glances down at the paper pushed his way. Deep down, he instantly realizes what it is, a skill page. Sometime later, he finally steps outside the massive mansion. Kim Woo-jin walks away, lost in thought. So that guy actually felt guilty? Before I came back to the past, Park Yong-won secretly met with the Yamato faction. He stares back at the building. Taking the path of a total traitor is definitely a smart move for him. But whatever, it doesn't even matter anymore. Kim Woo-jin pulls out that paper he just got. Now watch closely, because this gets wild. He actually gave him this? That traitor is way more useful than expected. Deep inside a rocky cave, heavy sighs echo constantly through the dark space. Seriously, how did we end up looking so incredibly pathetic? At this rate, we might not even pay off our debts before we die. Han, the guy leading them, hears the whining and gets furious. He turns back and yells, "Shut your mouths and keep walking." He crosses his arms tightly, giving the rest of the group a grim reminder. That absolute bastard Park Yong-won is actually going easy on us. The first lackey speaks up, completely frustrated. But boss, this is still way too harsh. The second lackey jumps right in to agree. Exactly, none of this was even our fault. And how the hell were we supposed to know who that was? How much longer do we have to survive in this dungeon? Han curses loudly, then turns back to lead the way. I don't know either. If you have the energy to whine, go kill some monsters. But in a dark, unnoticed corner of that cave, a terrifying beast with razor-sharp teeth is silently tracking their every single move. Late at night, a heavy train rumbles loudly across the railway bridge. Right beneath it, a car is parked in the shadows, and a shady group of men has gathered together. A man presses his phone tight to his ear, answering the caller on the other end. Everything is completely prepped and ready. Yes, I will get it done. He slowly lowers the phone and hits the button to end the call. Right there on his glowing screen, the caller ID clearly shows the name Park Yong-won. Jong-hoon glances over, questioning the man in front of him. So basically, we just need to hand Kim Woo-jin over to you guys, right? The man nods. Yes, just that. Jong-hoon smirks, shifting his greedy gaze directly to the briefcase packed with cash. You and I know he wants more. Seems a little light, don't you think? Considering we are losing a massive client here, adding some extra compensation is only fair, right? Kim Dae-hun waves his hand, giving the guy a firm guarantee. If money is the only issue, once the job is fully done, you will definitely receive plenty more. I can even find you other high-paying clients if you want. But Jong-hoon instantly pushes for another demand. Actually, I would much rather secure a formal contract with the Messiah Guild. If you can make that happen, I don't think I need a single extra penny. But Kim Dae-hun rejects him on the spot. I absolutely can't do that. I can't make decisions alone when it comes to the major interests of the guild. Jong-hoon doesn't argue further, casually replying, got it. Fair enough then. A few moments later, Kim Dae-hun climbs into his bright red sports car and drives off. Behind him, Jong-hoon's crew respectfully bows down low. He stands straight up, totally amazed. We just struck gold. After this job, we're going to be filthy rich. A lackey standing right behind him suddenly speaks up. I never thought the Messiah Guild had guys like him. Jong-hoon smiles. They're all just human. Not everyone can be a saint like Lee Se-jun, right? He turns his head and boldly declares to the rest of them. But what the hell does that matter to us? We just need to grab this golden chance and live like kings once we get paid. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, a bright light vanishes as a group steps right out. A robotic voice echoes loudly through the area. Dungeon has been conquered. A man wearing a sharp black suit desperately runs toward the three figures walking out of the light. Someone in the crowd screams out loud. Every single Skull Guild member actually survived. Secretary Nam's jaw drops wide open as those Skull Guild elites slowly brush right past him. He panics internally. Wait, what happened to the Phoenix Guild members? Are they all completely dead? He freezes up completely, terrified thoughts racing through his mind. They were all absolute elite fighters from Park Yong-won's faction. After a second, Secretary Nam finally snaps out of his deep shock, turning his head and calling out, "Excuse me, please wait just a second." He frantically asks the passing members of the Skull Guild, "Do you guys know what happened to the members of our guild?" Secretary Nam literally begs them, his voice full of pure desperation. "At least just tell me what happened in there. I need to tell their families the truth. Please." Hearing this, Hong from the Skull Guild suddenly stops dead in his tracks. He pulls down the black mask covering his mouth, flashing an incredibly evil, twisted smile. "Oh, that pathetic group? I chopped their bodies into so many tiny pieces they are totally unrecognizable." After dropping that nightmare, Hong hops into the car and the black vehicle speeds away. Matsumoto sits inside, casually texting. "We'll stop here, you won't want to miss what comes next. Let's jump right into this crazy plot. Did you forget the boss's orders? Keep it quiet." A quick snort. "I know." Matsumoto pressed the phone to his ear. "It's Matsumoto. We literally just finished the job. Why are there more?" On the other end, Kim Ji-hoon sounded completely frantic. "I found our target. He is entering the dungeon right at dawn. Get over here." But Matsumoto sounded entirely bored through the screen. "And why exactly should we take orders from you?" Kim Ji-hoon raised his voice, going straight for the threat. "We are out of time. If we miss this shot, how will you explain it to the boss?" Matsumoto finally caved. "Fine, we will talk details when I arrive." He hung up. Just 1 second later, his phone buzzed with a brand new message. Watch this closely because the details matter. Hunt Lizardman Floor 2. DNG difficulty. Max capacity 10. Level cap at 29. The goal, wipe out every single lizardman. Meanwhile, over at a ridiculously luxurious villa, Yang In-won stood by his massive window, deep in thought. So, there is actually a foreign faction operating right here in Korea. This will be a perfect opportunity, as long as I use the Skull Guild correctly. Rubbing his chin, he smirked. My talent is totally wasted just staying in Korea. Checking his gold watch, he calculated his next move. Trust me, you are not ready for this. Even if the plan fails and Kim Woo-jin dies, at least. Alright, stick with me, we finally got intel on the Skull Guild, and it's almost go time. Right now, a massive crowd is already waiting outside this black tent. Kim Woo-jin stands to the side, raising an eyebrow as he quietly watches from a distance. Jong-hun spots him first, waving. Hey, rookie, over here! He sticks out a hand to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Jong-hun. Kim Woo-jin gives a quick nod and reveals his own name. I'm Kim Woo-jin. Jong-hun replies with a super friendly vibe. Let's work hard together to clear this dungeon. There's supposed to be another team, but they're running late. The second he says that, a white car pulls up right behind Kim Woo-jin, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Jong-hun smiles at it. Ah, here they are. 4 members of the Skull Guild step out of the ride. They're all rocking black masks, looking sketchy as hell. Kim Woo-jin narrows his eyes at them. Suddenly he asks, excuse me, where's the restroom? Hearing this, Jong-hun chimes in, the restroom? I was heading there myself. Let me lead the way. A blue sign hangs on the wall, showing the word toilet alongside a standard male symbol. Jong-hun crosses his arms, leans casually against the wall, and asks a question. So you're the guy we're supposed to escort? Kim Woo-jin doesn't answer. Instead, he fires back. So you guys are the team Park Yong-won unmentioned? Jong-hun stands up straight. It's almost time. Let's talk more while we walk. He starts laying out his master plan as they head back. Those latecomers don't know we're on the same side, so they can't see us together inside the dungeon. Kim Woo-jin questions this immediately. You're saying I have to go alone? Jong-hun waves a hand to calm him. Don't worry, we won't be far. Someone will tail you in secret. He continues, anyway, there's likely an ambush waiting on floor 2. Fighting right at the start makes clearing this dungeon super hard. Kim Woo-jin walks beside him, head down, his thoughts completely unreadable. Jong-hun oozes pure confidence. Don't sweat it. We know exactly what we're doing. Just trust us and head on inside. He shoots the guy a look and replies, all right, I'll follow your instructions. Jong-hun looks totally satisfied. Great, you go first. Us entering together would look highly suspicious. Now watch closely. Kim Woo-jin says nothing else and enters the tent alone. Behind him, Jong-hun watches, eyes flashing with absolute deceit. He thinks this is going way smoother than expected. Inside the dense forest, massively oversized trees grow closely packed together, blocking out the surroundings. Sunlight pierces through the gaps. In the clearing, the group splits into 2 distinct sides. On the right, Jong-hun's crew. On the left, the Skull Guild members. A system panel suddenly pops up. Notice, to reach the next floor, eliminate the hiding goblin to avoid a massive horde. Someone speaks up. Looks like floor 1 is more about straight-up exploration. Jong-hun strictly warns his team. The clear conditions aren't too hard, so let's split up and search. He points at Kim Woo-jin, and since you're alone, we'll send somebody to tag along with you. Jin-guk immediately volunteers. Boss, let me go with him. Jong-hun doesn't even hesitate. All right, Jin-guk, it's on you. He barks orders at the rest. No time to chat. Kill that goblin fast and push to floor 2. Finally, the group split off, leaving only Kim Woo-jin and Jin-guk. Before getting far, Jong-hun shoots a stealthy glance back and gives a very subtle nod. Catching the signal, Kim Woo-jin gives a slight nod right back. Then he side-eyes the Skull Guild's direction, thinking to himself, so the real bloodbath starts on floor 2. Matsumoto shuts his eyes, asking out of curiosity, why not just grab Kim Woo-jin now? If he gets killed out here, it's a massive headache, right? Jun explains it simply. The mercenaries I hired will keep him totally safe. There's zero problem here. Real trouble is if things go off script, he mutters, and Kim Woo-jin escapes. Matsumoto speaks slowly, his gaze probing the guy. So you mean? You don't trust our skills, so you snuck in here yourself. Jun calmly denies it. Don't be sensitive. That's not what I meant at all. In his head, he adds, I'm just here to wipe out Jong-hun's crew later. Elsewhere, Jong-hun sits under a tree questioning his lackey. So what's Kim Woo-jin up to? The hooded guy replies he's hunting orcs, doing pretty well. He uses blood poison to pick them off individually. Jong-hun rubs his chin, thinking, blood poison, huh? Anything else? The hooded guy doesn't get it. Why are you stressing over this so much? I'm with the boss on this. The bald guy groans. You think we can't handle one guy? Jong-hun replies, no, things are too easy. That makes me suspicious. He pushes himself to his feet, analyzing the facts. Park Yong-won and Kim Jae-hun aren't the types to hand out massive stacks of cash this easily. Is Jin-guk still tailing him? Someone answers, yeah, why? You want to go to him? Jong-hun hatches a plot. If we help him, he'll trust us more. Catching him off guard will be easy. The crew ventures deeper into the dark woods, finding scattered white bones dead ahead. A lackey looks around. He was just here. Where did he vanish to? Jong-hun quickly deduces if he ran, he definitely left tracks behind. He scans the entire area. Based on the heavy blood scent, it's definitely right here. But why is Jin-guk totally missing? Dead hyenas litter the ground up ahead. Jong-hun speaks up, unsure of what just went down. He stares intensely forward and mutters, something is very wrong here. As if spotting something horrifying, the hooded lackey frantically points his finger and screams out, Boss, right over there! In the distance, Jin-guk lies completely motionless, a massive pool of fresh red blood pooling beneath him. Nearby, Kim Woo-jin's is also knocked out cold in his own bloody puddle. Jong-hoon loudly orders the thugs to check Jin-guk first. The rest of you watch the perimeter while Min-sik heals Jin-guk right now. Following orders, the lackeys immediately scatter to keep watch. Meanwhile, Kim Min-sik sprints straight over to Jin-guk's side. Suddenly, he freezes, eyes widening in horror. Jin-guk, unconscious this whole time, abruptly opens his mouth wide as blood violently gushes out. Trust me, this cliffhanger is wild. Sweating buckets, Kim Min-sik screams. His neck wound is fatal. Jin-guk's eyes half open, coughing uncontrollably while Min-sik desperately applies pressure. Let's jump right into the chaos. I can't stop the bleeding if you keep moving. Jin-guk trembles, using his remaining strength to point. Kim Min-sik glances over and spots Kim Woo-jin lying right there. Sweat drips down Min-sik's face like crazy. He frowns, screaming loudly. Look, we're handing him to Kim Jae-hoon anyway. Worry about our lives first, the client later. Far off, Jong-hoon anxiously asks what's wrong. What's happening? How's Jin-guk? Min-sik answers while desperately pumping healing magic into him. It's highly critical. He's completely done for. Boss Jong-hoon grits his teeth. What the hell just happened? Everyone knows they're on the exact same side, so a sneak attack makes zero sense. Wait! He suddenly recalls Kim Jae-hoon's strict warning. This involves the Savior Guild, so you better be extremely careful. Make sure nobody finds out. Jong-hoon panics. Jae-hoon plans to silence them all. Over here, Min-sik glows with frantic light, screaming loudly. Don't zone out, boss. Jin-guk lost way too much blood. He warns my healing magic is failing. Suddenly, Min-sik goes dead silent. A skeletal soldier just appeared right behind him. Feeling a chilling presence, he slowly turns his head to look. The exact second Min-sik locks eyes with the skeleton, it slashes its blade. Dark red blood instantly sprays out of him into the cold air. Min-sik's trembling hands are completely covered in uneven, messy bloodstains. Seeing this absolute horror, the bald guy freezes up and screams in pure terror. Min-sik drops. Jong-hoon stands there totally dazed, putting the pieces together. Did they specifically wound Jin-guk just to target our healer first? Targeting the healer first means they're expert player killers. He glances at the bald guy. Kim Jae-hoon played us. I should have been careful. That request was too shady. Now watch closely. An entire mob of skeleton soldiers charges out of nowhere, completely surrounding the three of them. Meanwhile, over with the Skull Guild crew, Kim Shik warns the others, don't overdo it, save your stamina. Hong steps on a dead hyena. These beasts have taste. They know I'm handsome, so they keep rushing me. Kim Shik waves his hand mockingly. Nah, it's just your disgusting body odor. Next time we hit a dungeon, tone down the cheap perfume, okay? Hongda raises his arm, sniffing himself before firing back. What do you mean? Do you know how much this cologne cost? Kim Shik calmly points right behind him. You absolute idiot, how many times must I tell you? Monsters have incredibly sharp noses. Look over there, your crazy fans are back. Right behind him, another vicious pack of hyenas is charging in. Hong just stands there, totally confident. As long as I welcome them with open arms, who cares? The hyena opens wide, exposing razor-sharp teeth. Before it can snap its jaws, Hong's hand shoots out and crushes its neck. Gripping its throat and leg, he hoists the beast straight up. His eyes narrow, glowing red with pure killing intent. Hongda violently swings his arms outward, literally ripping the massive hyena perfectly into two. Another hyena lunges forward, claws fully extended for a deadly strike. Just as its claws come slicing down, a brutal fist rockets up from below. Hong lands a devastating punch. The beast's head shatters. Blood splatters everywhere as the lifeless body simply collapses onto the hard dirt right before him. Hong's face is completely splattered with dark blood spots. He slowly glares to the side where one last hyena stands with its mouth open, staring. Meanwhile, deep inside a dense forest packed with massive trees, bright sunlight pierces through the heavy green canopy, beautifully illuminating the cold forest floor. Jong-hoon bleeds from his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he spits, "You bastard, why betray us?" Kim Woo-jin looks down. Betray? You're dying yet still lying? He scoffs with total disgust. I've seen so many players abuse their granted power for sheer selfish gain that I'm not remotely surprised anymore. But your sick greed finally crossed the line. Kim Woo-jin stares him down. You once claimed the value of a human life is different, right? Jong-hoon curses. How did you know? Let's pause right here and flash back. A dim lamp flickers in a room. A voice echoes. Why are Savior Guild members here? What's so special about this Kim Woo-jin guy? Park Young-won and Kim Jae-hoon seem totally obsessed. Jong-hoon smirks, explaining the plan. He wants to keep Kim Woo-jin alive just to extract information. His subordinate feels pretty annoyed by this. If we don't finish him, you won't enjoy your fun, boss. Jong-hoon pulls his sleeve, revealing tally marks carved into his skin. This? I can save my fun. We never lack prey to hunt. The bald guy excitedly points at his arm. You took out quite a few already. This mark is from those 3 kids who begged us to save them, right? He laughs. Killing 3 weaklings pays way better than clearing a dungeon. Jong-hoon flashes a truly wicked grin. Do you idiots actually think all lives have the exact same price? Everything has a very different value. He and his lackeys turn and walk away, leaving one final dark sentence echoing behind them. We only kill when the price is absolutely right. Hidden in the shadows they ignored, Kim Woo-jin heard every single word. Snapping back to the present, he summons his glowing blade. I'm quite curious. Jong-hoon has nowhere to run. He can only look up in absolute despair. Kim Woo-jin swings his sword without hesitation. How much is your life worth? As he turns away, Jong-hoon's head hits the dirt on cue. By nightfall in a gloomy forest, Kim Woo-jin raises his eyebrow at a goblin. So it hid in the exact same spot as my past life when I cleared this dungeon. He states coldly, time to descend to the next floor. Kim Woo-jin drops a cold line. Shouldn't keep our skull comrades waiting. He executes the goblin. A system prompt flashes brightly. You cleared floor 1. Instantly, a massive light pillar shoots upward, grabbing Jae-hoon's attention. His crew gasps in total disbelief. Floor 1 is already cleared? How the hell? Jae-hoon looks back, thinking. Jong-hoon was supposed to signal if he found the goblin. Matsumoto asks with deep suspicion. Given your reaction, this was clearly not your plan. Jae-hoon mutters. They went ahead to floor 2. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. The group sprints toward the pillar of light. Jun frowns, thinking, damn it, did they figure out our assassination plan? Getting betrayed first would be bad. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin is standing right in front of a massive gate. He gently touches the door, gives it a light push, and it swings wide open. Blinding light hits his face from the other side, the system pops up. He is teleporting to the second floor. We cut to a corporate office building. Secretary Kim suddenly speaks up. She mentions that these are items most players buy a whole lot of whenever they are getting ready to enter a dungeon. Boss Yonggan sits back in his chair and asks, so what is the problem? Secretary Kim reads the report. She finds it super weird that he bought a massive amount of test tubes. She explains, I know monster blood, fluids, skin, and body parts sell for crazy high prices. But the specific dungeon he went into? It has absolutely nothing valuable, which is exactly why I'm reporting this directly to you. Yonggan slightly frowns. Buying material containers while literally risking his own life as bait? What the hell is that guy Kim Woo-jin even thinking? Back in the forest, Jun's group slowly approaches the gate. Makumoto whispers, looks like they reached the second floor before us. There is a high chance they are already setting up an ambush, so brace yourselves. Hongdae stands nearby and pats Jun on the shoulder. Thanks to a certain someone, we finally get to have some real fun. We should definitely show our gratitude. But inwardly, he is completely pissed. That bastard Jong-hoon, you will pay for embarrassing me. The entire gang grips their swords tight and slowly steps right into the portal. The system announces they are now teleporting to the second floor. The massive gate radiates an incredibly blinding light. But deep down inside the dark lake, a massive sleeping monster suddenly snaps open its glowing red eyes. It has definitely been awakened. Makomoto looks completely surprised by the quiet surroundings. What the heck is this? I thought they would rush us the second we spawned, but guess not. Hongdae steps forward, snapping a hidden tripwire under his foot. They probably got scared and hid. Now watch closely here. This is pure genius. He senses something is wrong and freezes. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows flies right at Hongdae. But instead of piercing him, the arrows shatter, exploding blood everywhere. The other guys get completely drenched in the red liquid too. Hongdae stares at his soaked hands. What the hell is this? It is blood. The guys look at the red puddles on the ground. The arrowheads had test tubes attached. What kind of trick is this? One guy picks up a broken arrow, totally confused. This was the absolute perfect chance for an ambush. Why did this? Hongdae groans in disgust, saying this smells so incredibly terrible. Out of nowhere, Kim Woo-jin steps out. Sorry about the awful smell. I just figured a stench like this suited you perfectly. Hongdae furiously screams, you little bastard. Stop messing around. Where the hell is Jong-hoon? Did you really think you would walk away after playing us like this? Meanwhile, Jun mutters Kim Woo-jin's name. Kim Woo-jin frowns and thinks, just as I expected, this idiot still believes I am teamed up with Jong-hoon. He smirks and says, what do you mean messing around? I already know that once this is over, you are going to wipe out Jong-hoon and his entire crew anyway. But I honestly did not expect you to follow us all the way down here. Kim Jin of the Messiah Guild. Kim Woo-jin casually brushes it off. Whatever, let's skip the chatter. Now is definitely not the time for small talk. Makomoto's sharp instincts kick in. He instantly realizes something is horribly wrong with the lake right behind him. What is that thing? It is charging straight toward us. A massive, supersized lizard warrior bursts out of the water. It locks its eyes right onto a blonde guy in their group. Talk about terrible luck. The lizard warrior instantly chomps down on his head, taking the blonde guy out on the spot. Hongdae's eyes go wide. Jun is absolutely terrified by the slaughter that just happened. The lizard warrior steps onto the shore, its giant jaws still tightly gripping the unlucky guy. Makomoto snaps his head toward Kim Woo-jin and screams, you son of a bitch, what did you just do? Kim Woo-jin casually holds up a blood tube, that red stuff dripping all over you. It is pure goblin blood. Kim Woo-jin gives a dark smirk, and it just so happens to be the absolute favorite snack of lizard warriors. You and I both saw that twist coming, right? Since he went through the trouble of marinating them in special sauce, they are obviously a grand feast for the lizards now. Makomoto furiously screams at him, you dirty bastard, I am going to kill you. He charges at Kim Woo-jin like an absolute maniac. Hongdae spins around and calls out to him, hey Makomoto, do not just ditch us here. But Makomoto ignores him, instantly raising his sword to strike Kim Woo-jin. Kim Woo-jin easily brings his sword up to block the heavy blow. Makomoto roars, I am going to gouge your eyes out and shove them up your ass. Kim Woo-jin mocks him right back, keep barking, tough guy. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin notices something strange. He closely stares at the engraved pattern on Makomoto's blade and realizes it. This is the sword of a sword master. Kim Woo-jin looks up right at his furious face and says, seeing how easily you lose your temper, I thought you were just some low-level grunt. Who knew you were actually a disciple of the sword master? Makomoto gasps in pure shock. What? He nervously stammers. How in the world did you know? Jun frantically looks around trying to spot the others. Where the hell is Jong-hoon's crew? Kim Woo-jin is not the real problem here. He stands there analyzing the situation. Even with only 4 of us left, we have enough power to clear this dungeon. But Hongdae is currently using his axe to block the lizard warrior's massive open jaws. He violently screams, "What the hell are you doing, Kim Jun? Get over here and give me a hand." Jun frowns, worried that Jong-hoon might ambush them while their team is split up like this. Meanwhile, the towering lizard warrior looms dangerously right in front of those two guys. Jun realizes that if they get attacked now, they are entirely dead. Two swords violently clash, ringing out with a cold metallic echo. Makamoto glares with suspicion and demands, "How did you know?" Kim Woo-jin smirks and answers, "I just took a wild guess. Looks like I was right, huh?" Makumoto loses his mind. He violently slashes his blade at Kim Woo-jin, screaming, "Shut your mouth!" He easily blocks it again. "You get mad way too fast, though I admit I have a gift for pissing people off." He probably thinks I lack the skills to sword fight him. "Well, buddy, you are dead wrong." Kim Woo-jin suddenly bites down hard on his own lip. Makomoto pulls his sword back, preparing for a devastating upward strike. He swings with such insane speed that Kim Woo-jin is forced to leap backward to dodge. Makomoto fiercely glares at him, and that is when Kim Woo-jin pulls a crazy move. He spits a mouthful of blood right at him. The blood splatters all over Makomoto's face. Panicking, he immediately jumps back. "Damn it!" Makomoto hastily wipes the blood off his face, cursing him out. "You cowardly scum spitting blood at me." Suddenly, a system alert pops up. "You have been poisoned with toxic blood. Vitality is continuously decreasing." He heavily grinds his teeth together. "I am going to murder you, you absolute dog." This is the only move left. Makomoto spins the blade in his hand and raises his glowing sword high into the air. A massive amount of sheer power gathers right into the blade. Kim Woo-jin looks genuinely surprised as he watches him. That stance, it really is that exact move. He immediately remembers the special skill of the Holy Light Butcher. Makomoto points his sword tip toward the ground, then violently swings upward, launching a devastating slash straight at Kim Woo-jin. The system instantly announces the attack, Holy Light Slash. The Holy Light Butcher's signature skill is locking onto you. Kim Woo-jin narrows his eyes, focusing every ounce of his energy to block. The explosive slash kicks up a massive, blinding cloud of thick dust. Makomoto slumps over, heavily panting from pure exhaustion. He thinks, "I still haven't mastered this move completely. The toll on my body is way too high." Gripping his sword, he mutters, "I probably should have kept him alive. But trust me, you are going to want to see this." Kim Woo-jin is suddenly standing right behind him. Makomoto turns his head in absolute horror. Impossible. He actually dodged that? Let's jump into the wildest dungeon battle of the year. Kim Woo-jin unleashes a brutal combo right into Matsumoto. The guy is totally stunned, wondering how a nobody just dodged his ultimate strike. He coughs up blood, eyes wide open. Matsumoto's mind flashes back to his harsh training days. We see him slashing at upside-down straw dummies, finally dropping to his knees from absolute exhaustion. He had finally mastered his master's ultimate sword technique, but with his current stamina levels, he could only use it exactly once. Ken walked up, eyes totally cold, stating his student had finally learned it. But Ken warned him against ever using it in a real fight. After just one single strike, Matsumoto's hands were already shaking completely out of control. Ken pointed straight at him, laying out the cold, hard truth. High damage means massive stamina drain, putting a huge, dangerous burden right on his body. Use it in combat, and if the enemy spots that weakness, you are totally dead. Matsumoto wanted to argue back, but Ken quickly cut him off. He warned that one day he would run into a monster who simply would not die to that ultimate attack. And while you are exhausted after that move, Kim Woo-jin swings his sword, slashing right across Matsumoto. Ken's strict warning echoes violently inside his fading mind. "You will be the one who dies." Matsumoto finally collapses. He actually met that exact person, Master. Seeing this total defeat, Hongda screams out loud in absolute panic. "Matsumoto!" But shouting leaves him totally wide open. A massive lizard warrior brutally headbutts him, sending Hongdae flying and crashing hard against a tree trunk. The heavy impact is so bad that Hongdae instantly throws up blood. Jae-hoon watches this and thinks, weren't they supposed to be students of the sword leader? Why are they all acting so utterly useless right now? Plus, nobody from the Hunyeon squad has shown up yet. This means zero chance to win. Jae-hoon quickly makes up his mind. "Truce! I call for a truce! We really do not need to fight to the bitter end here." He begs Kim Woo-jin to stop the battle and focus entirely on clearing the dangerous dungeon. "Keep fighting like this and we will all end up as monster dinner." Kim Woo-jin just smirks coldly. "Do not worry about me at all." Jae-hoon panics, yelling out in complete confusion. "What?" Now watch this closely. Things are about to get absolutely insane. Kim Woo-jin says if they disappear, he can clear the dungeon much easier. Jae-hoon looks shocked. "What the hell is that?" A skeletal hand suddenly bursts right out of the dirt. The system announces that skeleton warriors have been officially summoned. Kim Woo-jin glares at him with pure disgust. "Why should I trust you? You literally just tried to kill me." Jae-hoon stares at him with wide, terrified eyes. Blood poison and now necromancy? Why wasn't this in the official report? A huge shadow suddenly looms directly behind his back. The lizard warrior opens its massive, terrifying jaws. It snaps down hard, but luckily Jae-hoon barely dodges it. However, the giant lizard quickly sprints right behind him again. Jae-hoon covers his face, squeezing his eyes shut to wait for his brutal end. But the lizard does not attack him. Terrified, he opens his eyes to see Hongdae slamming an axe right into its tail. He yells at the Savior Guild's guard dog. Hongdae furiously shouts back, "You have time to beg him for mercy, but no time to help save me?" The massive lizard warrior takes this perfect chance to break free. It wraps its long tail tightly around Hongdae, completely trapping him inside its crushing grip. The lizard glares directly at Hongdae with giant eyes. Unafraid, he aggressively screams back, "Let me go, you filthy lizard, your awful stench is making me sick." The lizard warrior squeezes its tail even tighter, crushing his bones. Meanwhile, Jae-hoon just stands there thinking, save you with what, hopes and dreams? He looks up, frantically calculating his odds. Damn it, what do I do now? How do I even escape this deadly situation right now? Jae-hoon grits his teeth, realizing he cannot handle this giant lizard alone. So the coward decides that running away is his best option here. Jae-hoon spins around to sprint away, planning to hide like a coward until they clear out the dungeon. He looks back while running, trying to figure out his next sneaky move to survive this mess. Staying alive is the #1 priority right now. I refuse to die a pointless death in a place like this. But mid-sprint, he spots something. Jae-hoon glances back, realizing something incredibly fast just dashed past him. A skeleton wielding a sword stabs the lizard right in the neck. He gasps in shock. A skeleton soldier? I know what you're thinking. How is a basic skeleton moving like that? Jae-hoon is absolutely horrified, realizing this summon fight's almost on par with a top-tier player. The system pops up, showing the lizard warrior is infected with the deadly blood poison effect. Skeleton soldiers rapidly gather around the giant lizard. And the craziest part? There are exactly 5 of them now, not just one. Wait a second. If Kim Woo-jin is really this insanely strong, then he definitely wiped out the entire Hunyeon squad too. So that perfectly explains why they never showed up to help. The giant lizard opens its sharp, deadly jaws wide. The dark mystery of how the entire Skull Guild got wiped out in that rank dungeon is finally making complete sense as the lizard raises its tail high. Sweating bullets, Jae-hoon knows he must escape and report this at all costs. But why is the lizard warrior aggressively chasing him down? Why did it completely ignore the skeletons just to hunt him? A skeleton rushes in to block its path, violently slashing the giant lizard's leg with multiple lightning-fast sword strikes. It stares with wide eyes at the skeletal army before collapsing heavily onto the ground. The system announces that due to the intense blood poison, the lizard warrior's stats are continuously dropping fast. Jae-hoon gasps loudly, realizing they actually took the beast down. But incredibly, the huge lizard warrior slowly stands right back up, locking its sharp eyes onto him. Jae-hoon freezes in pure horror. Still not down? Why the hell is this thing so insanely tanky? The beast glares right at Jae-hoon, completely terrifying him to his very core. He panics, thinking, no way, why is it targeting me like this? It is acting like those skeleton soldiers are completely invisible. Jae-hoon sprints for his life. The skeletons chase after the lizard, while Kim Woo-jin just casually stands there watching the entire show. Having you act as live bait makes fighting this giant lizard so much easier. He looks at Jae-hoon and smirks. You probably still have absolutely no clue what is happening right now, do you? Kim Woo-jin states casually, because this is still the era where pathetic people only rely on raw levels and basic items to conquer dungeons. He remembers a small memory from his past life. Emma's holding a handful of wet, disgusting mud, she complains loudly. Why do I have to smear this nasty stuff all over my body? Jordan replies smoothly. I do not know all the minor details, but I heard that lizard warriors actually have incredibly poor eyesight. He points to his eyes with a cheeky grin. So obviously we have to use camouflage and take full advantage of that weakness. Jordan turns his head back and calls out, am I totally right about that, Kim Woo-jin? He just smiles, looking back to say, no, you are completely wrong. Snapping back to reality. Kim Woo-jin wonders to himself, I hope those guys are doing okay out there. The massive lizard warrior reaches out, trying to bite Jae-hoon. The coward thinks he cannot keep running away forever. Right in front of him is Kim Woo-jin. For some strange reason, the giant lizards are only targeting living players here. He sprints toward him at full speed. Jae-hoon targets Kim Woo-jin, refusing to die alone. If I am going down, I am dragging your smug face right down with me, you absolute bastard. Kim Woo-jin glares at him with extreme contempt as a skeleton steps up to block his path. Jumping up, Jae-hoon swings his sword and screams, a mere pile of dry bones dares to stop me? Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, let's jump right back into the absolute madness. The guy leaps right over the skeleton's head, but his eyes go wide. Still alive? Another skeleton completely blindsides him, swinging its blade right at his body. Jae-hoon totally loses his balance and crashes into the dirt. He stares at the ground in pure shock as that mask he's been wearing this whole time shatters to pieces. Attack finished, the skeleton smoothly slides aside. He sits there collapsed on the ground, completely paralyzed. Meanwhile, the lizard warrior is right on his tail. It charges in and headbutts him hard. Kim Woo-jin just stands there watching, his expression absolutely ice cold. Jae-hoon drags himself across the dirt, cursing his broken leg. Panicking, he snaps his head toward the massive beast. Lucky for him, the undead squad already drove their swords deep into the monster, bringing it down just before it could finish him off. Jae-hoon's mind races with wild hope. They killed it. He's actually going to live. Kim Woo-jin casually strolls over. Thanks for playing decoy with the lizard, he says with zero emotion, but it's cleanup time. Jae-hoon freezes. Cleanup? What do you mean? Suddenly he screams, begging Kim Woo-jin for mercy. Wait, let's make a deal. What do you want? Just get me out of here. Kim Woo-jin simply points behind him. If you want to beg for your life, ask the guy behind you, Kim Woo-jin says. Jae-hoon whips his head around in sheer terror. What? The lizard warrior is still breathing. Kim Woo-jin speaks up. You must be wondering why it only targeted you. He points straight at the monster's eyes. Those things work exactly like thermal vision goggles. In the lizard's line of sight, Jae-hoon is a living, breathing heat signature. So of course the beast has zero interest in a bunch of freezing cold, fleshless skeletons. Watch closely, this is brutal. Jae-hun stares in utter horror just as the beast completely flattens him. Suddenly, breaking news flashes. An A+ rank, 2-floor dungeon discovered. Global news sites immediately blow up with the story. The boss, the spiked tail snake. Every top player worldwide has already surrendered. Guilds are dropping this dungeon left and right. On TV, an anchor delivers a massive special announcement regarding the famous Phoenix Guild. Breaking news. Phoenix Guild officially refuses to enter the new dungeon. Back at headquarters, Secretary Kim and Yong-won watch the broadcast. Her voice drops low. I cannot believe this happened right as you planned a 6th-floor dungeon raid. The timing is an absolute disaster. Kim scrolls through her tablet, reading the updates. Just as I predicted, the Phoenix Guild's public reputation is completely tanking. People are throwing bricks at us, calling us cowards who hide from real monsters. Online comments are vicious. What is this? Why is everyone dodging the new dungeon, acting like heroes until they might actually die? Knew these cowards would pull this garbage. Phoenix Guild is trash, completely terrified. Now we can only trust the Savior Guild. Yang frowns hard. What is the point of listening to these losers? Right now, we need to focus 100% on that 6th-floor raid. The TV anchor continues. Breaking news. Savior Guild says they need more time. An official statement drops. Savior Guild postpones their raid and calls an emergency press conference, claiming this is a highly critical issue. They promise to clear it only after thorough preparation. Netizens go wild, commenting that Savior is the only hope. Comment 11. Goddess Parent H has finally spoken up. Comment 8. Support Savior if you are Korean. Comment 14. I will wait. We are counting on you. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Se-chan scrolls through the exact same comments. So even the mighty Savior Guild is stalling. Gina slurps her noodles. Of course they are. They do not call it the Snake of Death for nothing. France, the US, Japan. It has been 2 full years since that thing first showed up and still zero solid intel. He sounds weirdly hyped. Not a single player has ever made it back alive after trying to hunt it. When that monster spawns, the dungeon's difficulty rating is basically just a joke. Se-chan strokes his chin, deep in thought. That nightmare monster spawned right in their country, with zero information available. He realizes the public is blindly putting all their faith in Savior. I know what you're thinking, are they really delaying this without a hidden motive? Se-chan spots something online and pauses. Wait a minute. A cold smirk crosses his face. Look at these absolute bastards. He asks his buddy, what happens if every single guild delays their raid? Gina looks up. What do you think? A bunch of reckless idiots will group up and try it, but they stand absolutely zero chance. He casually chews his noodles. Eventually, the government will get desperate to clear it, and then other countries will start sending in their own teams. Se-chan keeps scrolling. Exactly. It turns into a massive worldwide raid, and if someone swoops in right then and kills the snake, Gina blinks. They would become global superstars. Wait, boss, you mean Savior is stalling on purpose? Se-chan looks dead serious. I am not 100% sure, but with their insane skill level, he shoves the tablet data right in Gina's face. There is definitely a calculated reason for this delay. The longer they let that dungeon sit untouched, the more public terror grows, and the better the item drops become inside. Whoever finally kills the spiked tail snake is going to walk away with unlimited wealth and absolute fame. System alert. You have earned the title Lizard Warrior Hunter. You will receive bonus skills. You have successfully leveled up. The skeletons drive their blades deep into the beast. Finally, it is dead. System alert. Poison blood skill upgraded. Skeleton summoning skill upgraded. The Messenger of Hell has granted you a fraction of his power. Kim Woo-jin steps over to the beast. No body heat from the skeletons definitely made this a breeze, he notes. But he narrows his eyes, thinking, now that I am mixed up with Savior. Kim Woo-jin stares at his own dark reflection in the dead lizard's eye. Moving freely is going to be a lot harder now. He glances at a nearby skeleton. He picks up Matsumoto's drop blade. Whatever, he will cross that bridge when he gets there. System info, sword forged from an armored turtle shell. Unique rank. Level 20 required. A weapon crafted from a literal armored turtle, making it nearly indestructible. Physical damage is 109. Grants plus 11 strength when equipped. 20% damage boost on every single strike. He frowns at the blade. For a kendo leader's weapon, the stats are not bad at all. He tosses it to a skeleton. The undead warrior respectfully takes the sword from his hand. It is yours now. Kim Woo-jin walks right past. The skeleton obsessively admires its new toy. The sharp steel perfectly reflects the skeleton's hollow glowing eyes. Kim Woo-jin marches straight toward Matsumoto. Alright, let's have a little chat. Anubis Eye activates. And that's where we leave it. Back in the real world, a massive pillar of light erupts. The guard screams, dungeon cleared. Someone panics. But what about the others? Let's dive in. Woo-jin casually pockets his hands. Everyone is dead except me. The staff panics. What? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I need to submit a detailed report to the guild. Woo-jin just walks right past him. Just write down that the lizard warrior was much stronger than expected. Excuse me. The guy shouts Woo-jin's name, but he steps onto the roof and pulls out his phone. Yes, I handled it exactly as you instructed. His tone turns dead serious. Just like Park Yong-won predicted, one of my attackers used a unique tier sword from the Kendo Master. Woo-jin continues his report. As you know, the Kendo Master is a core Messiah Guild member and leads the Yamato faction. Japan's Yamato faction. That is definitely the Skull Guild's main headquarters. He glances off to the side. Staring right at the room's TV, Woo-jin says, I couldn't find out anything else. But give me a little more time to dig, and I might get new information. Understood, I will contact you later. He opens the door to leave, his eyes completely glued to that TV screen. Sure enough, someone had planted a bug right behind it. Woo-jin shoves his hands in his pockets, strolling onto the roof with a wicked smirk. Not long before this, a masked Woo-jin met an informant at a cafe. The man rushed to reply, "No, of course not! We just have to be extra careful since you're meeting someone the guild is watching. I installed it behind the TV, just giving you a heads up. Now watch this." Woo-jin pulls up his mask. Got it. He smirks, knowing those Skull Guild idiots are digging their own graves. How will the Skull Guild handle Park Yong-won now? His jacket phone vibrates. Speak of the devil. He checks the screen and sees Yong-won calling him right on cue. The guy immediately says, "I heard the news. Everyone died except you. Got lucky again, huh? So, did you bring me anything good?" Woo-jin replies, "I was too busy surviving to find anything major, but I think I finally figured out where the Skull Guild's main headquarters is actually located." He walks down the street and opens his car door. Yong-won sounds thrilled. "Not bad. Come to my place tomorrow. I want the details." "Understood. See you tomorrow." He starts the engine. Woo-jin heads to the railway station, stopping at locker number 19. He sighs. Se-chan is seriously too cautious. Opening it, he figures the guy knows he's a target too. He looks down at the item inside. It is a massive dungeon list. He hopes this list won't disappoint. Reading the documents in his car, Woo-jin is completely shocked. He didn't expect this level of detail. No wonder the Messiah Guild considers him a major obstacle. Flipping through the pages, Woo-jin realizes the quantity and quality here are absolutely insane. Remembering the dungeons he cleared back in his Messiah Guild days, it clicks. He finally knows where all that old information came from. Se-chan isn't hunted for nothing. Suddenly, one entry catches Woo-jin's attention. It's the albino lizard egg. Albino lizard egg. 2 floors. Max capacity 8 people. Entry requirement under level 30. Clear condition. Collect the egg. Reward. A specific skill or title. You and I know how rare this is. Woo-jin is impressed. There is barely any public info about this albino lizard egg out there. Even he doesn't know its true origins. He frowns, wondering what's actually inside. He grabs his radio. This is something only Lee Se-jun knew about, a clue leading to the truth. Staring at the radio in his hand, Woo-jin makes his choice. He has to clear this exact dungeon, no matter the cost. The radio buzzes on the other end, where Yong-won sits listening to him. "Hello, can anyone hear me? It's Kim Woo-jin." A wicked smile creeps across his face. Our first real deal has finally started. Morning hits, and Woo-jin drives to the guild headquarters as promised. Reading a newspaper, Yong-won asks, "So you're saying the Skull Guild took each other out?" "Yes, one of their members was incredibly strong," Woo-jin replies. He explains that based on their swordsmanship and gear, they are definitely linked to Japan. Yong-won frowns. "Japan, huh? Some Japanese factions have serious influence." He slams the newspaper down. "As soon as we clear this dungeon, we need to look into this closely." The newspaper headline clearly reads that Park Yong-won of the Phoenix Guild is challenging a 6th-floor dungeon. Can the Phoenix Guild conquer a 6th-floor dungeon? The Prime Minister even had a meeting with him. Arms crossed, he warns Woo-jin. "Surviving twice while the entire Skull Guild gets wiped out, they will start watching you." Yong-won tells him to lay low until he gets back. Secretary Jisoo checks her tablet. The money has been transferred to Kim Woo-jin's account. Yong-won nods. "You heard her. Consider that your compensation." Picking his newspaper back up, he adds, "I will contact you again after clearing this dungeon." Woo-jin bows his head. "Thank you, sir." Business done, he walks back out to his car. Woo-jin suddenly breaks into a completely smug smile. He remembers the bug planted behind the TV. Now those bastards know Park Yong-won is backing him. They will focus all their attention on Yong-won, leaving Woo-jin totally alone. He gets into his car. Let's see how Yong-won reacts when he finally gets out. Reaching for his radio, Woo-jin realizes he's wrapped up all the necessary preparations. So much for the warning not to act alone, right? Somewhere in a warehouse container converted into a home, Jisoo makes a call. "Preparations are complete, boss. But I do not know if Kim Woo-jin," she turns to the guy beside her, "will actually agree to this." Se-chan laughs on the other end. "Don't worry, if there's a problem, I'll talk to him." Woo-jin approaches the container just as Jisoo replies, "Yes, understood." He is about to open the door but stops, hearing voices inside. Jisoo tells the other person, "Lee Jin-ah, the boss says you need to get ready." The guy immediately complains. "Lee Jisoo, I told you to call me sir when we are out in public like this. And how many times must I say I hate being called Jin-ah? People might think I am a girl. Trust me, this is gold." Woo-jin realizes it's the Phoenix Guild's legendary Lee Jin-ah. "Stick with me. You and I are about to watch the ultimate mind games begin." Could it really be him? Kim Woo-jin kicks the door open, finding Gina and Lee Jisoo already waiting inside. Lee Jisoo keeps it strictly business. She tells him a supervisor has to tag along since he picked a dungeon way above his current level. Sliding a contract right across the table, she says, "If you agree to the terms, just sign right here." "Feel free to ask me anything," she offers. But Kim Woo-jin is busy staring at the guy across from him. Immortal Lee Jin-ah, the player who literally cannot be killed. Kim Woo-jin's mind races. Back when he was a hunting dog for the Messiah Guild, this exact guy slipped through his fingers twice. Now, he never expected this immortal freak to be secretly working for Se-chan. Taking his seat, Kim Woo-jin stays perfectly calm. "First time hearing I need a babysitter," he mutters. "But long story short, we're going into that dungeon together, right?" Lee Jin-ah glares at him, clearly annoyed by the attitude. "Hey punk, did you just hear me talking to Lee Jisoo?" But Kim Woo-jin bites right back. "My bad, would you prefer I call you sir?" Kim Woo-jin mocks him. Hitting a nerve, Gina immediately snaps, raising his voice. You think this is funny? You definitely heard me, didn't you? You got the guts to look down on me? Gina fumes. Kim Woo-jin side-eyes him, noting he's just as hot-tempered as his past life. Ignoring the outburst, Kim Woo-jin cuts to the chase. Yeah, whatever. Can I talk to Osa-chan now? Lee Ji-soo points straight at the walkie-talkie on the desk. Go ahead, you can use that. Grabbing the radio, Kim Woo-jin presses the button. Hello? Can you hear me over there? Se-chan's voice crackles through the speaker immediately. What's the problem? Don't tell me you hate the supervisor I picked out for you? Kim Woo-jin quickly shuts that idea down. Instead, he voices a rather dark concern. What happens if the supervisor ends up dying inside? You never really know what kind of disaster might strike inside a dungeon. Gina frowns, thinking, is this arrogant punk actually threatening me right now? But on the radio, Se-chan just bursts into loud laughter. You don't need to worry about him. He is more than capable of protecting his own neck. Seriously, don't worry about him. Kim Woo-jin nods, keeping a straight face. Understood. Right as he says it, Gina looms right beside him. Now pay attention here. This is where their dynamic gets wild. Gina snatches the walkie-talkie right out of Kim Woo-jin's hands, immediately whining to his boss. Boss, I think our new client is completely insane. If we go in there and he starts dragging us down, can I just finish him off myself? Please? Se-chan instantly loses his mind. Are you an idiot? I told you to stop eating so damn much in the office. Gina yells right back. How am I supposed to get full on one bowl of udon? I need 10,000 kilocalories a day just to function. Se-chan screams, then go chug a whole bottle of cooking oil. 1 liter has 9,000 calories right there. Now turn the radio off before you drain the battery. Lee Ji-soo scratches her chin, cutting through the chaos. Well, looks like negotiations are over. I will escort you to the dungeon entrance now. Kim Woo-jin politely nods. Thank you for the trouble. As they step out, Gina throws out a heavy warning. Don't try anything funny in there. Looking deeply annoyed, Gina states it clearly. I have zero mercy for anyone who plots against me in a dungeon, and believe me, nobody has ever survived trying it. Kim Woo-jin stares at him, knowing from his past life memories that the guy isn't bluffing at all. He smirks to himself. Teaming up with immortal Lee Jin-ah was definitely not on his bingo card. Why does my luck just keep getting better, he thinks. This guy will be an extremely useful tool. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-soo stares out the window, phone pressed to her ear. Yes, they just left. Is this really safe? She asks with genuine worry. What if Lee Jin-ah doesn't make it back out? Se-chan replies dead serious. If that happens, then Kim Woo-jin becomes our sworn enemy. Cut to the dark forest, where a blinding pillar of light erupts. The system flashes a warning. Kill 111 demon wolves to advance. Fully armored, Gina starts running his mouth again. Kim Woo-jin, you had a lot of fun mocking me earlier, right? Well, I'm out. I'll let you handle this completely solo. He crosses his arms, looking ridiculously smug. 111 wolves. Let's see you hunt them yourself. I'm just going to sit back, enjoy some snacks, and wait until you're crawling on the ground begging for my help. True to his word, Gina plops down on a giant rock. Kim Woo-jin just looks at him, totally speechless. Swiping open his inventory, Gina casually pulls out a chocolate bar. I almost feel bad for you already. What, you can't clear it on your own. Taking a massive bite of his snack, Gina flashes an arrogant smirk. But hey, I'm a merciful guy. Get down on your knees right now and beg for my forgiveness. I know exactly what you and I are thinking. This guy is way too cocky, right? But Kim Woo-jin silently watches him, knowing Gina literally holds the blessing of the River Styx. Only players who receive the Indomitable Gladiator as their patron can actually unlock that absurdly broken legendary skill. Kim Woo-jin knows the terrifying truth. Even if you chop off his head or rip out his heart, that man is immortal. He simply cannot die. Completely ignoring the endless bragging, Kim Woo-jin simply turns his back and walks away. He probably feels like he hit the jackpot having an immortal body, Kim Woo-jin thinks. But unfortunately for him, he ran into me. Suddenly, the system announces a skeleton warrior has been summoned. Gina freezes mid-bite, absolutely stunned, as an undead soldier appears and bows deeply to Kim Woo-jin. Kim Woo-jin glances back over his shoulder with a chilling smirk. Time to show you that your little immortality trick is just a joke. A fierce roar echoes through the trees, and the katana-wielding skeleton instantly drops a charging wolf. Watching from his rock, Gina starts acting like a professional critic. Okay, this little guy can actually throw down. What's his name? Bones? He nods slowly. I was wondering how you survived, but this explains it. Right in front of them, the ground is littered with a massive pile of dead wolves, all slaughtered by a single skeleton warrior. So this is how you've been soloing dungeons all this time, Gina mutters. He's forced to finally take Kim Woo-jin seriously. Even seeing the brutal carnage with his own 2 eyes, it feels totally unreal. Gina replays the fight in his head. A rattling pile of bones that should have been useless dead weight was out there swinging a sword with the precision of a top-tier veteran player. Worse yet, the higher this kid's level gets, the more of these monsters he can summon. Gina shoots Kim Woo-jin a wary glance. Becoming enemies with this bastard would be basically a death sentence. Staring at the summoner's back, Gina realizes the boss was spot on. This guy is definitely not normal. Scratching his chin, Gina decides he needs to report this straight to Se-chan the second they escape. Kim Woo-jin turns around casually. So, how is it? Startled, Gina quickly plays it cool. Pretty impressive. Guess you won't be needing my help after all, huh? Closing his eyes, he adds, once we clear this, I'm telling Se-chan everything. Yeah, whatever, Kim Woo-jin replies flatly. Gina's eyes snap wide open in shock. What? He jumps up from the rock, glaring. Did I just hear that right? Are you actually giving me an attitude right now? But right as he steps up, a massive surge of dark energy erupts behind him. Gina senses the killing intent instantly. The system alerts ring out as an entire legion of skeleton warriors spawns into existence, completely surrounding Gina. He awkwardly smirks, sweat dropping. Why do these cute little guys suddenly look so angry? What the hell did you just do? Gina panics slightly. There's 5 of them now? Kim Woo-jin lazily scratches his chin, tossing Gina's words right back at him. Now what was it you were saying earlier? Something about sitting there watching me unless I begged for your help. Gina nervously scratches his head, letting out a weak laugh. Come on, why say that? I was just joking around, man. Obviously, it was just a prank. My bad, I really didn't mean to look down on you. Gina steps toward him, but suddenly launches forward, and that's where we pause. Trust me, you'll want to see this next clash. Alright, you and I are about to dive into one wild dynamic. Gina actually tries to kick Kim Woo-jin, yelling that it is his fault. Big mistake. Kim Woo-jin just smirks, grabs the guy, and slams him straight into the dirt. Sunlight cuts through the forest canopy. Gina just lies there in the dirt, staring up at the sky in absolute confusion. Huh? Kim Woo-jin stares him down, mocking him for trying to attack the summoner instead of the skeletons. Nice try, honestly. Gina quickly flips over and sits up. It is like this guy already predicted every single move he would make. This jerk hid his personal skills this whole time. What is his actual goal here? Is he after me or the big boss? Gina glares at him, a bitter smirk on his face. I do not care what you want, but you are getting nothing out of me. I keep secrets well. Kim Woo-jin does not even flinch, just orders his skeleton soldiers to completely surround the guy. Is that so? You do not exactly look like it. Gina immediately starts screaming. You bastard, let me go! The skeleton soldiers raise their swords, pointing them right at his throat. Gina is frozen in place, completely unable to move an inch. So Kim Woo-jin just decides to tie him up, dangling him high from a tree branch. Gina furiously screams out, "Put me down!" Kim Woo-jin just stands below, looking up calmly. Gina loses his mind. How long are you going to leave me hanging here? He thrashes around, screaming loudly, "Give me some food! Are you trying to starve me to death up here?" Kim Woo-jin finally swings his sword, slicing right through the rope. Gina drops like a rock, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Kim Woo-jin looks down. Alright, I will give you one chance, get ready. Gina looks totally confused. What do you mean? Kim Woo-jin replies flatly, I showed you my skills, now it is your turn. Gina panics, wondering what the heck is even going on right now. Kim Woo-jin speaks in a deadpan tone. Go act as bait so my skeleton warriors can attack freely and I will let you go. Gina stubbornly shoots back. Why should I just do exactly what you tell me to do? Kim Woo-jin tightens his grip on the rope binding him. Oh really? You do not want to? He threatens him. Guess you are going back up the tree. Gina literally shakes with pure rage. This guy is an absolute psycho. Even though he hates it, Gina forces a smile and replies in the most reluctant voice ever. You are totally right, sir. I have absolutely zero objections. After all, I am a top-tier tank. And just like that, Gina is sprinting for his life, luring the wolves out. He even punches a few to death, but then more wolves jump in. They pack together, swarming all over Gina. He is punching and swearing at the same time. Why are there so many? Soon, dozens of them completely crush him under their massive weight. Watch closely right here. Gina reaches up, begging for help. One wolf is about to rip him apart, but it suddenly catches a scent and turns around. Right behind it, a skeleton warrior ready to execute it. The skeleton raises its hook high. Then the entire skeleton army starts ruthlessly slicing the wolves to absolute ribbons. One smashes into a tree, another gets slashed and sent rolling away. Gina gathers his strength, blasting off the wolves, pinning him down. Kim Woo-jin stands in the corner, scratching his chin in mild surprise. He stands on a branch, watching the wolves get wiped out one by one. Gina is also punching the absolute life out of them. His fists are completely covered in their fresh blood. Gina gasps for air, wolf corpses scattered all over the place around him. Still panting, he shifts his gaze to the side. The system suddenly pops up, telling him he just leveled up. He looks up and sees Kim Woo-jin standing casually on a high branch. Kim Woo-jin stares at Gina, thinking to himself that he is not like his past life yet, but not too far off either. He calculates that this guy will be extremely useful soon. Wolf howls still echo through the dark woods. Kim Woo-jin jumps down and dashes away. Meanwhile, Gina is literally gasping for breath as a brand new wave of wolves charges straight at him. Gina glares at Kim Woo-jin, absolutely furious that he is not getting a single second of rest. Boom! Gina kicks one wolf to death, while a skeleton warrior slices another one into thin air. The other skeletons eagerly hack away at the wolves, while Gina breathes heavily from sheer exhaustion. He raises a tired hand, wiping the splattered monster blood off his face. Suddenly, one last wolf is literally gnawing on his leg. Gina just sighs in pure defeat. Seriously? There is still one left? With that, he casually kicks his leg, sending the beast flying. It lets go of his leg and rolls right over to a nearby skeleton. Hey Bones, this one is yours. The skeleton catches the drift immediately and delivers the final brutal blow to the wolf. A system alert chimes in. You have cleared the first floor of the dungeon. Done fighting, Gina actually bends down to talk to the skeleton. You guys are being overworked just because you met the wrong boss. You know that? He throws shade at Kim Woo-jin, who is just chilling by a tree. Unlike a certain someone, you guys work way too hard. He raises his hand for a high five. So let's celebrate, yeah? The skeleton just stares at him with its deep, empty eye sockets. Then it straight up turns and walks away, leaving Gina completely humiliated. He yells out loud, "You are just a dry skeleton, how dare you ignore me?" Gina tries to smack its head, but the skeleton cleanly dodges to the side. Now he is genuinely mad. What, you dodged me? Aside from glaring, what else can you even do? Come on, square up. Today we are figuring out who outranks who. I know what you are thinking. He seems like an idiot, right? Kim Woo-jin watches him closely. He is way too different from my past life memories. Kim Woo-jin remembers him as a powerhouse who fought the Salvation Society head-on with an immortal body. That guy was one of the strongest fighters ever. Meanwhile, present-day Gina is literally arguing with skeletons. What the heck? You really will not let me touch you? Kim Woo-jin recalls his past life. His brutal fighting style was basically, if you cut my flesh, I break your bones, fully exploiting that immortal body. Kim Woo-jin rubs his chin in thought. Even I did not dare approach him easily because of that self-destructive combat style. But looking at him right now, there is absolutely zero trace of that dark, evil aura. Something major must have forced him to change back then. I have no memories of this Osh-chan guy from my past life, but they seem incredibly close right now. Maybe Osh-chan dying is what awakened the ruthless version of him in the past. Kim Woo-jin concludes that if Osh-chan survives, the Salvation Society will likely get completely derailed from the previous timeline. Kim Woo-jin looks up, continuing to silently analyze Gina. Gina actually glances back, completely clueless about what this crazy necromancer is planning. But Gina remembers the fight. This guy always lured the exact right amount of wolves so I would not actually die. He realizes it was definitely no coincidence that the next wave arrived exactly when he had recovered enough stamina. This is not just simple monster and dungeon analysis. This is the level of someone who understands every single microscopic detail of the battlefield. That goes way beyond the skills of a regular high-level player. Gina narrows his eyes. He hates to admit it, but this guy is superior in absolutely every way. Then Kim Woo-jin walks over. Good job. Let's head down to floor 2. Gina just blurts out, huh? Kim Woo-jin hits him with a half-smile. Do not worry, floor 2 is going to be a lot easier than this. The system window flashes, teleporting to the second floor. Right on cue, a massive pillar of light erupts, piercing straight through the sky. Gina groans loudly. I am so tired I feel like I am dying. He whines to Kim Woo-jin. I have been grinding like an ox all day, at least let me rest. But Kim Woo-jin just pulls 4 mysterious vials of blood from his inventory. Gina stares at them. What the heck is that? Kim Woo-jin smirks. Are you confident you can dodge fast enough? Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right into the madness. Gina looks completely lost. What are you talking about? Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin smashes those blood vials into the dirt. What the hell are you doing, Kim Woo-jin? Kim Woo-jin just smirks. You better start running for your life right now. A loud howl echoes from afar, and Gina immediately snaps his head back. An albino lizard erupts straight out of the ground. Its glowing eyes and razor-sharp jaws lock right onto him. Gina curses. You absolute bastard, I didn't even get to relax. Back in the real world, Se-chan is reading a newspaper and things are getting busy. The headline reads, South Korean government allows foreign guilds to enter the A+ rank tail snake dungeon. He mutters, I expected this once the Savior Guild pulled out. Se-chan looks up. How long is the list of foreign guilds entering? Holding her teacup, Ju replies, we just finished gathering the intel this morning. We are currently comparing and analyzing it. He responds, good. There's still time before Gina returns, but hurry up. Ju asks anxiously, do you think Lee Jin-ah is alright? Back in the dungeon, rocks fly everywhere as Gina runs for his absolute life. The lizard aggressively chases him. Why the hell is he the only target? Skeleton soldiers follow closely behind, slashing at it. Gina glances back. He has no clue why, but apparently his only job right now is being the bait. He breaks hard, then turns to face the giant beast. Gina grinds his teeth in pure rage. How is this any better than the first floor? You bastard, just wait until we get out. I'll beat you to death. Now watch closely, things are getting wild. The beast snaps its jaws, but Gina blocks them barehanded. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin casually observes from a high branch, humming quietly as massive dust clouds explode everywhere. Gina digs his feet into the ground to stop from slipping, fighting the lizard with everything he has. He smirks. Don't drag this out. Right behind the lizard, a skeleton soldier charges in with a sword. Kim Woo-jin smiles. Finish it. The skeleton thrusts its blade, landing a flawless hit right into the monster. The system announces the albino lizard is infected with hemolysis. Taking the opening, the other skeleton soldiers leap up, stabbing it simultaneously. A notification pops up. Blood poison has reached max level. Gina watches the skeletons, realizing they fight exactly like highly trained elite soldiers. Normally, skeletons summoned by others are only used for basic attacks or just to stall for time. But the system warns the albino lizard's stamina is constantly dropping from hemolysis. The monster writhes in agony. It tail whips a skeleton, but the soldier easily dodges. It violently thrashes its tail everywhere, yet the skeleton squad dodges every single strike effortlessly. It opens its blood-red eyes, glaring at its prey. The skeletons are standing right in front of it, but the lizard completely ignores them, looking elsewhere. Gina is absolutely stunned. Can it see them? Is that why it chased him? He looks up at Kim Woo-jin. What kind of magic did Kim Woo-jin cast? He suddenly remembers Kim Woo-jin's warning to run fast. Gina's eyes widen. That guy knew from the start. Instantly, the lizard brutally rams into him. The brutal impact makes Gina's eyes bulge. The lizard launches him into a tree with enough force to snap the trunk completely in half. You thought he was done, right? Nope. Kim Woo-jin watches the tree collapse in a massive dust cloud. Through the smoke, Gina quickly stands up, gripping his crushed side, fighting the brutal pain. System announces the blessing of the river Styx is activated. Gina straightens up, wiping the blood from his mouth. Kim Woo-jin smiles with extreme satisfaction. An injury like that will heal instantly. Gina steps forward, facing the drooling lizard head-on. Gina grinds his teeth, making me waste calories. He casts a spell, summoning 2 massive gauntlets onto his hands to crush the enemy. He instantly charges forward, pulling his right arm back. Channeling all his raw power, Gina lands a massive, devastating punch directly onto the lizard. Its eyes go wide. Stunned by the heavy blow, the lizard drops to its knees. The skeletons rush in instantly, one closing the gap completely. Gina watches in horror, thinking, they're treating me like bait too, just like their master. The skeleton plunges its sword deep into the lizard's side. At the exact same time, another skeleton drives its blade into the opposite side. The lizard screams out in absolute, agonizing pain. System alert. Hemolysis has spread throughout the albino lizard's body. A third skeleton leaps high above its head, delivering the final crushing blow straight down. The lizard collapses. Notification. Albino lizard eliminated. Gina sighs in relief as the system confirms a level up. With it over, Kim Woo-jin jumps down from the tree. System messages roll in. The albino lizard hunter achievement is unlocked, granting the caster lock reward. The hemolysis skill ranks up. The skeletal disease skill ranks up. The emissary of the dark world deeply admires your cold, ruthless nature. The emissary of the dark world grants you authority. Kim Woo-jin chuckles. The scene shifts elsewhere, showing a massive troll roaring out loud. It's so powerful that one swing sends a skeleton flying. It rapidly crushes the surrounding skeletons until one finally charges in, stabbing the troll. It loses balance and crashes down. 3 remaining skeletons ruthlessly stab it. Watching this, Johann Job sighs, stupid boneheads. They don't think ahead, just hovering around 1 or 2 targets. I really need to increase their numbers. A system notification pops up. 50 trolls eliminated, level increased, and troll hunter achievement unlocked. Yet, it's still not enough to catch the attention of the emissary of the dark world. He looks up, feeling intensely frustrated. Johann Jobs thinks, I took down 50 completely alone and still no attention? Just who exactly is getting noticed by that damn halo right now? Back in the dungeon, Kim Woo-jin holds his sword, staring at the dead lizard. Gina is confused. This idiot is starving. What's he waiting for? Hey, Kim Woo-jin, it's done. Let's get out. Gina urges him. Is there something else? Kim Woo-jin mutters. The most important task remains. He touches the beast's body. He walks along its body, measuring it with his hands. Right around here, huh? Then he swings his sword, slicing a clean line directly across the lizard. Kim Woo-jin slices it open and reaches deep inside. Finally got it. He pulls out a glowing egg, and trust me, you're going to want to see what hatches next. Alright, stick with me here. We are about to witness one wild Manhwa twist. Dungeon cleared. Kim Woo-jin grabs the egg, realizing the Savior Guild hid its true contents. Now we finally get a chance to see what it is. Gina speaks up, suddenly remembering the clear condition. The rule for finishing this entire dungeon was finding a specific item, right? He frowns, asking the question. Rolling around all day made him totally forget. Plus, what are you going to do with that? Kim Woo-jin uses his sword hilt to smash the egg. Gina gasps in shock. That is so brutal. You do not even know what it does yet. Why smash it? Eggshells scatter across the dirt as something starts glowing brightly inside. Kim Woo-jin stares. A skill scroll? He crushes the paper in his hand, grinding his teeth. Just for this thing? Gina asks with pure curiosity, what the heck is that? A skill scroll was hiding inside the egg. Kim Woo-jin glares at the paper and curses. Damn it. The paper details the power of Apophis. Requirements? Messenger of Hell. Level requirement? Level 1 or higher. Effect? Absolute resistance to all types of poison. Kim Woo-jin wonders to himself, why in the world is that guy's signature skill sitting down here? He immediately thinks of one person, the Poison King. The Poison King played with every deadly toxin imaginable, but he never took damage thanks to the power of Apophis. Kim Woo-jin remembers the horrific crimes that Monster committed, a psycho who loved stealing whatever he wanted, and then murdering his victims with poison in the most brutal ways possible. He recalls the past. When the guy's cruelty hit its absolute peak, the Savior Guild publicly announced they would execute the Poison King. Kim Woo-jin remembers how countless Savior Guild members, including himself, joined the massive subjugation squad to hunt him down. But way too many good people died in that campaign. His eyes widen in anger. Even right now, I can perfectly remember every single comrade who fell to that bastard's toxic poison. The albino lizard egg. I only know one simple fact. The Savior Guild used to own it. Kim Woo-jin glares at the broken egg. I never thought I could get this skill anywhere else, and there is absolutely no way the Poison King stole it from them. Now pay close attention. This is where it gets crazy. The only answer? The Savior Guild gave it to him. They turned the Poison King into a villain, just so they could play the heroes. He grinds his teeth, absolutely furious enough to shred the skill scroll. Lee Se-jun, once again you have shown me that my comrades' sacrifices were just stepping stones for your glory. Kim Woo-jin aggressively rips the scroll. But now this power belongs to me. You stepping on their corpses to rise up, that will never happen again. System alert. You have obtained the power of Apophis. You can now resist all poisons. Kim Woo-jin thinks of someone. Lee Se-jun, I will absolutely make sure of it. His face is now radiating pure murderous intent. I will crush you with my own 2 hands. Gina sweats, staring at Kim Woo-jin. Why did his mood suddenly go so dark? He got the rewards all to himself, right? A second later, Kim Woo-jin speaks up. Let us get out of here. Gina looks totally confused, barely understanding this guy anymore. A bright light flashes once again. The two of them return to the container room. Gina excitedly reaches for the bag on the desk. As expected, Boss Se-jun is so thoughtful. He complains about starving to death. But inside that bag, just 2 bottles of water and a single smartphone. Gina sees the contents and instantly starts screaming. That cheap old man. What the hell is this? 2 bottles of mineral water? Then why did he even put them in a paper bag? Somewhere else, Se-jun cleans his ear. He glances at the radio on his desk. Who is talking trash about me? My ear keeps twitching. Suddenly, Se-jun smiles. You are much faster than I thought. He turns on the radio device and speaks. Even if the difficulty level was not crazy high, you still cleared a whole dungeon in under 3 days. Anyway, how are you feeling about it? Kim Woo-jin replies over the comms. Not too bad, actually. More importantly, did anything big happen outside? Se-jun moves his computer mouse and clicks on the screen a few times. He opens up a few news websites and quickly reports back. Still no new updates on Park Young-won's military forces entering that massive 6th-floor dungeon yet. However, there is a massive announcement. The Great Ancient Guild and the Frontline Guild, 2 of the top 5 globally, have officially formed an alliance. Se-jun adds on, oh, also, the Dragon Hunter just caught a golden dragon inside a 5th-floor dungeon. Kim Woo-jin thinks deeply in silence. A golden dragon. When the first one of those appeared, people only cared about farming its skin. The hide is incredibly tough and highly heat-resistant. They expected armor made from golden dragon skin to open up a brand new horizon for players. But I know what you and I are thinking. Armor is cool, right? Wrong. The golden dragon's stomach acid changes history, not the skin. At first, nobody had a clue about its real power, because who would think stomach acid could do anything special at all? But totally by accident, its ability to break seals and remove curses was discovered. Kim Woo-jin recalls the moment Lee Se-jun stabbed himself with a sword. Lee Se-jun's sword was also fully unsealed using golden dragon's stomach acid. Kim Woo-jin calculates the odds. Its value is far beyond expectations. I have to get it before anyone else figures out its effect. Se-jun speaks through the radio. Just those few big news drops over the past few days. Need to know anything else? Kim Woo-jin replies, that is enough. The boss continues talking. Good, then I will hear the full details from the supervisor. There is a dedicated phone right there to contact us securely. Kim Woo-jin picks up the phone. Se-jun warns him it cannot be wiretapped, so it is way safer. Gina, no wandering around, come straight back to the office immediately. Hearing his name, Gina instantly loses his temper. Can I just relax for a bit, boss? Whose fault is it that I am treated like an errand boy? Se-jun snaps back. Because I am your boss, I will reward you with a bowl of rice. So drag your butt back here right now. Gina stands up, snatching the radio from Kim Woo-jin. You are only good at bossing people around. How is 1 bowl enough? I need 10 bowls. He opens the door to leave. Before walking out, Gina glares at Kim Woo-jin, thinking, do not tell me I'm stuck with this bastard for the near future. Kim Woo-jin notices the glare and stares right back. Gina angrily slams the door shut. The next morning at the office, Gina leans on the sofa, groaning. I did not even get enough sleep. Why drag me here first thing in the morning? I submitted my report yesterday. Se-jun holds a document and says, I called you because of that report. We have to speed up the plan. He slaps the papers onto the desk. Read it. Gina whines. What is so important that you will not even let me eat my breakfast? He suddenly looks completely shocked. What? He holds the document, yelling at the top of his lungs. Are you kidding me? You want me to go in there all alone? The mission document reads Spike-tail snake hunt. 2nd floor, difficulty rank A+, capacity 99 people. Requirement is strictly under level 35. Clear condition, kill the spike-tail snake. Reward for clearing, the sage's extract. Extra info states 58 Koreans and 41 foreigners are totally confirmed to participate. Se-jun gets annoyed. Why are you screaming like a wild maniac over this? And trust me, you and I are going to love this team up. Se-jun sighs. Who forced you to go alone? You need someone capable. Gina scratches his chin. Capable? The dragon hunter? Alright, stick with me here. We are kicking things off with a major problem. Oh, Se-jun needs an agent under level 35 for a 2-floor dungeon. Someone totally pro. Se-jun smirks. Why not Kim Woo-jin? Gina instantly breaks out in a cold sweat and screams. Kim Woo-jin? No way! He waves his arms frantically, completely freaking out. I am not going anywhere with that absolute lunatic. I told you yesterday, his skills are off the charts, but he is completely crazy. Where is his sense of teamwork? We are human beings, for crying out loud. That guy has serious personality issues. He literally used me as live monster bait. Gina slams his eyes shut. Make me team up with that psychopath again, and I swear I am going on a strict hunger strike. Se-jun calmly reaches into his chest pocket. Honestly, I would be pretty grateful if you actually did that. He pulls out a small audio recorder and presses play. It plays back Gina's own voice from earlier. The kind of teammate I need is someone who will not drag me down in a fight. His recorded tone sounds incredibly confident. I do not care about their personality at all. Do monsters attack people based on personal issues? No. That means raw combat ability is the only thing that actually matters. If you find someone like that, bring them right here. But there is no way they are stronger than me. Hearing his own words, Gina turns pale. Wait, boss. Se-jun just flashes a wicked, knowing smile. Helpless, Gina rubs his head and groans. You seriously had the free time to record that and you kept it until now? That is playing so dirty. Se-jun puts the recorder away and shrugs it off. I already registered both of your names. You two are going to be giant, juicy bait. Gina panics and yells out. Wait, you already signed us up? Hold on a second. What do you mean by bait? Now watch closely, because Se-jun is totally scheming here. Later that night, out in the ruins, Woo-jin stands silently grinding his sword. He presses the blade against the sharpener, pulling it back to wipe it clean with a cloth. The blade has taken a lot of heavy damage. It definitely needs a proper sheath to protect it. He glances at the briefcase sitting right next to him and pushes down on the lock. Oh, Se-jun, is there anyone else on his level? Just who does the SK Guild want to kill? I really want to meet them. Early the next morning at the office, Gina asks Se-chan some questions. Boss, are there any spots left for that monster dungeon? The government just opened the doors for all the foreign players to join in. Right at that moment, Jisoo walks upstairs carrying a briefcase toward them. Se-chan grins confidently. No need to worry about any of that. My secretary and I have already prepared absolutely everything we need. Gina looks totally confused. Wait, foreigners get priority, so finding a spot for me and Kim Woo-jin will not be easy. Right, did you actually have to spend money this time? The office door gently swings open. Se-chan looks toward it and chuckles. Is it really necessary to spend money? He turns back to Jisoo. Did you just get back? Was everything handled perfectly? She holds out the heavy briefcase and nods. Yes, I successfully finalized the dungeon agreement with Russia, and I already delivered all those requested items straight to Kim Woo-jin. Gina gasps in shock. Wait, Russia? Jisoo calmly continues speaking. The custom mask you ordered has also been completely forged. Se-chan flashes a slight smirk. Excellent work, you have worked hard. The local news networks immediately blow up with massive headlines. Breaking reports confirm that 41 elite foreign players have officially been locked in to participate. 99 players have completed recruitment. The Daily News asks the ultimate question. Will they be the world's first to clear the new dungeon? It is all happening at Simpangri and Onsan. Outside the room, a sign reads Russian Rokos. Gina angrily pinches the side of his mask. This damn mask! He whines out loud. This thing is way too inconvenient when I am trying to eat. Gina grabs a piece of cake and glances over at his companion. Kim Woo-jin. Wait, no, Kim Woo-jin, are you okay? He teases him. Are you just cramming food into your mouth right now because you are super nervous? Gina talks while chewing loudly. Nervous? I do not even know what the heck being nervous feels like. Woo-jin, playing the role of Kim Woo-jin, quietly takes a bite of cake and mutters, sure. Gina's legs are visibly shaking. He has never entered a dungeon this massive. How is this bastard acting so perfectly calm? Disguised as Spasiva, Gina speaks up again. You really are not nervous, are you? I am just asking, why are your legs trembling? Woo-jin flatly replies, of course I am totally nervous. Gina puffs his chest. Right? Just do not worry, trust me. I know what you're thinking, but wait until you see this. Woo-jin stares at his screen in pure awe. Unbelievable. I never expected this to fall into my hands. Gina shoots him a side eye. Counting the last job, in this one you will not forget to buy me all that meat, right? Anyway, we are a team for this battle, so we fight together. He strictly warns him. That means you better not pull any weird stunts like you did last time. Do you understand me? Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin completely ignores him, reading the item stats on his screen. The Grim Reaper Mask, a legendary tier item usable from level 1 and up. This is the authentic mask of the Grim Reaper. You can physically touch and effectively control the undead monsters you summon. Plus, magic power increases by 10% when equipped, and on top of that, mana recovery speed also boosts by an insane 10%. He is absolutely blown away. I cannot believe Se-chan actually had this. The night before, Woo-jin had received a phone call from Se-chan. I heard all about your incredible performance inside the last dungeon. Do you want to join the Needle Snake dungeon raid? He casually replied, we will see. It sounds pretty dangerous to just walk right in there unprepared. Se-chan just burst out laughing. So you don't want to go in easily? I knew it. I heard you control skeleton spirits exceptionally well. Snapping back to the present, Woo-jin sits there lost in deep thought. The king of the undefeatable. Even Johann George desperately wanted this legendary item, but he could never get his hands on what I am holding right now. He thinks to himself, I never saw what he used back then, so I do not know its exact power effects. But suddenly, Gina loudly interrupts his epic train of thought. Hey, Kim Woo-jin, are you even listening to me? He just flashes a slight smile. Clearly, the timeline to completely destroy the Messiah Guild has been drastically pushed up. Just then, a staff member opens the door. Russian players, please get ready. He rests his hands on his knees and stands up, and they both walk out of the room together. Woo-jin secretly plans to test the Grim Reaper mask with full power on floor 1. Suddenly, the dungeon system chimes in notice. To reach the next floor, you must survive for exactly 5 days. The other conquerors instantly scream out, what, a survival mission? Damn it, that is the absolute worst. Everyone starts cursing wildly. One guy just grabs his head and shouts a massive curse. Standing strong in his Spasiva armor, Gina speaks up. A survival mission. On the surface, it looks like we just need to stay alive until the time runs out. But that also means the sheer number of monsters will be so massive that merely surviving will not be easy at all. Gina turns to Woo-jin. What do we do now? He calmly replies, let's run a test first. A test? Gina wonders in absolute horror. He suddenly remembers being completely surrounded by wolves and shudders in fear. Don't tell me! He violently screams on the inside. Is he going to make me bait again? He pouts and complains loudly. Do you not remember what I just said? We are doing this again? Woo-jin smirks. If you get a brand new legendary item, you obviously have to test its combat performance. Gina claps weakly. Right, gotta test it. Woo-jin turns. First, let's find a quiet spot. Trust me, you and I know this test will be absolute chaos. Alright, stick with me. We're jumping straight into the woods where a brand new skeleton soldier just dropped in. It spawns right in front of them, and Gina cheerfully greets it. Well. Hello there. He excitedly blurts out. Look at that, it even came with its own armor ready to go. He steps closer, teasing the bony soldier. Oh man, get out of the way. Playing dress up again? Kim Woo-jin pulls a mask from his inventory and slides it onto his face. The system flashes its stats immediately. It's the Mask of the Picture Reaper, a legendary tier item usable straight from level 1. This is the Picture Reaper's mask. It allows you to directly link with and control the undead monsters you summon. Magic power efficiency goes up by 10% when equipped. Mana recovery also jumps 10%. A screen pops up announcing he earned the achievement Master of the Picture Reaper. Kim Woo-jin thinks to himself that just the mana boost alone is pretty decent, but suddenly he notices a strange thread dropping down from above, connecting straight to the skeleton's head. Kim Woo-jin is completely confused. A thread? That thin string is actually starting from his own veins and shooting right out of his fingertips. He looks absolutely stunned. The system announces the connection is complete. His eyes shoot wide open as a bright light flashes. When his vision clears, he sees Gina grabbing his head. "Gotcha now, buddy," Gina says, rubbing the skeleton's skull with a totally amused look on his face. "What is your problem?" The skeleton suddenly glares and snaps. "Get your hands off me!" Gina, playing Espasiva, absolutely screams. The skeleton soldier is actually talking. The skeletal soldier starts twisting and contorting its whole body. Its arms and legs flail around in total chaos. Gina looks confused and asks, why is it moving so weirdly? It barely takes a few steps before tumbling face first into the dirt. Seeing this, he yells out, "Is it dead already?" Then Gina pokes its head with his foot. Kim Woo-jin, acting as Kim Woo-jin, gets super annoyed and snaps, "Hey, get your foot off. Now pay attention here, cause things get tense." Kim Woo-jin realizes staying quiet isn't as easy as he thought. Meanwhile, a group nearby asks John Jun, "What is our plan? Do we wait here first, or scout ahead and come back?" John Jun replies, "We don't even know how many monsters are out there. We cannot just rush blindly." He glances around the area and says, "First, let's hold our position and observe the situation for a day or two. Everyone else is already gathering right here. If we team up, it will definitely boost our chances of surviving this place." His group looks over at the other teams nearby. They figure the people huddling up over there are probably thinking the exact same thing. John Jun pushes up his glasses with a smug look. After all, there's no major influential faction like Messy Errol in this dungeon. In situations like this, the guys with brains always have the upper hand. We need to persuade them so we become the core of this hunt. Night fully blankets the forest. Suddenly, Gina lunges forward and throws a massive punch. A polite little punch? Nope, he blasts an orc's head completely off in one hit. He smirks proudly to himself. What is this? I was actually worried about this survival trial. If we're just counting heads, are these weak monsters all we get? Seriously? I'm way too strong for this. Right behind Gina, the skeleton grips its sword and instantly slices 2 orcs out of existence. They instantly collapse under its blade. Gina stares at the bony soldier, his face noticeably dropping into a deep frown. He glares at Kim Woo-jin, controlling the skeleton, and clicks his tongue, thinking that jerk is just a ridiculous monster. Gina remembers what happened minutes ago, when the skeleton was barely staggering around. At first, even walking was a struggle. It would take a step and faceplant hard. But soon enough, it started running. Now, the skeleton is leaping around like a total ninja, moving insanely fast. Gina stares intensely at Kim Woo-jin, whose fingers are dancing around. Summoning skeleton soldiers is already overpowered, but this guy is literally remote controlling them on top of that. You and I both see the unfairness here, right? Gina grits his teeth. Isn't this completely unfair? One guy is fighting for his life, while the other just twiddles his fingers safely. Suddenly, he notices a heavy presence right behind his back. A massively larger skeleton has just been summoned. The system pings the new arrival. Gina stares at the giant beast in pure absolute disbelief. He asks himself, is it actually possible to use a summoning skill while in that linked state? Gina thinks to himself, you can use skills while connected to the skeleton, but the mana drain triples. Sure, that makes sense, but it also means you cannot use potions at the same time. The smaller skeleton finally speaks up. How are you holding up? He crosses his arms, looking completely annoyed. Hey, when you talk to someone, you should at least look them in the face. Gina clenches his fists. It feels super weird having a bunch of bones ignore him. Do you really need me to teach you some basic manners? Kim Woo-jin shoots back a challenging tone. Oh, really? Gina just stares straight ahead. Kim Woo-jin takes off his mask, looming right behind him, and casually asks, well, are you satisfied now? Gina jumps out of his skin and whips around to look at him. Holy crap, you scared me. Kim Woo-jin ignores it and asks, so, how is your body feeling right now? He chuckles nervously, waving it off. Awake enough to educate guys who do not understand basic manners. Not talking about you, I mean the monsters. Kim Woo-jin just replies coldly, that is lucky. Alright, let's officially get this started. Gina yells in total confusion. We've been killing tons of monsters this whole time. Why are you suddenly talking nonsense? Looking completely bewildered, he asks, huh? What do you mean? Officially start. Then what were those orcs just now? Gina claps his hands and stammers. Wait, what is this? Oh right, anemia. I definitely have anemia. Then he grabs his head, whining, I'm suddenly so dizzy. What is wrong with you? Suddenly a sharp sword is pointed straight at Gina's body. He gets furious and shouts, what are you doing? Kim Woo-jin says, half joking and half serious. I heard you were anemic, so I figured I would give you a little iron. Gina screams out loud. Iron? You don't mean slicing me with that sword? Kim Woo-jin calmly replies, well, it is basically iron entering your body either way. He yells back in pure frustration. How can you even say that? Kim Woo-jin controls the skeleton to say, seeing you this energetic, your anemia must be cured. I really was going to give you some iron. After that, he turns and walks ahead. We have lots to prepare. Follow me. Gina is teased so much he is absolutely losing his mind. I am such an idiot. What do I do now? Right in front of them is a leafless tree and crash. It gets chopped straight down. Kim Woo-jin and Gina are now working overtime logging trees. He looks at him, unable to stop wondering. What on earth is Kim Woo-jin actually thinking? Did he enter this deadly dungeon just to chop wood instead of monsters? Over on another battlefront, a goblin is charging in. A group of conquerors is rushing it all at once, forcing it right into the middle. A brown-skinned guy swings his sword, instantly wiping out the monster. A veteran old man slashes away several more goblins. It is now the third day inside the dungeon. Bright and early in the morning, the conquest team is still enthusiastically slaughtering beasts. One older guy looks confused and asks, "Why is this so boring? A survival trial shouldn't be like this, right?" Jun stands nearby and replies, "It is definitely strange. The monster count is way too low." He glances around and says, "This is the survival trial for a C+ rank dungeon. Instead of being hunted, we are way too relaxed. This is not right. Even if it is risky, we have to go out and scout a little. So what do you and I make of this?" Kim Woo-jin and Gina finally built a massive wooden barricade, and bam, the system announces a level up. Let's jump right into the madness. The emissary of the Dark World is absolutely loving your insane growth and sent a gift. Kim Woo-jin, still disguised as Isaac, holds the mysterious paper, totally confused. Huh? The paper reads, "Skeleton Warrior Command, the hidden condition. You have to absorb the emissary of the Dark World. If the absorption level hits past 20, the skeleton soldiers get a massive power boost and you can summon way more of them. Higher rank equals deadlier skills." He just looks at it and smirks. Kim Woo-jin rips the paper right in half. Instantly, the system chimes in, "Skeleton Warrior Command acquired." Standing up on the wooden fence, he calls up to them, "Just take it slow." Jinha, currently using the identity of Spasiva, asks in pure shock, "Huh? Why the sudden change?" He taps the wooden barrier and complains, "This spot is perfect. Why do we have to leave? Do you have any idea how hard I worked building this yesterday?" Kim Woo-jin jumps down to the dirt, explaining that the situation changed. Plans need an update. Jinha is totally baffled. What situation? Did some terrifying monster just show up or what? Kim Woo-jin just smirks, looking right past Jinha's shoulder. Lying right there is the fresh corpse of an orc. He steps up and touches it. The system flashes. "Skeleton soldier summoned. Skeleton soldier summoned." Jinha absolutely loses his mind. He stares at the brand new pile of bone warriors popping up and lets out a massive gasp. What the hell? Jinha asks, "Weren't you only able to summon 6 of them?" Kim Woo-jin turns around with a dark look. "Earlier, yeah, that was true." He smirks like an absolute villain. But things are different now. Meanwhile, on another front, figures are rushing desperately through the thick forest. Jun looks back in pure panic, quickly ordering his entire team to change their direction. "Everyone, move this way now." The team looks around and spots countless monster corpses piled up everywhere. They gasp in shock. "Orcs!" Jun turns and frantically asks for a total body count. Pushing up his glasses, a chilling realization hits him. This wasn't a battle. This was an absolute massacre. Who the hell actually did this? I already recruited anyone with decent power. Did I miss a monster like this? Suddenly, Jin Hong points his finger into the distance. "Yang run, we found something else down there." He quickly follows the pointed finger. He carefully follows Jin Hong. What else is there? But his jaw instantly drops at the insane sight right in front of them. Down below sits a massive, imposing structure completely built out of wood. No question about it. This is the masterpiece created by Kim Woo-jin and Jinha. Jun gasps in awe. This is a maze. He then leaps right up onto the wooden wall to get a better look. Jun and his teammates stare down into the dirt maze. The floor is completely covered in piles and piles of dead monsters. Pure terror is written all over his face. Making a wooden maze just to lure monsters into a trap. Jun looks off into the distance. The sheer number of dead bodies over there is just absolutely ridiculous. Watch closely, because this is where it gets really crazy. He looks back at the maze. Jun wonders, what kind of god-tier genius actually planned all of this out? This method is completely different from absolutely anything I have ever witnessed before. Sweating bullets, he nervously pushes up his glasses in thought. So this is exactly how they survived so comfortably for days, even during a deadly survival test. On the other hand, Jinha admits he made a huge miscalculation. They really need to drag all the remaining players into this plan. Using traps to beat them easily like that? It is not my style, but I am totally fine with it. He groans. Why do we have to move? Doing it this way makes me tired as a dog. Kim Woo-jin just asks, why would we do the exact same thing again? He gently pats one of the skeleton soldiers on the head. Do not worry, we do not need that anymore. Kim Woo-jin explains that their firepower just got a massive upgrade. Traps and mazes are a complete waste of time now. Jinha gets hyped up. Direct hunting will be way faster. Now that is the real taste of battle. Of course. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin summons a sharp sword out of nowhere. Seeing this, Jinha panics, thinking he is under attack and starts waving his hands around. Fine, this time I will show you my true power. But Kim Woo-jin calmly says he is going first. Jinha shouts in surprise. Huh? He summons his gauntlets and yells, if that is how it is, I am going all out too. I have no idea what your plan is, but I cannot stand seeing some clumsy guy trying to fight right in front of me. You and I both know how this goes. A little while later, Jinha is totally gasping for air. Reaching out, he heavily pants, can we just take a small break? A skeleton hilariously waddles right over to him. Jinha immediately hits it with a nasty side-eye. The skeleton soldier literally shakes its head, like it is judging him hardcore, and then it just straight up walks away. Seeing that, Jinha furiously yells, get back here! Are you laughing at me? Come here! Jinha stands there cursing while the skeleton is already sprinting away. He just pulls his hair in pure frustration. Damn it! That jerk Kim Woo-jin really has the stamina of a total monster. No, wait, his fighting style is completely different from mine. Jinha slowly realizes something. I fight them one by one, draining my energy. But he uses overwhelming attacks and falls back. It is crazy effective. Jinha stares blankly ahead. Kim Woo-jin notices his intense gaze and abruptly stops in his tracks. He turns around. What is it? Weren't you supposed to show me your true power? Jinha frantically wipes his sweat, thinking he still remembers that. I am doing it right now. More monsters show up one after another. Jinha charges in, wrecking them all in one massive sweep. Kim Woo-jin just stands off to the side, carefully watching him fight. If this is the Lena I know, he will study the moves I just showed him. Jinha punches monsters into the afterlife. Kim Woo-jin thinks to himself, no one has actually guided him on this stuff until now. He watches him dodge monster strikes, trusting his immortal body and sprinting non-stop without thinking. Yeah, that combat style is definitely not going to be effective long-term. Kim Woo-jin narrows his eyes. Over time, it will get a bit more useful than it is now. Suddenly, a smug smirk crosses his face. No, it has to be much more useful. Day 5. Sunlight pierces through the canopy, lighting up the lush green forest. Down on the dirt, a totally unlucky hyena corpse lies in a pool of blood. The system chimes in. 24 hours left until the survival mission officially ends. Gasping for breath, Jinha glares at Kim Woo-jin, completely drenched in sweat. In his head, he is screaming, why the hell is he going this hard when the mission is literally just to survive? Kim Woo-jin checks the system screen. You have leveled up. Meanwhile, Jinha is beyond confused. Did these random monsters steal something super important from him, or what? The system hands over his level-up rewards. The emissary of hell is highly amused by your ruthless efficiency. Boom, you receive a skill scroll as a reward. Jinha loudly protests this absolute exploitation. He screams out in pain. Kim Woo-jin, this is pure torture, not just working hard anymore. I have been throwing punches non-stop for 8 whole hours. I am human, not a workhorse. Hearing his absolute despair, Kim Woo-jin finally calls for a break. It is like a royal pardon. Jinha is overjoyed, eyes literally sparkling with hope. Wait, pineapple? Where do we even sit? Finally getting a breather, he pulls out his packed food and just starts devouring it, chewing like a maniac. Suddenly, the skeleton walks up, making him freeze for a second. Feeling a sudden wave of comradeship, Jinha offers the food right to it. What, you want a bite? He waves the snack around. Come on, raise your bony hand and I will share. So what do you and I take away from this? Surprisingly, the arrogant skeleton actually obeys and reaches out. Jinha stares in awe, then laughs. Finally opening up to me, Bone Boy? Trust me, this duo is just getting started. Stick with me because this survival game is about to get wild. Jinha smirks, bragging to Kim Woo-jin about true comradeship. The guy literally has tears of emotion welling up in his eyes. So freaking touching, right? Comradeship is just something words can't even describe. Jinha then kindly asks if Kim Woo-jin is feeling hungry. But suddenly he freezes. He spots the skeleton comrade handing its food straight to Kim Woo-jin. Wait, what? Realizing he's been totally played, he jumps up and starts demanding answers. You've been controlling it this whole time? Son of a gun. Do you just love messing with people? Kim Woo-jin just chuckles, saying he only wanted a tiny taste of this so-called comradeship. Poor Jinha looks exactly like a guy who just got scammed into a terrible job. Hands on his hips, he unleashes a rant. Damn you, making me work to the bone, offering no food and stealing my stash? If you're this cheap, you'll go bald as fast as Boss Tran. Kim Woo-jin keeps chewing, thinking to himself, did he just say bald? That's the very first time he's ever heard about Osachan's actual appearance. Suddenly, a bright flare explodes across the sky. Jinha frowns, wondering out loud if it's some kind of distress signal. Time is almost up anyway. He scoffs a little, clearly looking down on them. We slaughtered that many monsters, and those guys still can't survive? But Kim Woo-jin casually replies that it is definitely not a cry for help. Jinha stares at him, smirking slightly. Then what is it? He pulls the bone mask off his face, calmly analyzing the situation. Since the survival time limit is ending, they're about to be teleported to floor 2. They are gathering everyone to decide the fighting order against the snake. Jinha crosses his arms, mocking them. Even if they all team up, winning isn't guaranteed, but now they want to take turns fighting it? Unbelievable. They are way too arrogant for their own good. Kim Woo-jin coldly points out that since the two of them drastically reduced this floor's difficulty, those guys got to play around easily for 5 days. Of course, they feel overflowing with confidence right now. Jinha just looks completely confused. What? That's seriously a thing? Kim Woo-jin checks his newly received item. Let me check this reward scroll, then we can head over. When Jinha spots the item in his hands, his eyes go wide with absolute shock. Now pay close attention to this. He can't help but yell. It's an actual golden scroll. Kim Woo-jin smirks with pure amusement. This is the main skill Johann Josh used all the time. The scroll reveals the corpse explosion skill, requiring the Hell's Messenger condition. The minimum level requirement to use it? Level 30 or higher. The effect? Inject mana into a monster's corpse, and it becomes a ticking time bomb. The scene shifts to an empty clearing where everyone gathers. By the time the whole crowd assembles, night has already completely fallen. Standing on a high rock, Jun shouts for everyone's attention. He immediately kicks off his grand speech. Since almost all survivors are here, I declare that in just a short time, the survival mission will be fully complete. We will then be teleported straight to floor 2. The main alliance, which includes the Pishu Guild, will take the lead and hunt the massive thorn snake first. Anyone opposed? Jinha glances sideways at Kim Woo-jin and whispers, just like you said, these guys are absolutely insane. Are they seriously planning to take turns fighting? Seeing everything going smoothly from the high stage, Jun continues. Since no one objects, I will give a warning so everyone stays careful. Remember, do not interfere with our hunt under any circumstances. He pauses for a second, then fiercely emphasizes, if anyone purposely interferes, we will execute them on the spot. Kim Woo-jin just thinks to himself, totally indifferent. A threat, huh? Gina quietly asks, what do we do now? You have already got a plan, right? Suddenly, someone forcefully shoves him from behind. A massive, muscular hunter steps up to act tough. Did you understand what he just said? Gina has a super short temper. He grits his teeth, cursing in his mind. Is this guy crazy? Can't he just speak Korean normally? Right before he can throw hands, Kim Woo-jin actually stops his arm. I know what you're thinking. Fight time? Not quite. Gina turns and sees him shaking his head. Signaling to drop it, Kim Woo-jin calmly gestures they won't interfere with the hunt. Alright then, good luck. The troublemaker just smirks. Good. Then he turns around and walks right off. Gina is completely lost. Highly dissatisfied, he mutters, why the hell did you stop me? Kim Woo-jin decides to knock some sense into his hot-headed companion. Were you really planning to fight that entire crowd all by yourself? Gina still doesn't get it. What crowd? Kim Woo-jin points out the red armband tied to the guy's arm. That's a marker proving they are in the same squad. Now just take a look around us. Following his gaze, Gina realizes that besides the two of them, almost everyone is wearing a red armband. He tries to save a little face. I already noticed that. Deep down, he finally understands. So this is exactly why absolutely no one voiced an objection. After clearly defining friend and foe, Gina actually starts feeling anxious. Literally no one is without a red band. Wait, does that mean we stand zero chance against them in a fight? Kim Woo-jin just gives this mysterious knowing smile. Do you really think so? As the timer hits 0, the system announces to all hunters, survival mission completed, now teleporting straight to the second floor. Deep inside the second floor's forest, the massive thorn snake is on the move. Its absurdly long tail drags behind, scraping heavily against the rough ground. Hunters hide perfectly behind massive trees, waiting for the right moment to strike. The snake looks around carefully, as if sensing the danger lingering in the air. A few weaker hunters actually tremble in pure fear just seeing it scout the area. They don't even dare to breathe heavily. The huge thorn snake keeps slithering forward, its gigantic tail randomly whipping the dirt. But unfortunately for the beast, there is an ambush fully prepared right along its movement path. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Jun immediately orders them to open fire. The entire squad obeys instantly, with the mage team focusing their long-range attacks right at the massive snake. The surprise assault catches it completely off guard. It thrashes around violently, smashing the ground and causing it to explode. Countless massive and small explosions erupt everywhere. Deafening rumbles echo straight through the dark night. Gina and Kim Woo-jin stand casually on a high cliff, observing the chaotic situation. Gina cannot hold back and asks, "Are you seriously just going to watch the show?" Looking at this, they might actually pull it off. Kim Woo-jin replies with zero emotion. No, that is not happening anytime soon. Gina doesn't understand his logic at all. Why wouldn't it be possible? With numbers like that, is it still not enough? Instead of giving a direct answer, Kim Woo-jin asks him a question. When you run into a monster, what is the very first thing you do? He crosses his arms, thinking deeply. The first thing I'd do? Well, I would just run up and slash them. Since I don't know their moves, it's super hard to handle unexpected surprises if everyone charges in at the very start. Kim Woo-jin simply nods his head, then points directly at the huge thorn snake. Exactly. Now look at that beast over there. The snake just took a giant fireball straight to the face. Would you still try to slash it right now? Hearing that, Gina freezes up for a second before stammering. Well, obviously not. But isn't taking it down fast with overwhelming numbers way better? Kim Woo-jin crosses his arms, watching the distant battlefield. Sure, it's great if that actually works out. But if this mission was that easy, why hasn't anyone escaped this prison yet? Did they lack manpower? Were the people who failed somehow lacking the same strength as the rest of these guys? Right at this moment, seeing the giant snake take a massive hit, Jun observes the situation and gets ready to command. He yells excitedly, "Awesome job, everyone. Push forward." But here's the thing. The snake has zero interest in fighting. It immediately turns and bolts right over the hunters. Trust me, you'll want to see the incoming chaos. Alright, stick with me here. You're about to see why overconfidence gets you killed. Hearing that the snake is fleeing, Jun thinks this hunt is a total joke. He figures it is only a matter of time before he is the first player to slay the poison beast. The thorny snake slithers away incredibly fast. Its massive body leaves an obvious trail, but suddenly its eyes shoot wide open. Pure shock is written all over its face. A massive wall of jagged, razor-sharp rocks suddenly blocks its escape route. Someone just made their move, instantly activating the destructive Master of Knowledge skill. Massive, brutal rock spikes shoot high into the air, but the thorny snake does not even care. It dives headfirst right into the obstacle. When it comes to durability, its body is way tougher. The rocks completely shatter, letting the snake bust through like nothing is there. Gina stares at the hunters in disbelief. It looks like they were completely prepared for this. They actually knew the poison snake would try to run. But Kim Woo-jin sees things differently. He calmly mutters, "It is starting." Gina looks totally confused. What? Starting now? It looks like the fight is basically over. Kim Woo-jin corrects him. No, that poison snake will never attack them head-on, and those massive sharp spikes all over its body? Did you completely miss them? Down on the battlefield, Jun orders his team to keep attacking. Focus on the head. The snake looks up as countless magic attacks rain down directly on its skull. Explosions roar through the air. The thorny snake growls in absolute rage. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over the archers and mages in the back. The snake's tail swings high, looking ready to crush them flat. One mage notices it just in time. Sure enough, the snake sweeps its tail toward the ranged squad. The fierce beast watches them from a distance. Its incredibly long, massive body makes ranged attacks like this super easy. However, things do not go as planned, forcing the snake to look back. A massive collision rings out, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that makes the mage cover his face. A fighter shouts at the top of his lungs, "Fall in line. We need to keep attacking. We were assigned to protect this exact zone." The mage quickly glances over, catching a bright flash of light right in his eyes. Right there, a squad of heavy shield fighters perfectly blocked the massive tail, stopping it from wiping out their main damage dealers. The mage presses his trembling hands against the dirt to steady himself. Using that momentum, he springs to his feet and starts running. That is right, let us finish this. Ranged attacks keep raining down endlessly on the snake's head. The deafening sound of explosions just will not stop. Jun yells out commands, noticing the beast is finally slowing down. The vanguard shifts into a battle stance. The rest of the team forms up, but to the snake, they are just annoying ants grouping together. Its blood-red eyes pierce through the thick smoke like absolute lasers. Suddenly, the thorny snake rears up, towering into the sky like a massive ancient tree. Seeing this, Jun is totally stunned, especially since the beast had been running away this whole time. Now pay attention, because this is where everything flips. The snake's head puffs up like a massive cobra, its jagged thorns aiming absolutely everywhere. Jun screams out frantically, "Stop attacking right now! Everyone get back into a heavy defensive stance." The absolute second he finishes speaking, the snake fires its massive spikes straight down at the helpless hunters below. A lethal rain of spikes crashes down, sending everyone running for their lives. Deafening impacts shake the ground, kicking up so much dust that nobody can see the casualties. Now the thorny snake's body is covered in empty black holes where its spikes used to be. It looks absolutely horrifying. Throwing its head back, it lets out a vicious roar. The intense sonic wave ripples through the entire forest, forcing Gina and Kim Woo-jin to take a step back from the cliff edge. Kim Woo-jin is slightly surprised. He fully expected those spikes to be coated in a deadly poison, not just act as regular physical projectiles. Gina stares blankly, thinking to himself that it was a strong attack, but nothing crazy. Once the sonic wave fades out, the massive snake completely stops moving. The dust finally clears, revealing Jun completely unharmed. His glasses are totally shattered, and his heart is still pounding out of his chest in pure shock. What just happened? Was that seriously it? It takes Jun a moment to snap back to reality. He assumed the snake had a secret weapon, but it was just a basic wide-range attack. No big deal at all. A fighter near one of the giant spikes leans on it to stand up. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoes out as the massive thorn completely shatters. He reaches out and snaps another piece off. The spike is completely hollow, brittle as an eggshell. These weak things really come from a poison beast? He never expected them to break so easily. Looking closer at the fragments, he finally gets it. The spikes are completely hollow on the inside. The terrifying snake might still be roaring wildly, but it has absolutely zero spikes left to actually threaten their team anymore. Jun shouts out his final decision. Alright, the beast is out of ammo. Seizing the perfect opportunity, he orders a full strike before it can recover. The hunters rush into the fight, completely fearless now. The melee fighters finally join the fray with their swords and shields. But you and I both know this is way too easy, right? Jun just pushes up his broken glasses, smirking proudly. Slaying this giant snake is barely an inconvenience for his elite squad now. Seeing absolute victory right in front of them, the fighters charge ahead. But suddenly, someone violently stumbles. A blonde tank sees this and screams out, "Hey, hold your position right there!" He pushes past his squad mate, frowning deeply. "What the hell are you doing? Stop hesitating and keep moving forward right now." But then he freezes. His teammate is covering his mouth, violently coughing up black blood. A second later, the guy hits the dirt with a heavy thud. This terrifying anomaly leaves him totally paralyzed with confusion. He forgets to even walk. Then heavy armor clatters behind him. Another squad mate drops flat on his back, eyes bulging, choking on his own blood. Watching his comrades drop like flies, the blonde tank completely freezes. A split second later, a sickening wave of nausea hits him. The system flashes a warning. He has been inflicted with the thorny snake's deadly poison. The backline tanks see this and stop dead in their tracks. "It is poison! Fall back right now!" One of them frantically relays the horrific news to the rear. "Boss, we are taking critical damage up here. Half the tanks are down and out." Jun just stands there stunned, muttering in absolute disbelief. It was actually poison? He stares at the hollow spikes scattered across the dirt. What is going on here? There were zero warning signs. Did those brittle thorns really carry venom? The frontline tanks start sprinting backward while Jun stands frozen, his entire body trembling. If elite tanks are instantly collapsing, this has to be a top-tier lethal toxin. Meanwhile, hidden in the trees, the glowing eyes of a skeleton scout watch everything unfold. The hunters are literally trampling each other in pure panic. The chaotic screaming is absolutely deafening. "Get out of the way! Move it! Do not leave me behind!" Sharing vision with his skeleton scout, Kim Woo-jin watches the slaughter and sighs quietly. What an absolute massacre. Standing far away, Gina has no idea why the elite squad is suddenly retreating. Man, this is so annoying. Why are they suddenly running away? Kim Woo-jin calmly explains that they are falling back because of the thorny snake's poison. Hearing this, Gina screams out, "Wait, poison? What the heck do you mean? Were the spikes it shot out actually venomous? Gina immediately starts throwing out wild guesses. Or maybe the poison was hidden inside the hollow thorns, but his guesses are completely wrong. Kim Woo-jin shakes his head. Nope, that massive area attack also hit their backline perfectly. If the spikes themselves were poisoned, the squishy mages in the back would have died way before the heavy tanks did. Gina frowns like a confused kid. Wait, then when did everyone actually get poisoned? Finally, he remembers the snake's massive sonic roar. And trust me, you are going to want to stick around to see how this brilliant trap unfolds. Damn it, he said the strategy was going smoothly. Isn't that the death snake? Gina had no spine, only knowing how to question things. So what? What do we do now? Team up with the survivors over there. Kim Woo-jin simply stood up. Looking absolutely menacing, he told them that since they already knew the prey's location, they needed to make their moves slowly. Stick with me here, because things get wild. While the skeleton squad wiped out some vicious elves in the back, Gina was terrified seeing Kim Woo-jin approach the snake. What? You're going over there? Are you insane? Kim Woo-jin didn't even look back, casually giving his orders. I just need to get to that snake. You stay right here and prep for something else. Gina breathed a huge sigh of relief, but quickly felt like he was being used as free labor. What luck. Ah, no way, you bastard. I didn't come here to do your dirty work. Kim Woo-jin just smiled right at him. Oh really? Good, then you can just leave. I wash my hands of you. Seeing Kim Woo-jin toss him aside so easily, Gina instantly changed his tune. He shook his head frantically. That's not what I meant. I just mean I'll voluntarily stay right here and work hard on whatever you need. Meanwhile, that massive thorn snake just stood perfectly still, not making a single move. The night breeze blew gently, while a colorless poison gas quietly leaked from the empty holes covering the beast's body. A shadow flickered behind a nearby tree. Kim Woo-jin silently analyzed the situation. Odorless, tasteless, completely invisible. No wonder the other players couldn't even notice the lethal danger right in front of them. The real reason the entire frontline attack force failed so miserably, mystery completely solved. He looked at the unlucky victims scattered all over the ground. By the time they actually sensed the danger, the poison damage was already totally irreversible. But he was totally different. Kim Woo-jin casually reached up and adjusted his bone mask. The system announced that Apophis's authority was activating, making him completely immune to the thorn snake's venom. Plus, the poison actually boosted his hemolysis skill. Seeing that last notification, a smirk crossed his face. Who would have thought Apophis's power could buff his hemolysis technique? Talk about insane luck. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. He stared down at a spear dropped on the ground. Sitting down right there, Kim Woo-jin pulled up his system window. He began scrolling through the available items inside his inventory. Now pay close attention to his strategy here. Kim Woo-jin realized with a body that huge, its skin had to be like armor. So instead of a direct clash, he'd dismantle it piece by piece. He smirked. Way more efficient. Meanwhile, on the other side, a young man with a red string bracelet punched a tree hard. Jun couldn't stop blaming himself. Damn it! I don't know what to do at all! He felt like everything was completely his fault. He asked his teammate how many people actually made it out. Jin-hong turned and replied, I don't know. During the escape, I quickly counted maybe 30 people. Things were an absolute mess right now. He begged Jun, let's go save them. Who knows, maybe there are still plenty of survivors out there. But Jun saw it differently. We are waiting right here to regroup the remaining members. Pushing up his glasses, he grimly added that anyone left behind was already dead. Jin-hong furiously shouted back, wait, with our current numbers, I don't even know if we can attack, especially since we are suffering a massive shortage of tanks. Jun firmly replied, if we just go find bodies, we can't afford to lose more manpower. Instead, we need to rebuild our party members and try fighting again. That's the better play. He had already given up any hope of immediate success. Going back out there right now was basically just offering themselves as free food to that monster snake. Cursing out loud, Jin-hong grabbed his head and pointed at the sluggish crowd gathering around. They clearly still had people, but thanks to the snake's residual poison, everyone was feeling terribly sick, clutching their aching heads in pure agony. Jin-hong fiercely questioned him. Was there really no other choice but to completely abandon their teammates like that? How could he even say that? Jun tightly clenched his fists. He secretly thought to himself that despite talking about regrouping, the final outcome was painfully obvious. Fighting a raid boss without any tanks was exactly like charging into battle with zero protective gear. But in critical moments like this, a leader had to stay totally rational. Suddenly, a massive booming sound echoed from the distance, instantly snapping the entire group awake. Hearing that terrifying noise, one member completely panicked. Could the monster be heading right their way? Playing it safe, Jun immediately issued a strict order to quickly pinpoint the snake's exact location. A squad member skilled in scouting instantly leaped up a massive tree. With crazy agility and swift footwork, he quickly secured a high, sturdy branch to get a clear vantage point. Scanning the distance to find the beast, the scout completely froze in pure shock. Seeing him utterly speechless, the guys below grew anxious. What are you doing? Report its location right now. You and I both know what he's looking at. The scout struggled for words. Unbelievably, a single player was fighting the thorn snake. This insane news left Jun completely stunned. What? Jin-hong couldn't believe it either. He impatiently demanded confirmation. Was that actually true? Explain clearly. Hurry up. The scout just pointed a trembling finger toward the snake. I just told you. Someone was literally fighting the giant thorn snake alone. If they didn't believe him, they could come up and see for themselves. Hearing this, Jun turned entirely to stone. Absolutely unbelievable. Was there really someone breathing easily in that toxic hell? Jin Hong was dumbfounded, asking again if it was true. Sweating bullets, Jun realized the snake's lethal poison should have made approaching it physically impossible. Just to confirm, the whole crowd jumped up to the high branches to watch, and they actually witnessed the colossal beast getting attacked by someone. Without a single word, they all shared the exact same thought. How was this even possible? Jun quickly realized the implication. Wait, if that's happening, does that mean the deadly poison is totally gone now? If not, then how? He gripped his fist tightly. If they moved in right now, but everyone was completely exhausted. Struggling with the choice for a moment, Jun finally made his absolute decision. We are going in there! Jin Hong's eyes went wide. Go back there? Just a second ago, he said that was basically suicide. Jun impatiently snapped back. The scout's report proved the thorn snake's deadly poison had totally vanished. He was desperate to fix his massive failure. This was the perfect chance to make up for their previous disaster. He rallied his team. If they didn't team up to hunt it right now, they might never get another shot. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, the massive bald thorn snake was roaring furiously. Its massive body was constantly getting bombarded by a relentless rain of flying arrows. Dull thuds echoed out on impact, but it didn't take a single scratch. Instead, the skeleton soldiers' attacks were just incredibly annoying. Down below, the emotionless skeletons felt absolutely zero fear, blindly firing arrows on Kim Woo-jin's direct command. Thanks to the skeleton squad providing a perfect distraction, he freely moved around to the snake's blind spot, thinking quietly to himself. As expected, ordinary arrows and spears couldn't pierce its insanely thick hide. Oblivious to the deadly threat approaching, the snake didn't notice Kim Woo-jin leaping onto its massive body with two razor-sharp spears. But there was an easy trick: avoid its tough skin entirely and directly infect it with his potent blood poison. The furious thorn snake was being endlessly harassed by the skeleton soldiers' annoying arrows. Seeing absolutely red with pure rage, it opened its gigantic mouth and lunged straight at the skeletons. Down below, the two skeleton soldiers immediately went on high alert, seeing the monster charging into close combat. That's where we leave it for now. The colossal snake lowered its head, mouth wide open, to swallow these annoying skeletons whole. But honestly, those undead warriors are surprisingly agile. Let's dive into the absolute madness right here. They both leap up, dodging a massive snake strike. It misses, slamming into the dirt. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin is already right near its head. Taking this opening, he spins his spear with dead serious eyes. Bam! He jams two sharp spears right into its black pores. The system chimes in: Spike Snake infected with blood poison. That soul-crushing agony makes it instantly whip its head around, glaring at the culprit. Kim Woo-jin just chats with it like an old buddy. The spikes vanished, leaving these holes. Let's drop a poison-soaked spear right in there. Faint toxic gas leaks from the gaps. He casually notes that in human terms, these are basically pores. Gotta hurt like hell, right? Not sure if it understands, but the beast hisses furiously. Kim Woo-jin smirks. You were faking that retreat earlier to play the victim, huh? That way humans lower their guard and get closer. The snake lunges at him. He chuckles, instantly drawing a brand new spear. Those players at Trick never saw this coming. Kim Woo-jin raises the weapon. Those cheap spikes are gone now, leaving only these targets. He hurls it with insane force as the head closes in. Massive amounts of toxic gas erupt. This strike aims dead center for the eye. A sickening thud and the monster roars in pure agony. Eye severely damaged. System alert spam, blood poison applied. Writhing in pain, it kicks up a massive dust storm. End results: wild thrashing does absolutely zero damage to Kim Woo-jin. He gracefully hops back and forth across branches, relocating smoothly. Glancing back, he taunts, your body looks pretty heavy. How does that poison feel? Now watch closely as the perspective shifts. A goblin corpse hits the ground hard. Gina, disguised as Spasiva, glares at the battlefield, completely annoyed. Gritting his teeth, he complains about being forced to move monster bodies. Why treat a top-tier talent like him this badly? At least Kim Woo-jin left a few skeleton soldiers to help out. Still furious, Gina straight up flips the bird right at a skeleton's face. The more he thinks, the madder he gets. Eat this! Suddenly, the skeleton speaks with Kim Woo-jin's cold voice. Report your status. Gina panics instantly. Holy crap, you scared me. Since when were you here? Ignoring the insult, Kim Woo-jin coldly asks if the requested setup is done. Gina laughs awkwardly. Of course, almost finished here. But are you absolutely sure the snake is heading this way? How can you even predict its escape route? Kim Woo-jin replies coldly, no time to explain, just wrap it up. Gina yells back, making me work like a dog with zero context. He totally ignores him. The skeleton drops dead silent, connection cut. Kim Woo-jin calculates the timing. Preparations are done. Let's finish this. He dashes through the deep forest locked onto his target. Back at the fight, a lone skeleton swings wildly at the snake's massive body. Suddenly, it turns its head. Blue flames spark in the skeleton's eye sockets. Link established. Kim Woo-jin is now piloting this undead soldier. He drops the useless sword to the dirt, turning to spot the razor-sharp spears waiting nearby. Grabbing them instantly, the possessed skeleton charges forward at blazing speed. The target is that annoying snake just ahead. Taking a running start, he vaults high into the air. Kim Woo-jin steers the skeletal frame, zigzagging cleanly between branches. Thanks to the crazy angle, the ambush is flawless. Two spears plunge deep into its open pores. The beast thrashes in absolute agony, never expecting an attack from above. System alert, blood poison hits. You and I both saw that coming. The snake whips around to strike, but Kim Woo-jin instantly cuts the connection. The now lifeless skeleton is left totally exposed to the monster's massive, gaping jaws. But wait right there. Another skeleton is already sprinting and jumping from nearby. Armed with twin poison spears, it launches into the sky, aiming right for the head. Seconds later, the weapons sink into the beast's upper pores. That insane move saves the ally and forces the snake's head down. The attacker speaks with Kim Woo-jin's voice, "Time to make you match your name." He mocks it, saying he'll give it a little makeover. Kim Woo-jin brutally spams spear strikes into the exposed pores, leaving the snake completely helpless. System update drops. Blood poison applied. The monster's overall power heavily decreases. Now, its black holes are jammed with so many spears they look like fresh spikes. Only the snake knows that bone-deep pain. Panicking, it starts running. Nearby, another skeleton grips a toxic spear, staring it down. Kim Woo-jin links in, ready to throw. "You're too huge, so this poison takes time to work." He hurls the spear right at the beast. Without missing a beat, he jumps his consciousness to a skeleton already riding the monster. This unit's only job is to catch the incoming weapon. Kim Woo-jin makes it jump, bone fingers snatching the spear mid-air. Winding up, he targets another open pore on the scales. Bam, a vicious direct hit. The system notifications go completely wild. Blood poison fully stacked. Stamina dropping fast, resistance plummeting. The brutal pain leaves it totally wrecked, but against an opponent this cunning, it can only scream. It thrashes its head violently to shake the rider off, but the skeleton grips the spear tight. Jammed deep in the pore, it refuses to budge. The terrified snake completely gives up on fighting Kim Woo-jin and flees. As it bolts, Kim Woo-jin bails, leaping off the beast onto a branch. Couldn't take it anymore, huh? He severs the link, snapping back to his real body. Blind with pain, the snake desperately slithers away. Its path is littered with dead goblin bodies. It has zero clue the real tragedy just started. Boom! A massive explosion rips through the area. The Dark World representative's corpse explosion skill has been fully triggered. Caught in the blast, the dizzy snake raises its battered head from the thick smoke. Shaking off the blast shock, it desperately turns and runs the opposite way. So what do you and I take from this? Watching through his minion's eyes, Kim Woo-jin just laughs. Escaping him is completely impossible. Stick with me, you are about to watch one of the craziest boss traps ever set. Just as the beast finds a new escape route, a pile of goblin corpses is waiting. The second its massive head roars and lunges forward, boom, Kim Woo-jin triggers his Shadow World corpse explosion skill. The massive snake only catches a blinding flash of fire right under its eyes, and that blast, it acts as the perfect detonator. A chain of explosions rocks the sky, lighting up the entire zone. The system chimes in. The spine snake is infected with blood poison. Its resistance is dropping rapidly, and its massive health pool is finally draining away. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a newspaper slams onto an office desk. The front page headline screams absolute disaster. The highly anticipated Floor 4 dungeon raid? A total failure. Chairman Cha just smirks, fully enjoying the moment. So, this is how the elite private army raised by Park Yong-won finally meets its end. Things are getting wild. If they make it out of the 6th floor dungeon, Park Yong-won is going to be furious. Cha immediately orders Lee Ji-soo to rent a car and send it to the spine snake dungeon. Secretary Ju just blinks. Wait, what? They haven't even been inside for a week yet. Cha laughs, making it clear he did not spend all that money on their disguises for nothing. Without anyone snooping around, his team can finally combine their true powers without holding back. Secretary Ju tilts her head, giving him a serious look. So, does that mean they cannot just rent some cheap junk car from the scrapyard like usual? Their cover identities are Russian nationals right now. She immediately stands up, stating they need to prepare a diplomatic vehicle so the team can extract the second things go wrong. Hearing the word diplomatic makes Chairman Cha instantly sweat. His cheap heart breaks. Diplomatic? How much money is that going to cost? He desperately yells for Ju to wait, asking if there is any way to do diplomacy without renting a car. Knowing her boss's legendary cheapness, she flatly says no and slams the door shut. Back in the dungeon, Gina stands on a cliff, watching the chaos unfold. The beast is being forced exactly where Kim Woo-jin wanted. He watches in pure shock, realizing Kim Woo-jin actually predicted the monster's exact escape route before the fight even started. Using explosions just to herd the boss? Absolutely crazy. Kim Woo-jin and his army of skeleton soldiers surround the beast, finally locking it into position. The giant snake violently shakes its head, trying to clear the thick black smoke from its vision. Now watch closely, because this is where the trap snaps shut. The monster's body is absolutely shredded. The system confirms the blood poison has completely taken over. Kim Woo-jin just smiles. It might look energetic, but it is already way too late. Down below, the skeleton squad relentlessly peppers the massive snake with arrows. Thrashing in pain, the furious boss snaps its head toward its undead attackers. But these skeletons do not care. They just keep firing. The raging snake hisses and strikes back, but the moment it turns right, the left flank lights it up. Startled and overwhelmed, it whips its massive head back to the left. Seeing his summons having a blast, Kim Woo-jin figures he does not even need to use his full power here. The blood poison is already doing the heavy lifting. The longer this drags on, the weaker and more miserable the boss becomes. At the same time, Jun is leading his own squad, sprinting like crazy toward the boss zone. As he runs, he is completely confused. All he has heard for the last few minutes is endless screaming echoing through the area. It is obvious most of the players got completely swarmed by this dungeon. Jun is insanely curious now just who exactly is causing all this chaos. Right in the middle of their sprint, a system alert hits every single player in the dungeon. The spine snake is dead. Everyone freezes in utter shock. Wait, what? The boss is already taken care of? One guy immediately cheers, realizing they can actually survive and leave this place now. Someone else chimes in, wondering if it was that mysterious player who did it. Before leaving, they bet he is going to harvest the boss materials. John Jun's eyes go wide. Is it even possible to hunt a monster like that? Seeing him stop dead in his tracks, Jin Hong immediately turns and yells out for him. We need to head this way, fast. He does not hesitate for another second, immediately breaking into a dead sprint. He is right. They absolutely cannot leave this place empty-handed. John Jun shifts his entire goal. He has to see this crazy player's face. Meanwhile, on Kim Woo-jin's side, another massive system alert pops up. He just unlocked the ultimate spine snake hunter achievement. The Shadow World representative has granted him a portion of their power. Then comes the second alert, confirming the peak hunter tier achievement for taking down the boss. The achievement effect is totally broken. All stats instantly increase by 20, plus the baseline hunter rank bonus giving him another 3 points to all his stats. Right after that, his blood poison skill ranks up, rewarding him with a mastery stone. A brilliant beam of golden light crashes down from the sky straight onto Kim Woo-jin. A clean level up. And finally, a brand new personal quest drops for him. The objective, find and extract the golden dragon hidden deep inside the boss's corpse. Staring at the absolute mountain of a snake body in front of him, Kim Woo-jin just sighs. So annoying. Just then, John Jun's squad finally arrives, only to be blocked by a shadow. Gina, in his Spasiva disguise, stands dead center in the road, barking in English for them to back off. Jin Hong looks totally confused. Wait, why are they blocking the path? John Jun tries to talk his way through, swearing they are not here to cause any trouble. But Gina stays completely silent, just holding his hand up like a brick wall. One of Jun's teammates turns around in a panic, asking if anyone here can actually speak English. John Jun carefully raises both hands, showing he means no harm. Come on, man, I just want to take a quick look around. He tries to sound as genuine as possible, claiming they are the good guys. But Gina's freezing glare and the 3 massive skeleton soldiers standing behind him send a chill right down Jun's spine. Are those actual undead summons? You and I both know what he is thinking right now. Staring at those skeletons, Jun realizes they are completely immune to the poison gas. Sure, it worked on the boss, but pulling off a stunt like this is just unbelievable. He grits his teeth in pure frustration. The player faction got breached, sure, but there is no way a boss raid like this could just fail. There is still a missing piece to this puzzle that he cannot figure out. Just as he decides he has to examine the monster's remains himself, a massive tremor shakes the earth in the distance. Flocks of birds scatter wildly from the trees in absolute panic. Jin Hong and his crew stare with wide eyes when they spot the source of the earthquake. One of Jun's guys stammers, asking what in the world that thing is. Even Gina has to turn his head to catch a glimpse of the absolute madness behind him. Right behind them, the dead snake raises its head, but its flesh is literally melting away, leaving nothing but a colossal skeleton towering over the battlefield. John Jun struggles to even find his voice. Is that the spine snake? A deep fear hits him. Do not tell me this absolute madman is actually trying to summon a boss-tier skeleton. Taking advantage of Gina's distraction, John Jun launches himself forward. He ducks extremely low, dodging right under Gina's line of sight, totally determined to see exactly who is pulling the strings. He does not think twice, sprinting at full speed and brushing right past Gina. But the very next second, a dark blur intercepts him. Gina effortlessly wraps an arm around Jun's neck and absolutely slams him to the ground. He is completely caught off guard by the sheer speed and raw power of this blonde Russian guy. With a heavy thud, John Jun hits the dirt, his body brutally skidding across the rough ground. Scrambling to a halt, he grits his teeth and groans. What kind of monstrous move was that? Staying perfectly in character, the furious Russian disguise snarls out another angry threat in English. I told you to back off. Realizing there is zero chance of breaking this defense line, Jun curses and tells his team to fall back. Damn it, let's get out of here. I will never forget that guy's face. Meanwhile, back with Kim Woo-jin, as the boss fully transforms into a skeleton, a blinding golden orb appears right under its skull, floating in midair, radiating pure insane energy, and trust me, you are going to want to see what he does with this next. Stick with me. You and I are about to see Kim Woo-jin's epic dungeon sweep. Kim Woo-jin just smirks under his disguise, no more pointless searching needed. Meanwhile, the system chimes in. Skill level too low, skull summoning totally failed. Suddenly, those giant snake bones start cracking apart, crashing heavily to the ground. The massive skeleton makes an absolute racket, kicking up a massive blinding cloud of dust everywhere. As the wind finally clears the thick dust, a lone figure steps out. Kim Woo-jin is holding the glowing orb. The system announces he is now the Master of the Yellow Dragon. Master of the Yellow Dragon. A legendary tier item, just one more level until fully usable. You can now wield the magical Yellow Dragon, plus 50 magic effect and a sweet 20% faster mana recovery. Massive upgrade. Meanwhile, right outside the dungeon gate, a sleek white car is parked and waiting. Inside the car, a guy is typing away on a laptop, prepping a draft article titled "Thorny Snake Raid Failed." He sighs, it's been a whole week and still absolutely zero news, huh? His colleague just leans back, resting his head on his hands. No news at all. Nobody actually expected them to succeed anyway. The reporter completely agrees. Right. If they actually pulled it off, it would be downright shocking. The colleague shakes his head in total boredom. I just wish this would wrap up quickly. We can't stay camped out here forever. As reporters, we should just drop this. But suddenly, an announcement blares outside. The raid was a success. The chubby reporter instantly throws the door open and rushes out to get the scoop. Now watch this. You and I are going to love this reaction. He is completely stunned. How is this even possible? Countless reporters are already swarming the entire pathway. Camera shutters are clicking furiously, flashing nonstop. Someone aggressively yells out, "Who is the person in charge here? Is absolutely nobody managing this mess?" John Jun and Jin Hong have left the dungeon, looking around frantically for their people. "Kill and Guild support team! Damn it, where are they?" Someone finally calls out, "Over here! Right here!" John Jun is losing his mind, screaming orders. "Stop the Russians! Stop all of them! They're the ones who hunted the thorny snake. Block them. Do not let them leave this place." Jin Hong remembers their faces perfectly. Seeing Kim Woo-jin and Gina walking out in their Russian disguises, he immediately points and shouts, "There they are! It's those guys from earlier! They are the ones who killed the thorny snake." The press mob goes completely wild, taking pictures and shoving microphones. "Please give us an interview here. How are you feeling right now?" Meanwhile, John Jun is totally blocked by the wall of reporters. He can't do anything but scream helplessly as Kim Woo-jin walks away. "Stop them! Stop them from leaving right now!" Shoved by the massive crowd, he furiously curses. "Move out of the way, didn't you hear what I said?" By the time he finally escapes the mob, a black car with distinct blue diplomatic plates is already waiting to whisk Kim Woo-jin and Gina away. John Jun glares at the license plates, coughing blood from pure rage. "Those damn bastards! There's no way we can block a diplomat's car!" Inside the car, Gina is happily bouncing his leg. "Man, Mr. Se-chan really spent some good money here. Now we can finally crash and rest comfortably on a super soft bed." He rips off his heavy disguise mask, finally revealing his actual handsome face. "So who is the big hero that just appeared? We caught that giant thorny snake, didn't we? Isn't that absolutely amazing?" Seeing Kim Woo-jin just tapping away on his phone without answering, he glares at him in utter annoyance. "If you're going to order me around like a dog, shouldn't you at least tell me what's going on?" Kim Woo-jin completely ignores him and makes a call to someone. "Kim Woo-jin here. Yes, I just got back from the raid." The guy on the other end is Se-chan, currently sitting at his computer scrolling through the latest news. Kim Woo-jin, "No, Ajvo. How does it feel to be a hero?" Kim Woo-jin calmly asks back, "Yes, well, how is the atmosphere looking out there right now?" Se-chan laughs out loud, saying every single newspaper is focused on him. "Thorny Snake Annihilation Raid, hunting the Thorny Snake." The real question everyone's asking is, who is Ijak Inavo? Let that sink in for a second. And I are watching. Inavo's new skills are the hottest topic. Burning this reputation for one use is a waste. Se-chan pitches a plan. "How about we raise Akavo's value and put him on an even bigger stage?" "If you don't mind, I have a solid plan." Kim Woo-jin suddenly realizes that fake name would be incredibly useful for requesting entry rights into certain restricted dungeons. Even so, he had planned to propose a deal first. Since Se-chan asked, it makes things way easier. Kim Woo-jin suddenly gets super polite. "That sounds great. Please take good care of me from now on." Se-chan shares, "Good. While you were busy in that raid, something really interesting just happened. You know Jin Hyemi, right? One of Park Yong-wang's closest personal guards? The squad Jin Hyemi was leading got completely wiped out entering the 4th floor. Players dying while entering a raid really isn't weird, and it didn't look like anything special at first. But I went ahead and analyzed the data my own way. It really looks like a spy successfully infiltrated Jin Hyemi's squad. Plus, I got the intel on the players who received financial support from the Yamato Alliance." Se-chan holds up a printed bank statement, openly praising the clever setup. Even though it was expected, the Skull Guild really landed a critical hit. Kim Woo-jin is totally confused. "Why exactly are you telling me all this?" Se-chan replies calmly, "There is zero point in hiding things from me. I completely understand your relationship with Park Yong-wang and your ties to the Skull Guild." Kim Woo-jin thinks to himself, "Are you seriously starting to bite Park Yong-wang through wiretapping?" By the way, Se-chan is absolutely not an ordinary guy. The diplomat car finally stops at a designated highway rest area. Kim Woo-jin opens the door and steps out. "We're getting off here." Gina is completely dumbfounded. "Huh? We're getting out right now?" He happily talks to himself. "Oh, did Mr. Se-chan say he's treating us to a huge meal since we worked so hard today?" Gina just won't stop rambling. "Man, even if he didn't offer, I am seriously craving some hot tofu at this rest stop anyway. So why did we stop here?" Kim Woo-jin casually pats a beat-up, rusty old car. "I'll be traveling in this thing next." Staring at a junker car that looks older than he is, Gina literally cannot believe his eyes. What? His massive, bulky body isn't meant to fit in this tiny tin can. The second he gets in, his knees are crammed to his chest. Gina furiously curses Se-chan, so that's how it is. Damn it. I was honestly wondering why he even lent us such an expensive car in the first place. He's cursing so fast his mouth doesn't even have a cooldown. But seriously, no matter how you look at it, just look at this piece of junk. It looks way worse than something towed straight out of a junkyard. So annoying. Why is this car so incredibly dirty? Who in the world even drives a car like this nowadays? Kim Woo-jin feels slightly offended by the roast. He calmly states, "This is actually my car." Hearing that, Gina instantly flips his attitude. He laughs awkwardly, sweating. Haha, in our country, a light car that doesn't leak a single drop of oil is obviously number one. Naturally, the man driving this must be incredibly smart and deeply patriotic. Remembering they still haven't eaten a thing, Kim Woo-jin says, "Come to think of it, he did mention leaving our food money inside the glove box." He suggests grabbing a bite before they hit the road. Gina excitedly pops open the glove compartment to find a white envelope. He grabs it, eyes shining with pure expectation. No way, an actual food allowance? Is the sun rising in the west tomorrow? He tips the envelope upside down and out fall a few measly coins. 2,501. Trust me, you and I know that won't buy a decent meal anywhere. Kim Woo-jin starts the car and drives off, proving it is a high-end ride. Breaking news flashes constantly. The first spiked snake hunter, Kim Woo-jin. Just who is he? Stick with me here. Is Kim Woo-jin actually a necromancer? Will a new skill tree appear, and are foreigners going to keep entering Korean dungeons? Online forums are completely blowing up. Politics, economy, society, and global news all feature an exclusive interview with Anon Jun. He is one of the members who joined the spiked snake hunt. Below the video, the comment section is pure rage. That big-nosed Russian jerk stole the A+ rank. He claims he was attacked. Why the hell did that bastard open the gates for foreigners? Absolute nonsense. I saw this coming. Our country's players are all talk and zero action. If things are this bad, they should have just handed it over to the Messiah Guild. Kim Woo-jin reads the comments and smirks. The public mood shifted from curious to completely negative. Anon Jun is the main problem. The content of his interview is dragging public opinion straight down. She asks for permission to move. Regarding your orders, I will start right now. Se-jun nods with a smile. All right, we definitely need to hit back with our own response. The internet explodes again as global news sites drop a brand new exclusive interview with Kim Woo-jin. Breaking news. Kim Woo-jin says, I have always admired the Messiah Guild. Kim Woo-jin continues, my absolute idol is Lee Se-jun. I want to do the things others avoid, just like the Messiah Guild. Instantly, public opinion starts flipping. If his idol is Lee Se-jun, Kim Woo-jin cannot be a bad guy, just as I thought. You cannot just listen to one side, support Kim Woo-jin. Lee Se-jun is a highly respected Korean. I officially respect this guy. Why have we not sent him choco pies yet? Reading the news, Kim Woo-jin smiles with a hidden meaning, silently praising the flawless execution. Oh Chan, this is absolutely incredible. Did we not just flip the entire narrative? With a public statement like this, the Messiah Guild cannot just sit back and do nothing. He looks at his phone, silently sighing at the enemy's foolish move. If they were not going to recruit him, they should have at least put on a good public show. Now watch closely, because the Messiah Guild just threw bait at someone else. Looking at the weapons in front of him, Kim Woo-jin waits. He is really looking forward to their reaction. Before those guys get any closer, he needs to prepare perfectly. Suddenly, his phone pings with an update and he taps to check. A notification pops up, breaking news. Park Young-won has fully cleared the 6th floor dungeon. Read more. Kim Woo-jin smiles, because the moment has finally arrived. At the press conference, Young-won confidently faces the endless blinding camera flashes. The camera shutters click endlessly in the room. Secretary Kim rushes over in an absolute panic, whispering, Director, I have an urgent report. Young-won mutters, if it is not critical, leave it for later. Secretary Kim leans in close to his ear and whispers, it is extremely urgent. Jin Hae-mi's entire team was wiped out inside the dungeon. That news instantly freezes the smug, triumphant smile right off Young-won's face. He frowns deeply, immediately signaling for his male secretary to step up and take over the podium. He waves a quick goodbye to the reporters and leaves, letting his rep handle the rest. The press conference ends here. We need to take Director Park Young-won to the hospital for a sudden health check. Young-won's representative explains that the official press materials will be organized and released later to the media. Meanwhile, Young-won storms out of the venue, completely furious and frustrated. Tell me the details in the car. He gets into his private vehicle and it speeds off. Inside, Secretary Kim reports that an anonymous sender mailed a bank statement to the office a few days ago. Young-won looks confused. Anonymous? The source is completely unclear, so can we even trust it? Secretary Kim looks nervous. She cannot grasp the sender's motive, but the document itself is highly credible. According to the latest report, the investigation team went right back into the dungeon to figure out exactly what happened. Most of the team members who died suffered injuries that definitely did not come from monster attacks. Jin Hae-mi's squad was the only one in that dungeon, so another guild could not have done this. You and I both know what that means. Young-won figures it out and furiously snaps his tablet in half. So you are telling me they planted a rat right inside my personal guard? We really got bitten hard by the Skull Guild. That night, at the Messiah Guild headquarters, a voice echoes in the council room. What exactly are we going to do with Park Young-won now? Park Shin-hae speaks up with a freezing tone. If we want a scapegoat for the public later, just leave him be. You have been acting a bit too much lately, have you not? The man she called out is Sukahara Ken. He replies, yeah, well, I am working with the Skull Guild. I am just trying to clean up this exact mess. Park Shin-hae stands up, slamming the table. What did you just say? This is absolutely not the time for reckless actions. Do you not remember what happened last time in the Lizard Warrior dungeon? She points directly at the empty chair. If you are going to handle things, do it properly. If Kim Dae-hoon gets dragged into this mess too, we are seriously done for. Are you planning to expose our secret ties with the Skull Guild to the entire world? Ju steps in to issue a stern warning. Even if you guys do not care how the underworld operates on a daily basis, this current incident is way too massive and simply cannot be ignored. He glances at the empty chair, feeling a deep sense of regret. That kid, Kim Dae-hoon. Everyone always said he had zero actual ability, and in the end, he could not even die defending his own name. Park Shin-hae crosses her arms and delivers the final conclusion. Our Messiah Guild can no longer afford to cooperate with the Skull Guild. I am giving the order. Stop all joint business with the Skull Guild immediately. Sukahara Ken slams his hands on the table in protest. You cannot just do that. The guild master is absent right now. We absolutely cannot follow your dictatorial decisions. Park Shinhai refuses to yield. Let me make one thing crystal clear, even if you cannot understand it. These words are actually the direct will of the master. Hearing this, Sukahara tightly furrows his brows. He looks incredibly unwilling to accept it, but he stays completely silent. Noda Hajiro narrows his eyes at Park Shinhai, hesitating to speak. Finally, the tense meeting ends and everyone scatters. The two Japanese members walk out together. Sukahara Ken asks in a low whisper, "Look here, Hajiro, what do you think?" He lowers his voice completely. This current situation is totally unacceptable, right? Sukahara Ken nods firmly. Exactly. Maybe it is finally time for us to walk a different path from the Messiah Guild. The very next day, inside Yongwon's private home, Kim Woo-jin is casually chatting with him. If it was Jin Haimi's squad, were they not known for having pretty decent abilities? I never expected something like this to happen at all. Yongwon frowns and says, I have to be honest. I was actually looking for a business plan to profit after digging behind those skull guys. But now the entire story has changed. I need to wipe them all out to finally feel satisfied. Hearing this massive shift, Kim Woo-jin stays completely silent and does not reply. A moment later, he hesitates before agreeing. Deep down, he recalls memories of Park Yong-won from his past life. This guy was more ruthlessly ambitious than absolutely anyone else. 10 years from this exact moment, Park Yong-won will smuggle and sell items to Japan, then go into exile there. People who never knew the full story would curse Park Yong-won as a foreign traitor. But the real reason he fled to Japan, pure fear of losing everything to the Messiah Guild. And trust me, you are going to want to see how Kim Woo-jin plays this. Stick with me here. Even if betraying the country means survival, the current threat is too massive. Kim Woo-jin shoots his shot. Let me join your guard. He speaks up. You probably just want to use me to hunt them down, but I have zero intention of being your disposable pawn. Park Yong-won actually chuckles at that. He thinks to himself. Into my guard team, look at the nerve on this kid. He taps the table, calculating. Kim Woo-jin. Never expected him here. If needed, he'd force them under his wing anyway. What is this guy's real endgame? Whatever. If he can completely shatter the Skull Guild, his actual motives do not matter at all. Mind made up, Park Yong-won slams the table. Good answer, he asks. So you will crush the Skull Guild for me, and I provide protection, right? Kim Woo-jin nods. Exactly. If you need my skills, you have to pay the price. Plus, I have a massive score to settle with them anyway. Park Yong-won smiles, secretly thrilled. Perfect. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. Deal locked in, Kim Woo-jin walks out of the mansion, mind racing. From this second on, all the blame. He looks up, flashing a dark, knowing smile. Park Yong-won, you are going to take the fall for everything. Thanks a lot. The very next day, inside the massive Park Yong-won office tower. Meeting with the chairman, Secretary Nam reviews the contract. Good news. His terms hit the absolute max level. Let us proceed. Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin stands up and gives them both a firm nod. Understood. I look forward to working with you. He steps out, shutting the door behind him. Secretary Nam adjusts his glasses. Kim Woo-jin, how did you manage this? He has not even been in the guild for 6 months. He frowns hard. I have worked here for years. Even with a flawless resume, I could never make the elite guard. The chairman thinks deeply. I am not entirely sure, but there are definitely secrets we do not know. Park Yong-won never makes a move without reason. Now pay attention. Gossip travels fast in the elevator. Hear the news? That traitor kid actually wormed his way into Park Yong-won's guard. Kim Woo-jin stands right there, hood pulled up, listening to them talk trash. Yeah, I heard. How did a punk like him get selected? Must have gotten super lucky and scored a rare item. Honestly, I am pretty jealous. Damn it. Stepping out, the group just keeps complaining. Why be jealous? He is just a pathetic parasite clinging to survival. Kim Woo-jin completely ignores their toxic words. Pulling out his phone, he dials a number. A sly smirk forms on his face. Sure, luck is definitely on his side right now, but that hardly matters. The real hunt begins. Across town, a phone vibrates on a desk, flashing Kim Woo-jin's name. Se-chan picks up, totally joking. Who could this be? Is it the great Mr. AC? Must be a total emergency for you to call me while I am so busy. Then, hearing Kim Woo-jin's request, he frowns. Wait, what? A fake ID? Gina sits lazily across from him, yawning out of sheer boredom. What insane scheme is that bastard plotting now? Se-chan replies, well, I can definitely do it. He explains the catch. It is tricky bypassing the Dungeon Guild managers, though. Alright, fine. I will get everything prepped right away. Hanging up, Se-chan shares the intel. He needs a fake ID for a dungeon. Guess we will discover his true plan very soon. Gina scratches his head, still looking half asleep. But bro, why help him blindly? Do not tell me you actually trust Kim Woo-jin completely now. Se-chan smiles, eyes full of secrets. I never trust people. I am just trying to see whose throat his sword is pointed at. That target will prove if he is worthy of joining us. Knowing his goal changes everything, because raw human ambition, it never lies. Cut to a sleek white car, engine roaring as it tears down the highway. Inside, a heavily muscled guy asks a question. Wait, Kim Woo-jin is actually tracking the Skull Guild? Taesung looks over, nodding hard, highly likely. Word is Park Yong-won wants to completely wipe them out too. Taesung rubs his chin, putting the pieces together. Most Skull Guild members entered a dungeon today. This is the perfect strike opportunity for both of them. But we cannot rule out Kim Woo-jin forming a stealth party with a fake ID. Ju states this with a dark, heavy tone. You and I both know the stakes. He only cares about one thing, getting Kim Woo-jin inside. The car speeds right toward the target. Night falls on Yongjong Island. Faint streetlights illuminate a barren dirt lot. Up ahead, a registration booth. The manager asks for his name. Kim Woo-jin steps up with his new fake identity. Lee Jong-hoon, the manager, guides him. Mr. Lee flying solo? Just register right here. We have no internal guides, so read this instead. He hands over a sheet for the twin-headed dog dungeon. Dungeon Floor 2. Rank D capacity sits at 61 players. Entry requirement is under level 40. Clear condition, kill the twin-headed dog. Clear reward, absolutely nothing. Kim Woo-jin is slightly stunned. A basic D-rank dungeon holding 61 people? Security here is an absolute joke. There is no better place on earth to pull off a scam. Back in his car, he thinks for a second. He saw this coming. This dungeon is obviously a massive trap to lure him out. Right on cue, blinding headlights wash over Kim Woo-jin. Pulling up opposite his beaten-down junker are two incredibly flashy white cars. Someone steps out. Kim Woo-jin squints curious. He expected some high-level hitman, but this guy? Meanwhile, back in Se-chan's office, news breaks, sparking pure shock. Wait, what? Jang Ji-hoo? Se-chan snaps his head up in disbelief. Why the hell is he there? The scout reports back fast. I checked the logs. He entered under the alias Jang Yoon-wook. Se-chan panics. The exact same Yongjong Island dungeon as Kim Woo-jin? Gina looks totally confused. Jang Ji-hoo? Who even is that guy? Se-changer's head in despair. An absolute nightmare among rookies under level 50. He's a core member of the Knights of the Round Table. We are dead. Back at the island, Kim Woo-jin recognizes Ji-hoo instantly. He glares at him. He never expected the Messiah Guild to deploy Ji-hoo this early. Come to think of it, he is a Round Table Knight. The Knights. Elite players wielding King Arthur's legendary gear. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see this clash. Alright, stick with me here. The guild also includes their followers, the Knights of the Round Table, fighting for a fallen government to protect the innocent. But over time, these so-called saviors weakened, eventually ending up as nothing more than mere guards for Parkin. They possess the ancient magic of Merlin, and they originally started this whole savior operation. But Kim Woo-jin later figures out the dark truth. Everything was just a massive plotted lie. The sudden weakening of the Knights of the Round Table, that was obviously the sinister handiwork of the Poison King himself. Countless knights definitely fell victim to his traps. Kim Woo-jin silently analyzes the situation. That necklace Jangju is wearing right now, it had to be looted off its original owner, a fallen knight of the Round Table. Those guys are definitely ruthless enough to pull off something exactly like this. They are also the ones who stayed behind. Lost in thought, Kim Woo-jin pulls up his glowing system panel. Now watch closely, because this gets really interesting. The Control Stone C cannot exchange skill upgrades from rank D up to rank C. It looks completely worthless, but Kim Woo-jin definitely knows better. Still, it is a highly dangerous item for absolutely anyone holding it. But right now, holding back his own power is not an option for him. The system suddenly chimes in. He uses the Control Stone to force upgrade his skeleton soldiers. This instantly boosts both his summoning capabilities and the total number of skeleton warriors he can call right into battle. Higher skill level means far stronger effects. A massive 20% power boost plus 5 extra skeleton soldiers. Kim Woo-jin steps out of the vehicle and slams the door shut. We are entering the dungeon. Get ready, someone shouts out. A few moments later, the entire raiding party steps foot into the dark abyss of the dungeon. Like always, the glowing quest panel pops up. The goal? Wipe out 3,000 monsters just to reach the next floor. You and I both know that is insane. Players immediately groan. 3,000? Someone sighs heavily. This is the absolute worst. I would rather just fight 1 or 2 boss-level monsters instead. It is way easier. Taesung side-eyes Ji-hoo standing right next to him. 3,000 is not exactly dangerous, but it is a massive waste of our time. Ju slams his heavy blade into the cold dirt, shooting a calculated order at Taesung. Actually, this is perfect. It'll be way easier to stab Kim Woo-jin in the back and stage it as a tragic accident during all this chaos. Stop wasting time and track down exactly where he is right now. Beside him, Sungrun points at the Skull Guild. Commander, trust me, we are just getting started. Alright, stick with me as we jump right back into the madness. Ji-hoo turns around, completely baffled by those guys. The Skull Guild entered the dungeon dressed like that? Do they seriously not understand the massive danger they are in right now? He spots someone pointing off in the distance, signaling that trouble is brewing. Without missing a beat, the entire group rushes straight toward the action. Ji-hoo quietly mocks them. They can't even solve their own problems, yet they just keep making a bigger mess of everything. What a bunch of useless cowards. Then Noda Hajiro and Sukahara Ken suddenly cross his mind. Those two were definitely warned to stay completely out of this mess. How dare they go against the boss's direct orders? I will end them the second we leave this dungeon. Ji-hoo orders his team. Forget the Skull Guild, we stick to our own mission. No matter what goes down, we have to kill Kim Woo-jin with our own hands. He violently stabs his massive heavy sword straight into the ground. His face is radiating pure murderous intent. Report to me the second you find him. His skill uses toxic blood, so do not drop your guard when you get close. And you have permission to slaughter anyone who gets in our way. I will take full responsibility for the fallout. Meanwhile, rustling echoes through the dark forest. A black-haired figure is sprinting past the trees like an absolute blur. He sighs to himself. He never expected to strike the Skull Guild on the very first floor. That bastard Kim Woo-jin. We usually do not go this hard, right? After running a bit further, Young-ho suddenly stops behind a massive tree. He carefully peeks out to check the area. Wait, Park Young-wong's royal guards are participating in this dungeon too? His pupils shrink instantly, eyes going wide with pure shock. because right in front of him, skeleton soldiers are battling the undead monsters. It looks like one of their members is actually a necromancer. Now that is seriously cunning. He anxiously scans the battlefield, but where the hell is Kim Woo-jin? Just as that thought crosses his mind, a dark shadow approaches. Young-ho glances over his shoulder, sweating buckets. Now watch closely. It gets wild here. That shadow is none other than Gu-jin himself. Jung-ho grips his hilt, perfectly ready to fight. He swiftly draws his blade, launching an attack straight at Gu-jin. Slash! The brutal sound of steel tearing into flesh echoes as hot blood splatters everywhere. In just one strike, Young-ho's weapon goes flying, and a massive gash rips right through his shattered chest armor. Throwing his hands up to surrender, he begs with a totally weak voice. Stop! Why are you suddenly doing this? There has to be a huge misunderstanding here. I have absolutely nothing to do with the Skull Guild. Gu-jin just silently points straight up. Nothing to do with them? The guy hanging right up there told me you are one of them. Hearing that, Young-ho slowly tilts his head upward. What? Right above him, a lifeless corpse is just swinging back and forth in the wind on a protruding tree branch. Recognizing the dead face, Young-ho grits his teeth hard. There is no way that guy talked. They definitely knew each other. They met up in the restroom before this, and that blonde guy had given him incredibly strict orders. Macho completely failed us. That is exactly why, even if I end up in extreme danger, you are not allowed to step in under any circumstances. You have to survive and report everything that happens inside this dungeon to our master. Remember that order. This takes absolute priority over our own lives. Carrying that heavy burden, Young-ho tries his best to scream out loud. What are you talking about? I have never even seen that guy before. Why attack me? Gu-jin does not care about his nonsense excuses at all. He swings his blade again, sending the guy crashing hard into the dirt. Feeling his life slipping away, Jung-ho keeps his mouth completely shut. I seriously do not know anything. Well, Gu-jin never planned on getting any info from him anyway, he says coldly. You people are way more trustworthy dead than alive. At that exact moment, the system announces that the eyes of Anubis have finally opened. Elsewhere, skeleton warriors dash right past a fighter. Two blade-wielding skeletons charge straight at Ji-hoo. He tightly grips his heavy greatsword, unleashing a massive horizontal sweep to shatter their frail bony frames. But he never expected this. One skeleton uses its momentum to leap high into the air, while the other smoothly slides across the dirt. Both of them flawlessly dodge his heavy strike. Their insane reaction speed leaves Ji-hoo completely stunned. Surprisingly, neither skeleton even bothers to stick around and fight him. They agilely sprint off to attack other monsters, leaving him totally lost in thought. They actually dodged his attack? How? They are literally just basic skeleton mobs. You and I both know skeletons do not move like that. Suddenly, a dark figure appears. Gu-jin swiftly slides right under his guard, closing the distance instantly. Blade ready, he aims a lethal horizontal slash straight at Ji-hoo's legs. But the big guy reacts way too fast, immediately leaping backward to safety. Gu-jin just stares at him blankly, impossible to read. Ji-hoo smiles widely, thrilled he actually blocked that sneak attack. Gu-jin tightens his grip on the sword, frowning slightly. He knew this guy was strong, but his speed is totally unexpected. In a flash, he twists his blade, easily breaking out of the deadlock. Gu-jin slashes downward with extreme precision. The movement is so ruthlessly fast, you only see the afterimage. However, that brutal strike doesn't even leave a scratch on Ji-hoo. His massive, insanely heavy broadsword effortlessly blocks the vertical slash like it was absolutely nothing. He sneers. What kind of joke are you playing right now? Ji-hoo looks visibly disappointed. Is the power I was hyping up really just at this pathetic level? Gu-jin doesn't force the fight. Since the attack failed, he immediately steps back, maintaining a perfectly safe distance. He quickly calculates his next move. He planned for this, but the guy is undeniably tough. Even saving his stamina for this exact moment, taking him down won't be easy. Suddenly, the system alerts both of them. The persistent fighter is showing interest in this battle. Ji-hoo looks thrilled. It has been a long time since a Halo notification popped up. Gu-jin stays totally silent, his face still blank and unbothered. Right after, another crazy notification pops up. The representative of the Dark World is now watching their fight too. Ji-hoo casually jams his giant sword into the dirt, sizing up his opponent. The system would never send that unless you were a worthy target. Are you grabbing the attention of Halos too? This is getting interesting. Killing you is going to give me a massive reward. Gu-jin ignores him completely. He furrows his brows, fully focused, knowing this battle is going to be brutal. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a hand grabs a delicious slice of hot pizza. We are all just trying to make a living here. Just eat your food quickly, it is nothing special, why even care? The guy sitting right across from Gina argues back, how is that not a special situation? Chewing his pizza, he asks, what kind of player do you think Kim Woo-jin actually is? Mentioning him makes Se-chan frown, clearly annoyed. If you do not know, why are you asking? He is a player miles stronger than you. Gina's pride gets deeply hurt, angrily tossing his half-eaten pizza slice right back into the box. Seriously, my feelings get hurt too. Even if you didn't say that, I completely lost my appetite anyway. Se-chan kicks the empty boxes under the table. Lost your appetite, but you just sat there and devoured 5 whole pizzas? Gina gets super defensive, raising his voice. I paid for this with my own money, can't I just eat? Is eating this much really a big crime? Se-chan waves his hand, signaling the guy to calm down. Alright. So what is your point? What kind of player is Kim Woo-jin? Dropping his hurt ego, Gina speaks up. Here's what we both need to remember. That guy is more ruthless and vile than anyone else. Se-chan is totally confused. Ruthless? Thinking back on Gu-jin's brutal tactics, Gina drops the final truth. When it comes to a fight, he is someone who will absolutely never accept defeat. Alright, let's dive into this wild dungeon run together. He absolutely won't fight unless he guarantees a win. Black gas rises everywhere. The heavy atmosphere makes Jang Ji-hoo glance around on high alert. What is that? The dark energy takes shape and the system announces a skeleton summon. Kim Woo-jin calculates his next move. Outnumbered or not, he summons every last skeleton warrior. A massive army drops in with 2 giant beasts standing right by his side. Jang Ji-hoo is confused. Aren't they just weak skeletons? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many do you need to actually take me down? But after summoning an entire army, Kim Woo-jin charges forward completely alone. Jang Ji-hoo smirks. Perfect. This just got way easier. Weapons clash with a loud ring. Surprisingly, the small blade in Kim Woo-jin's hand holds its ground against Jang Ji-hoo's massive giant sword over and over. Right behind them, the 2 giant skeletons finally make their move. Jang Ji-hoo laughs out loud. Oh, this is getting fun. Come at me all at once. But wait, the skeleton warriors completely ignore him, rushing past to attack someone else instead. Jang Ji-hoo realizes something is very wrong and quickly turns his head. What the hell? Taking advantage of this blind spot, Kim Woo-jin leaps back to create distance. Jang Ji-hoo finally understands he was never the actual target, but it's too late. Terrifying screams echo from behind as several players get ambushed by the skeleton horde. An injured teammate named Andong frantically cries out for help. Captain, save us. If more skeletons keep coming, we won't survive this. Jang Ji-hoo curses his useless squad under his breath. He glares at Kim Woo-jin. You dirty coward, fighting like trash. Kim Woo-jin just smirks. Coward? I just hear a dog barking. He loves pushing buttons. I'm not a dog, just a little puppy. That comment makes Jang Ji-hoo absolutely furious. He decides to activate his best buff. You picked the wrong guy to mess with. The system confirms the activation of the sun's blessing from Wan's necklace. The glowing necklace on Jang Ji-hoo's neck lights up, surrounding his body in a powerful warm aura. Kim Woo-jin smiles to himself, totally satisfied with the result. He finally forced that idiot to use it. Now pay close attention to this part. A few skeleton warriors sneak up directly behind Jang Ji-hoo. Without even turning his head, he senses their exact location. Moving like lightning, he spins around and unleashes a devastating sword slash, cutting down both skeletons at the exact same time. Boom! The undead warriors are completely crushed, their shattered bones flying everywhere. Kim Woo-jin keeps a very safe distance. He observes Wan's necklace closely. That's a legendary item from the Knights of the Round Table. The skill effect is incredible, exactly as he expected. Now that he has seen the buff in action, it's time for phase 2. Without a second of hesitation, he gives a firm order. Retreat. Kim Woo-jin's strange combat tactics are so completely bizarre that Jang Ji-hoo cannot comprehend them at all. What? Retreating now? And strangely, his undead army listens to his orders perfectly. The skeletons immediately fall back, freeing Jang Ji-hoo's trapped teammates. Kim Woo-jin himself also turns and leaves the area. Jang Ji-hoo watches him run away, his mind quickly calculating the situation. Is he running again because he knows he'll lose this fight? But Jang Ji-hoo needs him dead before other guilds clear the dungeon. He turns to his squad. I am chasing him down. You guys finish off these skeletons and follow me. His teammates call out in complete disbelief. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin's shadow darts through the dense, heavy forest. While running, he silently mocks his opponent. Kang Jang Ji-hoo, you really haven't changed at all. You still don't care about your own subordinates. His insane arrogance makes him blind. Of course, that massive ego means nothing against an artifact like Wan's necklace. It's an item that literally maxes out all the stats of anyone who wears it. But for someone who doesn't even know how to properly use such a god-tier item, he smirks with absolute disgust. What a complete and total waste. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoes behind him. Jang Ji-hoo is closing the gap fast. Kim Woo-jin quickly calculates his options. Even with tricks, he simply can't ignore that massive stat difference. Jang Ji-hoo is overflowing with confidence. He looks at Kim Woo-jin like weak prey. Kim Woo-jin, no matter how far you try to run, I will always crush you in the palm of my hand. Chasing him down, Jang Ji-hoo thinks, now that I have the sun's blessing active, you can't escape me. Blinded by pride, he completely fails to notice the dead monster corpse right under his boots. You and I both know what happens next. Kim Woo-jin triggers the emissary of the underworld's corpse explosion. An earth-shattering boom rocks the entire forest, blasting scorching hot fire directly into Jang Ji-hoo's completely shocked face. Thick black smoke erupts as massive heat waves ripple outwards with the deafening sound. The blast is so incredibly violent that Jang Ji-hoo's team can clearly see it from far away. Andong panics hard. What the hell was that explosion? Taesung quickly tries to rally the whole group. Don't panic! Our captain isn't someone who goes down that easily. We just need to wipe out these skeletons fast and then join. Before he can even finish, an arrow pierces his chest. The sheer impact sends him sliding backward. The system flashes a warning: you are infected with poisoned blood. That sneaky arrow was a direct skeleton attack. Taesung snaps the arrow in half and growls. We absolutely can't underestimate them as mere foot soldiers buying time. We need to go all out right now. Back at the explosion site, the heavy dust finally clears. Jang Ji-hoo furiously curses that little bastard. He glares around the woods and screams, "Stop running like a coward and face me." Hiding behind a massive tree, Kim Woo-jin steps out to taunt him. So what if I'm a coward? I'd obviously lose a straight fight, so run faster if you want to catch me. Saying that, he turns around and sprints again, leading Jang Ji-hoo further away. Jang Ji-hoo grinds his teeth in pure rage. What did you say? When I catch you, I'll rip you in half, the wild chase resumes. To hunt him down faster, Jang Ji-hoo instantly activates the Undying Warrior's rapid sprint skill without any hesitation. His heavy body launches forward like a blur. In the blink of an eye, his giant sword is aiming right for Kim Woo-jin's back. Even in this deadly moment, Kim Woo-jin looks completely calm and unbothered. Jang Ji-hoo thinks victory is already in his hands. Die, you little brat! But he never expected the ground beneath his feet to suddenly cave in. The shocking twist makes him look down in panic. Huh? Jang Ji-hoo falls straight into a deep pit, a perfectly calculated trap by Kim Woo-jin, who safely dodges away. And the lovely little gift waiting at the bottom? A pile of dead goblin corpses. Obviously, what happens next is another heaven-shaking explosion. Kim Woo-jin doesn't leave. He just stands there waiting to see his beautiful handiwork. When the heavy smoke fades, a dark silhouette slowly appears. Jang Ji-hoo is so angry that veins are popping on his distorted forehead. I can't take this anymore. Stop playing these damn games! Kim Woo-jin stares down into the pit, completely dripping with sarcasm. Playing? You still lack basic tactical knowledge. Did you honestly think I was playing tag just because I was bored? Meanwhile, Jang Ji-hoo has completely lost whatever patience he had left. He angrily thinks to himself, there is still more? What is he saying? And here's a lesson we all need to remember. Forming a solid strategy around enemy weaknesses, using the terrain and predicting every outcome, that's the absolute basic foundation of battle. Someone who only knows how to fly into a blind rage and rely completely on his own raw strength is nothing but a totally incompetent commander who puts his entire squad in grave danger. Hearing those harsh words echoing in his mind, Ji-hoo suddenly freezes in his tracks. Let's dive right into this flashback. You and I are about to see exactly why his mind is flashing back to this painful memory of leaving the dungeon surrounded by whispers. Wait, isn't that the famous killer Jang Ji-hoo from the Messiah Guild? Wasn't he the only guy to survive this time around? Seriously, how many times has this exact same thing happened now? From what I heard, he was completely surrounded by monsters. Back then, Ji-hoo completely lost his mind and exploded in pure rage at the gossiping crowd. Shut your mouths right now! Who the hell dares to talk that kind of nonsense about me? Huh? If you have something to say, don't whisper behind my back. Come say it to my face so I can destroy you. Suddenly, a figure holding a folding fan stepped right out of the crowd. Hearing you say that makes it incredibly obvious you have absolutely zero pity for the tragic deaths of your own subordinates. The mysterious man casually tapped his folding fan against his head. Mocking Ji-hoo, he sighed. No wonder your brain is full of absolute garbage and you lack any real emotion. It is completely obvious, especially since you stubbornly camped out in the exact spot I warned you over and over was incredibly dangerous. Completely blinded by raw emotion, Ji-hoo immediately lashed out, fully intending to crush Suzuki Achi's head like a ripe orange. Who the hell do you think you are to lecture me? However, Suzuki Achi wasn't scared at all. He just frowned slightly, keeping a very close eye on Ji-hoo's wild movements. A split second later, he smoothly ducked down to dodge Ji-hoo's incredibly aggressive lunge. Moving perfectly with the momentum toward his legs, he effortlessly kicked Ji-hoo's supporting leg high up into the air. Losing his balance, Ji-hoo slammed face first right into the dirt. Utterly humiliated, he scrambled up, desperately making excuses by loudly blaming everyone else. The others in our party only died because they were incredibly weak. That is absolutely not my fault. But Suzuki Achi firmly shot back. No, you killed them. Everyone knows it. He stepped much closer, staring directly into Ji-hoo's furious eyes. His next words made the arrogant man panic even more. You are just an absolutely incompetent commander who only brings deadly danger to your team. The intense flashback suddenly ends, leaving behind a chaotic mess of incredibly bitter thoughts. Right, he finally remembered. Kim Woo-jin's battle tactics are actually bizarrely similar to Suzuki's. Maybe that is exactly why this whole situation feels even more absolutely unacceptable to him. Whether it is Kim Woo-jin or Suzuki, he swore he would personally butcher them all. Woo-jin suddenly spoke up out loud, totally snapping Ji-hoo right out of his deep memories. It is time. Extremely confused, Ji-hoo used his sword to stand. What? What are you planning? Now pay very close attention, because this is exactly where his genius trap fully springs shut. Woo-jin calmly explains, listen here, my skeletons do not need vocal commands at all. I never actually had to yell out retreat. But I did it anyway, so why exactly would I do that? Ji-hoo felt his own brain was way too small to grasp Woo-jin's brilliant, dirty tricks. He thought to himself, what the hell is this? Did this absolute bastard do it on purpose just to slowly lure me out? Seeing Ji-hoo's completely dumbfounded face, Woo-jin openly mocked him. Looks like you finally managed to figure it out, huh? If I am not entirely mistaken, your precious son's blessing is slowly wearing off right now, isn't it? He instinctively checked his system panel. Son's blessing has exactly 30 seconds left. Ji-hoo felt massive confusion and rapidly rising panic deep inside. How on earth did this crazy bastard know the exact duration of the item's special skill? Desperately trying to cover up his intense fear, he loudly shouted, you absolute bastard, who the hell do you think you are? Woo-jin just smirked in total disgust. You still do not know my true identity. That is honestly so pathetic. Alright then, let me finally tell you exactly who I am. But before he could even formally introduce himself, the system loudly chimed in. The powerful Son's Blessing effect has officially ended. The glowing necklace around Ji-hoo's neck slowly faded and totally vanished. The system directly alerted him. Wan's necklace is now going to sleep. Woo-jin coldly stared at the total idiot. Looks like your precious necklace effect is completely gone too. I am honestly really grateful you got played like a total fool from start to finish, constantly falling for my simple taunts. Absolutely furious, Ji-hoo aggressively cursed. You son of a bitch! Woo-jin casually glanced around the entire area. Looks like they are finally done too. Suddenly, Ji-hoo heard a very loud noise right behind him. Woo-jin's army of skeleton soldiers had officially returned, completely surrounding the entirely stunned Ji-hoo inside the deep pit. He very kindly reminded him, "You were so obsessively focused on chasing me, you did not even realize where you actually are right now." Woo-jin calmly explained, "This specific spot is actually pretty close to where I randomly ran into you guys the first time, because we have honestly just been running in giant circles." He happily gave Ji-hoo one more crushing piece of news. "Thanks to that little trick, my skeleton soldiers easily wiped out all your lackeys and could quickly hurry back here." After speaking, he gently patted a nearby skeleton's bony head. Hearing all this horrible information, Ji-hoo froze completely entirely. "My subordinates are already totally wiped out." He aggressively shook with pure rage, having never ever felt this insanely suffocated before in his life. "You arrogant bastard, how dare you constantly look down on me?" Ji-hoo aggressively tensed up, totally shattering the ground beneath his feet as he instantly activated the Undying Warrior's sprint skill. In a blinding flash, he explosively leaped right out of the pit, leaving behind a huge cloud of dust. He fiercely lunged forward, aggressively swinging his sword straight down at where Woo-jin was standing. Yet Woo-jin just stood perfectly still, acting as if he could not even react to Ji-hoo's incredible speed. "I know what you're thinking. Is it game over? Think again." The one whose eyes widen in pure shock is Ji-hoo. A massive skeleton blocked his blade dead in its tracks. "He can't touch Woo-jin!" Not feeling scared in the slightest, Woo-jin casually provoked him. "Do not get so incredibly worked up over this. Have we not honestly only just begun?" Meanwhile, right outside the dungeon, a fast car sped along in a very serious hurry. Driving exhaustedly, Jin-ah loudly complained, "Seriously, man, is he not making me do way too much heavy lifting around here?" Glancing right at Ji-hoo's photo on the passenger seat, he totally scratched his head. "Why do I even have to check on him?" Earlier back in Se-chan's busy office, he firmly suggested, "Hey Jin-ah, I need you to hit the two-headed dog dungeon right now. You really do not want to go? Why exactly should I have to go out there?" Se-chan seriously replied, "I thought about it, and I will only ever feel totally relieved once we personally verify him." Even though Jin-ah was constantly being heavily exploited, he clearly trusted Woo-jin's crazy combat abilities. "We genuinely do not need to check on a single damn thing out there. I absolutely guarantee he will easily make it out and survive just fine. Are you actually worried he will lose to Jang Ji-hoo after everything?" Se-chan slowly rubbed his chin in deep thought. "Actually, it is totally the opposite. If Jang Ji-hoo loses exactly like you predict, there are certain things we must heavily confirm for our next big plan." He analyzed, "I strongly bet Kim Woo-jin feels the exact same way on his end. Since he is such an incredibly smart guy, I heavily bet he also totally wants to figure out everyone's true goals." Se-chan thought very seriously. "Just like the exact reason why we specifically created the fake alias of Kim Woo-jin, or the heavy connection between Park Yong-won's massive faction and the dangerous Skull Guild, and also..." Pausing for a quick second, Se-chan continued, "The real reason we keep helping Kim Woo-jin, even knowing the Messiah Guild is truly behind everything, this is just a tiny piece of the grand plan to destroy them entirely." As he spoke, he slowly held out a thick envelope packed with info. Even if Kim Woo-jin successfully kills Jang Ji-hoo, it is still really incredibly hard to grasp what his true hidden intentions actually are. But at the very absolute least, we really need to confirm if he will actually keep fully cooperating with us in the future. That's why Jin-ah grabbed the files and sped off. Back inside, the sky turns pitch black and the vibe gets terrifying. "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this bloodbath ends. Let's jump right back into the madness." The ground is totally covered in shattered skeleton bones, proof of the absolute bloodbath that just happened. Ji-hoo leans heavily on his sword, gasping for air. Damn it, the poison in his blood is already shutting down his body, slowing him down. He is badly injured, covered in his own blood, and desperately trying to dodge a skeleton gearing up to strike. But there are just way too many of them. A skeleton leaps high into the air, bringing its blade crashing down with insane force. Ji-hoo stares in pure disbelief. Are these really just low-level skeletons? It makes absolutely no sense. Boom! The heavy blade slams down, and he barely manages to block it. The sheer impact actually craters the ground right under Ji-hoo's feet. While he is locked in a struggle with that monster, a dark shadow zips past him. Ji-hoo's eyes snap wide open, forced to split his focus. But dividing his attention just makes him an easier target for the undead. A smaller skeleton slips right behind him and lands a vicious sneak attack. Ji-hoo coughs up a massive mouthful of blood. The system chimes and toxic blood is now fully spread throughout his entire body. He grits his teeth in pure agony, a wave of total helplessness and bitter resentment flooding his mind. Ji-hoo swings his sword wildly, but the two skeletons dodge it with creepy speed. Suddenly, he feels his center of gravity drop drastically, like he just stepped straight into another sinkhole. It is worse. One of his legs is completely jammed in the crushed rocks. He panics. Damn it, his leg won't budge. Meanwhile, Woo-jin has just been standing on the sidelines, calmly watching this whole fight. This guy actually held his ground pretty well against 12 skeleton soldiers. Now there are only 2 left. It is kind of a shame Woo-jin couldn't boost his troop numbers with the Master Stone. Watch closely here because the tables have completely turned. Seeing Ji-hoo desperately struggling against those last 2 skeletons, Woo-jin knows it is over. The poison has fully taken over his system, so playtime is officially done. Ji-hoo feels incredibly humiliated. He starts screaming, "Fight me! I am telling you to get over here and fight me." The dark forest echoes with nothing but Ji-hoo's pathetic, raging cries. "Do not just stand there. Fight me right now." Time slowly ticks by until he is totally exhausted, collapsing face first into the dirt. Yet he still stubbornly groans out, "Fight me." Ji-hoo weakly crawls forward, inch by pathetic inch, muttering that he can still keep going. But it is useless. The deadly poison has fully ruined his body. His eyes roll back, and Ji-hoo finally breathes his very last breath, dying miserably right there inside the cold, dark dungeon. He dies with his eyes wide open, utterly refusing to accept his defeat. The system pops up. The emissary of the underworld laughs at your easy victory. The emissary of the underworld has officially shared some authority with you. Your skeleton rank has increased. Target eliminated. Woo-jin calmly walks over and looks down at the corpse. Without wasting time, he opens the system to loot Ji-hoo's body. In his hand sits an incredibly high-value piece of loot. Gawain's necklace, a legendary tier piece of equipment. It can only be equipped at level 22 or higher, a rare item that once belonged to Gawain himself. Gawain, one of the legendary knights of the Round Table. It holds the ultimate blessing of the sun. Equip effects include plus 40 to health, plus 40 to pure physical strength, and plus 40 to raw magical power. It also boosts attack by 10%, increases overall defense by 10%, and raises stamina by 10%. Plus, the user can activate the sun's blessing skill exactly once per day. Absolutely broken stats. Woo-jin is extremely satisfied with this massive haul. This is actually the very first time he has ever gotten his hands on Knight of the Round Table gear. Anyway, he is already scheming his next move. A cocky guy like Jongju definitely showed his face to someone important, right? To find out the exact truth, Woo-jin activates the Eye of Anubis. A flood of Ji-hoo's past memories suddenly flashes before his eyes. The guy was heading somewhere important when he bumped into Suzuki Eiji, who immediately started provoking him. "I am guessing that making it this far with a brain like yours was pretty difficult, huh?" He completely brushes past Ji-hoo. "And of course I am talking about your poor subordinates having a hard time, not you." Ji-hoo shoots back a freezing glare. "If you are just a mindless hunting dog, then go ahead and bark." He drops the threat without hesitation. "Since I am on my way to meet my master right now, I will let you live today. But if I ever see your face again, I will personally smash your mouth to pieces." Suzuki Eiji is not scared at all. In fact, he looks extremely amused, smiling as he says he will be waiting. Then the memory shifts. Woo-jin watches as Ji-hoo steps right into the meeting room of the Round Table. He bows deeply, acting completely respectful. "I am the newest member, Jongju. It is a massive honor to finally meet a true hero." When he slowly raises his head, "I know you were waiting for this reveal." Woo-jin finally sees the face of the man sitting dead center. It is none other than Lee Se-jun. Kim Woo-jin gnashes his teeth in pure rage. "There is your punchable face," he curses inwardly. He knows if the guild figures out Jongju is dead, they will not let this go quietly. Kim Woo-jin makes a silent, deadly vow. Anyone who supports Lee Se-jun's twisted ambitions and turns their back on justice, he's going to slaughter every single one of them. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a bunch of huge orcs are snoring loudly side by side. Hidden deep in the tall grass, a small squad is lying in wait. One guy frustratedly mutters, "Damn it! How much longer do we have to wait out here?" Park Jae-in frowns and quickly shushes him. "Keep your voice down. If we rush in like idiots, we will never catch that two-headed dog monster," he continues whispering. "We have to wait until it fully takes the bait, then we all ambush it together. It is the only way to minimize our casualties." But suddenly, the system violently chimes in. The two-headed dog has already been defeated. Park Jae-in stares at the blue glowing text in absolute shock, refusing to believe his own eyes. "What? The dungeon is already cleared. It is all completely over." Back to Kim Woo-jin, he quickly exits the dungeon portal, casually strolling right into the parking lot. His eyes immediately lock onto a very familiar figure. Lee Jin-ah is already leaning against a car, waiting for him. He waves his hand excitedly. "You finally made it out?" Woo-jin looks confused. "What are you even doing here?" Lee Jin-ah jokes around. "Oh, just driving a cab for extra cash. I saw some action, so I came to watch the show." He waves a thick folder in the air. "I actually have something important to give you. Let's get in the car first, then we can talk." They quickly hop into the vehicle and speed off. It doesn't take long before the car parks in a totally deserted area. Lee Jin-ah finally slides the mysterious folder over to the passenger seat. "The big boss wants us to tackle a brand new dungeon together." He leans in with pure curiosity. "So, what happened to that guy? Jongju?" Kim Woo-jin does not answer right away. He grabs the folder, his mind racing with sharp calculations. "I had a feeling about this, so they already knew everything," he thinks to himself. In Jongju's memories, that guy entered the dungeon using a totally fake identity. That means Osei-chan definitely knew exactly why I requested a fake ID in the first place, yet he still approved it anyway. Seeing Woo-jin staying totally silent, he shoots him a highly annoyed sideways glance. He finally breaks the ice with a cold tone. "You totally fought him inside that dungeon, didn't you? Was that bastard strong?" Kim Woo-jin smirks sarcastically. "Yeah, way stronger than you, that is for sure." Lee Jin-ah instantly snaps back, furious. "What? In your dreams, buddy? Are you completely blind? Do I need to show you my true skills right now just to open those useless eyes of yours?" Woo-jin slowly flips through the pages of the file. Jongju was surrounded by 12 skeleton soldiers and still managed to solo kill 10 of them. "So if you really want to prove you are stronger than him?" Kim Woo-jin snaps his head over, his voice dropping to a freezing chill. It is simple, I can arrange that for you right now. Hearing that, the guy totally panics. Sweating buckets, he desperately tries to change the subject. Hey, on second thought, true masters should always be humble and never show off. Anyway, let's get back to the main topic. Where were we again? He slams the papers against his thigh. The one-horned fox dungeon in Buon, 12 raids, all ending in absolute failure. Woo-jin's eyes lock onto the details, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you will definitely want to see what happens next. The target. A one-horned fox, 2-floor dungeon difficulty. Capacity is set at 40 players, level 40 and under. The clear condition is simple, hunt the foxes and collect their horns. The reward? An exclusive title and skill just for fox hunters. Lee Se-jun glares. Good, you read it, so that saves me the trouble of explaining it all over again. You and I are about to see him go public again as Kim Woo-jin. You probably already guessed why. So what do you say? Are we doing this? A thought flashes through his mind. Heading to this fox dungeon right after taking down Jongju? There is only one reason for that. He instantly agrees. Deal made, the two of them head straight back to the parking lot. He shoves his hands into his pockets, watching in absolute silence as Kim Woo-jin's car disappears into the distance. Moments later, Gina pulls out his phone to report. I just left Kim Woo-jin, and like I told you, there is zero need to worry. A guy like him, he would never blindly walk into his own death. The voice on the other end asks urgently. Yeah, sure, you are the absolute best. But what about the offer I made? Gina replies he agreed to it immediately, and he has already studied the dungeon info from top to bottom. Se-jun cheers with pure excitement. That is great. Gina, from now on, you need to stay totally focused and on high alert. Because Kim Woo-jin accepted our offer, this is a move we can never take back. There are no do-overs here. Deep down, Se-jun is still thinking to himself, I still cannot fully trust Kim Woo-jin yet. But if we want to stand against the Messiah Guild, we have to take this massive risk. His eyes are glued to the newspaper headline. The Messiah Guild has been granted full authority to take over domestic high-difficulty dungeons. Se-jun mutters to himself, time is running out. We have 2 years, maybe 3 at the absolute most. If a strong enough organization does not rise up to rival the Messiah Guild by then, they will not hesitate to reveal their true, terrifying faces. Soon enough, Kim Woo-jin is already back inside his own apartment. Now watch closely, because this memory changes everything. He stares at the paper, flashbacks of his past life rushing in. In his previous life, it happened right after clearing this exact fox dungeon. Lee Se-jun's secretary was standing right in front of him, dripping with arrogance. I watched your performance in the dungeon. You seem a lot stronger than the rumors suggest. Want to join the Messiah Guild? Kim Woo-jin frowned, completely annoyed. If you want to recruit a guy like me, your guild master should at least come out and ask me in person. The moment he said that, a man stepped right out of the car. I like you already. The man spoke up. We need your raw power to save this broken world. Become my ally, Lee Se-jun offered with total confidence. The old thoughts keep echoing loudly through his mind. Lee Se-jun. That was the very first time I ever stood face to face with him. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin's phone buzzes. A new message pops up on the screen and he quickly opens it. You've been approved to join the One-Horned Fox dungeon raid in exactly 2 days. Please show us the full extent of your talents. A brief look of surprise flashes across Woo-jin's face. Show them my talents. A cold smirk creeps onto his lips. It is exactly like before. The Messiah Guild rats will definitely be waiting there again this time. Kim Woo-jin closes his phone, thinking to himself, fine, let's play. He quickly pulls up the system, his mind racing with plans. I am going to be the brightest star of the show for you all. Ah, no. Kim Woo-jin will be. Woo-jin selects the horned snakeskin, muttering to himself, I am going to need to prepare a whole lot of things for this performance. Instantly, the epic item materializes right before his eyes. He sinks deeper into his plotting. Whatever happens, I have already cleared this place once before anyway. Woo-jin is thrilled, a dangerous smile blooming on his face. This is going to be the absolute perfect stage. The next day, warm sunlight shines all across the Busan Sports Stadium. The guide makes an announcement. Attention, all players please gather. It is almost time to enter the dungeon. A man calmly speaks up from the crowd. Are you fully prepared for this? Lee Se-jun replies with pure hype. I have been ready since the day I was born. Let's pause for a second, because his confidence is hilarious. I conquered the impossible horned snake dungeon, he brags. This new dungeon? It is going to be an absolute piece of cake. But the second they step into the dungeon, a bone-chilling cold hits them, making Gina violently shiver. Ah, this cake is completely frozen, my teeth are freezing. In that exact moment, Kang Wei's voice rings out loud. Make sure you equip your extreme cold weather gear, especially the mages and healers with low health pools. Stay on high alert and protect yourselves at all costs. She warns them with a brutally cold tone. If you fall behind, you better save your own life. Nobody has the free time to babysit you. Try not to become a useless burden to everyone else here. Kim Woo-jin stares at the woman leading them, secretly praising her. She definitely has a lot of real combat experience. Sometimes the harsh environment itself is way more deadly than the actual monsters inside. Lee Se-jun is shaking like a leaf, teeth chattering violently. He mutters quietly, if a high ranker like me is freezing, just what the hell is the temperature in here? Woo-jin instantly urges him. Gina, let's move out. Gina looks confused. Why the sudden rush? Woo-jin does not say a single word and just bolts away. Seeing this, Gina desperately sprints right after him. Soon enough, the two of them arrive at an empty, quiet spot surrounded entirely by white snow. Gina complains. Wouldn't it make way more sense to stick with the Messiah Guild for now? Splitting from the group in this brutal weather, Woo-jin mocks him. What is wrong? Are you shrinking from the cold and becoming completely useless? Gina snaps back, yelling furiously. Not a chance. He puts his hands on his hips, panting with anger. My nickname is the Siberian Brown Bear. This temperature is nothing but a gentle passing breeze to a guy like me. Look at my face. Do I look like I am shivering from the cold? Woo-jin's voice turns dead serious. Good. Because I will let you know right now, this dungeon is far more brutal than the horned snake one. Hearing that, Gina's willpower crumbles instantly. Cold sweat pours down his freezing face. Worse than the horned snake? Like a lot worse? Woo-jin replies casually. Let's just try it and find out. Meanwhile, system alerts pop up constantly. Equipping Necklace of Akiraphon, you no longer feel the winter cold. Equipping Death Mask, you can now mentally link with your summons. Woo-jin urges him on. Let's get moving and warm up our bodies. You'll definitely feel a lot less cold once we start hunting. Gina grabs his head and sighs loudly. All right, fine, but you better treat me to some insanely good food after this. He continues, so what is your big plan this time? This is a survival mission, so are we building a defensive line like last time? Woo-jin quickly shoots it down. No need. Gina smiles, totally satisfied. Great. That saves me from doing manual labor. But right at that moment, the system announces the skeleton's summon. The crazy sight unfolding in front of him leaves Gina absolutely speechless. What the hell? From out of the pitch-black magic, skeletal soldiers emerge. Their eyes glow with cold light, dripping with killer intent, ready to strike at any moment. Gina mocks them. Are they going to a prom? Why are the Bone Boys so dressed up today? His voice continues. You have all that money, but you are still being cheap? You only gave them leather armor to wear? So what do you and I take from this? Never underestimate Woo-jin's greed. Gina looks closer and realizes, wait, that is horned snake skin! He screams in pure anger. Damn it, we both suffered equally, but you hogged all the snake skin for your summons? Let's jump right in. A wild thought flashes through Lee Se-jun's mind. Just one armor set is worth a fortune. And this crazy guy's equipping every single skeleton with it? Kim Woo-jin just gives him a side-eye. I sent the bill to the office, he says coldly. Jin-ah curses in pure agony. Damn it, that bald boss is going to eat all our profits. Meanwhile, Oh Se-chan digs at his ear, muttering, who is cursing me right now? Back at the site, Kang Yeonji finally notices two people have split from the main group. Wait, is it those Russians? She demands to know if anyone has seen Kim Woo-jin and his teammate. Kim Hoon stammers, sorry, I was too busy setting up camp. But before he can even finish his sentence, she violently snaps at him. Sorry for what? Did you completely forget our orders from the top? She furrows her brows deep in thought. Clearing this dungeon is secondary. Our main mission is to figure out if we can team up with that Russian, Kim Woo-jin. Yeonji immediately turns to leave, but makes sure to drop an order first. Have this camp completely set up before I get back. Defend it well. Kim Hoon quickly tries to stop her. Why not send a scout? Why do you have to? Yeonji growls. Mind your business. If anything happens, blow the whistle. I need to see their true strength with my own eyes. Over with Woo-jin, a vicious pack of wolves has them completely surrounded. Now watch carefully. Fangs bared, drool dripping. The wolves stare at them like absolute snacks. But the skeleton squad charges right in, instantly shredding the pack to pieces. Jin-ah makes a lightning-fast move. He smashes his hands into the ground, sending a thick wave of snow blasting straight toward the beasts. The skeletons follow up, wildly swinging their swords and charging with terrifying momentum. Every strike lands. The wolves howl in agony as fresh blood sprays everywhere, staining the white snow deep red. Observing from afar, Yeonji is absolutely stunned. What is going on? She freezes in shock. Those are skeletons? They are on a completely different level than any undead she has ever seen. Beside her, Kim Hoon whispers, Captain, what do we do? Should we help them? She grits her teeth. Are you blind? This place is already turned into their personal hunting ground. If we jump in now, we will just be dead weight, Yeonji mutters. Inside, she is fuming. These guys are just way out of her league. She shakes with frustration, her hands balling into tight fists. He really is the player who cleared the Needle Snake dungeon. I need to report this. We must recruit him at all costs. Suddenly, Kim Hoon shouts out. The signal. Yeonji whips around, pure panic flashing across her face for a split second. One long note means an emergency SOS. Something went horribly wrong at the camp. Without hesitating, both of them sprint back. Hearing the noise, Woo-jin quickly glances over in their direction. The rabid wolf pack is already charging straight for the camp. A terrified player screams. They broke right through the defense line. The group fights for their lives, wildly swinging weapons in the blizzard. Someone yells in absolute despair. Damn it, where are they all coming from? A guy next to him shouts back, just hold out, wait for the captain. Just then, footsteps rip through the snowy wind. Up in the sky, a dark silhouette suddenly appears. It dives down at a terrifying speed, aiming straight for the swarm of wolves. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupts in the blink of an eye. Debris flies everywhere, thick dust covers the sky, and as the smoke slowly clears, it reveals a badass figure standing tall inside a fresh crater. A squad member's eyes go wide with joy. Captain! Yeonji immediately barks back. What are you all just staring at? These are only first-floor monsters. Shut your mouths and get back into your defensive formation right now. She quickly barks out orders. Fight while slowly falling back to camp. The wounded get straight to the rear. Meanwhile, up on a nearby peak, the alpha wolf watches its pack getting slaughtered. It throws its head back and lets out a long, sorrowful, piercing howl. That cry echoes through the frozen mountains, tragic but savage. Suddenly, the ground beneath them starts to tremble, and the shaking only gets stronger. One of the players suddenly feels that something is very wrong. He leaps up onto a nearby tree to get a better look. The sight before his eyes makes his blood run completely cold. An endless sea of wolves pours down the mountain slopes, surging straight toward the camp. He screams in pure terror. It is a beast tide. A massive monster wave is heading right for us. Yeonji's face turns completely pale, and honestly, you and I both know she is right to panic. The defensive line is crumbling, and now an even bigger wave is coming. From another peak, looking down at the wolves swarming like insane ants, Jin-ah speaks up. If we just leave them alone, they are definitely all going to die. Then he pauses, his voice totally panicked. Hey, do not tell me we actually have to go down there. Right at that moment, Woo-jin silently recalls a phone call from last night. Flashback to Se-chan asking casually, I was a bit surprised you wanted to find that specific skill book. Good thing I managed to buy one. Did you receive it? Woo-jin looks at the paper in his hand. Got it, thanks. The document displays the info for an E-rank field skill. Its effect? It releases an aura that either boosts your ally's power or seriously curses your enemies. The field's radius expands as the skill levels up. A second later, the system notification pops up. You have learned the field skill. Back to the present. Woo-jin glances sideways and says coldly, just watch what I do. Explaining everything is too much work. Meanwhile, the squad below is completely swallowed by the wolf pack. Yeonji's face is smeared with fresh blood, her eyes flashing with pure, desperate rage. Damn it all. Now I finally understand why the 12 previous teams all failed. I severely underestimated this first-floor dungeon. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips right through the middle of the wolf pack. Fire and smoke consume the area, blasting the beast to pieces. A player cheers wildly, reinforcements, but she snaps back. Did the cold freeze your brain? Who else would be in this dungeon besides us? Yeonji's eyes dart toward the cliff. She hesitates, a wild guess forming in her mind. Unless, back up a few minutes. Holding a wolf corpse, Woo-jin coldly tosses it right off the edge. Zero hesitation. The corners of his mouth curl up into a wildly arrogant smirk, and just like that, the system's voice chimes in once again. The emissary of the underworld's corpse explosion skill is successfully activated. Chain explosions violently shake the entire ground. Thick black smoke swallows the screaming wolves. As the fog slowly clears, motionless bodies are left scattered across the dirt. Jin-ah immediately dashes forward. The wind howls around his body, making the smoke swirl violently with every single step he takes. With just a wave of his hand, snow shoots up like razor-sharp knives, blasting right at the enemies. The skeleton squad charges in like lunatics, fighting relentlessly with a momentum that could flatten the pack. The system announces the activation of the sun's blessing. Right after that, the necklace hanging around Woo-jin's neck starts glowing incredibly bright. A new message pops up, opening a mental link with a skeleton soldier. Instantly, his body and mind completely synchronize with the skeleton, functioning perfectly as one terrifying entity. The system reports again. Field skill in use, linked with a skeleton. Mana consumption skyrockets. The skeletons ignite with light, magic boosting their raw power. And trust me, with that insane bloodlust piercing the sky, you are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right back in. A black void opens, magic swirling, emitting a cold light that literally freezes the air around it. Watching the skeleton soldiers undergo an insane magical transformation, Jin-ah is absolutely stunned. His eyes go wide, cold sweat dripping down his face. He simply cannot believe what he is seeing. The skeletons let out terrifying, eerie shrieks, aggressively flexing their newly acquired godlike power. Jin-ah just frowns, totally baffled. He wonders to himself, what in the world is this terrifying aura? He looks around wildly, glancing at the remaining skeletons. Wait a second, what exactly are these boneheads trying to pull? Thoughts rush through Jin-ah's mind. Did Kim Woo-jin feed these guys some crazy overpowered buffs? The skeleton soldiers scream like maniacs. Their cold eyes are overflowing with pure killing intent as they grip their weapons tight, ready to slaughter everything in sight at a moment's notice. One of them slams its sword into the ground. A deafening explosion roars like thunder, launching the wolves high up into the air. He freezes in shock. No way, these guys are fighting like absolute berserkers. That jerk Kim Woo-jin has the good stuff but totally kept it for himself. Kim Woo-jin uses telepathy to mock him. Why is your jaw on the floor? This is just basic combat strategy when fighting a massive crowd. Instead of focusing on single-target buffs, using a force field to turn the sun's blessing into an area of effect buff is way more effective. In Kim Woo-jin's hand, the Alpha Wolf's corpse is stiff. He silently watches the brutal battle below. Then, with just a simple flick of his wrist, he tosses the dead beast right down into the chaos. Immediately after, a system alert pops up. The Hell's Messenger skill, Corpse Explosion, is officially activated. Now watch closely. An absolute earth-shattering explosion erupts, painting the dark sky in fiery red light. Kang Wai is completely stunned as the heavy blasts form a massive burning wall, instantly stopping the incoming beast tide. Is this the true power of the legendary Thorn Snake Hunter? Seeing that the crisis is finally dealt with, she immediately barks out an order. Their attack rhythm is totally broken. The time is now, everyone push forward. The scene then shifts to a high-rise building right in the middle of a bustling city where a voice echoes from inside. We are going to swoop in and save the Salvation Guild at the very last second. Se-chan's lips curl into a smug smirk. Exactly. They call themselves heroes, so would they dare turn on their own saviors? Plus, under massive media pressure, they will have no choice but to reward us heavily. He stands with his arms crossed, arrogantly stating, "You get it? The ancients called this killing two birds with one stone." Lee Ji-soo just scoffs at him. "Oh sure, it is great if we succeed, but is that actually possible?" She openly expresses her deep concerns. The Salvation Guild has a ton of strong players around that level. Look, for this crazy plan to work, we need power that completely outclasses them. Do you seriously believe Kim Woo-jin is actually that overpowered? Se-chan replies with absolute certainty, without a doubt. Just look at his insane growth rate and the jaw-dropping skills he has shown lately. I am fully prepared to bet everything on this. Hearing these bold words, Lee Jisoo's hands freeze right over her keyboard. She is completely shocked inside. Bet everything? Lee Jisoo quickly slides her chair away from the desk. You really rate him that highly? Se-chan nods. Of course I do. So, while Gina and Kim Woo-jin are deep inside the dungeon, Se-chan's voice rings out with pure determination. We must protect their identities at all costs. The enemy is in the light while we stay in the shadows. That is the ultimate truth here. Cut back to the dungeon. A razor-sharp sword plunges deep into a wolf's body, fresh blood spraying everywhere. A guild member speaks up, his voice totally exhausted. Was that the last one? Another team member wipes the heavy sweat from his forehead, glancing over at Kim Woo-jin. If it wasn't for that Russian guy, we would all be completely dead right now. Kang Yi quickly walks over, holding out her hand to offer sincere thanks. Because of you two, our whole squad survived. Seeing them stay dead silent, she panics and tries to fix the awkwardness. If you guys cannot speak Korean, she starts stumbling over her words. But the two of them instantly turn their backs and walk away, completely ignoring Kang Yi as she calls after them. Wait a second, Gina whispers. Hey, we are just leaving? What about our grand plan? Kim Woo-jin calmly replies, we just wiped out their biggest pack. The rest of them are basically a total joke. His flat voice continues. If we stick around with that squad, it will only make it way easier for our real identities to be exposed. You and I know exactly what Kim Woo-jin is thinking. Now that they've seen our power, they won't dare claim this dungeon belongs to the Salvation Guild anymore. So why not farm the rest? Gina panics, his face totally pale. Hey, wait a minute. Do not tell me we are pulling the same stunt as last time. But Gina only gets a cold, dark chuckle in response. The two of them keep walking, ready to explore every single corner of this dungeon. After a brutal grinding session, Gina is panting heavily. He thinks to himself in pure frustration, damn it, I am going insane. Teaming up with this crazy psycho is torture. Right at that moment, the system chimes. You have leveled up! Both of their eyes are glued to the glowing notification panel floating right in front of them. Deep down, Kim Woo-jin is absolutely hyped. I finally hit level 35. I reached my goal. The system fires off consecutive alerts. The Hell's Messenger has used a special privilege to grant you brand new powers. The Poison Blood skill increases by 1 level. He reaches out and taps the screen to check his current skill power. The text flashes Poison Blood S-Rank. Skill effect literally turns your own blood into a deadly poison. You can now use mana to refine the toxicity and create black blood. Kim Woo-jin falls deep into thought. S-Rank Poison Blood and Black Blood? This will make my master plan go a whole lot smoother. Gina asks out of pure curiosity, hey, why the super serious face? Did you eat something bad? Kim Woo-jin speaks up awkwardly. No, it is nothing. But before we head down to the second floor, we have one extremely important thing left to do. Gina furiously screams at him. What the heck is it now? What exactly is your crazy plan this time? Kim Woo-jin replies with a completely straight face. Dinner. Going to floor 2 will drain a ton of stamina. Gina is totally dumbfounded. Oh, seriously? A moment later, a campfire is blazing. The mouth-watering smell of roasted meat fills the dark dungeon. Gina grabs a massive drumstick and happily chows down. See? This is how real teammates should act. Here, take a bite, buddy. Kim Woo-jin glances over, his voice filled with sudden curiosity. Hey, there is something I've been wondering for a while now. Even with your immortal body, you still feel physical pain, right? So in the middle of a brutal fight, could it hurt so much that you just pass out? Gina cheerfully takes another huge bite of meat. No way, never gonna happen. Who do you think I am, the great and mighty Lee? Gina passing out mid-battle? As if. But Kim Woo-jin's very next sentence makes Gina freeze completely stiff. Good to hear. In the event a one-horned fox pierces right through your guts, how long can you hold it off? Gina snaps. Wait, what? Did I do something to offend you? Seeing Kim Woo-jin's dead cold eyes, Gina hastily waves his hands, his voice shaking. Hey, let's talk this out. Why so tense? Meanwhile, down on the second floor, the squad members are getting completely wiped out. The monsters here move like pure lightning. They dash past the team so incredibly fast that no one can even see their real shapes. An archer draws his bowstring, frantically looking around as heavy sweat drips down his face. So where does that leave us? Damn it, it is too fast! How are we supposed to fight this thing? Right then, the monster locks on and charges straight at him. The man instantly sensed something wrong, his whole body tensing up, but in a split second he was completely swallowed by the monster's massive jaws. Just as fast, it vanished again. Let's jump into this madness because Kang Wei was absolutely panicking. At this rate, she thought they would all get wiped out without a fight. She gritted her teeth. Her mind raced frantically trying to come up with any viable plan. Was there actually a way to lock down this one-horned fox? Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed and stopped right next to her. She flinched, her eyes flying wide open in total confusion. Lee Se-jun, completely hiding his identity, suddenly started speaking in terribly broken Russian, loudly cursing and swearing he was going to slaughter this damn fox. Kang Wei was completely baffled. A Russian guy? And wait, was he seriously here all by himself? The realization finally hit her. Lee Se-jun casually strolled right toward the one-horned fox, screamed in absolute panic. Wait! Facing that thing alone is basically just a death wish. Right now, she could only stare at the beast's glowing eyes, radiating a bone-chilling, terrifying coldness. Totally ignoring her desperate warnings, he just calmly kept walking straight toward the danger. The one-horned fox bared its razor-sharp teeth, letting out a vicious, threatening growl. In a single flash, it completely vanished. The only proof it was ever there was the massive cloud of white snow kicking up into the freezing air. Instantly, those lethal fangs were right up in Lee Se-jun's face. His cloak was immediately ripped right open. He thought to himself in pure shock, this thing was insanely fast. The one-horned fox darted around Lee Se-jun like a literal arrow. Its body was a blur, way too fast to track. All that was left was a white shadow blending perfectly into the pure snow. He threw his arms up to block its strikes, anger boiling up inside him. Just like Kim Woo-jin said, its attack damage was not super high, but its agility was totally broken. Damn it, all he could do was defend with zero openings to counterattack. Now watch closely, because right at the most critical second, Lee Se-jun suddenly stumbled, totally losing his balance. His eyes rolled back, a string of curses echoing in his head about his terrible timing. The beast, of course, did not miss this golden opportunity. The one-horned fox instantly lunged. Its massive body slammed right into Lee Se-jun. The impact was so brutally heavy that he was violently thrown backward, completely unable to react in time. Fresh blood spat from his mouth, his vision blurred, his brain spinning in a dizzying haze. But right in that agonizing moment, last night's conversation flashed through his mind. Flashback! Kim Woo-jin rubbed his chin, looking deep in thought. The fox's attack is not the problem. Its speed is the real headache. My skeleton soldiers would shatter in one hit, so they are completely useless here. Trapping it would take way too long. Lee Se-jun had snapped back, totally annoyed. Just say you want me to be the meat shield. No wonder you were acting so nice, letting us stop for dinner. Kim Woo-jin just smirked. Too much for you to handle? Back in the present, Lee Se-jun's eyes slowly snapped back into focus. He reached out and violently grabbed onto the one-horned fox. Caught totally off guard, the beast panicked and bolted, dragging him right along. Lee Se-jun gritted his teeth, desperately digging his heels into the white snow. But the monster's raw strength was just too much. In a split second, it dragged him across the icy ground, leaving a massive trench behind. With snow blinding him, Lee Se-jun quickly activated his blessing of the river Styx. He gnashed his teeth, screaming out curses. Damn it, that hurts like hell, but I finally got you, you absolute psycho fox. He pinned its head hard into the snow, channeling every ounce of his insane strength into his arms. He was not giving this fox a single chance to escape. Watching this absolute madness, Kang Wai's jaw straight up dropped in horror. Was this guy seriously locking down the fox by acting as a literal punching bag? But her heart quickly sank. He could not last forever. Without anyone to deliver the finishing blow, holding it down was completely useless. Suddenly, an arrow tore through the freezing air out of nowhere. It shot straight toward the one-horned fox at absolutely blistering speed. The beast instantly sensed the lethal danger. Its face twisted in panic, its whole body twitching in a desperate, hopeless attempt to dodge. But the one-horned fox was completely powerless. Its eyes flashed with pure despair as death closed in. In a flash, a system prompt popped up. The fox had been infected with blood poison. Shocked, Kang Wei aggressively whipped her head around. Kim Woo-jin was already standing right there, his hands still holding the pose of firing a bow. Right on cue, his fierce skeleton soldiers charged in to back them up. She stood there completely frozen, cold sweat absolutely pouring down her back. Kang Wei could not help but panic and wonder, were both of these insane monsters really under level 40? Meanwhile, the skeleton soldiers completely surrounded the beast from all sides, ruthlessly raining down brutal blade strikes with overwhelming momentum. She realized, compared to these two freaks, her team was nothing. We have all felt that, right? Witnessing a completely different tier of raw power. Soon after, the system announced the successful kill of the one-horned fox. Back outside the dungeon, the massive spatial gate slowly began to open, signaling that the players had successfully conquered the challenge. Reporters instantly raised their cameras, flashing wildly. Someone eagerly shouted out, "Who cleared it? Was it Kang Wai from the Messiah Guild, or was it Kim Woo-jin?" Another guy chimed in, "Whoever it is, we have to get that interview." Suddenly, a sleek car rolled right into the massive crowd. "Wait, why is there a diplomatic car here?" someone asked. Another person gasped, "That is Kim Woo-jin's car!" Meanwhile, safe inside that very vehicle, Kim Woo-jin casually pulled the freshly hunted horn straight out of his inventory box. He picked up his phone and made a call. "Oh, Se-chan, I want to put out a press release." The boss instantly agreed. "You finished way faster than I expected, but sure, okay. But what is the announcement for?" Kim Woo-jin spoke up. "Just tell the media that if the Messiah Guild truly needs it," he calmly continued, "then we are perfectly willing to donate the fox's horn to them." Hearing this, Lee Se-jun absolutely lost his mind. "Are you insane? I busted my head open all day for this loot, and now you want to just give it away?" On the other end, Se-chan nodded in pure approval. "Understood. Brilliant idea." Lee Se-jun furiously hissed, "Hey, if you do not want it, give it to me. Who gives stuff to the Messiah Guild? You guys are totally crazy." Kim Woo-jin calmly added, "Also really emphasized the part about if the Messiah Guild truly needs it." Se-chan instantly agreed. "Done. I am on it." In no time, the news exploded across every network and article. The headline was huge. Kim Woo-jin states that if the Messiah Guild truly needs it, he is fully willing to donate the fox's horn. Kim Woo-jin had brilliantly expressed his goodwill to raid dungeons alongside the Messiah Guild. Checkmate against Kang Wei's group. The narrative was clear. Without Kim Woo-jin, clearing that dungeon was completely impossible. Kim Woo-jin's eyes stayed glued to his phone screen, silently praising his team. Man, they really pushed that news fast. Right then, his phone buzzed. It was Park Young-won calling. Fast forward to the very next day, and Kim Woo-jin was already standing inside the big boss's office. On the TV screen, the news was running wild with massive theories about Kim Woo-jin's true identity. Park Yong-won grumbled. Kim Woo-jin, this guy's name is literally everywhere on the news lately, huh? He glanced at the man sitting right across from him. But anyway, back to business. You worked way more efficiently than I ever expected. Yong-won continued. That damn Skull Guild packed up for Japan. I wanted to hunt them down, but this is a satisfying win for now. So what do you and I take from this? Our guy just played everyone, and trust me, you will want to see his next move. Stick with me here, he snaps his fingers, signaling Secretary Kim. A deal was made, so our guy finally gets his well-deserved reward. She quickly slides a paper right in front of Kim Woo-jin. Yong-won's voice cuts through. Don't get cocky. Keep training hard, and more rewards will follow. He stares down at the paper. It is blood mist. A job requirement for Hell's Messenger, level 40 plus needed. Its effect? Creating a thick mist using your own blood. His tone turns dead serious. You are in my royal guard now, so you better prove your worth. Kim Woo-jin instantly replies. Loud and clear, sir. Suddenly, a breaking news broadcast grabs Yong-won's attention. Breaking news. The Messiah Guild has officially released a public statement. The Messiah Guild deeply appreciates Kim Woo-jin's sincerity, but they only accept the thought. Instead, they want to send a small gift to repay him for saving their member. He scoffs. What a bunch of idiots. Clinging to cheap pride only hurts them, right? Kim Woo-jin stays quiet. He remembers the news statement Se-chan released for him. If the guild needs it, I will gladly donate the one-horned foxhorn. Kim Woo-jin smirks. If he stayed quiet, they definitely would have used media pressure to steal it. But that dirty trick only works against people labeled as enemies of the Messiah Guild. His mind races. Not only did he save their member, but he also showed massive goodwill by offering them gear. Now they cannot smear his name. Not if they want to keep that noble hero image. If they really want that horn, Kim Woo-jin knows they will pay a massive price. As for how much they lose, that depends entirely on their so-called sincerity. Back to reality, he grabs the paper. Gifting a level 40 skill means they want him to grind. Kim Woo-jin asks if he can find some suitable dungeons to level up. Yong-won agrees instantly. Dungeons easy, he laughs boldly. Contact the brokers and send me the bill. Do not worry about a single thing. A satisfied smirk crosses his face. Thank you, sir. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-ah munches on snacks, watching the news. The Messiah Guild wants to send Kim Woo-jin Ivan a gratitude gift. They truly are a generous group, always ready to heavily support anyone dedicated to saving the world. Now pay attention here. Lee Jin-ah chews loudly, totally annoyed. That sneaky Kim Woo-jin. Did he drop that statement knowing exactly how this would play out? Absolute jackpot. He keeps the horn and scores extra loot from the guild. Lee Jin-ah tosses his snack into his mouth. Wonder what they will gift him. Super curious. Se-chan answers instantly. Golem summoning skill. Lee Jin-ah jumps up, totally shocked. Wait, how do you know that? Se-chan stays completely calm. They made a deal before telling the media. Se-chan's face lights up with amusement. A gift is a gift. Smart money always moves first. Handing out a golem summoning skill? Zero reason to refuse. Lee Jin-ah opens another snack. Wait a second. He points right at himself. He yells in pure anger. What about my cut? I bled and sweat for this too, remember? Why do I get absolutely nothing? I deserve some loot. Se-chan quickly slams choco pie boxes onto the table. Here's your cut, he shamelessly exclaims. I know you love these. His next words make Lee Jin-ah shake with absolute fury. I bought a whole warehouse of snacks just for you. Furious, he points at the snack mountain in the corner. That is a gift they sent because they think we represent the Russian guild. You did not buy that. Stop playing around. Where are my skills and gear? Still, he rips open a box. Lee Jin-ah eats like he is starving. What have you been studying so intently? Se-chan speaks casually. It is a dungeon purchase order from Park Yong-won. Lee Jin-ah looks surprised. Park Yong-won? I thought you were done with him. You literally called him petty trash who only cares about his wallet. Why do business with him now? He already controls the Phoenix Guild, so why need a dungeon broker? Se-chan's eyes stay glued to the files. He wants dungeons to train new trusted aides. Very caring of him. New trusted aides. Who? Se-chan replies. It is your best buddy. Lee Jin-ah is completely stunned. You saw that coming, right? Kim Woo-jin. Lee Jin-ah scoffs. You two teaming up to crush Park Yong-won? Absolute scammers. Se-chan grits his teeth. Scammers? That is called doing business. Real business. You should ask Kim Woo-jin to teach you sometime. Suddenly, he pushes a paper towards him. Okay, this one looks decent. Lee Jin-ah quickly grabs the paper. Survival mission. Se-chan asks for his thoughts. Well, a pure survival dungeon is actually pretty rare. Could sell this for big cash. The paper says 240 hours, floor 2, rank B, 25 players. Entry limit is under level 40. Win condition, survive on the second floor for 7 days. Reward is a C-rank skill for the survivors. Lee Jin-ah gives it back. Surviving 7 days in a B-rank dungeon, perfect place to risk your life. Se-chan stares. Why return it? Lee Jin-ah blinks. What? You are going too. Lee Jin-ah, the paper drops. No work, no food, Se-chan states. Lee Jin-ah desperately tries to negotiate. Wait, boss. I thought about it. This is not the best fit. Se-chan keeps baiting him. Finally learning how to evaluate dungeons, huh? Just be good and go. Unable to refuse, he is forced into the dungeon run. Lee Jin-ah angrily mutters. Damn it, stuck escorting this psycho again. Like Kim Woo-jin suggested, let's take a nice stroll first. Scene shifts to Hansun Group, Korea's #1 financial empire. They hold massive global influence thanks to funding the Messiah Guild. Inside the CEO's office, Park Shin-hye cries out in total shock. Jongju is dead? Assistant Bae reports in yes. He entered a dungeon to hunt Kim Woo-jin and never came back. Shin-hye grits her teeth. Why does he always do things nobody asked for? And one's necklace? Bae hesitates. She snaps. It was stolen, right? Get it back at all costs. Shinai touches her lip, deep in thought. Replacing Zhangju in the guild is easy, but one's necklace is truly crucial. So what do you and I make of this? The Skull Guild's failures seem minor at first, but now? It is a massive headache. Alright, stick with me. We are about to watch this so-called perfect alliance start crumbling to pieces. Baek Yeon-hee lets out a heavy sigh as the tension between them and the great swordsman and archer skyrockets. That infuriating face flashes right through her mind. The absolute root of all their current nightmares? Park Yong-won. That bastard. If she knew things would get this messy, she would have wiped him out day one. Biting her lip, she calculates her next move. He is way too powerful now, so they have to slowly chip away at his forces. She asks about that brand new rookie in Park Yong-won's personal guard. What exactly is his deal? Her assistant double checks. Oh, you mean Kim Woo-jin? The guy is so stressed he can barely breathe, nervously loosening his collar. We are trying our absolute best to eliminate him, but Park Yong-won is guarding him like a hawk. We cannot even get close. The assistant keeps going. Not just that, but he is pouring an insane amount of money into skill books and top-tier gear just to train Kim Woo-jin. She waves him off. Stop making excuses. Her voice drops, completely ice-cold. I just want to know if you actually have a plan to get rid of him. That is it. The assistant speaks up. We already sent a squad to hunt down Kim Woo-jin. Her tone stays freezing. Led by who? He answers respectfully. It is Suzuki, ma'am. Her mind starts racing with possibilities. Suzuki Eiji possesses the Ring of Lancelot, so that guy can absolutely be trusted. She immediately demands to know exactly where they are right now. They are currently on standby in Kaesong City. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, system alerts start popping up. You have leveled up! You reach level 40. The emissary of the underworld is highly impressed with your wild progress. You just unlocked 8 extra inventory slots. Woo-jin gets completely hyped. Level 40! I can finally use that gift they gave me. Next to him, Lee Jin-ah is violently panting from exhaustion. Wiping the sweat off his face, he curses internally. The longer he hangs out with Woo-jin, the more of a psycho he seems. Only this absolute maniac could grind levels this insanely fast and look completely relaxed while doing it. Setting those traps after analyzing the terrain seemed super basic, but the results were brutally effective. He does not just know every monster type and their exact numbers in the dungeon. He knows their exact spawn spots, plus the absolute perfect way to hunt every single one down. You and I know what this means, right? Jin-ah squints. It is like he literally lived through this scenario before. Woo-jin's eyes are glued to the paper in his hand. Now, even if he walks straight into a tiger's den, he is making it out alive. The system chimes constantly. You learn Golem Summoning. You learn Blood Mist. Jin-ah suggests that since they hit their goal, they should just wrap up the rest of this dungeon and go home. But Kim Woo-jin completely disagrees. Actually, it is the exact opposite. Since they just got shiny new skills, it is time to grind even harder. That is the only way to accurately measure their true combat power. Jin-ah looks totally crushed, groaning in pure annoyance. Please, just have mercy on me. After some more time, the two of them finally conquer the entire dungeon. The dimensional gate swings open once again. Right now, Jin-ah's legs are shaking so badly he cannot even stand. He literally has to drag himself out on his hands and knees. Jisoo panics the second she sees him. Jin-ah, what happened? Are you okay? She rushes over to support him, her voice filled with worry. Where are you hurt? Jin-ah looks completely drained, looking like a zombie. All he can do is gag. Woo-jin does not care at all, tossing out a cold goodbye. I have somewhere to be. Jisoo just nods, totally confused. Yes, sir. Jin-ah face plants straight into the dirt, weakly muttering that he desperately needs some food. She hands Kim Woo-jin a burner phone. You can easily reach him using this device right here. A familiar voice picks up on the other end. Speaking. Lee Jisoo, what is going on? He replies casually. It is me, Kim Woo-jin. Internally, Si-chan is already guessing that Woo-jin is probably heading to Kaesong. Woo-jin's voice continues through the speaker. There is a specific place I need to go right now. And just like that, the call drops. Se-chan stares silently at his phone, a burning question in his mind. Why does it have to be Kaesong? What is this absolute madman plotting now? After the dungeon gates first appeared, North Korea, normally totally isolated, was literally forced to open its borders for outside backup. That specific place is Kaesong City, where entry and exit have zero limits. And if you have the power to clear a dungeon, you can do whatever you want. Now pay close attention here. Kaesong became a massive safe haven for dangerous criminal players. The whole city was quickly swallowed by pure ugly greed. The scene shifts to Kaesong. Night has fallen, pitching everything into heavy darkness. A beat-up, rusty bus rattles down an empty, creepy road. Woo-jin is in full disguise, pretending to tremble in front of a thug. So-hoon smirks and asks the skinny kid, "This is my first time seeing you. Just starting out your career as a backpack newbie?" He fakes being totally clueless. Wait, a backpack? The smug thug explains. Yeah, basically a useless dummy who just tags along to carry all the dungeon loot back out. Woo-jin fearfully pushes up his glasses, cold sweat breaking out on his face. No, that is not it. So-hoon smirks, sounding dead certain. Cut the act. Everyone here can tell. You do not look like you beat someone up to end up hiding out here. Did you scam someone out of their cash? Do not hide it. We are all in the same boat here. He clicks his tongue, mocking him. But you seem a little green because almost everyone here is a hardcore criminal. If they are not murderers, they are worse. We operate totally outside the law just because we have that player title. So-hoon keeps rambling. Pretty convenient, right? With this status, as long as you make some money, you can always bounce back. Being a player is freaking awesome. Anyway, what is your sad story? Why are you hiding here? Woo-jin explains his fake sob story. I was betrayed by the person I trusted the most. The thug looks super amused by this tragic sob story. Ouch, a real betrayal. I do not know who that backstabber is, but I bet you are absolutely furious. A moment later, So-hoon turns to walk away. Well, hit me up if you ever need anything. Woo-jin's eyes instantly turn icy sharp, perfectly reflecting his true inner thoughts. Exactly. This is the brutal price of betraying the whole world. He sits quietly in a corner, tapping his phone, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. On his screen, So-hoon gets a text from his crew. How are the backpacks looking? He lazily types back, nobody's suspicious. We can just use them and toss them later. Sometime later, the rattling bus finally arrives. The tires screech against the dirt, the sound echoing loudly. The driver yells out, sounding utterly disgusted. End of the line, get the hell off. At that exact moment, back at Si-chan's office, Jin-ah's voice booms through the building. Kaesong is in North Korea. He rubs his bulging, full stomach while casually picking his teeth. He really went there? That freakish psycho only ever does the most insane things. That place is completely crawling with bloodthirsty maniacs. What is he even expecting to find in that absolute lawless wasteland? Se-chan stares at the crazy long food receipt in his hand, looking absolutely furious. You lunatic! He points straight at the guy across from him, roaring in anger. I mean you! You bastard! You showed up right at dinner to freeload! Jin-ah frowns. I remember Woo-jin mentioning sharing that snake skin, and trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, the madness continues. Se-chan panics, lowering his voice. Wait, when did Kim Woo-jin finish signing? Lee Jin-ah just pouts. She scoffs at his attempt to change the subject. Se-chan acts calm, but cold sweat is pouring down his face. Why would he finish signing now? So inconvenient. That guy is currently there too. He freezes. Wait, who? His face turns dead serious. There is a monster even scarier than Kim Woo-jin. Se-chan adds, he's probably around level 50 by now. At that tier, nobody can even touch him. He silently prays he is wrong. If those two clash this early on, it will be an absolute disaster. Lee Jin-ah refuses to believe it and immediately fires back. Stop lying! Someone crazier than Kim Woo-jin? I would know his name by now. Who is it? Se-chan answers calmly. You have definitely heard of him. Suzuki Achi, the Savior Guild Hound. Right then, in Kitsong City, Suzuki is on his phone. Understood, I will prepare immediately. Lemon asks nervously, is there a problem? Boss? Suzuki speaks up. The queen wants us to handle our next target. The guy looks confused. Who is the next target? Suddenly, an angry yell rings out. Get the hell down! Suzuki growls. Kim Woo's subordinate blinks. Never heard of him. Suzuki stays dead serious. She specifically warned us, so this guy is no joke. The lackey just smirks. Whatever. If we have orders, we just execute them. Suzuki reminds him that a new kill order has been issued. They need to clear this dungeon fast, then immediately start tracking this guy down. Understood. What about the porters? Kimon reports back. The overseer says there are no issues. We just proceed as planned. Suzuki nods quickly. Good. Go get ready. Kim Woo-jin heard every single word. He stares at them in dead silence. Suzuki, I never expected to meet you here. If this was me from before, I would have avoided you like the plague. Thoughts race non-stop through Kim Woo-jin's mind right now. A rabid hound ready to destroy anything on the Savior Guild's orders. Once he hits level 100, his movements get restricted because his tier is too high. He remembers the truth he learned later. That is why the Savior Guild needs to train another hound to do all their dirty work. Otherwise, that bastard would never have recruited me personally. Underestimating Suzuki right now would be an absolutely fatal mistake. Park Shin-hai might have even given him the Ring of Lancelot already. If this keeps going, he is going to become an absolutely unstoppable monster. Woo-jin locks his target. I must stop him while I still can. He steps inside. The next dungeon objective is defeating the Red Orc. Watch closely, it gets brutal here. Blood splatters across the wall, mixing with a horrific scream. Suzuki gasps in shock. What the hell is that? His lackey screams in terror. A porter just killed our guy and ran. Captain, what do we do now? Should we chase him? Staring at the corpse's fatal wound, Suzuki frowns. The killer used one clean, perfectly precise strike to a vital point. He tilts the dead man's head, thinking to himself, this killer is definitely no amateur. Realizing the extreme danger, Suzuki instantly barks an order. Pause the mission. Slaughter all the remaining porters. Lim bows respectfully. Understood, Captain. In a flash, one of them pulls a sword from his inventory, the blade gleaming in the dim dungeon light. Weapons instantly materialize in the hands of the others, grips tightening, ready to strike. A second later, another thug readies a razor-sharp axe. The cold steel flashes. The absolute massacre is about to begin. They instantly surround the terrified porters, closing in with bloodthirsty eyes. So-hun stammers in panic. What are you doing? We do not even have weapons on us. We signed a contract, but before he can even finish begging, his body is violently slashed to pieces. Blood sprays everywhere as the survivors watch in sheer horror. Run, someone screams, but it is completely hopeless. A one-sided bloodbath erupts, painting the ground red. Screams echo through the dungeon, mixing with the sickening sound of metal ripping through flesh, pure suffocating chaos. Soon the floor is covered in corpses and blood. A lackey approaches Suzuki. It is done. Should we scatter and hunt him down? Suzuki replies coldly. He only killed one man before running. That means he is playing guerrilla warfare. He is completely alone right now. You see his trap, right? If we split up, he will kill us one by one. Are you blind? Suzuki sets the next objective. First, we need more info on him. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes. He quickly glares toward the noise. Staring at the giant monster, Suzuki freezes. A golem, he realizes the truth. His sponsor is the underworld emissary. Suzuki calculates quickly. Without a sacrifice, there is no way he could summon a minion like this. This golem is just a decoy to buy him time. He instantly changes orders. Change of plans. We chase him down, but we destroy this golem first. The system displays a binding skill. Junshik's magic erupts. Thick vines shoot up from the ground like lightning. They tightly wrap around the golem's arms, temporarily pinning it down. This sets up his team for an easy, completely undefended follow-up attack. Following Suzuki's shout, the crew rapidly switches weapons. Golems have insane resistance to light physical damage, so everyone immediately equips their heavy weapons instead. They are not that dangerous. Just focus your attacks on its legs and we win. Suzuki roars loudly. The goons frantically smash the golem's legs, denying it any chance to fight back. From his hiding spot, Woo-jin is actually impressed, switching to the right weapons with flawless teamwork. Plus, they know exactly where its weak points are. In seconds, the golem's legs are completely shattered. One lackey swiftly leaps up for a finishing blow. He raises his weapon, aiming straight for its head. Trust me, you are not ready for what happens next. Boom! The monster's head explodes into dust, blinding everyone. Then, a piercing sound suddenly rings out. Let's jump right into the chaos. Junjich hears a weird sound, and boom! An arrow comes flying at him at blinding speed. It stops inches from his face, making his heart completely stop. Right at that life or death second, Suzuki Achi steps in, blocking the arrow and saving him from certain death. Still in pure shock with a pale face, he stammers an apology. But the captain snaps back, telling him not to let his guard down just because the enemy is solo. At this exact moment, Suzuki's mind is locked entirely on Heller while the rest of his squad is busy dealing with the golem. He is super curious now. The attacker isn't just familiar with this fighting style but incredibly skilled, using ranged attacks and summons. Who the heck is this guy? Suddenly, a panicked voice makes Suzuki whip his head around. Another attack is coming. Seeing a massive black swarm rushing in, Kim Jun yells out in sheer terror, asking if they are players. Where did they even come from? Weren't they the only ones in this dungeon? Lee Min instantly raises his bow, shouting that he will hold them back while they form up. The arrow rips through the air like an absolute lightning bolt. Right then, the system chimes in, announcing the Silent Hunter's skill. Scatter shot! Instantly, the arrow explodes right from Lee Min's hand, splitting into countless tiny arrows that go flying straight into the dark swarm. Now watch this. The arrows whistle through the air, curving sharply toward the swarm, but when they hit, they just pass right through, like flying into completely empty space. The dark figures don't even try to dodge, letting every single arrow phase right through them. Lee Min drops his jaw in pure shock as they keep charging forward. What on earth? The glowing red armor of the skeleton soldiers lights up, shining through the thick black smoke like untouched fire in the dark. One of them dashes right up into his face. Lee Min screams in pure terror, yelling that it's a skeleton soldier. A sword slashes down. He tilts away but doesn't dodge completely, leaving a fresh bleeding cut right across his face. He immediately jumps backward, desperately keeping a safe distance from the skeleton soldier. Wiping the fresh blood off his face, Lee Min is left absolutely stunned. How can a skeleton move so smoothly? The battle gets fierce instantly, both sides crashing together with the deafening sound of clashing metal. Kim Jun stubbornly fights back, cursing these annoying grunts. Since the skeletons don't have to worry about getting hurt, their endless attacks are just way too overwhelming. He grinds his teeth in pure rage, never having seen a skeleton fight with such crazy skill. Suzuki quickly unleashes his executioner skill, Holy Light Cleave. Sharp glowing blades erupt and sweep right at the skeleton, slicing its body into a million tiny pieces. He realizes something crazy. These skeletons are copying their master's exact movements. Suzuki mutters that the summoner behind this must be incredibly strong. You and I can see where this is going, right? The battle is dead even, but dragging this out is bad news. His sword swings once again, instantly splitting another skeleton right in half. That perfectly timed strike saves Kim Jun from a deadly close-range hit. He snaps his head back in pure shock. Captain Suzuki furiously growls at them to stop underestimating these skeletons and fight them like highly experienced human players. He warns that since the enemies are wearing heavy armor, they need to aim for the gaps. Kim Jun confidently replies, "Understood, Captain." Kim Jun jumps back into the clash, screaming out loud. You heard him. From now on, aim straight for their armor joints. He swings a series of masterful strikes, perfectly hitting the critical weak points on the skeletons. His teammates right behind him instantly follow his direct orders. Suzuki suddenly leaps up, launching himself right through the chaotic dust and smoke. A super cold thought races through his mind right now. He can faintly feel the summoner hiding somewhere in this very battlefield. Before that thought even finishes, Suzuki's eyes light up as he spots something off. If he can just take out the guy who summoned these things, it's over. Amidst the chaos, a single figure stands completely still, totally ignoring the battle. He cheers inside his head with pure joy. Found you! Suzuki instantly hits the brakes, his feet dragging across the ground and kicking up massive dust clouds. Suzuki shoots forward like a fired arrow, blasting straight toward the enemy. In a single blink, he is standing right in front of him, eyes totally filled with deadly intent. A cold sword slash drops down, ripping the air with a terrifying sound like it could split space itself completely in half. Suzuki stands tall and proud like a master swordsman ending a perfect performance, but against all his expectations, there is absolutely no sound of pain anywhere. Right in front of Suzuki is just a cloak sliced perfectly in two. The fabric slowly falls, revealing a weirdly still figure standing right on the battlefield. He freezes with wide eyes at the skull mask. Suzuki wonders if this guy is the thorny snake hunter, Kim Woo-jin. Meanwhile, an unlucky skeleton hits the ground with a crushed skull. Kim Jun yells his report to Suzuki. Only 2 skeleton soldiers are left. Then he spots Kim Woo-jin disguised as Kim Woo-jin, a blonde dude wearing a skull mask. It really is Kim Woo-jin! Kim Jun wonders, isn't he a massive fan of the Messiah Guild? Why is he even here? Kim Woo-jin looks around and calculates his move. Time for plan B. Without missing a beat, he leads his 2 remaining skeletons, one big and one small, straight out of there. Suzuki frowns, sensing totally bad vibes. Retreating? He's trying to drain our stamina. Since he's a necromancer, giving him time to prepare is an absolute disaster waiting to happen. Kim Jun furiously argues back. That guy just killed 4 of our men. Why are we just standing here? But Suzuki totally rejects the idea. No way. We can't act recklessly until we figure out his real plan. But Kim Jun ignores him entirely, rushing forward like a madman, yelling, "Screw waiting!" He's obviously exhausted. Suzuki quickly calculates the odds. By the book, chasing a summoner right after they lose all their minions is totally the smartest move. However, he hesitates. What if summoning isn't his real trump card? The second that hits him, he screams out loud, "Stop right there! It's a trap!" The exact moment he speaks, a massive flash of light and a deafening explosion rock the area where Kim Jun ran. Kim Woo-jin just unleashed the Hell Messenger's skill, Corpse Explosion. Thick black smoke engulfs Suzuki's group from the blast zone. Lee Min and Junshish cover their faces, totally on guard. What is this bizarre smoke? Suzuki barks orders to stay incredibly focused. Our vision is completely blocked right now. We have literally zero idea what's going to come at us next. Through the smoke, a bleeding Kim Jun appears, groaning an apology. System warning, poison detected. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me, we're dropping right into the chaos. Internal and external injuries stack up as Kim Jun coughs up a massive mouthful of black blood. Suzuki Achi's eyes narrow, instantly on high alert. Black blood? Junshish rushes over, yelling, "Hold on, I'll heal you right now!" But Suzuki throws his arm out, stopping him cold. Don't bother, his blood has already turned completely black. It is way too late for him. Junshish freezes, staring at his boss in pure shock. Captain Kim Jun can't even stand anymore, stumbling before collapsing hard into the dirt. Pitch black blood starts pouring from his eyes and ears. Trembling in absolute terror, he begs, "It is just a little poison. I am fine. Please just come over here and heal me." Like a final surge of adrenaline, Kim Jun uses his remaining strength to crawl toward his teammates. I do not want to die a pathetic death like this. Unfortunately for him, that desperate wish gets denied instantly. A cold flash of light streaks through the air. Suzuki's ruthless blade. Without a single second of hesitation, he sends his own subordinate straight to the afterlife. Watching Kim Jun's lifeless body hit the ground, Suzuki frantically sorts through every piece of intel he has. There was absolutely zero record of Kim Woo-jin ever using poison. Yet, here he is, unleashing a toxin so deadly it practically insta-killed a high-level subordinate. Suzuki Achi's mind races, wondering one massive thing. Why didn't this guy just use the poison from the very start? Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashes through his brain. Could it be? Over on the side, the cut on Lee Min's face starts throbbing violently, oozing black blood. And it is not just him. The minor scrapes on the other team members are doing the exact same thing. Lee Min finally senses that something is horribly wrong here. Because of the explosion, I didn't notice it earlier. But why isn't this red mist fading away at all? Right at that moment, a system prompt hits Suzuki. Lancelot's ring has activated its powerful poison resistance. He immediately screams at the top of his lungs, "It is poison, everyone! Get away from that mist right now!" But by the time they realize it, it is way too late. Junshich's vision blurs, his head spinning as his body violently sways. Oh man, we are completely screwed. A system warning flashes. You have been poisoned. Your health will continuously drain due to the extreme toxicity. And it is not just Junshish taking the hit. Every single team member without poison resistance starts dropping to the ground like flies. Suzuki finally pieces it all together. His entire squad is poisoned, so this was his master plan all along. The enemy deliberately used this toxic red mist to completely shatter their guild's defenses from the inside out. Now watch this closely. The timing is insane. A skeleton soldier suddenly launches a sneak attack from behind. Suzuki Achi scowls, whipping around to counterattack. But surprisingly, the 2 skeletal warriors just completely ignore him, marching straight past him instead. It hits him. They aren't targeting him at all, they are going straight for his vulnerable subordinates. In that split second, Suzuki perfectly predicts exactly what is coming next. That means the real target is. He spins around and sure enough there is the dark silhouette of Kim Woo-jin, fully disguised as Kim Woo-jin. Clang! The sharp ring of cold steel echoing as their weapons clash. In just a fraction of a second, they exchange countless lightning-fast blows before temporarily jumping back to maintain a safe distance. Suddenly, a special system notification pops up. The executioner of the Holy Crown is showing great interest in this battle. Suzuki is secretly stunned. A message directly from the constellations? Things are exactly the same on Kim Woo-jin's side, with the emissary of the underworld showing deep interest in their fight. He carefully consumes a power-boosting item. Just as he expected, this guy is way smarter than that meathead from before. Kim Woo-jin originally planned to distract him and finish things with one clean, fatal strike. But one wrong move here and everything falls apart. He instantly activates the necklace's hidden skill. Blessing of the Sun! Meanwhile, far away at Se-chan's office building, night has fallen, leaving only a single floor brightly lit up in the darkness. Lee Ji-soo reports that they have officially pinpointed Kim Woo-jin's location. Just as they predicted, he is currently inside that dungeon. Se-chan lets out a surprised noise. So he is actually planning to take out Suzuki? He scratches his chin, deep in thought. If that is really true, then there's no doubt he is directly targeting the Messiah Guild. Kim Woo-jin would make an incredibly valuable ally for us, but that only counts if he actually makes it out alive. Lee Ji-soo looks at him, waiting for orders. What should we do? Se-chan turns to Lee Ji-soo. I think it is finally time we use that thing. She hesitates for a moment, double-checking if he means what she thinks he means. Se-chan nods firmly. He really means the artifact she spent months of grueling effort tracking down, the power of the Pharaoh. Back inside the deadly dungeon, Suzuki Achi's entire squad is scattered across the ground, completely lifeless. You and I both know this looks bad. Kim Woo-jin slumps to the side, totally exhausted, as his last major skeleton soldier gets hacked to pieces. Suzuki turns to him, asking coldly, just the two of us now. Any tricks left? Blood slowly drips from the corner of Kim Woo-jin's mouth. He stacked the blessing of the sun on himself, yet the raw power gap between them is still this impossibly huge. This guy is honestly even stronger than Kim Woo-jin remembered. His body is covered in countless large and small gashes, with blood steadily pouring out of every single wound. He curses his own arrogance. He was way too confident thinking he could solo Suzuki. But the man does not attack immediately. He actually praises him. You are the very first person to ever push me this hard. I will give you credit for that. But you have probably noticed by now, right? You have lost way too much blood. This fight is ending very soon. A system warning tells Suzuki he is poisoned, but then a second prompt overrides it. Lancelot's ring activates its blood poison resistance. He glances down at the shining ring on his finger. If it wasn't for this exact item, he would already be dead on the floor alongside his pathetic squad. He mutters to himself that he is reaching his own absolute limit too. Suzuki steps forward slowly, staying insanely alert. If he loses any more blood, he is the one going down for good. He swings his deadly blade high into the air, fully prepared to take Kim Woo-jin's life. Farewell. Right in this terrifying do-or-die moment, a few crucial memories flash through the young man's mind. Park Young-won had specifically warned him about this before, because his own blood is literally toxic. If he ever gets critically injured, normal surgery and blood transfusions are going to be basically impossible. That is exactly why Secretary Kim handed him a specific item. The boss prepared this just for you, Kim Woo-jin. Park Young-won explained to him that once he gets stronger, this thing might be useless, but until then, it has the absolute potential to save his life. Kim Woo-jin stares at the old yellowed piece of paper on the table. This one memory acts like an absolute lifeline for him in this desperate second. His eyes snap wide open as he remembers the exact skill he obtained back then. Without a second thought, Kim Woo-jin uses every last drop of his strength to lunge forward. His totally unpredictable move catches Suzuki completely off guard. A cornered rat bites back, but Kim Woo-jin isn't even holding a weapon. Instead, he uses his bare hands to press directly into Suzuki's open, bleeding wound. The system instantly announces the activation of the emissary of the underworld's skill. Blood drain. Suzuki's blood violently bursts out, swirling through the air before absorbing straight into Kim Woo-jin's body. The massive sudden shock of blood loss sends Suzuki Achi crashing backward. But they have both completely hit their absolute limits, collapsing to the cold ground in total exhaustion. Suzuki gets a grim notification. You have lost too much blood, all stats drastically reduced. As for Kim Woo-jin, his vitality actually starts regenerating. A glowing red aura of energy swirls tightly around his body. You have recovered 5% health. The bleeding effect has been entirely neutralized. Getting his strength back, Kim Woo-jin slowly walks over to the fallen man. Someone as smart as you must have figured out Lee Se-jun's true nature by now. So tell me, do you still plan on following him blindly? He forces a weak, bitter laugh. Sir Kim Woo-jin, what was the real reason you attacked us? Everyone keeps saying this world is slowly coming to an end, but I think completely differently. Kim Woo-jin just stands there quietly, listening to him ramble on. With that kind of overwhelming power, us players ruling the world, that is the true way to finish this game. That logic is just stupid, going completely against common sense. Kim Woo-jin doesn't care about his delusions at all, casually stripping the ring right off Suzuki's finger. And trust me, you and I know this revenge is just getting started. You and I are about to see an absolute masterpiece. We kick things off with Lancelot's ring, a legendary item granted by the Lady of the Lake. It completely shields the user from nasty status effects like poison, curses, or madness, plus a 100 magic power boost when resisting them. But the very second Suzuki loses this crazy overpowered ring, a system prompt smacks him right in the face. Lancelot's ring effect has vanished. You are poisoned. Your resistance stats have plummeted due to massive blood loss. It is completely over for him. Kim Woo-jin stares coldly. Truth and justice belong to the strong, he says. Except that you are dying by my hands. With the toxic poison spreading and fatal blood loss kicking in, Suzuki coughs up a sickening amount of blood in pure agony. Finally, in that gloomy dungeon forest, his coughing simply fades to dead silence. The system immediately pings Kim Woo-jin. The Eye of Anubis has been unlocked. With the dungeon totally cleared, a shadow steps out as the portal slowly vanishes. Back outside, Kim Woo-jin, completely disguised, suddenly notices something waiting straight ahead of him. 2 military vehicles and an officer are ready to greet him. The man hands over a radio. I have been waiting. Take this. From the other side of that radio, wild, gloating laughter blasts through the speaker. So you actually took down Suzuki Achi. Do not lie and say it was just an accident without knowing who he is. Kim Woo-jin answers with absolute ice. What is the big deal about killing a trained hunting dog from the Messiah Guild? Hearing such pure arrogance, Se-jun is completely speechless for a solid second. He stays quiet, then sighs. No problem, but I never expected you to play this huge. I honestly thought you were just some eccentric client. Now, I see exactly what your game is. This time, Kim Woo-jin stays silent, but he does not even need to speak. Se-chan just keeps talking. Honestly, our group shares the exact same goal as you. So how about we meet up to discuss real business once you finish this assassination gig in return? Kim Woo-jin takes off his glasses, quietly listening to Se-chan's offer. This is highly sensitive, so I strongly suggest we meet in person. Long-distance communication like this is way too risky. Kim Woo-jin agrees without hesitation. Done. I have absolutely no reason to decline, as long as it brings down the Messiah Guild. Over at the city cemetery, early morning dew still clings to the leaves. A woman quietly approaches a wall of resting urns. Lee Se-jun reaches out, looking deeply devastated as she opens a small door. Inside sits an urn resting next to an old high school photo of her and the deceased. She bites her lip, completely lost in her own heavy thoughts. Lee Se-jun does not say a single word. She just stands there for a while before leaving. Meanwhile, inside a pitch-black dungeon, roaring flames suddenly illuminate the dark sky. Someone blows a whistle hard. That piercing sound echoes out, and the hunters instantly recognize the retreat signal. Fall back, now! Now pay close attention. Here is where it gets absolutely wild. But one single shadow moves in the exact opposite direction of the retreating crowd, walking straight into the roaring, blazing inferno. He is massive, walking slowly without a single ounce of fear. It is Gina. His eyes burn with pure resolve as he mutters, "Spasima." The gold ring on his hand gleams brightly. He flashes back to his chat with Kim Woo-jin. "You want me to hold off that firefox? Are you insane?" Kim Woo-jin had just mocked him. "Getting cold feet? You literally have an immortal body. Can you not handle a little heat?" Gina immediately got defensive. "Hell no, I am not scared. I just need to know if your crazy plan actually works." Kim Woo-jin calmed him down, tossing an item over. "You just need to hold it down for 5 seconds. I will handle the rest. Take this with you too." Gina instinctively caught the flying object mid-air. The system flashed. You received Lancelot's ring. He stared at his open palm, completely dumbfounded. What the heck is this gold ring? Kim Woo-jin just casually warned him to keep it safe. Gina's mind went wild, and he actually got freaked out. "What do you mean? Are you proposing to me?" "Hey, I totally respect your orientation, but Kim Woo-jin was not in the mood for jokes. He turned to leave. "Stop rambling and listen closely to me. That is Lancelot's ring. It perfectly protects the wearer from negative status effects, but it will absolutely not save you from getting burned." Hearing that, Gina could not hold back. "Then what good is it?" Kim Woo-jin sharply reminded him. "But if that fox's fire inflicts any negative status effects, this ring will literally save your life. Remember, we are dealing with an A+ rank dungeon here." Gina suddenly felt incredibly anxious, sweating buckets. The kind of dungeon where any insane nightmare could happen. Kim Woo-jin promised to treat him to a ridiculously massive, fancy feast if he could just hold the firefox for 5 seconds. "You better remember your promise, you bastard!" Making up his mind, Gina lunges forward, screaming his battle cry. "Spasima!" He charges directly into the deadly path of the flaming fox. The firefox charges right back at him. It snaps its jaws, but misses. Gina seizes the chance and grabs its neck, a very passionate chokehold for their first ever meeting. The firefox obviously hates being grabbed like this. It throws its head back and roars in absolute fury. Its eyes flare up, scorching fire spilling from them, and its entire body erupts into blinding flames. Gina starts panicking. The fire spreads insanely fast, and he screams as it burns him. The system announces, "Firefox Flames inflicted dark curse. You are blinded." I know what you are thinking. He is doomed, right? But luckily, he has that special ring Kim Woo-jin gave him. Another system prompt pops up. Lancelot's ring activated. Resist effect triggered against the dark curse. Gina grits his teeth and locks his grip tightly on the fox. "I am holding this beast until I eat you into bankruptcy, you absolute jerk." Boom! The blazing flames violently erupt higher than ever before. Is Gina even going to survive this? Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin pulls out a new weapon, Blood Energy. Requirement, Emissary of the Underworld. Level requirement, level 1 or higher. Skill grade is D. You can forge weapons using your own blood. The specific type of weapon created will depend entirely on the user's current stats. Right then, to cut Gina's fiery suffering short, Kim Woo-jin launches himself from his spot. Gripping the spear made of pure blood energy, he sprints straight toward the massive firefox. Surrounded by scorching flames that could melt absolutely anything, Gina clenches his teeth, refusing to let go. The fox opens its maw and unleashes a massive roar, having no idea Kim Woo-jin was waiting for this exact split second. Outside, a newspaper hits the desk. The front page covers the major dungeon news. The Japanese government officially authorized the Messiah Guild to conquer Japan's dungeons. The A+ rank Firefox dungeon now belongs to them. Se-chan is clearly unhappy, analyzing this deeply. Letting the Messiah Guild control a Japanese national treasure, an A+ rank dungeon, literally means they are holding on to some massive weakness of the Japanese government. He strokes his chin. Ever since Kim Woo-jin showed up, the Messiah Guild has started acting way more aggressively. There is a massive chance they have blackmailed not just Japan, but China and America too. Right then, Lee Se-jun opens the office door. "Good morning." Se-chan turns to look at her. "You are here?" He carefully scans Lee Jisoo from head to toe, suddenly noticing one highly specific detail. The secretary's usually perfectly spotless high heels are completely covered in mud and dry grass today. Very suspicious. Lee Jisoo immediately sits at her desk. I will fix the report you asked for yesterday right now. Just give me a second. Se-chan grabs his desk calendar. What do you and I make of this secret? Guess we will find out. Let's dive right back in. No need to rush, it's not even working hours yet. He checks the marked date on his calendar. Today is Lee Jisoo's birthday. He kicks himself for losing track of time. She probably just got back from that place too. He raises an eyebrow, thinking to himself, it's her birthday, so he needs to give her a little surprise. Smiling, he tells Lee Jisoo they are getting steak for lunch. She stares at him in pure shock. Really? Are you paying, boss? Did you find a discount coupon, or are you just sick? His character totally questioned. He snaps. Hey, what kind of person do you think I am? She doesn't explain. No comment. That night at the Korean International Airport, two figures drag their luggage outside. Jin-ah is still deep in thought. If Kim Woo-jin hadn't given him the Lancelot ring, he would have been completely dead. He looks at Woo-jin walking right in front of him. Who would have thought that foxfire could cause such an insane effect? After just surviving a literally fiery battle, Jin-ah respects Woo-jin completely. The guy calculated absolutely everything in advance and came perfectly prepared. Remembering that sudden system notification from back then still makes him shiver to the bone. The foxfire has placed the curse of darkness on you. You have been blinded. Jin-ah gritted his teeth in frustration. He really thought he was close to catching up to him, but the harsh truth. Suddenly he hears the guy ahead say, we should just go our separate ways. He grabs Woo-jin by the shoulder, demanding answers. What do you mean, separate ways? Did you forget what you promised me? Woo-jin turns around, looking confused. Promise what? Jin-ah smirks in triumph. You said if I held that fox for over 5 seconds, you would treat me to an all-out feast. Woo-jin doesn't deny it. True, but in reality, you only held it for exactly 4.9 seconds. His petty technicality makes Jin-ah absolutely explode. What? Are you trying to play dirty? 4.9 my foot, it was basically 50 seconds. You want to fight, you punk? Jin-ah drags his luggage, chasing after him. Hey, you snake, where do you think you're going? Woo-jin doubles down, 4.9 seconds. Jin-ah finally compromises. Fine, 5.9 seconds, but you can't just ditch our bet, you jerk. Woo-jin ignores him, sticking firmly to his 4.9. Now watch closely, because the plot thickens. Somewhere else, someone is reading a newspaper headline about Kim Woo-jin clearing the Foxfire dungeon. And that person? None other than Park Young-won. He sighs in admiration. Kim Woo-jin is truly incredible. At first, I actually thought he was just some attention-seeking clown. He asked the person sitting across from him, what do you think? Woo-jin nods. Yeah, I completely agree. Just then, Secretary Kim rushes into the room. Chairman, I have an urgent matter to report to you. Realizing Young-won has a guest, she hesitates. Since you have company, I will just come back later. Woo-jin glances at her, wondering what on earth could make her rush in here like that. Young-won waves it off. It is fine, go ahead and speak. What is it? Secretary Kim reports the bad news. Johan George, the guy we've been trying to recruit, just joined the Messiah Guild. Hearing that, he slams the newspaper down on the desk. What? The Messiah Guild? She explains that the Messiah Guild clearly moved one step ahead of them, leveraging Johan's massive influence across Europe. On the side, Woo-jin sinks into deep thought. Johan George and the Messiah Guild already. He remembers they were not supposed to team up for a long time. He carefully thinks back. Did his own action of killing Suzuki actually accelerate the entire timeline? He absolutely needs to observe the situation closely and adjust his master plan accordingly. Over here, Young-won sighs in pure disappointment. I wanted to use Johan George as a spy to monitor the Messiah Guild, but now he is already our enemy. He crosses his arms, thinking deeply before declaring they have to go with Plan B. Woo-jin suddenly speaks up with a suggestion. In that case, what about that Kim Woo-jin guy you just mentioned? Young-won frowns slightly. Recruiting Kim Woo-jin? If he actually joined our side, it would be absolutely perfect, but we have absolutely zero solid information on him right now. It won't be easy at all. Secretary Kim chimes in with news. According to recent rumors, Kim Woo-jin frequently visits the underground black market. He's trying to buy the Skeleton Knight skill book. Young-won notes that this is going to take some serious effort. That is an incredibly rare and powerful skill. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly chuckles. So he's desperately looking for the Skeleton Knight skill. Young-won smirks. This is going to be way smoother than we actually thought. On the other side, Woo-jin smiles too, having achieved his exact goal. Night falls. The moon hangs high in the sky, illuminating the towering skyscraper of the Messiah Guild. I know you're wondering how the bad guys are reacting. A figure stands by the window, gazing at the moon when Shinhai approaches. Suzuki is dead, along with all his subordinates. The man by the window asks coldly, and the factory? Shinhai bows her head. The Kasung factory has been completely destroyed, not a single trace left behind. Se-jun coldly masks his absolute fury. So who exactly is this bold fool, daring to challenge us like this? Knowing he is completely enraged, she trembles from head to toe as she answers. Sources claim one of Park Young-won's subordinates was actually caught using a fake identity over in Kung. It sounds a little hard to believe, but I really think Park Young-won's faction directly ordered this devastating attack. Se-jun slowly turns around and demands answers. So how exactly are you handling this massive mess? Shinhai keeps her head down like a guilty child. If you're asking about Park Young-won, she answers very carefully. I have already set a harsh retaliation plan into motion. It will happen soon. At that exact moment, Yongwon signs his name on a contract, completely unaware he's being targeted. His foolish efforts against the Messiah Guild will just be the final nail in his coffin. After speaking, she activates the 3D screen on the meeting table. There's one more issue. Pointing at the glowing screen, she explains they recruited this specific person just to monitor Kim Woo-jin. Shin Ye introduces him as an incredibly ambitious player who has already expanded his massive power and influence all across Europe. His constellation is the Emissary of Hell, and his signature skill is Bone Soldiers. Basically, he can summon a colossal number of skeletal warriors, literally enough to form an entire undead army. No matter how insanely strong the enemy is, they are totally helpless against his forces. Players who have actually witnessed that terrifying power firsthand call him the Underworld King. He almost always shows up riding a giant bone horse, leading his massive skeletal troops. Johann George. He is a cold-looking blonde young man with a pretty large burn scar covering his right eye. Shinhai sits down to explain further. Our faction decided to partner with Johann instead of that mysterious Kim Woo-jin guy. He will be much easier to control, simply because his sheer ambition and end goals are already perfectly clear. She expresses some concern. Even though Kim Woo-jin told the media he has good intentions toward our guild, his actions have already caused us way too much collateral damage. So we will use Johann George to track Kim Woo-jin just in case of the worst-case scenario. Suddenly, Se-jun walks up and places a heavy hand on her shoulder, making her jump. He squeezes her shoulder tightly. Exactly, the bigger the ambition, the easier they are to control. She panics, glancing up at Se-jun as cold sweat pours down her face. Standing in the shadows, Se-jun looks 1,000 times more terrifying than his polite, handsome exterior. He speaks in a dark tone. The Underworld King, huh? He stares intensely at the hooded photo of Johann George. I actually like that name. Se-jun then walks away, leaving her with one final, chilling warning. This is the last chance I am giving you. Hearing that, Shinhai completely breaks down, looking like she just received a death sentence. So what do you and I make of this? A massive storm is brewing. Meanwhile, Yongwon steps out of the conference center, with Secretary Kim waiting right by his car. Let us dive into this wild ride. The car speeds through the dark night. Yongwon sits quietly, resting his chin in deep thought. Seeing his unnatural silence, Secretary Kim asks, Chairman, is something wrong? Did the negotiation with the Vanguard Guild go wrong? Yongwon just stays deep in thought. No, the negotiation actually went perfectly smoothly. Yongwon explains that those Vanguard guys have been dying to enter the South Korean market for ages. But as rivals, their massive pride would never let them bow down to the Salvation Guild just to make it happen. So making a deal with us is their best option. Secretary Kim completely gets this, but seeing his boss look so tense, he offers to share the heavy burden. Teaming up with one of the absolute top 5 global guilds gives us a massive upper hand in controlling the rapid growth of the Salvation Guild. Is there something else bothering you right now? He casually taps his fingers against the window ledge. After all, nothing in this world is truly free. He is a total fox. He has this bad feeling deep down. Whenever someone acts way too eager to hand over a massive prize, you know they are hiding a dark scheme. Resting his chin, Yongwon stares outside, silently calculating his next move. If the Vanguard Guild plans to play him, he will hit them right back, completely destroying them using their own proud reputation. His mind fully made up, he orders Kim Woo-jin to come to the guild headquarters tomorrow morning. The very next morning at the Phoenix Guild headquarters, someone suddenly shouts out in absolute shock. Wait, the Vanguard Guild? That loud voice belongs to Kim Woo-jin. Looking super annoyed, he asks, so you mean to tell me I have to work with the Vanguard Guild from now on? Yongwon casually wags his index finger. No, not working together. You are just using them for protection while you comfortably farm levels. He explains they plan to enter the dungeon in exactly 2 days, so get fully prepared. Kim Woo-jin has no choice but to agree. With that finally settled, he steps into the elevator and heads down to the first floor. While leaving the Phoenix Guild, Kim Woo-jin realizes that to hold back the Salvation Guild, he literally has no choice but to use a third party. But honestly, this entire plan seems way too flashy right now. There's just no way that absolute demon Park Shin-hach, belonging to Park Yong-won, would do this. He smirks at the flashy red vest in his hands. Teaming up with America's giant guild right now? Based on the current situation, there is a very high chance that the Vanguard Guild and the Salvation Guild have already secretly joined forces and are fully working together behind the scenes. Now watch closely, things are heating up. Kim Woo-jin pulls out his phone and calls Oh Shae-chan. Blind guessing is useless, he needs solid info right now. A few days later, they arrive at an abandoned factory near the dungeon gate. Inside the waiting room, Kim Woo-jin sits completely alone in a corner. Meanwhile, some of the other members are whispering excitedly to each other. They absolutely cannot wait to meet the Vanguard Guild. Rumor says they dispatched one of their absolute strongest members for this run. Hanbil feels super hyped about this entire team up. Having them as pure protection for this specific raid is just ridiculously lucky for us. Getting to join Park Yong-won's elite guard unit is just absolutely awesome. Right after he says that, the door clicks open with a loud clack. Jemmy steps right into the waiting room with a huge smile. Sorry about that. Those long meetings really just drag on forever. It is a huge pleasure to meet you all. I am Jemmy Kim from Vanguard's legal team. Please sit down, I have a few important things to announce. He immediately kicks off the briefing with Kim Woo-jin's group. Therefore, the Vanguard Guild will try our absolute best to ensure your total safety. Jemmy flips open the contract. We are laying out a few conditions and fully expect your utmost cooperation. From this moment on, you are strictly forbidden from entering the dungeon without a Vanguard Guild member escorting you. And once inside the dungeon, his voice drops into a dark warning. Do absolutely nothing. Hanbil stands up and hesitates. Wait a second, what do you mean do nothing? What I mean is, Jemmy points straight at the Phoenix and Vanguard cooperation contract. You guys must be deeply mistaken. The sole purpose written in this contract is to let you level up entirely safely. There is not a single line in this contract that guarantees your personal rights and freedom. He coldly pats Hanbil on the shoulder. So what I am saying here is definitely not friendly advice. If you fail to follow our rules, it will be extremely troublesome for both sides. He forcefully shoves him back down into his seat. So just sit still and keep quiet. Let me make this crystal clear. Jemmy raises an eyebrow, acting like a tyrant. Forget about lifting a finger inside. Just stay put and let us spoon-feed you. Finishing his speech, he asks, now if anyone has objections, speak up. I will personally report back to Mr. Park Yong-won that this contract is totally void because your side refused to cooperate. Seeing that absolutely nobody speaks up to object, he smugly walks toward the door. So we are all agreed then. We will enter the dungeon in exactly 30 minutes. You see this trap, right? Kim Woo-jin easily figures out their real plan. So they basically want to fully control Park Yong-won's people under the fake guise of supervision? Right at that moment, his phone loudly rings. He immediately stands up to take the call. Yes, Kim Woo-jin speaking. How can I help? The voice on the other end warns, I am afraid our plan needs a massive change. Holding a stack of documents, Oh Shi-chan tries to stop him. It is totally best if you do not enter that dungeon. I investigated it, and it seems the Salvation and Vanguard guilds are secretly colluding, exactly like you predicted. He shares the intel. The Salvation Guild's actions recently have been completely abnormal and suspicious. But fully teaming up with the absolute biggest guild in America, that is still unconfirmed. We need a much deeper investigation to find out if they just bribed a few members, or if they took over the entire guild. Oh Shi-chan strongly suggests just skip that dungeon entirely. If you want, I can easily find you another, much safer one. Kim Woo-jin just laughs and replies, you are really underestimating me here. Glancing over at the other members grumbling to each other, he whispers into the phone, you have to walk into the tiger's den to catch the tiger cub. Oh Shi-chan angrily yells, are you completely insane? Walking straight into a trap is way too reckless. Kim Woo-jin just laughs. If I was not reckless, I would not be here talking to you right now. It is not convenient to talk right now. Just knowing they are teaming up is enough for me. Oh Shi-chan sighs, fully convinced. Alright, we must map out a new plan immediately. Kim Woo-jin takes this perfect chance to make his demands. I only want to ask for two things. First, immediately provide me with every single piece of intel relating to these Vanguard guys. Second, clean up the messy aftermath for me. Hearing these two demands, Oh-shan stays totally silent for a few seconds. Finally, he chuckles. Fine. If your mind is made up, then go all out and do your thing. I will definitely clean up everything for you. Suddenly, the spot where they are sitting brightly glows. 1 second later, the system instantly announces, you have leveled up. The whole group sits in deep, stunned silence for a moment. Then Jun turns and asks Gunu, wait, did you really just level up again? Gunu looks incredibly bored and sighs, yeah, twice already. Letting out a massive, drawn-out yawn, he complains, this is already our third dungeon run, and I still cannot get used to just sitting around doing absolutely nothing at all. He casually continues, honestly, this is not too bad. We literally earn fat stacks just by sitting here playing around. Plus, these raids are ending super fast. At this rate, we will be raiding dungeons with Mr. Park Yong-won very soon. Gunu already knows this. Right, I heard Park Yong-won is prepping for the Week 6 raid. Trust me, we need to see what comes next. Let's dive right in. Jun sounded totally shocked. Really? We haven't even seen an official announcement yet. Gungu quickly explained that even without a notice, rumor has it they've already started recruiting the absolute best members. Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin thought to himself, the Vanguard Guild was definitely rushing their dungeon raids to outsmart Park Yong-won. Why? Because their shady plans would be way easier to pull off the second Park Yong-won stepped inside a dungeon. A moment later, the system's status window flashed right in front of them. Dungeon raid officially complete. Seeing the alert, Gunu stood straight up, stretched his arms, and let out a heavy sigh. Is it finally over? Right on cue, Sam Oliver marched right over to Cam GM. Did I give you permission to stand up and move around? He flashed a fake smile while someone snapped back. What do you mean? The system literally just said the dungeon raid is done. That means we're finished. Dihun quickly chimed in. Exactly, we should all just get along here. Why do you have to be so bossy? But the guy completely shut that down. Do not get this twisted. We did not come down here to play brothers. Let me remind you of the rules here. Inside a dungeon, you do absolutely nothing without our direct orders. Got it? Hearing those arrogant words, Kim Woo-jin shot the guy a furious glare of pure resentment. Fast forward to the very next morning at Xie-chan's place. He was currently on a phone call with our main character. Being forced to sit still like that must have been pretty annoying for you, huh? But Park Yong-won is seriously on another level. He was so on guard that those guys didn't dare try anything funny. Still, there is a massive chance they are about to make their big move. Park Yong-won must be getting super impatient. He dropped his press release way earlier than I ever expected. Saying that, Shi-chan tossed a newspaper right onto his desk. The giant headline read, Park Yong-won challenges the 6th floor dungeon once again. On the other end of the line, Kim Woo-jin spoke with a totally unshakable tone. Laying the foundation as early as possible is crucial. It's so important that he really had no other choice but to do it. Just then, someone handed Ji-chan a brand new report to check out, but he just kept right on chatting with our guy. The absolute second Park Yong-won enters a dungeon. Those Vanguard dogs will show their true colors. But honestly, I know you can handle them without me even saying a word. Now pay attention here, because things are heating up. Kim Woo-jin didn't quite get something, so he asked directly. What about the intel I requested? Ji-chan replied while scanning his report. Relax. You will have it by tomorrow, and trust me, it is packed with some wildly interesting details. The scene shifts to the street outside where landscapers were currently trimming down a massive tree. Cut back to Kim Woo-jin, who was shooting his contact an intensely frustrated glare. It took him a whole moment before he finally spoke up. I honestly thought Mr. Oh Shi-chan would be coming today. Ju lowered her head, completely dodging his question as she replied. It's been a while, hasn't it, Mr. Kim? Deep down, she suddenly remembered Ji-chan's strict earlier warning. She had to meet Kim Woo-jin face-to-face at least once. Lee Ji-soo, is there something you want to say? Ju just said it straight out. I can go to tomorrow's meeting. This sudden offer left him feeling completely and utterly confused. Huh? You're gonna go? She replied with absolute, unshakable determination. Yes, this matter is extremely important to me too. And that right there was exactly why Se-chan had been avoiding him. Snapping back to the present, Ju totally made up a quick excuse for Kim Woo-jin. I am so sorry, my boss suddenly had an emergency at the very last minute. After saying that, she frantically dug through her bag. After a few seconds, Ju pulled out a thick stack of documents. Take a look at this. The plan will proceed exactly as we scheduled. Kim Woo-jin had no choice but to reply, I understand. He quickly scanned through the files. Instantly, Kim Woo-jin looked visibly shocked. He thought to himself, this doesn't just list the core members of the Messiah Guild. It also exposed exactly which other powerful guilds they were secretly allied with. At the exact same time, Ju was feeling incredibly tense. So she took a quick sip of her coffee, desperately trying to calm her racing nerves. A second later, Ju told Kim Woo-jin absolutely everything she knew. Based on the intel we've gathered, the Messiah Guild has currently infiltrated way more than just the Vanguard Guild. They have dug their claws into all top 5 guilds globally. First, we have to completely eliminate the Messiah Guild's lackeys. As she said this, her eyes shifted over toward the landscapers vigorously pruning the trees outside the window. In an instant, they chopped the entire tree right down. At the same time, he turned back to ask Ju, so you mean we should start by completely cutting off their branches first? You and I both know where this is going. She immediately confirmed it. Exactly. That is the only possible way we can find even a tiny flickering ray of hope. Ju handed him yet another thick file folder. As for the compensation we discussed last time, I assume this much will be enough. The moment Kim Woo-jin opened the folder to look, he jolted back in pure absolute shock. Lee Ji-soo kindly gave him a quick heads up. The information contained inside that specific document is completely and utterly priceless. It holds a massive list of the exact equipment used by the Messiah Guild. Not just that, it names the suspected Messiah spies currently hiding inside the top 5 guilds. It even details all the legendary tier equipment those secret spies possess. He smiled, fully acknowledging her point. Honestly, getting paid like this was more than enough. Kim Woo-jin lowered his eyes and kept reading through the files. A few minutes later, he stopped dead at Sam Oliver's profile. His weapon? Percivan's legendary spear. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin remembered that guy's completely punchable face and thought to himself, so Sam Oliver is the guy assigned to monitor me. I have heard his name before, but I never expected him to be the owner of Percivan's spear. Reaching this point, he decided to ask Ju for a favor. Oh right, please pass a message to the extremely busy Mr. Oh Shi-chan. She looked a bit surprised. Excuse me? He pointed right at Sam Oliver's picture and said, I want to place an order just like last time. Looking super confused, Ju loudly asked back, just like last time. Cut to that very evening over at Sam Oliver's place. Seeing him completely zoned out, Du-run yelled at the top of his lungs. Sam, are you even listening to me? Hey Sam, I've been asking you for ages. How many guys are we supposed to take out today? What is wrong with you? Stop spacing out, the guy quickly apologized. My bad, I was lost in thought. Today is just one guy. We only need to guarantee 1 kill. The other 4? Kill them or spare them, it doesn't matter. His buddy turned back to tease him. What? Only 1? I really thought you were stressing out because we had way too much work to do. So lucky. Teaming up with you makes calling you Red Sam completely accurate. You are seriously one incredibly lucky guy. Sam Oliver totally agreed with this. Yeah, I heard the other strike teams have to take out 4 to 7 people today. Deep down, Sam Oliver suddenly thought to himself, I honestly thought I was lucky too. That is, until Director Naomi called me into her office. At the same time, he remembered his earlier chat with Naomi. She'd been flipping through documents as she ordered, since Park Yong-won is absent for a dungeon raid, execute the plan today. Sam Oliver had asked her straight up, Director, that is not the only thing you wanted to say when you called me in privately, right? Naomi told him the absolute truth. Correct. Have you been taking good care of Percivan's spear? That guy Kim Woo-jin you are currently monitoring? He is sitting at the very top of our kill list. Other guilds have tried to assassinate him countless times, but every single one failed. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. We didn't lend you that legendary spear just to wave it around for fun, understood? Those words seriously pissed him off. Sam Oliver gritted his teeth, swearing to succeed at absolutely any cost. Stick with me here. You and I are jumping into an absolute bloodbath. They work too hard to lose that spear. He shouts an order, and they enter the dungeon. The system window flashes instantly. Survive for 4 days to reach the next floor. Reading this, Kim Woo-jin quietly keeps his eyes glued to Sam Oliver. Damn it. This is a survival mission. If that bastard figures out our plan and makes a run for it, we'll be chasing him for 4 whole days. And if he somehow survives and hits floor 2, everything gets insanely complicated. So they plan to strike on the very first floor. If that's the case, I should move too. Down steps up, whispering. Sam, when do we strike? The leader mutters back. No need to play games with him. Just finish it fast and clean. We isolate him, fake an accident, and take him out. But suddenly someone yells out, "Hey, where are you going?" They spin around. Someone is calling out for Kim Woo-jin. He stays totally silent, just throwing them a cold glare. That deadpan look actually makes Sam Oliver sweat. Finally, he snaps and barks the order. Grab him! When nobody moves, Sam screams at them. What are you waiting for? Chase him down. Hung-gu absolutely loses it, cursing at the top of his lungs. In a flash, their entire group gets surrounded. Ji-hoon looks completely lost. What the hell is going on? Gunu just shrugs, totally clueless. Maybe that Kim Woo-jin bastard got spooked and ran? Sure, it is a bit stuffy here, but the timing is perfect. The tension is already sky high. While they talk, a guy with a spear steps up and instantly attacks. The rest quickly scramble, shouting loudly as they chase right behind him. Where did that little rat disappear to? Seeing absolutely nothing, Hung-gu throws a massive fit. Damn it, we lost him. The thick forest blocks their entire view. Hyun shouts out a quick suggestion. Should we split up and search? He could not have gone far, but another guy snaps back right in his face. Are you completely insane? This is a survival mission crawling with monsters. If we split up, we're dead meat. He clicks his tongue. Then what do? Hung-gu quickly speaks up. Let us fall back first and ask Sam. He spits out his thoughts fast. Do not tell me that bastard figured out our plan and bailed. He busts out laughing, sounding totally skeptical. No way, that is absolutely impossible. Now watch closely, the tables are about to turn. Kim Woo-jin drops from the tree and pulls out a ring. I could not use this earlier, but finally it is time. He thinks back to his previous epic battle. This is the sweet loot from that rank Firefox dungeon. The Supreme Upgrade Ring. The system drops the specs. Rarity is legendary and 0-level requirements. This ring shatters human limits. Its value? Literally unmeasurable. The effect is insane. Equipping it boosts every single skill by 1 full level. Ring equipped. All skills upgraded. Blood Drain goes up 1 level. Corpse Explosion goes up 1 level. Blood Aura levels up. Skeleton Soldier levels up 2. It even breaks through to S rank. Now he can summon a skeleton by offering any monster corpse he has personally defeated. Wait, the X skill effect? He can now summon a skeleton using literally any monster corpse he finds. Kim Woo-jin smirks, deeply satisfied. Finally, I can summon a brand new type of skeleton soldier. While he checks his stats, a wolf pack circles in. With killer instincts, Kim Woo-jin spots them instantly. Seeing them creep closer, he thinks, perfect timing. Let us test out this new strategy. Cut back to the hunters. Finding nothing, they start panicking. Did he run away? Damn it, this is a mess! Do-Run yells at Sam Oliver. Hey Sam, did our intel leak? Or is there a traitor among us right now? How else could he possibly vanish like this? Sam completely rejects that idea. If our plan leaked, he would have called for backup instead of just running away like a coward. Actually, if he knew, he would never have shown up here. Hung-gu looks incredibly stressed. So what now? Do we just wait until he magically appears? Sam Oliver quickly calms him down. Relax. We are in a survival mission now, so we adapt. There is zero need to waste our energy fighting random monsters. Just find him quietly. Wait, did you kill all of them? Sam answers coldly. When things go off script, you eliminate everything before it spirals out of control. Move out before the monsters smell the blood. Later, while trekking through the woods, Sam Oliver cannot stop racing through his own thoughts. Director Naomi was right, this guy is no pushover. But no matter how hard I think about it, this current situation makes 0 sense. Seconds later, he spots a dead monster on the path and freezes in shock. A monster corpse? Is this guy seriously hunting while running for his life? Sam sweats bullets as a terrifying thought crosses his mind. Do not tell me. Suddenly, a massive explosion violently shakes the nearby area. I know what you're thinking, instant karma, right? Dust clouds them and Sam finally realizes the horrifying truth. We are the hunted ones. He instantly screams out. We walked into a trap. Get ready to fight. Do-Run takes a brutal hit and roars. Damn it, Sam, heal me right now. Staring at the monster appearing through the smoke, he breaks into a cold sweat. A skeleton soldier? Right on cue, a deafening roar echoes out. Hung-gu panics and screams. Damn it, do something. The dust is too thick. Before he even finishes speaking, he gets blasted completely backward. Hung-gu hits the dirt with an arrow in his chest and Sam loses it completely. Crap, at this rate we will all die instantly. Furious, he slams his staff into the ground to cast Wind Wall, the signature skill of the Silent Hunter. Moments later, the skeleton soldier launches a vicious strike at him, but Sam has sharp eyes and senses the attack from behind. Pinpointing the enemy, he charges headfirst into a brutal clash with the skeleton. The skeleton quickly knocks Sam backward. He boils with rage as his staff is sliced completely in half. Left with no choice, Sam tosses the broken staff away. Glaring at the skeleton soldier, he mutters internally, I never expected to actually use it here. Trust me, we want to see this. He whips out Perseverance Spear. The system confirms it, legendary rank level 1. Physical damage 255. It is the weapon of Percival, a knight of the Round Table. Wounds from this spear? Almost impossible to heal. The physical damage scales with your level, boosting base attack by 30% with massive armor penetration. Kim Woo-jin hides behind a tree, watching the situation closely while thinking to himself. You and I are looking at Percival's spear, the third legendary gear of the Round Table. He knows it well, since he already faced another player using this exact weapon. With that massive armor-piercing effect, even unique tier armor can't block it. Plus, any wounds caused by this crazy weapon, they completely stop you from healing for a set amount of time. Realizing this, his eyes suddenly turn dead serious. Kim Woo-jin quickly casts a magic spell, muttering quietly under his breath. But just a few minutes later, Sam Oliver looks totally shocked by the scene right in front of his eyes. All the skeleton soldiers suddenly step back, leaving the guy super confused. He wonders, why the hell did they all retreat at once? 1 second later, a massive dry bone monster suddenly appears out of nowhere. Just seeing it, Sam Oliver immediately gets tense. This skeleton monster is shaped exactly like a massive wolf, and right now, it is staring dead straight at him. Sam Oliver can't even track its movements and curses in his head. Damn it, this thing is way too fast. The skeleton beast is rushing around with absolutely insane speed. With no other choice left, he just attacks relentlessly, thinking to himself, I really thought I would have the speed advantage here. But even though Sam Oliver strikes as fast as physically possible, he still can't land a single scratch on it. Furious, he grits his teeth and tells himself, if it comes down to this, my only option is to wait for it to charge right at me. Only then will it finally be in my attack range. With Percival's spear, I just need one solid hit to end this. Now pay close attention here, because this is where it gets crazy. The skeleton stops dodging and charges straight at Sam Oliver. He panics, screaming inside his head, here it comes. Instantly, Sam Oliver activates the finishing blow skill of the Silent Hunter. He launches his entire body right at the beast. The tip of his legendary spear is thrusting dead straight toward the skeleton. But somehow, the beast just dodges to the side. He can't believe his eyes, thinking, no way, it actually dodged that? Even on the second attack, the skeleton easily avoids it. This makes Sam Oliver absolutely furious. It is just a simple skeleton, but right as he thinks that, pure terror hits him. The beast suddenly lunges and bites his arm. Sam Oliver flips out, screaming in his mind, it actually read my attack? After biting down hard, the skeleton straight up throws him right into the air. Seeing Kim Woo-jin disconnect from his vision, the system immediately responds. You have disconnected. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin casually thinks to himself, even with those sharp fangs and claws, a beast-type skeleton isn't actually any stronger than a human-type one. Human-type skeletons can freely use weapons like swords, bows, and axes simply because they walk on 2 legs. That is something the beast-types just can't do. But on the flip side, purely because of their body structure, human skeletons could never keep up with the absolutely insane agility of a 4-legged beast skeleton. Right now, Sam Oliver is pinned to the ground, but the skeleton absolutely refuses to let go of his arm. In pure agony, he grits his teeth and thinks, damn it, I can't die here. Even if I lose this arm, as long as I can hold Percival's spear, I still have a chance to win this. Thinking that, Sam Oliver reaches out to grab his weapon back. But right at that exact moment, someone walks up. Seeing Kim Woo-jin, he instantly loses his mind. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin just casually picks up the spear and says, no matter how good the weapon is, if you can't even hit your target, it is completely useless. I honestly don't know why you targeted me, but at this point, talking anymore is pretty much useless, right? Sensing the deadly danger, the guy immediately starts yelling to negotiate. Wait a second. I was just forced to follow their orders. If you let me live, I will cooperate with you. I will tell you absolutely everything that I know. Plus, if you kill me, you become the sworn enemy of the Vanguard Guild. Can you handle those consequences? Kim Woo-jin just smirks at that. The scene cuts over to Naomi. Jamie Kim rushes in, loudly announcing that a massive problem has occurred. Director Naomi calmly replies, a massive problem? What is it? He runs up to her, his voice shaking with pure panic. You need to see this right now. Naomi quickly plugs the USB into her computer. At the same time, Jamie rapidly reports the grim situation. All the agents guarding our gate entrance have been completely wiped out. But the culprit's identity. Just as he says this, a loud voice suddenly shouts from the computer. Stop! Block that bastard right now! What the hell are you doing? Right in front of Naomi is a video clip showing 2 guys firing their guns wildly straight ahead. You and I both know a twist is coming, right? Sam Oliver suddenly appears on screen, taking down both of those men in the blink of an eye. Jamie loudly confirms it is Sam Oliver himself. Naomi cannot believe her eyes, screaming internally, what the hell is happening here? Impossible, why would he do this? Was I too strict with him? But then Naomi hears a voice from the video say, hey Kim Woo-jin, it is all done. You better keep your promise to me. Hearing this, Naomi shakes with absolute rage, and Jamie standing next to her just adds fuel to the blazing fire. I never expected Sam Oliver to betray us. Naomi doesn't answer him. Instead, she looks completely panicked, thinking to herself, this is bad. Why is it Kim Woo-jin? If the information Sam Oliver knows about me gets leaked, my life is completely over. I have to personally destroy them before they figure it out. The scene cuts to a car parked quietly by the road. Inside the vehicle, Lee Se-jun casually tells him there is nothing to worry about. Everything has been cleaned up perfectly. Sam Oliver looks super satisfied and replies, that is great. The current job is fully done, so let's move on to the next step. Hearing that, he gets curious, what are you planning to do now? Since you messed with the Vanguard Guild like that, shouldn't you just stay quiet and hide for a while? At this point, the guy casually peels off his mask. Turns out Kim Woo-jin had been disguised as Sam Oliver this entire time. He answers honestly, yeah, I am going to do that. There is no better place to hide than inside a dungeon. We see a flashback of Kim Woo-jin's earlier conversation with Ju. "What? I told you I want to place an order like last time," she replied, totally annoyed. "Don't tell me you want—" But Kim Woo-jin still firmly told her, "I need a mask of Sam Oliver." Back in the present, looking absolutely hyped, he quickly pulls out his phone and says, "Perfect timing. There is a very suitable place for us to conquer inside the second floor dungeon right now. Get ready, Lee Se-jun." The other guy points at himself and yells in absolute shock, "Me? Why the hell do I have to go? I don't need to hide, so why should I go into the dungeon with you?" Kim Woo-jin ignores him and makes a call. This is Kim Woo-jin. "Has the Vanguard Guild made any moves yet?" And that's where we leave it. On the phone, Se-jun tells him there is no movement yet. Director Naomi wants to handle this herself. "Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Let us jump right back into the madness." Kim Woo-jin immediately objects. He argues you cannot blame the entire Frontier Guild for this mess. The guy is torn, agreeing halfway because nothing is certain yet. Like Naomi's spell, for example. She might actually be the Messiah Guild spy we are currently hunting down. Suddenly, Sam Oliver crosses his mind. He thinks to himself, the Frontier Guild is literally top 5 in the world. It looks like the Messiah Guild has not corrupted their absolute core just yet. Even in Sam Oliver's memories, there is zero info on the executives except for Naomi. A moment later, Oh Se-chan admits the hard truth. Everything derailed the second Sam Oliver betrayed them anyway. Director Naomi will try to cover this whole thing up before Park Young-won gets back. If Park Young-won finds out, oh, this is not ending peacefully at all. Make sure you hide well inside the dungeon. While you do that, I will bait Naomi's spell using Sam Oliver's fake identity. Kim Woo-jin casually reveals his plan to Se-chan. "I was already planning to hide out in a dungeon anyway." Se-chan sounds totally surprised. "Oh really? Did you have a specific dungeon in mind?" He does not hesitate to drop the bomb. "Of course I do. It is an A+ rank dungeon in Taiwan called Blood Battle Ice Forest." Hearing this, Se-chan cringes hard. "Wait, what? Why would you pick that place? That dungeon already has 23 failed clear attempts on record." Since Kim Woo-jin is on speakerphone, Lee Se-jun hears everything. He literally shakes with fear, gritting his teeth. "Is this guy insane for dragging me there?" Meanwhile, Se-chan keeps objecting. "Do you realize the Messiah Guild failed to clear this dungeon 4 separate times? Every other guild in the world has completely given up on it by now." Finally, he just replies in a low voice, "I know." Deep down, Kim Woo-jin is calculating. Even before his time travel, no one ever cleared it. If memory serves right, it actually had 43 failed attempts. So many top-tier hunters challenged it, but every single one failed miserably. Pay attention, because the stakes here are insane. Eventually, monsters overran most of Taiwan. With level restrictions on the gate, even Lee Se-jun from the Messiah Guild was completely helpless. "I cannot clear this gate either once I pass level 60. There might be something inside that could actually help in our war against the Messiah Guild. To destroy the Messiah Guild, my current info just is not enough." Finally, Se-chan replies helplessly. "Knowing your stubborn personality, you are going anyway no matter what I say, right?" Lee Se-jun looks incredibly stressed, secretly cheering for Se-chan. "No, please do not give up now." Se-chan's next words drag him straight into pure despair. "Fine, let us be crazy this one time." Lee Se-jun curses internally. "Damn it." Then Se-chan asks, "What do you think your actual chances are?" Kim Woo-jin answers honestly, theoretically, it is less than 10%. Se-chan pouts slightly. He must be talking about the failure rate. He laughs and says, 10%? That is more than enough. Lee Se-jun basically turns to stone. He sadly thinks we are dead. Only a 10% survival rate. His mind goes totally blank. Because of that shock, Lee Se-jun misses the rest of the conversation. Kim Woo-jin switches topics. "With Percival's spear, I can easily dominate the second floor." Se-chan agrees to help. "Alright, I will set it up. Using the Kim Woo-jin identity makes this pretty simple. Do you need anything else from me?" Kim Woo-jin makes a bold suggestion. "Let us use public pressure to demand equipment from the Messiah Guild. Even they could not handle this gate after all. Why should we do this for free?" The very next morning, massive headlines about him explode across every single newspaper and online media outlet. Kim Woo-jin's next target is the 2-floor dungeon in Taiwan, Blood Battle Ice Forest. Can Kim Woo-jin really clear a dungeon with 23 recorded failures? Kim Woo-jin requests support from the Messiah Guild. Will the top guild actually answer his bold call? If they do, it will be a total first. Challenging a dungeon the Messiah Guild failed? What will they say? Netizen comments immediately flood the entire internet. What the hell is this? Demanding gear from the Messiah Guild? Is he completely insane? Well, it is Kim Woo-jin. He saved them before, so this hits different. I know what you are thinking. The Messiah Guild is busy, but they will definitely help. No way they refuse saving the entire world, right? Of course they will gladly help. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure reads the news on a phone and smirks. Kim Woo-jin is entering that Taiwan dungeon? Perfect. We absolutely cannot miss this golden opportunity. Right now, the public's biggest focus is exactly what kind of support Ivanov will get. The Messiah Guild promising a unique tier item to Ivanov becomes the hottest topic. Se-chan smiles, saying not bad at all. Lee Se-jun is right there and immediately questions him. What do you mean not bad? Giving us just one unique item is basically a joke. They should at least hand over a legendary item. We are literally clearing a dungeon they failed. Se-chan does not get mad. Instead, he calmly explains. You do not get it? This is not that simple. Given the situation, the Messiah Guild has to hand over something expensive just to save their own face. But most importantly, this sets a massive precedent. Lee Se-jun looks confused. Precedent? What do you mean? Right then, Jisoo drags a suitcase in and interrupts. It means exactly what it sounds like. The price for clearing an A-plus dungeon they failed is one unique item. So if someone clears an even harder dungeon for them, they cannot pay with just unique gear anymore. Hearing this, Lee Se-jun gasps in shock. Put it that way, and it makes sense. Starting now, we can score legendary gear by clearing any 3-floor dungeon the Messiah Guild previously failed at. At this point, Se-chan praises her sharp mind, as expected of Lee Jisoo. One sentence and you made even Jin-ah understand. Here is Sam Oliver's travel route and expenses. Jisoo then hands over her detailed progress report. We followed your orders and leaked clues for the Frontier Guild to track Sam Oliver's route. This move will save us a massive amount of time. Se-chan smiles happily. Great job, we should head out soon then. He notices her suitcase and gets curious. Lee Jisoo, are you working outside today? Jisoo smiles and pushes the suitcase straight toward Lee Jin-ah. Se-chan points at him, sounding annoyed. Are you joking? Why would Lee Jisoo go there? That is where we leave it. You are heading to Taiwan, Jin-ah. Lee Jin-ah screams in sheer panic. What? Alright, stick with me. We are diving right back into the dungeon madness. Later that night, Lee Jin-ah hands over a document. It details the Blood Ice Forest, a 2-floor, A-plus difficulty dungeon, showing the massive player limit. 80 players, level 60 or below. The clear condition is defeating the aggressors in the Ice Forest. Just look at this completion reward list, Lee Jin-ah says with a heavy dose of pure sarcasm. Hey, we actually have a ton of influence now, don't we? After the Messiah Guild failed, absolutely nobody dared to challenge this dungeon. But the second you opened your mouth, a huge crowd instantly gathered. Don't you find that interesting? Kim Woo-jin gently places the document down on the table and replies. The vast majority of these participants are players from guilds that already failed this dungeon. From the outside looking in, it honestly just seems like they all showed up to avenge their fallen comrades. But obviously, not everyone comes with good intentions. Think about it. A dungeon for 80 people has already failed 23 times. That means the precious gear of almost 2,000 dead players is currently buried deep inside. Out of all those items, there has to be at least one legendary piece of gear. I am absolutely certain some rats care way more about personal profit than actually clearing the dungeon. Suddenly, Secretary Choi bursts right into the room with a quick reminder. Please get yourself ready, sir. We officially enter the dungeon in exactly 1 hour. Kim Woo-jin stays completely silent. He just waves his hand, gesturing for him. Seeing Woo-jin stand up, the secretary quickly hurries over and asks, Mr. Kim Woo-jin, do you need something? Seeing Woo-jin whisper right into Secretary Choi's ear, Lee Jin-ah breaks into a nervous cold sweat. What the hell is this crazy bastard planning now? Seconds later, looking absolutely panicked, Secretary Choi suddenly screams out loud. What? Are you really going to do that yourself? Kim Woo-jin doesn't even bother answering. He just calmly walks right out the door. Meanwhile, over at Naomi's location, after hearing her subordinate's report, she furiously slams her fist onto the desk. That is completely impossible. What do you mean all the leads have just vanished? Jamie stands nearby, desperately trying to explain the situation to Naomi based on everything they have gathered so far. Clearly, Sam Oliver has a very powerful backer. Even our elite intelligence division cannot track down his current location. She is completely caught off guard by this unexpected piece of terrible news. A backer? This is incredibly infuriating. She angrily grinds her teeth and issues a cold command. Do absolutely everything in your power to pinpoint the exact locations of both Sam and Kim Woo-jin. If that fails, just kill them both. Naomi makes a firm resolution to stop him. I absolutely cannot let them meet with Park Young-won. Early the very next morning, over at Se-chan's office, Jisoo urgently seeks him out. We have a serious problem. He looks totally surprised. What kind of problem is it? But she just looks at him and replies, I think it is best if you see this for yourself. Watch closely. This is where things get completely wild. Jisoo shows Se-chan a trending video titled Kim Woo-jin's unexpected announcement in Taiwan. Standing right there on the main podium is Kim Woo-jin, while Secretary Choi reads the translation. I will now accurately translate Kim Woo-jin's official statement. Thank you all so much for joining this expedition. It is a true honor to fight alongside every single one of you. But I only have one single goal, to end this tragedy and completely save the world. I will do absolutely whatever it takes to achieve this goal, so I highly suggest you do not get in my way. She quickly asks Se-chan for his honest opinion. What in the world should we do now? This was definitely not part of our original plan. Blocking this video is basically impossible because it has already gone viral all over the globe. He grinds his teeth in pure anger. He won't forgive anyone who interferes with him. This is clearly a blatant, undeniable declaration of war from him. This guy really knows exactly how to hunt his prey. Cutting back to the inside of the dungeon, a massive, tense crowd of players is currently gathered. Jungkook yells out angrily. Do not get in his way? Are you kidding me? Does he think we are just dead weight to him? Sajong, standing right next to him, quickly chimes in. Well, if it is Kim Woo-jin, it actually makes sense. He is on a completely different level. Jungkook loudly demands an answer. How can you be so sure about that? The guy answers with total honesty. I saw it with my own 2 eyes back in the Firefox dungeon. Words cannot even begin to describe his power. Next time, just see it for yourself. Those guys are absolute monsters. Up ahead, Lee Jin-ah looks super annoyed and angrily whispers to him. Hey, Kim Woo-jin, why the hell did you just do that? Everyone is staring daggers at us right now. All because of your completely unnecessary provocation. Kim Woo-jin stays totally calm. Some people simply cannot be convinced with gentle, polite words. He casually glances back at the staring crowd, whispering quietly to him, especially the rats who only came here to scavenge gear from all the dead players. The absolute only way to handle that kind of trash is by showing overwhelming power and completely crushing their spirit. Right after that, Kim Woo-jin summons a skeleton soldier. The system confirms you have successfully summoned a skeleton soldier. He gently rests his hand right on the skeleton's skull. At the exact same time, his other skeleton soldiers are already hard at work. Woo-jin whispers into Lee Jin-ah's ear, explaining that he did this so they wouldn't dare try anything. You and I both know what happens next. Boss Kim sees this and absolutely panics, muttering to himself. So this is Kim Woo-jin's legendary, highly rumored skeleton soldier? This is total madness. I need to collect that gear before he catches on to us. Making up his mind, the big guy barks a loud order. Let's move. Start searching over there before it gets completely dark. Night falls incredibly fast here. That evening, the scavenger group decides to build a warm campfire and rest up in the dark woods. They just keep gossiping endlessly. Kim Woo-jin? That guy is a literal monster. Even after seeing it with my own 2 eyes, I still can't believe it. I was super pissed when he told us to stay out of his way, but now I completely understand why. I told you so. Jumping in to help would honestly only drag him down. Then Jay turns to Boss Kim. Boss, we have been endlessly searching all day long, but we only found 2 rotting corpses of the previous players. The boss confidently shares his theory. At first, I strongly suspected that maybe some of the other rival guilds had already stolen the valuable equipment. But after searching all day long, I have come to a completely different conclusion. There are plenty of monsters here on floor 1, but I haven't seen a single strong one. In other words, there is a very high chance that players above level 50 didn't actually die here. The main prize we are looking for must be up on the 2nd floor. He quickly shares his smart deduction. So Van Gogh's legendary bracelet is definitely on the 2nd floor. Before he can even finish his exciting sentence, Chan Ho sharply shushes him. Shh, keep quiet. A split second later, he suddenly leaps high into the air. Chan Ho's sudden action instantly grabs everyone's full attention. He spots a creepy skeleton hiding way up on a thick tree branch. Standing perfectly balanced on the branch, Chan Ho looks around in total confusion, muttering to himself. I swear I heard a weird noise coming from over here. Did I just imagine it? Next, he lightly kicks it aside and grumbles. What is the deal with this weird skeleton? Down below, Boss Kim looks totally confused. Hey, what is going on up there? Chan Ho instantly drops back down, casually carrying the skeleton with him. My bad. It was probably just the annoying sound of this bone thing swinging in the wind. After speaking, he forcefully tosses the bony remains straight against a nearby tree trunk. The boss completely ignores it and keeps plotting. We must secure that gear for the Kunlun Guild, even if it means fighting. Turns out, that exact skeleton was actually Kim Woo-jin's hidden summon. He smirks coldly from a distance. I left a skeleton there just in case they tried anything. Thanks to that, I managed to pick up some highly useful intel. Van Gogh's bracelet? I honestly don't have any memories of this specific item. But if China's massive Kunlun Guild, literally one of the top 5, secretly sent a squad just to collect it, it means things are getting serious. He decides to log off. System confirms the disconnect. Trust me, you will want to see what Woo-jin finds next. Alright, stick with me here. We're hunting some legendary gear today. Watching the item slowly fade away, Kim Woo-jin narrows his eyes, his mind racing. He might not know all the hidden stats and effects yet, but he absolutely needs to get his hands on Van Gogh's necklace. Gina is seriously stressing out, practically yelling at him. Damn it, this is taking way more time than we originally planned. Don't tell me we're the only ones actually fighting while the rest of them slack off and do their own thing. Kim Woo-jin confirms his partner's exact suspicion. Those other guys? They're nothing more than greedy hyenas, desperately hunting for dead players' leftover loot. Gina grabs his head in pure, exhausted frustration and groans. Man, I was actually hyped seeing so many players gather together. But in the end, we still have to carry this entire raid completely alone. When do I get a damn break? Kim Woo-jin drops a little hint to calm him. Once they hit the 2nd floor, they'll finally get a quick breather. Gina's face instantly lights up with hope. Huh? For real? Since when are you so nice? But Kim Woo-jin just stays completely silent. A second later, the system chimes in. They've officially entered the dungeon's 2nd floor. Right on arrival, a brutal, freezing gale slams into them. The harsh, unforgiving climate already has Hanbu complaining under his breath in pure annoyance. Damn it. This 2nd floor is way colder than I ever thought. Jungkook shivers violently, whining out loud as the freezing frost bites him. My limbs are basically frozen solid. How the hell are we supposed to fight like this? Boss Kim mutters to himself, feeling deeply unsettled by the chill. The temperature here is insanely low, sure, but this violent shivering sensation isn't just from the freezing weather. No, it's raw, unfiltered fear radiating off a hidden monster. Even Gina is shaking uncontrollably as he whispers to Kim Woo-jin. Wait, a monster's fear? Impossible. I don't see a single monster anywhere around here. He refuses to believe it. It makes absolutely zero sense for a basic 2-floor dungeon to hold a beast capable of radiating this much terrifying oppressive aura. Now pay attention. Kim Woo-jin answers honestly, this might be harder than I thought. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin's sharp mind is rapidly running tactical calculations. When directly exposed to a high-tier monster's pure, crushing terror, a living creature's body instinctively paralyzes itself in overwhelming fear. The paralysis doesn't last long, but in a brutal death match, a single split second of hesitation means an instant game over. Since this is a 2-floor dungeon, it definitely can't be a dragon. But outside of dragons, almost nothing else uses fear like this. Could there really be a monster out there strong enough to project its terrifying aura from this insanely far away? Breaking the silence, Mike speaks up first. Our guild is going to scout the perimeter ahead. His crew instantly backs him up without missing a beat. Yeah, let's go check the area first. Watching the entire group casually walk off together, Gina feels totally baffled. He scoffs and mutters to himself, "Scouting my ass, you might as well call it straight-up treasure hunting." I know what you're thinking. What a pack of starving hyenas. He turns to Kim Woo-jin urgently. You're just gonna let them walk? Aren't you worried our combat power is getting completely scattered? Kim Woo-jin couldn't care less, replying calmly. Guys like that are totally useless in a real fight anyway. It's much better to form our plan like they don't even exist. Hearing that, Gina nods in total agreement. Fair point. Kim Woo-jin gives the signal, let's move out too. Scene cuts, and the group pushes deeper into the dense, dark forest. After aggressively digging around, Chano shouts out, "Boss, there's absolutely nothing over here." Boss Kim immediately barks back, "Not on this corpse either. Let's move to the next spot." But little do they know, someone is secretly watching their every move, hiding perfectly out of sight behind a massive tree. It's Mike. Looking completely annoyed, he thinks to himself, someone actually beat us to the loot. We really need to hurry. In a flash, he regroups with his team and loudly orders them to search everything. That's where we leave it. Following orders, everyone opens their system windows. All right, stick with me. We are diving straight into the action. The system pops up for an inspection, and finding gear, Jungkook excitedly shouts, "Captain, there is a massive pile of loot here. Look, Taeyong found some too." Got some right here too. This immediately makes Mike suspicious. He squints, thinking to himself, they didn't even touch this premium gear? They must be hunting for something way more valuable. Who exactly are they dealing with? He barks an order to his squad. All right, grab that entire pile. It looks like some other rats are moving way faster than we are. Move out as fast as you can. We absolutely cannot let them beat us to the prize. The scene shifts over to Lee Se-jun, who is giving Kim Woo-jin a seriously disappointed look. Watching him obsessively inspect a dead body, Se-jun angrily grumbles to himself. Just a minute ago, he was trashing those hyenas, and now he is creeping around checking corpses back and forth? A system notification chimes in. Anubis's eyes are closing. But right then, Kim Woo-jin finally gets the crucial clue he needed. I finally found a member of the Kulun Guild. The loyal comrades who lived and died with this guy met their end over in the west. He casually gestures for Lee Se-jun to tag along. This way, follow me. Even though he is super reluctant, the big guy quickly falls into step. And when he sees Kim Woo-jin stopping to inspect yet another dead body, he grits his teeth. Damn it, what the hell is this bastard scheming? They keep moving fast, but Woo-jin just keeps checking every single corpse. Reaching a new spot, Kim Woo-jin decides to reopen Anubis's eyes. The system confirms the activation. Meanwhile, Boss Kim is completely surrounded by monsters, screaming in pure frustration. Why the hell is this type of beast roaming a 2-floor dungeon? This makes no sense. Everyone run. In the end, he is the only one left fighting this nightmare. Amidst its deafening roars, Boss Kim actually manages to make the monster bleed. But during the chaos, a priceless ring suddenly drops, landing perfectly right onto the monster's massive horn. And from one careless slip, the beast knocks him flying backward. Boss Kim crashes headfirst deep into the freezing snow. Now pay attention here, things are about to escalate. With blurry vision, he stares at the monster and mutters regretfully, "The Kulun Guild's treasure, Vanjo's necklace, I have to warn my brothers." Cut back to Kim Woo-jin, shutting his skill. The system instantly confirms Anubis's eyes are closing. Kim Woo-jin just smirks and mutters in his head, "I have gathered all the information I need." Jinna marches right up to his face, looking absolutely furious, and shouts his lungs out, "I don't care how incredible that drop gear is. How can you be so wildly disrespectful to the dead? I have been biting my tongue this whole time." Kim Woo-jin suddenly calls out his name, making Jinna flare up even more. "Did I say something wrong, huh? Even Sean, who loves free loot, would never act like you do." Kim Woo-jin just softly praises him. "You are actually pretty kind-hearted." That random compliment totally freezes Lee Jinna in his tracks. He instinctively blurts out a confused, "Huh." Then Kim Woo-jin casually finishes building a small stone grave. He finally lays out his master plan. "All right, listen up. I will explain the strategy before this whole war actually kicks off." This unexpected intro leaves Jinna completely baffled. Huh? A plan? Right as he says that, Kim Woo-jin instantly casts his magic. In a split second, a sawtoothed wolf skeleton materializes, scaring the living daylights out of Jinna. The system quickly confirms. The sawtoothed wolf has been summoned as a skeleton soldier. Jinna's whole attitude flips immediately. He acts super friendly and drops a sudden question. "Hey, can I ride this thing?" Kim Woo-jin just nods. "Of course you can." The moment he hops on its back, Jinna cheers. "This is absolutely epic. When did you even prep this?" But when Percival's spear lands right in his hands, his jaw completely drops. "Wait, I thought you could only summon human skeletons and a spear?" The system immediately pulls up the insane stats for the weapon. Percival's spear, legendary grade, requires level 1 or higher. Physical attack 255. This is the exact legendary spear wielded by Percival, a knight of the Round Table. Wounds inflicted by this bad boy are incredibly hard to heal. Physical damage scales up with your level, adding a 30% base damage boost plus insane armor penetration. Jinna points a trembling finger at the spear. "Please don't tell me your grand plan is to have me ride this skeleton and charge the boss with this thing." Kim Woo-jin just smirks back. "Look at that, you figured it out without me even explaining." He casually walks off into the freezing snow, leaving Jinna stuck riding the wolf. Let's jump right back to Boss Kim. He suddenly catches Jock's panic, screaming, "Boss, there is something seriously weird over here!" Boss Kim immediately rushes over to check it out. Is this actually a player's grave? You and I both know this is a total setup, right? JJ guesses, doesn't look like our Kulin Guild style, but we should dig it up. That comment makes Boss Kim pause and think hard, but he strictly orders the crew, no need to waste our energy digging if it is not one of our brothers. With that said, the three of them sprint off. Back in the freezing forest, Jinnah's shocked voice echoes loudly. A minotaur? The next second he gasps. That is not a simple target. Its skin is way too thick to take damage from normal weapons. Woo-jin calmly replies, the bigger issue here is that the monster became a hunter a long time ago. Hearing that, Jinnah is totally lost. What? What is that even supposed to mean? He breaks it down slowly. Do you know what happens when a dungeon raid fails? All the dead monsters respawn and fill the place right back up. But here is the crazy catch. The monsters that actually survive the raid become way smarter and much stronger from that experience. Very few manage to survive repeated battles to the very end, but there are always terrifying exceptions. Boss monsters. Pausing for about 2 seconds, Woo-jin continues, when a dungeon is never fully cleared. That boss monster hoards combat experience every single time players fail to kill it. His voice suddenly drops lower. At some point, it figured out that players always tend to gather around the dead bodies of their allies. And those bodies are being used as literal bait. Exactly. A boss monster that has survived 23 entire raids. Taking all this in, Jinnah still can't wrap his head around it. So are you absolutely certain the boss is a minotaur? Can a minotaur even give off such an insanely powerful aura? You have not even seen it yet, so how can you be so sure? Woo-jin stays totally calm. I stopped fighting and spent all this time gathering information, didn't I? In a flash, Jinnah shoots back. Is that so? I honestly just thought you were running around copying what the scavengers do. Suddenly, Jinnah thinks to himself. Honestly, even if he saw all those clues, he wouldn't know what any of it meant anyway. Right then, deep in the snowy woods, an eager voice from Mike's squad breaks the silence. Captain, you have got to come see this. It is completely full of player corpses, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, this trap is going to be brutal. Let's dive right into this crazy dungeon run. Mike thought he got lucky, but his high alert kicked in fast. Something felt incredibly wrong here. Corpses don't just pile up perfectly together like this naturally. If another scavenger stacked them, the bodies wouldn't be this intact. Plus, the blood trails and the whole layout looked super suspicious. It looked exactly like these bodies were dragged from somewhere else. In a split second, his mind connected the dots. Could it be? Mike sprinted forward and screamed at his team. Everyone, stop right now! It is a trap! His squad members looked back in total confusion. A trap, boss? What do you mean? But before they could even process the warning, an unknown crushing terror suddenly washed over them. The next second, the team realized they were completely paralyzed. A massive, terrifying pressure crashed down on them out of nowhere. One guy could only panic internally, thinking, what the hell is looking at us? Exactly as Mike feared, a nearby squad mate was instantly wiped out on the spot. The rest of the team was quickly blown away. Seeing this absolute massacre, the last surviving member trembled violently under that overwhelming power. In total panic, he glanced behind him. What filled his vision was the massive Gongu, aggressively raising its giant weapon high into the air. In a flash, it smashed the weapon down, brutally crushing the guy until nothing was left. Despite claiming several lives, Gongu was not satisfied yet. Its eyes flared with pure bloodlust. But right behind the monster, Mike charged in fast for a sneak attack. He tore through the wind, his sharp sword ready for a lethal strike. But the moment he landed and finished his move, sheer panic completely took over Mike's face. He hadn't put a single scratch on Ngongu. Instead, Mike's sword snapped right in half. He gritted his teeth in cold sweat. A unique tier sword, broken just like that? At the same time, that unknown crushing fear washed over him again. Mike refused to accept it, thinking, no way, I cannot die a pathetic death here. From a distance, both Kim Woo-jin and Jinnah sensed Ngongu's chaotic presence. They sprinted forward at incredible speed, but they were way too late. Ngongu had already bathed in Mike's blood. Then, it aggressively tossed his lifeless body aside like total garbage. Kim Woo-jin caught sight of this brutal scene instantly. Remaining perfectly calm, he told Jinnah, execute the strategy exactly as planned. Jinnah gritted his teeth, visibly sweating. Damn it, easy for you to say with that crazy strength, I have no idea anymore. Right after complaining, Jinnah charged straight at Ngongu. Let's go! His shout caught the monster's attention. Jinnah bravely bolted straight forward. Provoked by this, an enraged Ngongu immediately started charging up its power. Now watch this closely. The monster exploded with dark magic, instantly swallowing Jinnah completely whole. The unknown fear struck again, but Lot's ring instantly cleared the terror status effect. Thankfully, Jinnah was fully prepared to defend. Looking at Lot's ring now, this item was actually incredibly epic. The shivering panic vanished without a trace. But before he could even celebrate this smooth defense, Jinnah suddenly realized something was very wrong. His mount was completely ignoring his commands. Why was it suddenly acting up like this? He panicked, thinking, aren't you supposed to follow my lead? Wait a minute, we are getting way too close. The very next second, the mount bolted like lightning, completely ignoring a terrified Jinnah. Because the mount speed was so absolutely insane, Gongu could not land a single hit. While the boss was still clumsily searching, Jinnah ended up right behind Gongu. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin's voice echoed from the mount itself, shouting to just charge in and hold on tight. Kim Woo-jin's sudden presence left Jinnah totally shocked. What, you were controlling this thing? Wasn't it incredibly dangerous just now? If you keep doing this, I am literally going to die. Despite his loud complaining, Kim Woo-jin kept steering the mount erratically to completely distract the boss. Before he even realized it, Gina was pressed right up against Ngonggu's massive body. Seizing the moment, he violently thrust his spear into the monster's flesh. Gina was stunned, thinking, how is Ngonggu's rock-hard body getting pierced this easily like actual pudding? Ngonggu's healing speed was dropping rapidly. Seeing this clear opening, Gina immediately asked what to do next. Okay, the item is great, but won't this still take forever? When are those skeleton guys finally going to attack? Kim Woo-jin responded with a perfectly calm and chilling tone. Make 10 more wounds just like that. I will handle the rest. System alert, blood weapon. Requirements met. Representative of the dark world. Level requirement, level 1 or higher. This C-rank skill creates weapons using the test subject's blood. Depending on the subject's raw power, it can forge a massive variety of different and deadly weapons. Meanwhile, a booming sound suddenly shattered the quiet frozen forest. It turned out to be Boss Kim, violently struggling to withstand an incredibly heavy and terrifying wave of pressure. I know what you're thinking, a boss fight? Exactly. Kim was shocked, thinking, this intense pressure, has the boss monster raid already started? Realizing they were late, Kim knew he had to hurry. The next second, Chan-ho screamed out loud, Boss, we found it. You need to see this right now. We discovered the secret cipher of the Go Rune Guild. Following his words, strange text lit up. Go to the Western Brothers and find Go Rune's artifact. This cryptic message left Kim completely baffled. The West? What is over there? There is literally nothing out west. After a moment, a thought hit him. Meanwhile, cutting back to Kim Woo-jin and Gina's epic battle, Ngonggu's monstrous health pool was dropping insanely fast. Under Kim Woo-jin's relentless onslaught, the beast was near total exhaustion. Its resistance plummeted hard, and at the very same time, a lethal blood poison rapidly spread throughout its massive body. Gina gasped in pure awe. Passival spear is seriously amazing. I never expected it to pierce through Ngonggu's incredibly thick armor-like skin this easily. He practically yelled with excitement. If we combine Passival's spear with his blood poison magic, we will literally have 0 rivals in this entire dungeon. Kim Woo-jin calmly replied, maybe on the 2nd floor, sure. But internally he knew the truth. On the 3rd floor, way more terrifying monsters existed. Just this combo wouldn't be enough. Furthermore, to crush the absolute worst monsters down there, they needed way more firepower. Then the system announced the boss kill. Go Nungu defeated. Achievement unlocked, Violent Hunter of the Frozen Forest. The Dark World representative has transferred an item to you, a catalog. Holding the reward, Kim Woo-jin had not even fully registered what it was yet, but just glancing over, Gina gasped in absolute shock. A golden light catalog? You got a sponsor reward? The glowing page revealed its contents. Skill, Berserker, requirements, representative of the Dark World. Level requirement, level 20 or above. Skill effect. The target imbued with this sponsor's power receives the following massive buffs. All stats up 20%, but health drains over time. Reading this, Gina lost his mind and screamed, this is totally unfair. What is my sponsor even doing? I fought so hard. Why do I get literally nothing? Is my sponsor discriminating against me? So what do you and I make of this? Next episode is going to be wild. Stick with me, because we are diving straight back into the madness. While everyone else kept complaining, Kim Woo-jin completely ignored them, walked up and snatched Pangu's bracelet right off that Minotaur's horn. Night falls, and the hunters are buzzing nonstop in front of Kim Woo-jin's luxury ride. They cleared the dungeon. The famous Kim Woo-jin pulled it off and is riding in that exact car. The crowd is cheering and celebrating. Taiwan is finally free and safe. But watching this whole scene, Chan-ho is incredibly stressed out. What is he going to do now? His team left the dungeon without securing Pangu's bracelet. If a legendary item like that falls into the hands of some random guy, they are looking at an absolute world-ending disaster. Boss Kim realizes just how dangerous this situation is getting. Right now, their only option is to report back to the guild and wait for further orders. Losing a legendary tier item inside a dungeon? The very thought makes him fall into deep silence. Would their Kunlun guild actually leave behind secret coded clues for the rest of their brothers to find it? Because honestly, if you do not know that specific secret code, tracking down Pangu's bracelet is basically impossible. Still, if some lucky guy actually managed to bring it out of the dungeon alive, he just prays it was not that absolute monster, Kim Woo-jin. Unfortunately for Boss Kim, that precious bracelet is already in Kim Woo-jin's hands. Pangu's bracelet, a level 1 legendary tier item now ready to be used. Worn by ancient giants, this bracelet holds the immense power of harmony. The effect? It removes the strict limit on how many rings you can equip on one arm, but those rings can never be taken off. Reading the item stats, Kim Woo-jin smiles to himself. He never expected to find a hidden treasure like this. What a massive power-up right before heading into the 3rd floor dungeon. Normally, players max out at 5 total accessories. Exactly 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 bracelets. Even if you physically wear more, the system blocks any extra item effects from working. Now pay close attention here. Pangu's bracelet completely shatters that basic system balance. It literally lets a player activate the effects of 5 different rings all on a single hand. The one major drawback here. Once you put a ring on the same hand wearing Pangu's bracelet, it is permanently locked in place. You absolutely cannot remove it under any circumstances. Pro players usually rely on actively swapping out their rings mid-battle depending on their strategy. Fully understanding how this crazy bracelet works, Kim Woo-jin becomes even more cautious. From this exact moment, he has to choose his permanent rings extremely carefully. Sitting right next to him, Gina looks over with curiosity. Yo, why has your expression been so dead serious this whole time? Did you mess something up? Taking a breath, Kim Woo-jin slowly replies, No, I am just thinking a bit. Before he can even finish his sentence, his phone starts ringing. I am listening, go ahead. On the other end, Se-chan starts firing off urgent questions. How are your physical conditions? Can you guys catch a flight back to the country right now? Kim Woo-jin's tone stays totally flat. Yeah, we can. What is going on? He quickly announces that the guy has finally returned. Back in his office, Se-chan explains in a heavy voice. Taiwan might be safe, but South Korea is in absolute chaos right now. The news is blowing up with headlines about the return of the man supported by Kim Woo-jin. Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin immediately pieces it together. If it is that guy, could it be Park Yong-won? Exactly as he guessed. Se-chan firmly confirms, yes, exactly. This whole situation is going to massively change Park Yong-won's reputation. After a quiet 2-second pause, Kim Woo-jin calmly replies, I understand, I will head back immediately. The better Park Yong-won's reputation gets, the stronger shield he becomes for Kim Woo-jin. The exact second he ends the call with Se-chan, Gina excitedly speaks up. Hey, we are in Taiwan. Shouldn't we grab some local food? Xiaolongbao or maybe Lu Ro Fan? But in a flash, Kim Woo-jin throws absolute cold water on that idea. We have to return to South Korea right now. This brutal rejection leaves Gina totally stunned and confused. Wait, what did you just say? Even after boarding their flight, Gina angrily yells out. We came all this way and we cannot even eat a single Taiwanese dish? Sounding just like an exhausted old dad, Kim Woo-jin simply tells him to settle for the airplane meals. The very next morning, inside a massive luxury villa, Yong-won glares with a highly dangerous look. He angrily snaps. So the Frontier Guild actually dared to mess with me, Park Yong-won. Kim Woo-jin stays perfectly calm. Yes. Now I know what you are thinking. How is Kim Woo-jin going to spin this? He lowers his voice. I barely survived, but because of my injuries, I could not move. Plus, I did not know who to trust. So I just hid deep inside the dungeon and waited it out. Right at that moment, Secretary Kim walks up holding a file folder. She quickly hands it to Yong-won and explains. This is the confirmed report based strictly on Kim Woo-jin's testimony from the day of the accident. Even though the massive fire totally destroyed almost all the physical evidence, surviving hunters who entered other dungeons clearly stated that the Frontier Guild deliberately started the entire fight and attacked us first. Meanwhile, the Frontier Guild publicly insists it was just a simple accident. Hearing this total nonsense, Yong-won furiously thinks to himself, those absolute bastards really pulled this dirty stunt while he was away. A brief moment later, Yong-won firmly declares they are definitely trying to suppress our growing power. Sitting right across from him, Kim Woo-jin quietly asks the question, so what exactly should we do now? With a deeply sinister tone, he growls, we have to make them pay in blood for daring to touch us, so there is a special job you must do for me. The exact moment Yong-won finishes speaking, Secretary Kim brings out a ridiculously heavy briefcase for him. The scene cuts directly back to Se-chan, flashing a bright pearly white smile. His huge smile leaves Gina totally baffled. It is way too early in the morning for you to be smiling like that. Even so, Se-chan just keeps grinning, because I just took a huge amount of stuff from our enemy. Hearing that, Gina groans in frustration. Our enemy is Park Yong-won. How in the world can we possibly get back the skills we already transferred to him? I mean, getting paid is great and all, but did you forget how incredibly hard it was to find that Skeleton Knight skill? It is like Se-chan completely predicted Gina's reaction. He excitedly answers, you do not need to worry about that at all. The guy retrieving our item is already at Park Yong-won's office. This crazy news instantly shocks him. Wait, what does that mean? A second later, Gina pieces it together and panics. Wait, could it actually be? Se-chan just smiles without saying a word. Back at Yong-won's massive villa, Kim Woo-jin gently pushes the door open and steps outside. Gripping that heavy briefcase from earlier, he slowly leaves the house. Right after leaving, Kim Woo-jin quickly pulls out his phone and dials a number. It is Kim Woo-jin. From the other side of the line, a super happy voice rings out. So did everything wrap up smoothly? Kim Woo-jin replies instantly. Yes, I just got the skeleton skill back. And you and I both know, he told me to transfer it directly to Kim Woo-jin. Meanwhile, as Yong-won flips through the newspaper, Secretary Kim's voice echoes out. I will contact you later. Right now, I need to speak directly with the director. Alright, you and I are about to dive into something crazy. The call ends and they immediately start talking about Kim Woo-jin. Yeah, he just delivered the skill book to IC. He actually asked how his life was going to play out from now on. Hearing this, Park Yong-won just stays completely calm and notes that Kim Woo-jin has always been incredibly sharp. With Ajax showing up, he probably feels his own position getting a little shaky. The news headline pops up on screen, the Phoenix Guild promises full support to Iakvan. His voice is heavily calculating. He figures the kid worked hard, so let's just let him make his debut in a 3-floor dungeon. C-rank is more than enough. Just toss him in right alongside those rookie kids. Give him the right backup, and he will gladly walk away satisfied. If not, well, let's just see if he has anything else worth pulling us in. We cut right over to the Phoenix Guild base. Jeon Hong speaks up, totally curious. So what exactly is this guy's name? Minho quickly replies it is Kim Woo-jin. Without even hesitating a single second, she starts trash-talking. Just hearing the name Kim Woo-jin makes her think of a total weakling. But Minho instantly fires back against her wild assumption. Rumor has it, his abilities are actually pretty solid. The guy even cleared a few hard dungeons just to get personally recruited by Sir Pong Wonyan. Jaeon Hong from the Phoenix Guild immediately shoots that down. If his combat skills are so great, why does not he just clear dungeons completely alone? That is exactly why we got dragged here to babysit him in this 3-floor dungeon. She is throwing a massive fit now. Man, this is so annoying. She is seriously about to lose her absolute mind. Minho tries to calm her down. It is the guildmaster's order, so just chill out for a second. Ignoring him completely, she just keeps grumbling bitterly. Unless Park Yong-woonon becomes the actual guildmaster, our guild's politics will just keep shifting constantly. Whatever, I am definitely transferring to the Messiah Guild eventually. Anyway, tell me, what exactly is that Kim Woo-jin guy's main aura and ability? Finally, Minho decides to speak up. His aura directly represents the dark world. And his main power? Blood poison magic. Because that blood poison literally damages allies too, he always has to work solo. Hearing this, Jaeon Hong immediately raises her voice, totally shocked. Wait, what? Blood poison magic? Can he summon a skeleton army like someone else we know? Minho answers slowly, nope. Nobody has ever seen him use anything other than poison. Now pay attention because this setup is classic. She gets even angrier. He is not just useless, he is a literal burden. While Jaeon Hong is still complaining loudly, Kim Woo-jin's car finally rolls up to the scene. When is this kid finally showing up? Minho spots the car right away. Look, he is here. She absolutely roasts him instantly, arriving dead last, of course. Jaeon Hong turns her head and her eyes go wide. Looking at his ride, she thinks to herself he is seriously still driving a clunker that old. A second later, she sarcastically mutters some praise. I guess his extreme frugal habits are highly commendable. Minho is just totally speechless at her harsh comment. So incredibly cheap. The system notification pops up. Hunt 1,000 monsters to advance to the next floor. Reading the system alert, Kim Woo-jin thinks to himself quietly. Even though it is a 3-floor dungeon, a C rank actually gets a tutorial. Park Yong-won is paying attention, so he really has no other choice here. Even though it feels like a waste of time. Across from him, Jaeon Hong yells out, "Hey, you said this is your first time in a 3-floor dungeon, right? There is literally nothing you can do here." She drops her voice, totally threatening him now. So just shut your mouth and strictly follow my orders. Otherwise, whether it is a rat or a bird, I will slaughter them all. First, just catch a few weak monsters so we can actually evaluate your true combat skills. Completely ignoring all of Jaeon Hong's disrespect, Kim Woo-jin calmly asks a simple question. Exactly how many monsters do I need to catch? His totally unbothered attitude makes her absolutely furious. Look at this kid, actually talking back to her. If I give you an exact number, are you sure you can even do it? Just keep hunting until you literally drop. Kim Woo-jin just replies softly, I need some time to prepare. A second later, Jaeon Hong turns around and mutters, fine, just figure it out yourself. Her extremely obvious prejudice makes him laugh on the inside. Well, this is actually quite interesting. The very next morning, over in Se-jun's office, Gina finally decides to speak up. I heard Kim Woo-jin actually entered another dungeon again. Yet another dungeon totally filled with phantoms. Seeing how incredibly lazy Gina is acting today, Se-jun cannot help but scold him directly. Hey Jin, stop coming over here just to hang out and go level up. Hearing this, Gina just lets out a tired sigh. I do not want to. Without him around, I finally get to relax. Do you have any idea how exhausting it is teaming up with that Kim Woo-jin guy? Se-jun quickly fires back at him. Weren't you always complaining about not having a worthy teammate? You and I both know a peaceful moment never lasts in this world. Suddenly, a shocking news alert pops up on his phone. Gina quickly grabs it and it looks like Ju got the same alert. Right on the screen, a massive notification flashes. Emergency broadcast. From the Dungeon Damage Management Department. At 1633, an extremely dangerous unidentified monster officially escaped from a nearby dungeon. Multiple city buildings have completely collapsed and the massive destruction is still ongoing right this very second. Therefore, all citizens must evacuate. Right after reading the text, he curiously asks aloud, where exactly is this dungeon located? Are crazy things like this seriously still happening lately? The last major accident was years ago, and the Messiah Guild is supposed to be managing all of this. Before Gina can even say another word, Se-jun strictly grits his teeth and gestures wildly at him. You idiot! Finally, Gina realizes that he just messed up his words big time. In a flash, he tilts his head to check on Ju. She is still sitting quietly at her desk, but her hand gripping the phone is slowly tightening into a fist. Suddenly, a memory of her high school days flashes right into her mind. Sitting in class, Ju rests her chin, bored out of her mind, her name tag stuck to that familiar desk. The very next second, everyone in the classroom throws open the windows and looks outside. A massive boom echoes from a distance, immediately grabbing all the students' attention. The giant skyscraper right across from their school just exploded. This terrifying sight burns right into Ju's eyes, filling her with absolute, unrelenting panic. Unable to hold back, she lets out an agonizing, heartbreaking scream. Snapping back to reality, Ju is staring blankly at the news. A moment later, she shoots up. I am heading out for a bit. Leaving her computer screen still glowing brightly, Ju completely rushes out the door in a panic. Left behind on her desk is a familiar framed photo of Lee Ji-soo sitting right there. The sound of the door slamming makes Gina grab his head in pure guilt. Se-jun scolds him, totally frustrated. Man, when she is around, you really need to watch your mouth. Then he nervously stammers back, I really did not know. But wait, didn't you say you knew her dad before all this? What kind of person was he? Suddenly, Se-chan falls completely silent and thoughtful at Gina's unexpected question. An image from the past fades in. Se-chan curiously asks him, I heard the news. You already made your decision. Are you absolutely sure it will be okay? So what do you and I make of this final moment? Jin smiles brightly, claiming there is zero risk would be a total lie. But what other choice do I have? South Korea is where our family lives, so I just have to take the risk, right? Alright, let's dive into this wild story where a man fights to keep his daughter perfectly safe. But those good times fade fast. His pale face screams the cruel reality of their situation, remembering how Jinwoo quietly passed away right in front of him. That man was a total workaholic fool who adored his daughter. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Jeon Hong stands proudly over a defeated orc demon. She figures this is just a C-rank dungeon, so these monsters are absolute garbage. At this crazy pace, Jeon Hong will easily hit the second floor by tomorrow without breaking a sweat. Suddenly, Minho rushes over in a total panic. He yells, "Commander, you need to see what Kim Woo-jin just did." Hearing Woo-jin's name, she instantly scoffs. "Why are you panicking so much? He begged for prep time and he still cannot catch a single monster." Minho just looks even more terrified. "No, it is not that at all. He definitely did something crazy. You just need to come see this yourself." Jeon Hong is incredibly suspicious now. "Why are you freaking out? Lead the way." Arriving at the scene, her eyes shoot wide open. What on earth? He needed extra time to build these pathetic traps? A for effort, sure. But these cheap traps will only scratch a monster at best. They are absolutely not dealing any sort of serious lethal damage to anything here. Seriously, what exactly is Kim Woo-jin thinking? From a distance, Jeon Hong and Minho stand on a high branch, closely observing his entire setup. A second later, he senses them approaching. Right on cue, an orc demon stumbles straight into Woo-jin's trap. Instantly, all those hidden weapons he planted finally spring into deadly action. The beast takes a rapid hit, screaming in pure agony. Still, Jeon Hong curses him internally. Does this absolute idiot have a twisted death wish? How will basic traps survive a monster horde? Seeing her ready to strike, Minho stops her. "Wait, Commander. Kim Woo-jin definitely has a master plan here." His warning makes Jeon Hong furiously yell out, "Does that idiot look like he actually has a plan? If Kim Woo-jin dies now, Park Young-won will absolutely slaughter us." Minho gently points forward, telling her to look over there. "Now pay close attention. This is where everything changes." Following his point, a massive horde of orcs charges straight into Woo-jin's trap. Jeon Hong visibly panics. How did so many monsters gather? Saving him now is way too late. But ignoring her panic, Woo-jin flashes a totally confident smirk. In a blink, he unleashes his raw power. Next up, the emissary of the underworld skill activates. A thick blood mist erupts, infecting those orc demons with lethal blood poison. Woo-jin's toxic smoke rapidly spreads everywhere. The second those orc demons inhale it, they violently gasp. In 1 single second, they hit the dirt, dead. Jeon Hong looks utterly stunned. Did he seriously hide blood poison inside that blood mist? Is that even possible? Nearby, Minho is totally hyped. This is the most unique battle I have ever witnessed. But a second later, he goes pale. He suddenly realizes this crazy kid used this exact strategy to obliterate 100 monsters all at once. She stays quiet, thinking Kim Woo-jin is seriously impressive. Jeon Hong's eyes light up. No wonder Park Young-won favors him. She absolutely must recruit him to her squad. Down below, Woo-jin calmly pulls out a small bottle to collect the remaining toxic mist. Strolling through the mountain of orc corpses, he realizes that blood mist burns through massive poison reserves. Suddenly, a notification hits. The emissary of the underworld praises your power. Your blood mist skill leveled up. The emissary's blood drain skill automatically triggers, rapidly absorbing energy to completely restore his stamina. Thank God blood drain rapidly refills his energy. Seeing his dominance, Jeon Hong immediately barks an order. "You, go find Kim Woo-jin and deliver my message." Minho looks incredibly confused and asks, "Right now, deliver what kind of message?" Hearing that, she quickly snaps back. "What else do you think? We all knew this was coming, right? Obviously, he passed the test." Later, Jeon Hong walks right up to him. "Kim Woo-jin, I sincerely apologize for ever underestimating you. You are incredibly skilled. This is my very first time seeing someone use a blood poison skill that flawlessly. If you and I team up, we will not just clear the 3rd dungeon floor, we will completely conquer it. So, join my squad right now." Without hesitating, Woo-jin demands 10 million won. That is my fee for every single blood poison attack. She instantly flares up. "What? A usage fee?" He rapidly explains, "My blood poison is basically a super rare limited edition weapon. If I use personal resources to carry this dungeon raid, the team obviously has to compensate my exact asking price. That is just standard business. Plus, my own blood is the ultimate sacrifice here, so that price is fair." Jeon Hong's furious voice echoes out. "Fine, I admit that when someone spills incredibly precious blood to help us, we definitely should pay up." Then, she raises her hand to negotiate. "Alright then, 3 million, Woo-jin casually sighs. "You drive a brutal bargain. Fine, 100,000 discount, 9.9 million. Instantly, Jeon Hong furiously screams back. "Fine, I will generously offer 3.1 million. He counters with 9.8. She relentlessly argues for 3.2. Watching this, Minho feels utterly baffled. The commander is cheap, but why is Kim Woo-jin so petty? Meanwhile, Woo-jin demands 9.7. 3.3 million, Jeon Hong furiously screams. Next morning, a massive sound echoes. System alert, you successfully hunted a black orc. Observing them closely, Woo-jin falls into deep thought. The Firebird Guild is perfectly trained, displaying much better teamwork than he originally expected. Jeon Hong knew their hunting speed would skyrocket by using his poison. Her leadership is simply top tier. Suddenly, from a high branch, she furiously screams, "Hey, still hoarding that poison? Fine, I will buy it for 7.3 million. Hearing this, Woo-jin smirks. Is her legendary leadership actually just fueled by cash? Let's move to the next floor. System alert, you have exactly 6 days to survive. Dropping her greedy attitude, Jeon Hong turns incredibly serious. This is the final stretch. As you know, survival missions are swarming with monsters, so everyone must be extra careful. We just need to hold out for 6 days. Everyone, push hard to level up. Plus, since we blew our budget, we have to grind like crazy right here. You and I just witnessed peak stinginess. Her entire squad instantly thinks so too. Regardless, Minho steps forward with a brand new proposal. Alright, stick with me here. The scouts volunteer to check the monster count and explore the perimeter. Captain Jeon Hong instantly gives them the green light. She tells them to stay sharp. Instantly, the sound of movement echoes everywhere. High up in the trees, the squad members carefully scan every single corner of the dense forest. Finding absolutely nothing, they quickly push forward. Elsewhere, the rest of the team hasn't spotted a single monster either. This dead silence, it immediately makes Minho pause and start overthinking. Something feels completely wrong. For a survival mission, the monster count is way too low and the dungeon scale is suspiciously small. A second later, he shouts out loud. He orders everyone to gather up. Suddenly, a squad member discovers a truly massive footprint. He has no clue what made it, but with a size like that, this is definitely not your average low-level monster footprint. Minho quickly puts the pieces together. What if this survival mission isn't about fighting hordes? What if they have to survive a boss-level monster for 6 whole days? A teammate panics. A pure survival battle. Minho screams in absolute terror. This is way too dangerous. This type of mission is incredibly difficult, and the survival rate is basically 0. They need to warn the captain immediately. Right as they run off, a massive, creepy cave suddenly appears exactly where that giant footprint was. Right on cue, glowing, vicious eyes open deep inside the dark cave. Meanwhile, Jeon Hong speaks calmly. You mean this is a pure survival mission? Minho frantically agrees. Yes, and the dungeon size is super weird too. The total area is way smaller than any normal dungeon. The structure feels like an island trapped by high cliffs. Drawing a map, he explains they must avoid getting cornered against those walls when running. Hearing this, she instantly falls into deep thought. With Kim Woo-jin's blood poison, taking down the boss should actually be pretty easy. But to keep her entire squad alive, they need to avoid a full-on war at all costs. Instantly, Jeon Hong yells out to everyone. They don't know what the boss is yet, so avoiding it is the top priority. They must do whatever it takes to survive. Right on cue, a massive explosion echoes from afar. Now pay attention. Things are about to get wild. Jeon Hong and Kim Woo-jin immediately snap their heads around. A giant white weasel monster has randomly appeared. The squad members scream in pure panic. A white weasel monster? They literally cannot believe their eyes. Minho freaks out. Why is that thing in a C+ dungeon? In a flash, Jeon Hong regains her cool and barks orders. Everyone scatter right now! Instantly, she raises her bow, aiming dead at the white beast. Boom! Her arrow launches like a literal lightning bolt, but the white beast just roars and charges forward. Instantly, 5 of her arrows nail it at once. At first, the beast's wounds look like mere scratches, but in the blink of an eye, the lethal poison from the arrowheads rapidly spreads through its body. Jeon Hong watches the monster closely. No matter how insane its healing abilities are, getting hit by Kim Woo-jin's poison means it's basically dead meat. The moment she thinks that, the white beast forcefully ejects the arrows from its flesh. Absolutely furious, it recklessly charges straight at Jeon Hong. Dodging for her life, she frantically runs the math. She thought Kim Woo-jin's poison would completely cripple this thing. Was the dose just way too small? She literally saw the poison spread from the impact zone. High above, Kim Woo-jin quietly watches this insane chase unfold. He thinks to himself she's really giving it her all as the captain. Should he step in? After all, this dungeon is his perfect stage to prove his worth to Park Young-won. A moment later, the entire squad finally escapes the white beast, hiding under a giant ancient tree. Jeon Hong immediately pulls out a whistle. Blowing it sharply, she desperately calls out, "Is everybody safe? Anybody hurt?" The squad members answer in unison. "No, we're all okay." Jeon Hong suddenly realizes, "Thank God, but where is Kim Woo-jin?" His calm voice echoes. "Right here, what's wrong?" Without missing a beat, she asks for a massive favor. "We need to increase the blood poison amount we agreed on. Are you in?" Let's pause for a second. You and I know he's about to drop a condition. He agrees but demands they talk in private. Highly suspicious, Jeon Hong questions him. "Don't tell me you're raising your price now?" Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin shuts her down firmly. Not at all. Watching from afar, Minho gets super curious. What on earth are those two talking about over there? Back to Jeon Hong, she clearly hesitates. Reading her perfectly, Kim Woo-jin explains with deadly seriousness. "This involves everyone's lives, so I know this is an incredibly hard choice for you. I'll still back you up completely even if you reject my combat plan. But honestly, whether we hunt or run right now, at least 4 people will get seriously injured." Just like that, he channels raw power into his fingertips. In a flash, a razor-sharp arrow materializes right out of Kim Woo-jin's bare hand. The Hell Envoy's blood aura skill is fully activated. He speaks slowly. "I condensed my own blood to make this. It's infinitely deadlier than just coating normal arrows." After thinking it over, she glares at him. "Remember this. If my teammates die following your plan, I will absolutely end you." Gripping the bag of blood arrows, she turns to announce the combat plan. Moments later, Kim Bum and Chanung are totally prepped for battle. Suddenly, Kim Bum starts sweating buckets. Is this really going to work? Chanung is terrified too, but he tries to reassure him. She said, "We just avoid it. No direct fighting. There's literally no other way to boost our survival rate. Just trust the captain this time." The second he says that, the white beast finds them exactly as planned. The two of them scream out, "Let's do this." The sturdy warrior's taunt skill is instantly activated. Seeing Kim Bum and Chanung, the furious beast lunges right at them. But they aren't letting it get any closer. The other members quickly unleash their moves. Knowledge Fountain Manager's smokescreen is activated. Immediately, they turn around and run for their lives, exactly as planned. Run before that monster spots us. From high above, Kim Woo-jin calmly states, "Time to get ready." Jae-hong still doesn't fully trust his insane plan. Smokescreen? You know the white beast is immune to fire, right? Kim Woo-jin smirks. I know. Makes you wonder what happens next, right? Stick around. Stick with me here. He isn't using that smokescreen for damage. He's literally just blinding the beast to set a trap. Just buy enough time to scratch it up, he explains. But Jae-hong is already moving. She spots the perfect opening right then. No hesitation at all. She draws her bow and fires away. Every single arrow rips straight through that thick smoke, landing direct hits on the white beast. Minho is absolutely hyped. He thinks to himself that is exactly why she is the captain. Even with unhealed wounds, her aim is completely flawless. Seeing those hits, Jae-hong's face lights up with pure joy. Absolutely legendary. Kim Woo-jin secretly praises her. Her skills are genuinely top tier. When those blood aura arrowheads hit the wounds, they melt straight into the monster's bloodstream. So even if that beast tries to heal, the deadly poison is already inside. Meanwhile, Kim Bung and Chanjung are holding the defensive line tight. The hardened warrior's provocation skill activates instantly. The rest of the team flawlessly follows his lead. The manager of the Fountain of Knowledge pops another smokescreen. Minho and another member go completely wild, slashing the white beast just to ruin its focus. Everything is flowing exactly according to plan, leaving Kim Woo-jin completely satisfied. This brainless beast finally realizes it's taking the exact same hits on repeat. But it is way too late. That lethal blood poison has already completely consumed its entire body. The monster drops dead with an earth-shattering thud. Immediately the system pops up. Achievement unlocked, White Fox Hunter. Jae-hong's eyes widen in pure disbelief. Did they actually just pull this off without a single injury? You saw that too, right? He unlocked the White Fox Hunter achievement. The Hell Messenger just transferred new power, and his blood aura skill leveled up. Kim Woo-jin's insane combat IQ and raw power leave Jae-hong totally stunned. What exactly is he? He stays completely calm. Let's save the chatter for outside the dungeon, he says. Also, the team used my blood poison 217 times today. Bill me outside. Hearing that massive number, her face completely freezes in absolute shock. What? The dungeon is already cleared? Cut to Park Yong-won anxiously tapping his fingers against his desk. After a tense second, his voice drops low. So you are offering compensation for this total mess? Obviously, nothing can ever replace the dead guild members, but go ahead and pitch your idea. Nami stays silent, completely lost in thought. Meanwhile, at the Phoenix Guild press conference, dozens of reporters are aggressively raising their hands for questions. A desperate reporter jumps right up. We heard the 3-floor C-plus dungeon suddenly spawned a massive white fox. How on earth did the entire team clear a deadly survival mission successfully without a single person getting hurt? Jae-hong stares back and answers completely calmly. This amazing result happened because every single member stepped up and flawlessly completed their assigned duties today. But there is one more detail I need to heavily emphasize here. If we didn't have Kim Woo-jin's blood poison skill, this entire raid would have completely failed. Hearing that massive reveal, the reporters lose their absolute minds. Wait, are you saying your entire team relied on pure blood poison to capture that giant white beast? Who exactly is Kim Woo-jin? Miss Jae-hong, please give us just a few more minutes. In a flash, Kim Woo-jin's name dominates every major headline across the country. A hunter using deadly poison to trap monsters. One lone hunter just showcased a brand new dungeon clearing method. The absolute young trump card of the Phoenix Guild, Kim Woo-jin. His signature weapon? Pure blood poison. Cut to the dark parking lot where Kim Woo-jin's calm voice echoes. Yes, Kim Woo-jin speaking. How did that proposal go? On the other end, Se-chan quickly updates him. I deliberately leaked the rumor that Kim Woo-jin wants to clear the Forest of Souls straight to Park Yong-won's side. How it plays out from here, we just have to wait. A heavy silence drops for about 2 seconds. Se-chan asks him anxiously, is this really a safe bet? Why use a foreign identity to raid an American dungeon? And a Russian identity on top of that. Kim Woo-jin explains, his voice totally smooth. If I wanted to go in there as anyone other than Kim Woo-jin, I wouldn't even need to use Park Yong-won. Now pay close attention to this. Seeing Kim Woo-jin so completely confident in his wild plan, Se-chan instantly throws out a major warning. But you already know the harsh truth. Even the massive Savior Guild has only managed to enter American dungeons a few rare times. America literally doesn't need anyone's help anymore. After the entire world shifted, all the strongest top-tier players flooded straight into the US. With the situation looking like that, getting a slot in this dungeon is going to be basically impossible. Despite the heavy odds, Kim Woo-jin just calmly replies, I already know that. Right as he finishes speaking, he instantly catches the sound of heavy footsteps echoing in the parking lot. In a crazy coincidence, it's actually Nami and her assistant walking in. Se-chan's voice continues to buzz through the phone. But right now, Park Yong-won has Nami's spell completely backed into a corner. I think no matter what, the Pioneer Guild will approve it. However, I honestly have no idea if that powerful third faction allied with the Pioneer Guild will actually allow a total outsider to interfere here. Hearing that, Kim Woo-jin immediately catches the core point. He's definitely talking about the elite Great One Guild, right? He silently confirms the target in his mind. Kim Woo-jin has no idea how the Great One Guild will react to this setup, but the bigger picture will definitely swing in his favor. No matter what happens, that door is going to open. Cut straight back to Park Young-won, visibly furious as he slams the official dungeon report down onto his desk. Then, looking dead serious, he asks, "Is the crazy information in this report actually accurate?" Secretary Kim answers without missing a beat. Every single player who joined that raid has already confirmed it. The report's contents are 100% accurate. That solid answer instantly sends him into deep thought. He actually hunted down a white fox before even making his official debut? The secretary speaks up again. Even though Jeon Hong was technically the commander, the true strategist behind it all was Kim Woo-jin. Park Young-won asks, totally confused. With Jeon Hong's notoriously explosive temper, she actually just sat back and obediently followed his orders? Hiding absolutely nothing, Secretary Kim replies in a completely flat voice. Yes, and the even crazier part is that she voluntarily paid extra penalty fees straight to Kim Woo-jin. It was the hazard fee for using his blood poison. Hearing the full story, Park Young-won's lips curl up into a highly amused smirk. I knew that kid was far from ordinary from the very first time we met, but I definitely didn't expect him to be on this insane level. This guy is actually pretty fascinating. If I had known, I would have invested heavily in grooming him way sooner. But starting to treat him like royalty right now isn't too late either, right? Done weighing the pros and cons, Park Young-won asks where Kim Woo-jin is currently at. She replies instantly, "He just arrived. He's actually coming up right now." A second later, Park Young-won laughs. Talk about speaking of the devil. We cut straight over to the Great One Guild's tense conference room. Carrie's cold voice echoes out across the table. So that's where we leave it. Even allied with Pioneer, our Great One Guild absolutely cannot clear the Forest of Souls. This Russian Kim Woo-jin says he wants to conquer this exact dungeon, right? Let's jump right back into the madness. Cry Rana, Great One Guild Master, what are your thoughts? Hearing this, David immediately yells his objection. How in the world can we hand over a dungeon that our strongest domestic guilds failed to clear to some random foreigner? This is absolutely absurd. Our entire nation's pride is on the line right now. Harry quickly chimes in. I have no idea what those Frontier Guild guys are thinking. They actually agreed to this nonsense without a second thought. Even though the government is officially asking for our opinion right now, I think we absolutely must oppose this. Haven't they been constantly rejecting our own repeated requests to challenge the dungeon again? Ignoring all their furious objections, Cry calmly speaks up. Why is everyone getting so incredibly worked up over this? The reason those government suits opposed our retrial from the very beginning wasn't because they actually doubted our abilities. Weren't they just absolutely terrified of the massive casualties our own domestic guilds would inevitably suffer during the entire clearing process? Actually, this works out perfectly in our favor. We can easily use this exact situation as an excuse to finally force the government's approval. Let's use this golden opportunity to blow things completely out of proportion. Whether it's some random Russian nobody crawling out of nowhere or some mysterious third-party faction, just invite them all to participate. Her unexpected analysis leaves one of the guild members completely baffled. What exactly are you trying to say with all this? With a deeply scheming look, Cry excitedly declares, we will offer a reward that absolutely everyone desperately wants. Something like the Ring of King Arthur. Without a second of hesitation, David angrily slams the table in total rejection. Absolutely not. Have you completely forgotten the massive price we paid just to get our hands on it? Having already planned this out, she softly comforts him. Now, let's just calm down. I already told you we are blowing this up. I never once said I was giving it away for free. Meanwhile, we cut back to Kim Woo-jin's car. Inside, he asks a curious question. Gina slowly explains everything. Se-jun told me to hand this straight to you. He said this specific skill perfectly suits your style. It is supposedly the Book of the Death God or something. Apparently, you can actually store skeleton soldiers inside it. I literally told him you wouldn't need it, but he still stubbornly forced me to bring it over. Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin just smirks. No, this is incredibly useful. Tell the director for me that I will definitely put this to good use. You see, the Book of the Death God has a strict limit on skeleton storage. Watch this carefully because things are about to escalate. Holding the paper, Kim Woo-jin thinks deeply. He always knew he would eventually face a truly terrifying opponent in an all-out war of numbers. Now, with this brand new item, Kim Woo-jin can actually overcome a huge part of that problem. Right then, the paper's exact details pop up. Power of the Pharaoh. Requirement. Hell's Messenger class, level 1 or higher. Effect. Can actively use all dead things as a sacrifice. While Kim Woo-jin is still lost in deep thought, Gina just keeps relentlessly bothering him with questions. Kim Woo-jin, are you even listening to a word I am saying? I asked if you can really clear the Forest of Souls dungeon or not. 2 of the top 5 guilds in the entire world, the Frontier Guild and Great One, literally teamed up to enter that dungeon and still failed miserably. Plus, the place is literally called the Forest of Souls, so undead will definitely show up. Isn't that a massive disadvantage for you? You can't even use undead as sacrifices to summon your skeleton soldiers. With an incredibly calm expression, Kim Woo-jin points right at his face and replies, I have obviously already considered that specific disadvantage from the start. After all, the frontliner dealing with the undead is going to be you, right? Hearing this, Gina instantly starts sweating. What? The very next second, his phone starts buzzing. Kim Woo-jin quickly answers it while Gina is fuming. Kim Woo-jin speaking. Have they reached a final decision yet? On the other end, Se-jun quickly answers, the United States government has finally agreed, but a rather slight problem just popped up. Confused, he asks what kind of problem. In a flash, Se-jun explains the situation. It looks like we are not the only ones. Right now, literally any guild that wants to can freely join this expedition. Oh, and one more crazy thing. The guild with the absolute highest contribution gets a legendary tier item as a reward. Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin immediately starts analyzing the situation. Are they actually doing this because they're absolutely confident the item will end up in their own players' hands anyway? I know what you're thinking. How crazy is this reward? What is the item? Se-jun replies with a heavy tone. The Ring of King Arthur. Instantly, famous news outlets explode with articles. The Forest of Souls, a deadly dungeon that even the US completely failed to conquer. The chance to clear that gate is finally open. Kim Woo-jin will tackle the Forest of Souls, fully backed by Park Yong-won. The Great One Guild has offered an absolutely insane reward for the raid. The Ring of King Arthur. The Savior Guild boldly announces their participation. Forest of Souls. A massive battle of pride between top guilds. Who will become the new master of King Arthur's ring? That very night, the plane carrying Kim Woo-jin and Gina takes off, leaving the airport behind. They quickly land right in San Francisco. By the very next morning, Kim Woo-jin and Gina are already chilling inside the Mako's Guild's waiting room. Inside the room, Gina loudly chooses food, full of curiosity. It really seems like those Great One guys seriously want to smash this dungeon to pieces, huh? If not, then why the hell would they risk betting King Arthur's ring? Sitting right across from him, Kim Woo-jin calmly replies, that's not it at all. They just want to provoke us. They absolutely believe that they will be the ones claiming the reward no matter what happens. This simple explanation makes Gina burst out into loud, uncontrollable laughter. So they basically think you're absolutely nothing? Ignoring Gina's active mocking, Kim Woo-jin continues running through some deep calculations in his head. That makes absolutely no sense. The Great One Guild isn't careless enough to underestimate an enemy like this, and they definitely aren't brainless idiots who would blindly provoke other powerful guilds. There is obviously a hidden reason behind their massive confidence, and he absolutely has to figure out what's fueling it. Meanwhile, night has finally fallen over the Great One Guild's building. Harry slowly reports. The entire expedition team, including Captain Ellis Hayton, has officially finished entering the dungeon. But is doing things exactly like this really okay? It is not that I am actually doubting Captain Ellis's true combat abilities. But no matter how you look at it, we are betting the Ring of King Arthur. Even internally, there's a lot of angry gossip spreading about the Guildmaster's crazy decision. Cry shows absolutely zero signs of worry. It seems like everyone is deeply misunderstanding something here. I clearly said we would offer the Ring of King Arthur as the reward, right? But I never once said that we wouldn't actively use it to activate the ring's true power. Back inside the dungeon, the sky has already turned pitch black. All the guilds are fully gathered. Ellis's voice rings out loud and clear. It looks like everyone is finally here. Let me introduce myself. I am Ellis Hayton from the Great One Guild. Before we actually start clearing this dungeon, I'll go over a few key points of our agreement. A short while later, Gina furiously yells out, what the hell kind of agreement is this? So what do you and I make of this crazy rule? No free-for-alls? We have to cooperate? Kim Woo-jin calmly replies, every time a floor is cleared, a leaderboard ranks the highest contribution. That's why we need to perfectly decide the monster attack priority. Stick with me here, things are about to get really wild. A merit ranking? What? I mean, all they have to do is hunt monsters. Since when is teamwork a thing? So what is the play now? Just observe the first floor like he planned? Taking a good look around, he slowly explains that the real war starts right on floor 1. Every top guild is going to reveal their trump cards, the Great One Guild included. Right on cue, the system flashes a massive skill alert for the representative of the Shadow World. The power of the Pharaoh activates. You can now use unprocessed monster corpses as dark sacrifices. Far off in the distance, skeleton warriors instantly spawn. The other guild members start panicking. The enemy is already making their move, so what exactly should our guys do now? Sounding completely confident, Ellis steps up. If everyone else is rushing in, there is no way they are just sitting around. And then, another massive system window pops up. You have equipped the Ring of King Arthur. You have equipped the Staff of Merlin. Thanks to the legendary Staff of Merlin, your magic power has received a massive boost. The hidden conditions for the legend of King Arthur have been met. The set item effect of the King Arthur myth is now active. The Ring of King Arthur has the unique ability to heavily amplify the overall combat power of the Knights of the Round Table. In a flash, her energy explodes outward. Your power is now full. This absolutely insane display of magic instantly catches the eye of a skeleton warrior being directly controlled by Kim Woo-jin. Now pay close attention here. This is where it gets crazy. Gathering her strength, Ellis gets serious. Why wait for floor 2? They need to show off right now. Time to show everyone who actually rules this dungeon. Watching this whole scene unfold, he thinks to himself, is this the secret trump card the Great One Guild was hiding? No wonder Henry was acting so confident. Just as expected, they brought out the Ring of King Arthur. But nobody guessed Ellis was also holding onto the legendary Staff of Merlin. The Staff of Merlin is an iconic mythical item belonging to Parson He, the guy who literally led the Knights of the Round Table. But from the very beginning, she did not own it. The truth is, this gear actually transferred ownership straight from Ellis over to Parson He. This proves the Salvation Guild and the Great One Guild are secretly working together. Grabbing that staff before it gets handed over to Parson, he would be huge. Honestly, that would do way more damage than attacking the Salvation Guild head-on. Seeing Kim Woo-jin totally deep in thought, Gina quickly calls out to him. Hello, are you listening? Are we just going to analyze enemy strength on floor 1 or what? A second later, he instantly fires back not to change their plans. Muttering to himself, Kim Woo-jin decides they absolutely cannot just hand the early lead over to the Great Ones. They have both the Ring of King Arthur and Merlin's staff, so it is an all-out war from here on out. Deep inside the gloomy forest, a blazing hot campfire is suddenly lit. Heavy footsteps echo from a distance. Turns out it is Ellis casting a massive spell. The skill of the one who hears all things activates, summoning a blazing fire spirit. In a single flash, roaring flames completely surround the monster horde. A second later, every single one is swallowed whole by her blazing inferno. Standing right next to Ellis, John quietly praises her power. This is insane, she could easily wipe out floor 4, let alone floor 3. But suddenly, a super weird noise echoes out. John gasps out loud in shock. Kim Woo-jin politely nods his head, almost like he is saying hello. John's face is full of pure panic. They actually ran into him. Meanwhile, Ellis looks incredibly confused. Were they not in first place? How did this guy catch up to them already? Right at that moment, the system chimes in. Skill of the Shadow World's representative activates. The power of the Pharaoh has been fully unleashed. You can now use unprocessed monster corpses as direct sacrifices. Dozens of skeleton warriors are instantly summoned to the battlefield. The second John sees this absolute madness, he furiously screams out. Did that bastard really just order his skeletons to steal the exact monsters they were hunting? Eliz immediately throws her arm out to stop him. You saw that disrespect too, right? But Ellis stops him, no falling for obvious bait. She immediately checks their total kill count on the system screen. Rank 1 Great One, 1,502. Rank 2 Salvation, 1,134. Rank 3 Frontier, 1,131. Rank 4 Mukos, 753. Seeing this, John gets cocky. We are still leading, so relax. This Kim Woo-jin guy is completely average. Those rumors were total garbage. Even so, Ellis keeps her guard high. Let's just maintain this pace and push right into the next zone. Completely ignoring her little strategy, Kim Woo-jin calmly thinks to himself. No matter how fast they try to clear this, it is totally useless. Hunting efficiency does not strictly rely on speed, especially since they do not have the kind of weapons we do. Right after hearing his sneaky strategy, Gina literally grinds her teeth. You are making me the meat shield again? Kim Woo-jin just smirks, provoking her. We are the only guild that can pull this off, mostly thanks to you. What, too scared? Just as he predicted, she totally falls for it. Who says I am scared? Fine, let's do it your way. Without me, you guys would be completely dead anyway. Just remember to buy me food after this raid is done. As Gina walks away, he flashes a dark smirk. Perfect, now we push our hunting speed to the absolute max. Skeleton Knights, assemble. News outlets are blowing up everywhere. The Frontier Guild just dropped a $2 million bounty on conquering the Forest of Death, the deadly Forest of Death. The artifacts belonging to the Salvation Guild in the Forest of Death have become his personal betting board. Inside the office, Se-chan speaks up with pure excitement. With all this public hype, other guilds are throwing in bets too. It is a game at the end of the day, so there will be winners and losers. Who knows what will happen? Secretary, what are Kim Woo-jin's dividends looking like right now? Jisoo quickly replies. It has already gone up 3.28 times. Plus, boss, you really need to see this. The Great One Guild leaked the items Ellis took into the dungeon. Hearing that, he asks out of sheer curiosity. The items she brought in? Already sensing Se-chan's interest, she answers straight up. The Ring of King Arthur and the Staff of Merlin. That news instantly sends a shockwave through him. What? They are bringing those kinds of legendary items into this rank of dungeon. Do they think this is a 5 or 6 floor raid? Hold on a second, those 2 items belong to the exact same legendary gear set. Realizing the horrible truth, Se-chan screams out in absolute fury. Secretary, cancel every single dollar I bet right now. Jisoo's voice stays completely calm. It is too late, we cannot cancel anything. In an instant, he figures out the Great One Guild's entire dirty scheme. Great One. Do these absolute scumbags not know how to play fair? He starts praying to Buddha, Mother Mary, and Allah for a literal miracle. Sweating nervously, she just thinks to herself. Honestly, besides money, is there anything else you can actually trust? Later on, updated rankings finally appear. First place Mukos, 5,704. Second place Great One, 5,690. Third is Salvation, 4,908. Fourth is Frontier, 4,605. Those numbers immediately make Ellis grind her teeth in pure anger. Impossible. How on earth did those guys jump ahead of them? Was it because of their gear? Nothing should be stronger than combining the Ring of King Arthur and Merlin's staff. But far off, Kim Woo-jin just catches her glaring. Trust me, you and I are going to love what happens next. Let's jump right into this. Elis steps up, asking his secret. He acts super humble, claiming it is just luck. But honestly, that only ticks her off instantly. He does not say a word out loud, just smirks internally. This is all thanks to Lee Jin-ah's immortal body. No matter how strong you are, you cannot just round up monsters. Walking to the next zone is a massive waste of time. They just need to drag all the fresh monsters right to their own battleground. Thanks to that tactic, all he has to do is fight. And yeah, that definitely bruised their massive egos, right? Then Kim Woo-jin casually drops a bomb. Why not just hand over King Arthur's ring right now? Elis is completely stunned. What? But Kim Woo-jin just keeps his chill vibe. We are about to clear this dungeon anyway. Handing it over early works out fine. That way, my team can actually help your Great One Guild avoid heavy losses. She snaps back immediately. Confident, aren't we? Kim Woo-jin does not miss a beat. The strongest items belong to the strongest players. That is the only way to boost our survival odds, right? Elis instantly glares at him. Are you basically saying you are stronger than me? Hearing that, he calmly explains. I just mean that if someone is stronger than me, for the greater good, I would surrender my gear. His absolute calm just fuels her anger. You are overestimating yourself way too much just because you pulled ahead in this silly little bet. You really should drop the arrogant act. Saying that, Elise turns on her heel. Because no matter what, this dungeon raid belongs to the Great One Guild. From a distance, Jay watches their little argument and smirks. The fiercer these guilds clash, the better it is for him. That is the perfect opening for his Pioneer Guild. If those two exhaust each other completely, he gets to sweep up the prize. A moment later, Elis unleashes a roaring wave of fire, incinerating the monsters. John is fighting fiercely, and the rest of the squad goes all out. Kim Woo-jin really struck a nerve. Elis's attacks are way more brutal now, showing absolutely zero mercy. Every monster nearby gets instantly roasted by her flames. The inferno violently spreads across the battlefield. After wiping the entire zone clean, Elis's guild members start excitedly chatting, thinking they secured the win. The very next second, she demands a status update on the scores. Looking at the board, John hesitates. Captain, about that. Pure panic flashes across his face. Our rank did not change. Actually, the gap between us and Kim Woo-jin's guild just got way bigger. Now watch closely. This is where her ego shatters completely. What are you babbling about? She checks it herself and freezes in absolute disbelief. She literally burned through all her firepower, so how are they losing? Suddenly, John shouts that the scouts are back. She desperately demands, what is Kim Woo-jin doing? What on earth is happening? The scout is drenched in sweat and simply stammers 50. His hesitation makes Elis even more furious. 50 what? The score gap was over 10,000. Looking like he just witnessed pure horror, the scout goes completely pale. No, not points. He has 50 skeleton soldiers, and they are way stronger than normal. Cut over to Kim Woo-jin, who just failed a skeleton summon. Reading the system prompt, he wonders to himself, is this the limit for my current mana? The glowing screen displays his stats. Skeleton Enhancement, Rank A. Greatly boosts the power of summoned skeletons. The higher the rank, the better the buff, a massive 50% stat increase. The summon limit scales with his level. Gulping down a potion, Kim Woo-jin realizes he needs to save some mana for his other broken skills. A system notification pops up, mana fully restored. In the very next second, Kim Woo-jin casually glances over his shoulder. Right behind him, an entire army of undead skeletons kneeling down and awaiting orders. The silence breaks as heavy footsteps rush in. It is Gina, panting and cursing, having perfectly executed his mission. He lured a massive monster horde straight to Kim Woo-jin. Kim Woo-jin smirks, impressed by the guy's perfect timing. Slipping his mask on, the system alerts him. Connection to the skeleton army successfully established. You know what happens when he stops holding back? A skeleton knight instantly charges forward, and Kim Woo-jin flashes a totally confident smirk. Massive explosions rock the area, starting the massacre. The Hell Envoy's corpse explosion skill is officially activated. The skeleton knight looks terrifying. The monsters roar, ready to bite its head off. But unfortunately for them, the knight wipes out an entire mob with just one single strike. Still, the brainless horde keeps charging in. Corpse explosion triggers again, and a terrifying blast completely erases all the surrounding monsters from existence. Kim Woo-jin and Gina's scores skyrocket off the charts. Floor 1 of the dungeon has been completely cleared. The final rankings drop. First place Moko with 23,056 points. Second Great One. Third Savior Guild with 18,000. Pioneer Guild finishes 4th. Seeing this, Elis sighs. Based on these results, competing any further is just pointless. Does anyone object to Kim Woo-jin taking the boss first? The other guilds instantly agree. Rules are rules, we play by them. The Savior Guild has no objections either. Meanwhile, Jay curses internally. He never expected Elis to actually lose. Time to pivot to a brand new plan. Even though this ruins everything, Jay cannot let King Arthur's ring slip away. Back on the field, Elis gives Kim Woo-jin some serious respect. I completely underestimated you. You earned that first place, I acknowledge it. Shaking her hand, Kim Woo-jin just says thanks. But before he can continue, she cuts him off. We still have floor 2 ahead of us. If you fail to clear it, my guild takes your spot. Floor 2 begins. System alert, catch the earth turtle to proceed. Instantly, all the other guild members start complaining. What is this garbage? This thick fog blocks our entire vision. How are we supposed to hunt underground monsters here? Their whining makes Elis furious. Trust me, floor 2 gets wild. Just scatter and search. But suddenly, Jay's creepy voice echoes through the fog. Relax, Elis, you are scaring me. She didn't hold back at all. Get lost, I am not in the mood for games. But Dawson from the Pioneer Guild just flashed a sickeningly friendly smile. Stick with me here, the dungeon politics are getting crazy. Dawson insists he is making a serious offer. He wants her to team up with them for this massive dungeon raid. He casually reminds her that their Pioneer Guild and her Great One Guild have joined forces before. Sure, that alliance failed last time, but he argues they absolutely cannot just hand over America's precious treasure to some crazy Russian guy. Hearing this nonsense, Elise lowers her voice completely, asking what this team-up actually entails. What is the exact plan here? Dawson immediately spills his dirty little scheme. He smoothly points out that unexpected accidents happen inside these dungeons all the time, right? like a massive horde of monsters ambushing someone from behind right while they fight the boss. Hearing just that, Elise instantly raises her voice in protest. What? No matter what, she refuses to use those dirty tricks. Still, the guy desperately tries to persuade her. Listen, Elise, wake up. This isn't the time to play the hero and debate what's right or wrong. If King Arthur's ring gets stolen, the fallout will be way worse than a simple interrogation. You already know we are running completely out of time before the second floor raid kicks off. Acting like he's got her trapped, Dawson smiles like a total creep, telling her to think carefully. Elise lets out an exhausted sigh. Did he really expect her to just blindly thank him for this garbage? Hearing that, Dawson furiously snaps right back. So she is perfectly fine with practically handing the ring over to that Russian freak? What is her grand plan if that guy actually clears the boss first? Already seeing right through his sneaky intentions, she quickly speaks up to completely expose him. If my team gets the priority to fight the boss, wouldn't your dirty little trick just target us instead? Dawson stubbornly holds his ground, openly admitting that he wouldn't completely deny that possibility at all. But with the current situation, if the two of them just teamed up, Elise cuts him off before he can even finish. She tells him she'll pretend she never heard any of this. But if he ever gets in her team's way, she absolutely won't let it slide. While they are still arguing, a massive system alert suddenly pops up. The Earth Turtle has been killed. Now watch closely, this changes everything. Elise's eyes go wide in pure shock. What? Even Dawson is stunned. The second floor is cleared. Over on Kim Woo-jin's side, that giant Earth Turtle got absolutely obliterated in an instant. Along with that comes Gina's exhausted, heavy panting. He can't take another step and completely collapses straight onto the hard ground. Seeing this, Kim Woo-jin casually asks if he's okay. Gina furiously snaps back that his ribs are basically about to shatter, right after he screams at the top of his lungs, asking if Kim Woo-jin would be okay in this state. Damn it. Only an absolute tank on his level could even survive this mess. Anyone else would have died 100 times over, literally 100 times. Then, the bright system screen suddenly flashes. The blessing of the River Stick skill is fully activated. Your stamina has been completely restored. While aggressively chewing his food to get some energy back, Gina starts complaining again. Thanks to raiding with him, his River Stick's blessing skill just leveled up 3 whole times. Does Kim Woo-jin actually realize how much damage he had to take to jump 3 levels all at once? What is the real reason they are rushing so incredibly fast anyway? Doesn't the priority for the boss fight already completely belong to them? With an incredibly calm and flat tone, Kim Woo-jin coldly replies that they simply cannot give their enemies the free time or luxury to set up any nasty traps. Moving on to the next floor. You have reached floor 3. A terrifying aura violently crashes down on them. Right as the guild step onto the 3rd floor, a dangerous pair of eyes glares from the darkness. The other members are completely freaking out. What the hell is going on? Who just obliterated the Earth Turtle? Nobody knows a thing, and no one even heard rumors of anyone finding the boss room. Right at that moment, a Great One guild member grabs his face, totally unable to handle it. What is this absolutely disgusting stench floating around? The mist up here is way worse than floor 2. Elise instantly catches a whiff of this horrific smell, and Dawson is definitely gagging too. While the guild members panic, the system drops a brutal alert. The black mist is constantly draining their life force. But for Kim Woo-jin, Apophis's authority just fully activated. Gina is completely blown away by the new system message. You are immune to the black mist poison. Lancelot's ring has triggered a massive resistance against the toxic fog. I know what you're thinking, and yes, he planned it all. Gina whips his head around, staring at Kim Woo-jin in disbelief. Did this guy actually predict all of this? Meanwhile, Elise's team is completely dizzy and clutching their heads. This is absolutely ridiculous. Poisoned by the black mist right at the starting line. She immediately shouts to her team, telling everyone to stay calm and down their antidotes right away. Chugging down her potion, Elise gets deeply lost in thought. Even though she practically saw this coming and prepared heavily ahead of time, their overall supply of antidotes is honestly nowhere near enough. At best, they can hold out for half a day. They might end up completely poisoned and entirely out of stamina before they even encounter a single monster. The system interface pops up again. You have consumed a powerful antidote. Poison status fully cured. A temporary immunity effect is now perfectly active. Dawson slowly walks over to check in. He claims things are way worse than expected, saying his team can only last half a day. He asks about her situation. Elise flatly replies that they are in the same boat. Exactly like he was just waiting for that perfect answer, he immediately pushes forward, saying time is running out. Isn't she going to reconsider his earlier offer? This is a one-time chance. Is she really just going to sit back like a good girl and wait for total defeat? Are her guild members seriously going to fight the boss with completely zero stamina? Right when Elise is feeling the intense pressure, a voice suddenly shouts us out. Kim Woo-jin is moved. Suddenly, Dawson's warning echoes loudly inside Elise's head. If Kim Woo-jin actually pulls this off, the precious ring will be snatched right out of her hands. And even if he totally fails the raid, so much time will be completely wasted that only their combined teams will suffer in the end. A tense moment later, Elise finally forces herself to make the heavy choice. There really is absolutely no other option left on the table. Without missing a single beat, Dawson loudly praises her decision. Excellent, that is a perfectly brilliant choice. The guy eagerly flashes a massive, incredibly scheming and evil smile. So now his guild's actual chance to steal King Arthur's legendary ring has absolutely skyrocketed. Sorry, Elise, the part about his team's antidotes only being enough to last for half a day? Yeah, that was obviously a complete and total dirty lie. Because their actual antidote stash is absolutely huge, more than enough to survive an entire 24 hours. Right now, time is entirely on the Pioneer Guild's side. Far out in the distance, a pair of dark, shadowy hooves ready for an absolute bloodbath. Right behind them, a creepy, decaying, monstrous hand suddenly bursts straight out from beneath the solid dirt. Gina instantly spots this horrific sight. As if trying to terrify him, a Dullahan opens its jaw and unleashes a deafening roar. 2 seconds later, it's firmly seated on its ghost horse, wielding an insanely sharp blade. And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. The Dullahan summons a massive undead army to jump Kim Woo-jin. The overwhelming numbers have Gina grinding his teeth in pure rage. Alright, stick with me here. They're swarming the whole forest and you just want me to stall? Are you kidding me? Despite his absolute panic, Kim Woo-jin replies perfectly calmly. Whoever is trying to stop us will show up anyway, so just pretend we're hunting monsters for now. Gina instantly snaps right back at him. Can't we just kill the saboteurs first, then hunt? He slowly explains the whole plan. If we do that, we abandon the front line and hand the chance over to another guild. That's exactly what our enemies want to happen. But with the black skeleton poison, dragging this out actually gives us the advantage. Meanwhile, Jay is absolutely thrilled. Please, I'm begging you to clear the dungeon. It's finally starting. Spotting Kim Woo-jin's movements from a distance, he quickly turns to Elise and gives her the signal. The second Jay leaves, she mutters to herself. Elise really has no other choice. There was never any guarantee of success anyway. She desperately tries to comfort herself. This choice is for everyone's sake. Right, if they win, everyone lives and escapes. Suddenly, the system pops up. Black skeleton poison is draining your life. Antidote consumed. On Kim Woo-jin and Gina's battlefield, Dullahan's skeleton minions are aggressively charging into the fight. Before they can even attack, a devastating strike instantly sends them to the afterlife. It's Gina unleashing his power. Seeing this, Kim Woo-jin casually warns him to hold back and stay calm. Mid-punch, Gina screams back, "How do I hold back against a whole forest?" Suddenly, a flock of birds scatters, followed by rushing footsteps. The sound instantly catches his ear. A massive horde of monsters is swarming straight toward Kim Woo-jin. He isn't scared at all, he just smirks. They're here? A split second later, the deadly corpse explosion skill is completely activated. Kim Woo-jin's brutal counterattack leaves Jay absolutely terrified from afar. What the hell is this? Massive explosions continuously wipe out the incoming monster horde. Now pay attention. This is where it gets crazy. Jay is absolutely stunned. Did he prepare for this? Wait, the explosions are heading toward black fog is draining your life. Right then, an exhausted Great One Guild member curses. Damn it! The next second, he collapses onto the ground, completely drained. Another member helps his fallen comrades, trying to encourage them. Just hold on a little longer. We can't die a pathetic death out here. John frantically reports the dire situation. More and more people are passing out. Captain, we can't hold out much longer. There's no time left. Please make a decision. Hearing this, Elise breaks into a cold sweat. Their prepared antidotes have completely run out. From now on, they just have to accept losing troops. Jackson, what is taking that bastard so long? Amidst the crisis, excited shouts suddenly erupt. It's Kim Woo-jin! He's back! She instantly lights up, thinking perfect. He finally gave up and returned. Without missing a beat, Elise loudly shouts her orders. Prepare for battle. It's the Great One Guild's turn to show our true strength. Ignoring her completely, the other members are busy crowding around Kim Woo-jin instead. At the exact same time, he calmly says, I'll leave him with you guys. I'm heading back to fight. That instantly pisses Elise off. Hold on, Kim Woo-jin, are you messing with us? The second you step foot back here, the raid opportunity transferred to the Great One Guild. If you've wasted half the day without achieving anything, then just stop right now. It's officially our turn to fight. Isn't this a matter of life and death for everyone here? Kim Woo-jin doesn't even blink. I just brought a critically injured Vanguard Guild member to safety. Hearing this, she catches the keyword. Vanguard Guild, critically injured? Looking down, a very familiar figure appears right in front of Elise's eyes. We all saw that coming, right? She panics internally. Jackson, what was that idiot doing? Still, Elise stubbornly insists his excuses don't matter. The moment you came back here, you officially withdrew from the battlefield. Didn't your little retreat completely interrupt the entire raid? I'm done arguing. From now on, the Great One Guild is taking over. That is the absolute best way to save everyone here. Sounding ridiculously confident, Kim Woo-jin replies, just wait your turn. My team is actually still out there fighting. Before she can even answer, he summons a surge of power surrounding everyone. Completely baffled, she thinks, what's going on? Pausing for about 2 seconds, Kim Woo-jin slowly continues. My colleague is still fighting out there. I really don't have time to argue this nonsense. I have to head back and help my partner fight. Hearing this, a curious member asks, wait, he has a partner? Wasn't it just those skeleton soldiers? His teammate quickly answers. No way, there was that huge guy too. Recalling Gina's huge figure, he says his name was Shiba. The other guy remembers, oh, the gorilla guy? Then Kim Woo-jin speaks up. Besides, most of your members are poisoned right now. If they fight in that condition, forget about clearing the dungeon. They won't even survive. As if catching his weakness, Elise instantly snaps back. Speaking of which, aren't you too poisoned to fight properly right now? It's not too late. Hand the raid rights over to us. If both sides are poisoned, Isn't it better for the team that actually conserve their energy to fight? Kim Woo-jin calmly replies, "Not at all, this poison bone fog doesn't affect me one bit." She furiously argues, "Stop spouting nonsense." The very next second, the other members frantically remember the needle snake hunter. Right, he caught that snake. Hearing this, Elise freezes. That needle snake breathed toxic smoke. The first needle snake hunter, Kim Woo-jin, he loudly exposes the Great One Guild's sheer arrogance. If all the guilds had just worked together from the start, we wouldn't be in this crisis. Setting an order to fight the boss was pure arrogance. But we still have a chance. We just need to gather every single resource we have to destroy that Durahan as fast as possible. That's where we leave it, guys. She's furious at being exposed. Luckily, John steps in to stop her. The tension here is no joke. Let's dive into an absolute mess of a raid. Nick finally agrees after a moment of silence. He admits Isaac is totally right. They should have teamed up from the very start instead of fighting each other. Another player chimes right in, asking why they even bothered betting items if things were going to end up like this. Tom is absolutely furious. He straight up blames the Great One Guild for causing all this chaos. The rest of the guild members just keep whispering and pointing fingers. Since everything has gone down the drain, shouldn't Ellis take full responsibility for her own arrogant words? Isaac literally did nothing wrong here. He had to escort the heavily injured Vanguard members back to safety, which is the only reason the boss raid got delayed. Right now, every single suspicious glare is locked straight onto Ellis. Isaac literally saved an American guy, her own fellow citizen, yet she cannot even say a simple thank you. Instead, she is just standing there causing more completely unnecessary drama. If anything bad happens now, those guys from the Great One Guild definitely will not let her off the hook easily. All these intense questions leave her sweating bullets in sheer panic. Things are looking incredibly bad for her right now. A second later, Kim Woo-jin calmly steps up. He softly reminds her that she was the one talking about everyone's survival earlier, right? So he challenges her. He tells her to think really hard about what she can actually do in this exact situation to save every single person standing here. Hearing this, Ellis suddenly realizes what this absolute bastard is doing. Right on cue, the image of his arrogant, confident face from last night flashes wildly inside her mind. Stronger players obviously need better items, right? Because that is the only way the chances of actually clearing this raid will go up. Isn't that correct? He told her he would gladly hand over his items if a stronger player needed them for the greater good. While Ellis stands there completely conflicted, Kim Woo-jin firmly speaks up. He tells her she already knows the obvious answer. He declares that everyone here will witness the incredible nobility of the Great One Guild. Ignoring all the loud chatter surrounding her, she just sinks deep into her own troubled thoughts. At that exact same moment, the zombie horde just keeps multiplying. Gina grumbles in pure anger and panic. There is honestly no end in sight to this absolute madness. He complains he will probably pass out from exhaustion before even facing the Durahan. When the hell is that bastard Kim Woo-jin coming back? But before he finishes, Kim Woo-jin steps up with a compliment. He tells Gina he held out really well. Hearing that familiar voice, Gina snaps his head back without holding back his attitude at all. Gina yells, asking what the hell took him so long. But before he finishes, Kim Woo-jin casts his magic. Now watch closely because this gets wild. Merlin's staff has just increased his magic power. The hidden conditions for the legend of King Arthur have been successfully met. The equipment set effect is now fully active. King Arthur's ring has massively increased the power of the round table. Your magic is completely overflowing right now. Seeing this crazy energy, Gina loudly demands answers. He asks what kind of dirty trick Kim Woo-jin just pulled and where he found those insane new items. Kim Woo-jin just stays completely calm and explains everything simply. He says he merely accepted his winner's reward. And this epic staff? Just a little promotional bonus item. He suggests they smash straight through the enemy lines and go catch the boss. Gina immediately scoffs at Kim Woo-jin's ridiculous overconfidence. He aggressively asks if Kim Woo-jin seriously thinks just grabbing 2 new items will magically change this entire deadly situation. With an entire army of zombies swarming like ants, how exactly does he plan to break through their massive blockade? Kim Woo-jin does not even answer. He just gives a cold smirk like he planned this all along. In a flash, he initiates combat. You have summoned a golem. The Pharaoh's power skill of the Hell Messenger is cast. The caster can now freely sacrifice dead monsters. Skeleton soldiers have been successfully summoned to the battlefield. You have just equipped the legendary Necklace of Wan. The specific conditions for the Legend of King Arthur are established once again. The equipment set effect of King Arthur is triggered. The King's Ring instantly boosts the power of the Round Table. The duration for the Sun's protection skill from Wan's necklace has just increased significantly. You have successfully activated the Aura of Absolute Power. In literally a matter of seconds, an army of skeleton soldiers and golems spawns to back Kim Woo-jin up. Gina watches in sheer shock as their numbers just keep exploding across the battlefield. Kim Woo-jin looks confident and asks if this is enough firepower. The zombie horde is instantly distracted, and in a blink, they all charge straight at the golems and skeletons he just summoned. These zombies are moving at absolute lightning speed. Watching this unfold, Gina excitedly points out how perfectly it is working, since all the zombies are swarming the golems now. Kim Woo-jin replies with a slow, relaxed tone. He says it is obvious, since killing a whole forest of zombies one by one would take forever. Now it is time for the next phase. Right after speaking, he completely locks his focus onto the Durahan in the distance. Meanwhile, a Vanguard member is urgently healing Day over at the camp. Let's pause for a second. Day finally wakes up with his eyes wide in pure shock. He has zero clue what is going on, frantically asking what just happened here. The healer quickly tells him to stop moving and just rest. Even with healing magic, the lingering dark fog means he definitely will not be back to full strength anytime soon. The healer adds that he is incredibly lucky, because if Isaac had not rescued him, he would be dead. Hearing that name makes Day turn pale, shocked that Isaac actually saved him. So what exactly is happening with the rest of the group right now? Deep inside the foggy forest, John sounds super suspicious, asking if roaming around like this is really a good idea. What if they run into some stray monster fleeing from the main battle? In their current beaten-down condition, they would be in serious, life-threatening danger. His non-stop excessive worrying makes Ellis snap in pure frustration. She yells that she obviously knows that. Thanks to that absolute bastard's slick mouth, they just got totally robbed of Merlin's staff. What does he expect her to report to the guild? They at least need to grasp the current situation so she actually has something to say. After yelling, she grinds her teeth, secretly thinking that if she had not handed over the staff back there, those furious players probably would have done something completely extreme to them. Since things turned out this way, sacrificing the item, ignoring guild pride, and saving the members' lives was the only option. She admits Kim Woo-jin is a truly terrifying guy. A little while later, those two are standing high up on a distant cliff. From up here, they have a perfect view of Kim Woo-jin and Gina's entire massive, chaotic battle. The second John sees the fight below, he screams out in pure panic. He calls Kim Woo-jin a total idiot for getting surrounded, shocked that he apparently lacks even the most basic battle tactics. But unlike John's frantic fears, down on the battlefield, the skeleton soldiers are viciously tearing into the zombie horde. Ellis easily realizes Kim Woo-jin's actual plan. He is not just hopelessly surrounded at all. She notes the skeleton army is actually taking the upper hand. Then Ellis adds in pure surprise that he strategically placed his golems and skeletons right between the Durahan and the zombies to slice their formation in half. In her mind, she silently calculates his brutal strategy of directly targeting the Durahan while it is isolated. But if he doesn't win fast, those monsters will definitely overwhelm him. Why is he acting so reckless? Back down there, Gina exhales a cold breath, and trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Let's jump right in. This boss fight is absolutely insane. We really thought teaming up together would make this an easy win. But just touching it unleashes a terrifying cold aura that completely freezes their limbs. Look at this! Right at that very moment, the Dullahan fires up another massive magic attack. The soul aura randomly surges and becomes much stronger thanks to some unknown heavy power. Luckily, they somehow manage to repel the devastating strike. Lancelot's powerful ring flashes, forcefully pushing back that deadly soul energy. Gina laughs out loud in pure satisfaction. Having legendary gear really is the absolute best. But Kim Woo-jin is sweating. With just this alone, they still cannot take down the Dullahan. Juan's glowing necklace starts radiating pure warmth straight into the freezing battlefield atmosphere. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin remembers a crucial detail from before he turned back time. According to his old comrades who successfully conquered the Forest of Souls, completely destroying a Dullahan actually requires an absolutely massive amount of raw, terrifying firepower. And the ultimate source of that firepower used to be Lee Se-jun. Even if he cannot completely match Se-jun's old strength right now, having made his decision, Kim Woo-jin immediately shifts into his ultimate combat stance. System check. Percival's spear is now equipped. The hidden conditions for the King Arthur legend are officially met. The legendary set effect of King Arthur has finally been completely activated. The piercing power of Percival's spear absolutely skyrockets to the next level. Without wasting a single second, he hurls the weapon straight at the Dullahan as a deadly distraction. Now watch closely. Gina seizes the perfect opening here. It is officially time to pull out their absolute last resort, right? Without hesitation, he urgently channels raw power directly to his main weapon. While the Dullahan is completely distracted, Gina rushes in full speed. But Gina is not showing off his full potential just yet. In a totally wild move, Gina aggressively strikes the Dullahan's horse instead. He gives the monster zero room to breathe, launching a relentless non-stop barrage. During the fight, Gina catches a slight cut right on his face, but it honestly does not scare him at all. If anything, this tiny scratch just makes Gina way more bloodthirsty. He throws a devastating haymaker directly at the Dullahan, but the boss unfortunately blocks the heavy strike. A terrifying bone-chilling aura explodes outward from the enemy's sword, instantly coating Gina's entire arm in a layer of solid ice. Despite the attack, the Dullahan just keeps pumping out more freezing energy. But right on cue, Kim Woo-jin blasts in like pure lightning. He aims directly for the head, aggressively stabbing his spear forward. The Dullahan violently unleashes more frost to block the heavy blow. Kim Woo-jin's spear actually starts freezing over, but Gina stays incredibly optimistic. Good job, we finally hooked the boss's head. But things go wrong incredibly fast. The intense frost creeps all the way up Kim Woo-jin's spear arm. Seeing this brutal counterattack, Gina visibly panics. Can Percival's legendary spear really not break through this terrifying freezing ice? Ignoring all the rising anxiety, Kim Woo-jin stubbornly forces the spear even deeper into the Dullahan. His absolute crazy persistence honestly seems to genuinely piss the boss off. The Dullahan intensely ramps up the freezing aura even more. But thankfully, right at this moment, a massive game-changing crack suddenly splits right down the Dullahan's face. That massive crack violently spiders outward in every single direction. A second later, the monster entirely detonates, triggering an absolutely terrifying, earth-shattering explosion. You and I felt that blast, right? Elise and John desperately shield their faces from the intense shockwave. When she finally opens her eyes, the bright sunlight and system prompt leave her totally speechless. You have successfully destroyed the Dullahan. John simply cannot believe what he is seeing right now. Is it really over? Down below, the endless zombie horde starts fading into thin air. Gina points it out, totally hyped. Look, that massive dark sea of zombies is completely vanishing. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin's face turns into a picture of absolute shock. What is this? While Kim Woo-jin is completely locked onto the fallen spear on the ground, Gina shouts out, "Hey, Kim Woo-jin! Wait, Kim Woo-jin! What are we actually supposed to do with this thing?" Kim Woo-jin completely ignores him, quietly bending down to pick up a glowing ring from the dirt. After observing it closely, he realizes exactly what it is, the Ring of Hercules. The system immediately confirms the epic drop. Item grade, Legendary. Usable at level 1 and above, this is the fabled ring of the ultimate hero, Hercules. You can gain even stronger power completely based on the legendary achievements you have accumulated. The amazing effects? A massive 10% bump to stamina, magical power, and ki the exact moment you equip it. When equipping this amazing ring, more hidden stats magically unlock depending on your total achievements. Kim Woo-jin's strangely quiet behavior is seriously making Gina completely lose his patience. Are you even listening to what I am saying? How do we handle this? Kim Woo-jin finally speaks up. What else? A system alert suddenly pops up. You have summoned the Dullahan as an undead soldier. A few days later, headlines absolutely explode everywhere. Kim Woo-jin officially conquered the Forest of Souls. The guy truly hit the ultimate jackpot. While Lee Jisoo is stunned, Se-jun is literally cheering his lungs out. The internet is going absolutely crazy. Elise Hyton willingly surrendered Merlin's staff to Kim Woo-jin to complete this epic mission. The Great One Guild formally handed King Arthur's ring over to the Messiah Guild, honoring their massive worldwide deal. Naturally, all this news makes Carrie completely lose her mind with rage. She shoots up and violently slams the table, completely trying to intimidate Elise. Elise hates it, but she just has to sit there and quietly take Carrie's explosive fury. Meanwhile, even more news articles keep dropping everywhere. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin drops a public thank you directly to Park Young-won. He claims Park Young-won's elite skills were the biggest contribution to conquering the Dullahan. Kim Woo-jin literally only name-drops Park Young-won in his speech. Can the Phoenix Guild genuinely walk the same path as the legendary Messiah Guild now? Park Young-won just officially found the ultimate savior who can totally save this world. Reading the fresh updates, Park Young-won smiles a very satisfied smile. He is absolutely thrilled, thinking Kim Woo-jin was totally right. Investing in Kim Woo-jin was pure genius. He laughs at the total idiots who think his guild is basically on the same level as the Messiah Guild. With Kim Woo-jin operating so aggressively, Park Young-won completely knows that the Phoenix Guild stock prices will just keep skyrocketing without end. A second later, Secretary Kim interrupts the moment. Director of the Messiah Guild is officially calling us right now. That massive name instantly makes him incredibly curious. Scene shift to the busy airport. Kim Woo-jin has just arrived and is pulling his suitcase outside. He coolly speaks into his phone. I just arrived at the location. Let's execute our next step, all right? Did you finish crafting that special item I asked for earlier? Turns out the person on the phone is Sean. Obviously, it is entirely done. Who do you think I am? However, its durability is pretty weak, so do not overuse it. The trap is completely set. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see who bites next. Kim Woo-jin calmly replies, I understand. Right when Kim Woo-jin finishes, Gina heavily groans out loud. Dude, aren't you completely exhausted? We literally just finished one massive case. And now you are immediately talking about another one. Work is done. I am leaving first. I am starving to death. You were never going to eat with me anyway, right? Hanging up the phone, Kim Woo-jin fires back. Yeah, go on. You worked hard today. Make sure to get home safe. Kim Woo-jin's incredibly dry attitude pisses Gina off even more. Bro, are you even a real human being? You worked me to the absolute bone. At least buy me some food. Let's dive right into this wild setup. He treats him like a literal kid, softly promising to buy him a massive feast in just a few days. Whatever he wants to eat, it's all on him. Clearly, Gina was absolutely not expecting this kind of answer. He freezes, staring blankly. All I can eat? Anything I want? As Kim Woo-jin's car starts driving away, the reality finally hits him and he starts screaming at the top of his lungs. But when exactly is a few days? Treat me right now. High above the city, the moon has already climbed into the night sky. Inside the main meeting room, Shin-hee is absolutely furious, screaming her lungs out. What do you mean you're sitting out? Does he have any idea how bad the current situation is right now? Clearing the 7th floor dungeon simply cannot be delayed for another second. Right after that, Noda Hajiro's calm voice cuts through the tension. He has his own problem and it's something he refuses to delay. Does she have any idea how many of his loyal disciples died because of that guy? Until Kim Woo-jin takes his final breath, he absolutely refuses to cooperate with her on anything at all. His stubborn dodging only makes her blood boil even more. Park Young-won has already joined forces with Kim Woo-jin and successfully cleared out the entire Forest of Souls. Because of that, the public's attention is entirely focused over there. Is he really going to ruin their grand cause over something so petty? Sacrifices are always going to happen in this line of work. Hearing this, he narrows his eyes and growls back. A petty issue? He thinks worrying about some random brat who just barely cleared the 3rd floor is what's actually petty here. Isn't that right? Hasn't she completely overestimated this guy named Kim Woo-jin from the start? Sukahara Ken, sitting right next to him, immediately nods along. He completely agrees with that statement. Sweating over some random nobody like that is just completely pathetic. Shinhee responds, but inside she is heavily cursing them out. These absolute idiots. She already warned them that this isn't just some minor issue they can ignore. Just because of one guy named Kim Woo-jin, the Savior Guild's absolute authority is shaking, and they are supposed to be the only guild that the whole world praises. Now pay close attention here. The real problem is his growth rate. It is terrifyingly fast. It honestly reminds everyone of Se-jun's insane rise to power back in the day. Just as she is about to explode into another screaming match, Se-jun slowly tells them to stop. If Noda truly thinks his disciples are more important, he can just do whatever he wants. But they won't give him too much time. Shinhee desperately tries to cut in. But boss, with our current situation delaying the 7th floor. Before she can even finish her sentence, Se-jun shoots her a brutal death glare that shuts her up instantly. His freezing aura forces Shinhee to immediately back down in fear. She understands perfectly now. If the boss has officially decided, the dungeon raid will just have to be pushed back. Having gotten exactly what he wanted, Noda Hajiro calmly speaks up. Thanks for the consideration. Sukahara completely cuts the connection and formally says goodbye. They will take their leave now. The holograms of the two men slowly fade away into the total silence of the room. Suddenly, a wildly amused voice echoes through the room. As expected, the Savior Guild's reputation just isn't what it used to be. These mocking words make Shinhee totally snap. What did he just say? It's Johann Jobs openly teasing them. If that is not true, are all the recent rumors just massive exaggerations then? The absolute core members holding the front line are completely missing in action, and the rest are just doing whatever they want without caring about the guild leader's opinion at all. He smirks and hits them with the hard truth. What a complete and utter mess. Don't tell him they brought him all the way here just to watch this embarrassing display. That little screaming match was actually a pretty entertaining show for him. She furiously snaps back, telling him to really watch his mouth. But Se-jun coldly interrupts Shinhee once again. And what exactly can he do about it? The second he speaks, a dark, suffocating aura explodes from him, straight up threatening Johann. Cutting over to Park Yongwon's private base, Kim Woo-jin calmly asks why he was called here today. Without missing a single beat, Yongwon makes his request. Thanks to Kim Woo-jin telling him to invest heavily in Kim Woo-jin, things have been going incredibly well lately. So he wants Kim Woo-jin to handle one more crucial task. If he pulls this off, there's a massive reward waiting for him. You and I both know Kim Woo-jin is totally playing him here. He doesn't agree right away, asking what the job is. Yongwon just smirks. A top-tier player specifically requested Kim Woo-jin to join their next dungeon raid. It seems this mysterious person wants to test out his actual strength. Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin puts on a completely surprised face. Test my strength? Yongwon quickly steps in to explain. Exactly. The main mission I want to give you is to grab this person's complete and utter attention. You need to make your existence absolutely essential to this VIP player. Taking a second to process this insane request, Kim Woo-jin stays quiet for a moment. Then he casually asks the golden question. So who exactly is this person that asked for me? With total excitement, Yongwon drops the big name, Kim Woo-jin. He specifically chose you. Later that night, right in the city center, a massive portal tears open. Yongwon's totally curious voice rings out next to him. Did your previous meeting with Kim Woo-jin end up going well? Kim Woo-jin calmly replies, yeah, I already received the information about the dungeon report and the test details. But just in case he isn't taking it seriously, Yongwon heavily growls. Let me repeat this one more time. You know how absolutely critical this mission is, right? No matter what happens in there today, you absolutely have to succeed. This is for my sake and obviously for your own good too. The very second Yongwon finishes speaking, a sleek car pulls up nearby. The VIP has finally arrived. A very familiar, imposing figure powerfully steps right out of the vehicle. It turns out to be Gina, perfectly disguised, making his grand entrance. Moments later, Yongwon shakes his hand, politely asking for his top-tier cooperation today. The translator hears this and quickly whispers to him in Russian. Gina just smirks, replying in Russian, which the translator relays. Mr. Kim Woo-jin also says he looks forward to working with you. This strangely friendly and casual vibe completely catches Yongwon off guard. A second later, Kim Woo-jin steps up to announce it. We will be entering the dungeon right now. Watching the backs of Kim Woo-jin and the disguised Gina walk away, Yongwon quietly mutters to himself. He is a bit different than I expected. I really thought he would be way more serious. Once they step through the portal, both of them are transported to a lush green forest. Gina instantly rips off the mask, super hyped. How was my acting out there? Absolutely perfect, right? That guy Park Yongwon totally fell for it and got completely played. Bursting with total confidence, he laughs out loud, happily patting himself on the back for that performance. With these god-tier acting skills, maybe I should quit being a player and become a movie star. Kim Woo-jin doesn't have the heart to crush his dreams, just quietly thinking to himself. You worked hard, but we should probably avoid using body doubles after this. Flashing back to that exact night, Gina's completely panicked voice echoes loudly in the shop. Wait, that guy is showing up too? You never even mentioned this before. In a split second, he drops his voice to a panicked whisper. If Park Yongwon is there, what the hell is the plan? Kim Woo-jin simply whispers back. Yongwon is only greeting us at the gate. As for the dungeon, me and Kim Woo-jin will handle it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Gina is totally confused. What do you mean? Aren't you and Kim Woo-jin the exact same person? Kim Woo-jin stays completely calm and explains. That is exactly why I said me and Kim Woo-jin. He points right at himself. Just us two. After thinking it over, Gina's eyes light up. I get what you mean, but if that is the case, pork just is not enough. We need to get beef. Kim Woo-jin immediately agrees without hesitating. Of course. Eat whatever you want, order as much as you like. Go crazy. This sudden generosity completely shocks Gina. Seriously? You better keep that promise. Kim Woo-jin confirms it one more time. I told you I would treat you to a meal, right? I keep my word. Gina quickly orders more food. Boss, hey boss, get me some beef. Bring the beef quickly. After stuffing his face, Gina happily flatters Kim Woo-jin. It has been forever since I ate such an amazing beef feast. You really are an awesome partner, totally different from a certain cheapskate. If you need any favors later, just ask. But before finishing, he spots a familiar logo on Kim Woo-jin's credit card. Gina instantly freaks out. Hold on, stop! What is that? Where in the world did you get that card? Kim Woo-jin casually replies. Park Young-won gave it to me so I could meet Kim Woo-jin earlier. Gina starts sweating at Kim Woo-jin's calmness. You used the guild card to buy me dinner? You were just showing off? Why does looking at this absolute jerk Kim Woo-jin suddenly remind Gina of a certain someone else's familiar shadow? While Gina connects the dots, Kim Woo-jin smirks. I will be relying on your help from now on too. The partners re-enter the dungeon where Kim Woo-jin's skeleton soldiers are already violently destroying monsters. They are getting more and more aggressive. Kim Woo-jin and Gina do not even need to lift a finger to clear out the entire dungeon. You leveled up! Standing among the monster corpses, the two calmly walk around. The Hell Messenger smiles at your overwhelming power. The Hell Messenger has granted you a fraction of its authority. The skeleton's crazy power makes even Kim Woo-jin gasp in surprise. Gina shouts out, now watch this closely. Yeah, we were too busy fighting Durahan to really notice. But just standing here looking at it now, absolutely terrifying. A second later, Kim Woo-jin secretly worries, even though this is his first time using it freely without dodging anyone's gaze, honestly speaking. He never expected it to be this incredibly strong. Even if Kim Woo-jin used every single skill he has, he would still have leftover magic. Having this much leftover means he is not maxing out the item's potential. Right now in this dungeon, Kim Woo-jin cannot train properly, and he cannot even test his firepower. Gina stands nearby and chuckles. Hey, look at these skeleton guys making my level skyrocket. They are basically doing all the work themselves. Me stepping in would just be useless. There are 0 monsters left to catch anyway. Plus, I cannot exactly go throw down with those skeletons, right? Kim Woo-jin shoots him a cold, annoyed glare. Damn it, this guy talks way too much. That razor-sharp look makes a terrified Gina wave his hands wildly. Wait, hold on. Do not tell me you are doing that. Hey, please do not do it. I am Kim Woo-jin right now, remember. If you do this, I have to fail you. Hearing that, Kim Woo-jin replies in a low voice. Even better. I was planning on failing this time anyway. A split second later, his terrified screams echo through the entire forest. Wait, hold up a second. Back in the office, Seo-chan's phone lights up with Kim Woo-jin's call. He answers eagerly. You got out way faster than expected. How did the test go? Are you satisfied? On the other line, Kim Woo-jin calmly speaks up. I'm not really happy with it. Hearing that, Seo-chan smirks and probes. Is that so? Guess Kim Woo-jin must have failed then? Kim Woo-jin continues. You really know everything. Did anything change while I was inside the dungeon? Right after, Seo-chan starts explaining the situation. The Messiah Guild announced they are delaying the 7th floor raid. But they are keeping the real reason for the delay completely hidden from everyone. This intel immediately throws Kim Woo-jin into deep thought. Delaying a major raid means their core forces must be dealing with a serious internal problem. You and I both know what that means. After thinking, Kim Woo-jin guesses they definitely have massive internal conflicts. Seo-chan's voice instantly turns deadly serious. I was thinking the exact same thing. Lately, a ton of annoying issues keep popping up. The most suspicious one is the Bow God. That guy has absolutely 0 blood ties or loyalty to the Messiah Guild, and he has a deep, bitter grudge with you. This is just my personal guess, but could they be settling personal grudges before the 7th floor raid? Seeing Kim Woo-jin stay silent for a long moment, Seo-chan asks curiously, so what is your plan now? He replies softly, first I need to finish up some leftover business. I will grab a meal and think it over. Hearing that, Gina's eyes spark. Eat, me too. Count me in. We are using that card again, right? In a flash, Seo-chan asks in total confusion. Leftover business? Do you have another schedule lined up? Kim Woo-jin slowly answers, yes, I have to go meet Park Young-won. Cutting to the Phoenix Guild headquarters, Young-won speaks up suspiciously. So did you end up failing? I clearly told you to win no matter what. Like a true actor, Kim Woo-jin looks incredibly sad. I apologize. He instantly cuts Kim Woo-jin off. Save the apologies. Do you have any real excuse? After pausing for about 2 seconds, Kim Woo-jin hesitantly explains. Even though he acknowledged my poisoned blood, he criticized my skills for lacking broad application. But he did ask if I could help him out when he needed it. Young-won thinks to himself, help when he needs it? Does he only care on an average level? That is a pretty vague result. A moment later, Kim Woo-jin pretends to reveal more, following his plan. Also, I managed to eavesdrop when Kim Woo-jin was talking with another colleague right outside the dungeon. It looks like he is gathering colleagues from other guilds, totally outside of the Makos Guild. Hearing this, Young-won gasps. Wait, is he leaving the Makos Guild? Suddenly, a wild thought pops into his head. Is he planning to enter the free agency market? No, he must be making an independent team. Trust me, this level of manipulation is insane. Finding his fake answer, Yongwon finally speaks up. Alright, stick with me here. What would you do if a second chance suddenly dropped right into your lap? Kim Woo-jin just plays dumb and asks, another chance? He confidently says, if you are giving me another shot, then trust me and give me the power I need. I will definitely succeed next time. Suddenly, right as a massive volcano is about to erupt, a blinding flash of light completely shatters the heavy tension. Along with it, a crisp system alert rings out. You have leveled up! Then, the absolute powerhouse Dragon Hunter Frank So-chero finally reveals his imposing figure to everyone. The dungeon is officially cleared. Instantly, a massive swarm of reporters rushes straight toward Frank So-chero's car, desperately begging him for even just a quick moment to do a tiny interview. Please look over here. Inside the car, Robert is sweating bullets, nervously apologizing. I am so sorry to bother you with this right after you just got back from the dungeon. But the Japanese government just sent an insanely urgent request, so we really had no other choice. They discovered a deadly A+ rank dungeon and desperately need the guildmaster's advice on this. Skimming the document, Frank So-chero raises an eyebrow in curiosity. The boss is a hatchling? What kind of advice could they possibly even need for that? Do I not just need to recommend a player who is perfectly suited for this dungeon? Hearing this, Robert immediately replies a recommendation. So do you already have a specific player in mind? A second later, he drops the file and says, of course I do. I passed level 100 quite a while ago, so I always keep an eye out for any players who can actually hold their own in a 4-floor dungeon or lower. Robert's face is completely pale with anxiety. But what if the player the guildmaster personally recommends ends up refusing to enter the dungeon? What do we do then? If that person finds out their opponent is actually a dragon, but before he can even finish his sentence, Frank So-chero firmly declares that will never happen, so there is zero need to worry. His absolute unwavering confidence makes Robert gasp in pure shock. Is there something making you so incredibly sure about this? Frank So-chero replies with absolute confidence. Of course there is. A few days later, massive news outlets start reporting that Dragon Hunter Kim Woo-jin must join the hatchling raid for it to succeed. Will Kim Woo-jin step up to the Dragon Hunter role? Now watch this closely, because things are getting wild. The Japanese government is panicking since nobody wants to enter the hatchling dungeon. Society is totally avoiding this dangerous dungeon. The sheer selfishness of top players is getting heavily criticized. Then Kim Woo-jin drops a bomb. I will clear the hatchling dungeon. The top 5 great guilds remain completely silent. Kim Woo-jin is going to have to clear this hatchling all by himself. Right now, sitting inside his office reading the news, Park Yong-won smirks to himself. Does nobody really want to be a side character on a grand stage where Kim Woo-jin is already cast as the main hero? Actually, the more reckless the challenge, the more the public sees it as a highly noble and sacred act. The headline flashes across his screen, conquering the hatchling alone. Will this really be okay? Park Yong-won continues plotting. You really know how to bring back benefits that match exactly what I invested in you. A second later, Secretary Kim chimes in. Mr. Kim Woo-jin has officially made contact. He says that thanks to the powerful skills we handed him, he successfully passed Kim Woo-jin's insane test. Hearing this, Park Yong-won flashes a massive, satisfied smirk and praises him. Excellent work. At that exact moment, Park Yong-won flashes back to Kim Woo-jin, boldly declaring, just put your trust in me and give me the power I desperately need. I will definitely succeed next time. Park Yong-won slides a document right across the table. Originally, I planned to give you this gift only if you pass the test, but let us just call this an advance. There is absolutely no next time, so you better pass this right now, or I will unleash sheer hell on you. Taking one look at that paper, Kim Woo-jin is completely stunned. What is this? A moment later, Park Yong-won makes a quick call. Secretary Kim, come in here for a second, contact Kim Woo-jin's team and tell them to give him one more chance at the test. Secretary Kim gently questions him, and what if they flat out reject this offer? He instantly snaps back. What else do? We bribe them, obviously. She continues pressing. Sir, if we are bribing them, what exactly do you mean? Without a single ounce of hesitation, Park Yong-won deeply growls. Send them both the Fire Golem and Skeleton Mage skill books immediately. After getting all the exact details, Secretary Kim immediately replies, yes sir, I understand. Also, both Kim Woo-jin and Kim Woo-jin will be entering the hatchling dungeon together. This massive piece of news makes him incredibly satisfied. Is that so? Perfect. In a flash, Park Yong-won falls into deep thought. You and I both know the deal, based just on rank, this is exactly like the 3-floor A+ Dullahan dungeon. But even if a hatchling is just a baby, it is still a literal dragon. Because killing a dragon requires insanely difficult methods, it is totally understandable why everyone is absolutely terrified. However, since it is still an immature baby dragon that is not fully grown, the actual success rate for clearing it should be just a little bit higher. If Kim Woo-jin's team and his own subordinate Kim Woo-jin successfully clear it together, there is literally no picture more perfect than that. The second he finishes calculating his grand scheme, he immediately barks an order. We need a new article published right now. Call the reporters. Exactly according to his master plan, news outlets rapidly pump out fresh articles. Phoenix Guildmaster Park Yong-won officially promises to provide absolute full support for Kim Woo-jin's upcoming deadly challenge. Kim Woo-jin's brand new colleague is officially a member of the Phoenix Guild. Kim Woo-jin will be diving into this brutal raid alongside a fresh partner. Right at this moment, Se-chan is endlessly scrolling through his phone, reading the news in his office. Skimming the articles, he chuckles to himself. This bastard Park Yong-won never misses a single opportunity. He is milking this for all it is worth. Later on, even if that fool finally realizes he has been dragged around by the nose, there is no way his pride will let him admit he took a massive loss, right? Then Se-chan speaks up. Lee Ji-soo, you already successfully delivered that special item straight into Kim Woo-jin's hands, right? She calmly replies. Yes, sir, I have already handed it over. I also had our people thoroughly inspect the product to make sure there were zero defects. He has probably already entered the Japanese dungeon and is using it right now. The scene violently shifts to the dungeon, where Kim Woo-jin's face is currently getting stretched and pinched aggressively. Turns out, Jin-ah is curiously inspecting a skeleton soldier completely disguised as Kim Woo-jin. Who would have thought that slapping fake skin on a skeleton to enter a dungeon would actually work flawlessly? Se-chan kept endlessly whining about how incredibly expensive it was, but you really get what you pay for. It looks way more realistic than just slapping on a simple mask. He constantly looks at it from left to right, completely amazed. The more I look, the crazier it gets. Have you ever actually seen a real-life doppelganger monster before? A doppelganger is a highly dangerous monster with shape-shifting abilities, completely capable of flawlessly copying the exact appearance of any other living being. Usually it spawns inside dungeons, taking the shape of an orc or a goblin or some other standard monster, so spotting one is almost impossible. Because of this, genuine doppelganger skin is sold on the black market for an absolutely mind-blowing, astronomical price. You can actively use the structure of this extremely rare skin to craft powerful disguise items, perfectly copying the face or physical appearance of another person. Jin-ah's over-the-top reaction makes Kim Woo-jin snap, instantly threatening him. If you keep messing around and actually break that thing, I am telling Lee Ji-soo to charge you for the damages. Stop playing around! The absolute second he hears about paying money, he cowers in fear. I get it. I will just put it in the inventory, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you do not want to miss the chaos coming next. Let's jump straight into the madness. Gina expects to be monster bait again, but suddenly the system pops up. Unlimited level clone skin, a full-body disguise item that transforms into countless different shapes. Kim Woo-jin speaks up slowly. No way, this time just save your energy until we reach the 3rd floor. Gina is absolutely stunned. Really? Turns out Kim Woo-jin already has a master plan. I will handle floors 1 and 2 alone, because I have a special job for you against the hatchling. Death Knight summoned from the Book of Death. Fire Golem summoned. Skeleton Mages summoned. Following the system prompts, the powerful Durahan appears right on cue. The Skeleton Mages stand ready for Kim Woo-jin's absolute command. The Death Knights fall right in line. Then another system alert. You have equipped the Veng Bracelet. Veng Bracelet permanently engraved. Equipable ring slots have increased. King Arthur's ring is now engraved. From this moment on, equipped items cannot be changed. The Ring of Hercules is officially engraved. Warning, your equipped items can no longer be swapped out. Stat scale based on your achievements. Total attack power gets a 10% boost. Stamina and magic increased by 150. Not bad at all, Kim Woo-jin mutters casually. Seeing this terrifying setup, Gina sweats bullets. He looks totally lost and asks, what exactly are you planning? Kim Woo-jin stays completely chill. We are heading straight to the 3rd floor. No need to waste any extra time here. Now watch closely. Down on the 3rd floor dungeon, hiding behind a massive rock, Gina just stares at Kim Woo-jin in pure shock. He is actually terrified. This absolute monster said he would solo it. Next second, Kim Woo-jin turns the whole place into an epic war zone. Gina almost feels bad for the poor dungeon monsters. This guy is not just a solo player anymore. He is a one-man guild, commanding a totally fearless, overpowered undead army. Trembling, Gina remembers the raw power of the Death Knights and Fire Golem Kim Woo-jin just summoned. He finally realizes one thing. This guy never gets tired. Gina turns pale. Damn it, even I am too scared to piss him off now. His obvious panicking catches Kim Woo-jin's attention immediately. Got something to say? Why keep staring at me like that? Caught off guard, Gina denies everything instantly. Nothing. It is just your plan for the hatchling fight. I still do not get it. Kim Woo-jin looks confused. What is so hard to grasp? Just attack its wings when the battle starts. I will handle literally everything else. Gina nods. Yeah, I remember that part. Just stop the boss from flying away, right? This makes Kim Woo-jin even more puzzled. You know the drill. So what exactly is confusing you here? Gina finally gathers his courage. Then what about the ground phase? Why did you tell me to hold back and just hang onto its back? Kim Woo-jin sighs heavily. Taking a 2-second pause, Kim Woo-jin explains. It is the wing membrane. When the wings are folded, they are twice as hard to cut, making it nearly impossible to land a solid attack. To make it spread those wings, we have to push it into pure survival mode first. We cannot focus all our firepower on the wings alone. Gina immediately yells in anger. So I just stay glued to its back until the perfect opening appears? Before Gina can finish his rant, Kim Woo-jin shushes him. The hatchling has arrived. It generates a massive violent tornado right nearby. Just one flap of its wings sends a nearby monster flying. Kim Woo-jin watches closely. The hatchling suddenly snaps its jaws, eating the monster alive. Seeing this raw power, both Kim Woo-jin and Gina stay dead silent. Suddenly, the beast glances over. It noticed something. The hatchling stares at a corpse on the ground, suspicion flashing in its eyes. It roars loudly. Kim Woo-jin is actually impressed. You and I know a trap when we see one. It noticed the change, but it is too late. Kim Woo-jin strikes. Hell Emissary Corpse Explosion skill activated. Massive boulders from the mountain crash down toward the hatchling. Not backing down, it dodges with insane agility. Boom! A gigantic rock smashes right into its body. Mid-battle, Gina is still panicking. Fine, I get your plan. But what if it actually flies up? Without hesitating, Kim Woo-jin shouts back confidently, if its wings are fully spread, I can easily slice right through that membrane. Dragging it back to the ground is your job. Gina finally connects the dots. Wait a second. You are literally telling me to crash down with it. Wearing a punchable smirk, Kim Woo-jin passes the heavy burden. I only trust you, partner. Gina screams his lungs out. You son of a gun! While they argue, the hatchling breaks free from the rubble. It fiercely lunges straight at Kim Woo-jin's fire golem. On command, the Death Knight slash at the dragon's wings. Gritting his teeth, Gina thinks, why are its scales hard as rock? Frustrated, he strikes the wing hard. Just break already! But the hatchling takes 0 damage, prepping a massive counterattack. It breathes intense fire to burn the skeletons. Gina screams, hey, the wings are not our only problem right now. Worried about the plan. Kim Woo-jin stands absolutely firm. You just focus on those wings, leave every single other thing to me. Next second, another skill activates. Hell Emissary's Pharaoh power triggered. The user can sacrifice dead monsters. Kim Woo-jin sends the mighty Durahan straight into the front line. System alerts ring out. Sun's protection equipped, aura of power equipped. Instantly, the Durahan gets a massive surge of pure strength. It charges forward, stabbing its sword right into the hatchling's tail. Direct hit, system prompt. The hatchling is inflicted with blood poison. Howling in pain, the hatchling knocks it away. On its wings, Gina feels the beast panicking. Losing balance, his voice shakes wildly. Wait, hold up, stop! In a flash, Gina plummets to the ground. Despite the bickering, Kim Woo-jin anxiously shouts his name. Kim Woo-jin yells, and Gina springs up like lightning. He lunges at the wing. Driving his spear deep into the flesh, he lets out a roar. Son of a bitch! That agonizing strike makes the hatchling rocket straight into the sky. Trust me, you and I absolutely need to see what happens next. Let's dive right into this crazy battle. Hanging by a thread, he grits his teeth to keep from falling. Kim Woo-jin yells out, Gina, wake up! Hurry before it flies higher. Gina finally manages to stand up. Easy for you to say. You try getting up at this insane height and see how it feels. Right after complaining, he realizes he just ripped the dragon's wings wide open. He actually did it. While Gina is still totally stunned, he starts free falling. A second later, the dragon hling slams its massive tail right on top of him. Wait, if I fall like this, I am going to get crushed to death. In the blink of an eye, both of them crash into the ground with a massive, deafening boom. Kim Woo-jin looks absolutely thrilled, but also entirely in shock. Without Gina, he never could have even imagined pulling off a strategy like this. Thanks to him, their insane plan is already halfway done. Suddenly, glowing yellow eyes pierce through the thick smoke. Ling is already back on its feet, immediately blasting a massive wave of fire. Kim Woo-jin watches in pure shock as it unleashes attack after attack on the fire golem. He grits his teeth. Even with its wings destroyed, a dragon is still a dragon, absolutely terrifying. I cannot let my guard down until this monster is completely suppressed. Without hesitating, he summons more skeleton soldiers. They aggressively charge forward, hacking into Hilling's tail. Without wasting a single second, the skeletons ruthlessly strike the exact same spot. Even the Dullahan skeleton is fully prepped for battle. It fiercely drives its heavy sword straight into the dragon's tail. Realizing those scales are way too tough, the skeleton soldiers quickly rush in to support their Dullahan leader. The blade finally manages to pierce right into Hling's flesh. The painful wound instantly grabs its attention, and the furious dragon turns around, jaws wide open. It quickly gathers raw energy, preparing to wipe out every single skeleton. But thankfully, the fire golem lunges forward just in time to firmly lock Hling's head in place. Now pay attention to this insane backfire. Since it channeled too much magic but could not release it, the energy spreads backward. Hling is forced to swallow its own explosive blast. The very next second, the smoking beast crashes heavily into the dirt. Kim Woo-jin slowly walks over to where Gina is completely buried under the piled-up rubble. The tenacious warrior's skill, Blessing of the River Styx, activates. As soon as Kim Woo-jin gets close, he immediately hears that familiar sound of his friend cursing up a storm. Damn it to hell. Seeing that Gina is perfectly fine, Kim Woo-jin smirks and teases him. Took you long enough. Do not tell me you actually passed out. You were down so long, I honestly thought you were dead this time. Hearing that makes him even more annoyed. A strong man like me? How the hell would I die? My stomach was just empty, so it took me a little extra time. Suddenly, Gina's tone shifts to completely serious. What happened to Hling? Wanting to reassure his friend, he replies softly. While you were napping, I played around with it for a bit. But thanks to you, I will definitely be able to hunt it down. Pausing for about 2 seconds, Kim Woo-jin reaches out his hand and says, you worked hard, partner. Hearing that comfort makes Gina so happy he cannot hold back a bright glowing smile. Without any hesitation, he grabs his hand firmly and says confidently, of course it was thanks to me. Standing up, Gina adds, do not just talk. Once we leave this dungeon, you owe me a massive feast. Kim Woo-jin does not refuse, just simply replies, if you want that, we need to finish this monster off first. With that, both of them immediately move on to the next step of their crazy plan. Meanwhile, over in Japan, the intense board game between Sukahara Ken and Noda Hajiro has just entered a fiercely competitive, high-stakes phase. While making a move, Sukahara Ken speaks up. How many days since Ajax's team entered the dungeon? Outside, Sun answers respectfully. It is the 10th day, sir. Hearing this, he lets out a quiet sigh. They are actually still surviving on day 10? That is completely unexpected. Sun immediately speaks up to add more details. But the majority opinion still believes their success rate is extremely low. Suddenly, Sukahara Ken's tone turns significantly more cunning and totally sinister. You and I both know villains always have an angle. He smirks, saying he actually wants them to succeed. Why? Because then they can execute them personally. Sun looks absolutely stunned by this dark twist. What do you mean? Ken stays totally silent. At that exact moment, Noda Hajiro slowly pulls another piece from the box and forcefully slams it right onto the board. Sukahara Ken's face slowly twists in visible frustration. It looks like he just lost the game to Noda Hajiro's aggressive move. Finishing the game, he replies in a deep voice, "Cast a long line to catch a big fish." Hearing this, Sun realizes the true plan. Without hesitating, he shouts, "I will sacrifice my very life to complete this absolute mission." Back inside the dungeon, the system alerts Kim Woo-jin and Gina. "You have finally slain Hling. Achievement unlocked, Dragon Slayer." Reading the notification, his eyes widen in pure shock. "I am really a Dragon Slayer?" Meanwhile, Gina excitedly pats the skeleton's head. "Skeleton, you did great. Kim Woo-jin, you worked hard too." But before he can even finish his sentence, he notices Kim Woo-jin's deeply anxious, stressed expression. Gina asks in confusion, "We just cleared the raid, so why do you look like someone died? What is wrong?" Kim Woo-jin softly replies, "Even if we leave this dungeon, it looks like I am still going to die." This sudden bombshell sends Gina into an absolute panic. "You are gonna die? What does that even mean? Why are you saying this?" Staying completely calm, Kim Woo-jin explains, "After leaving here, I have to clear the 4th floor dungeon." Gina still has zero clue what is going on. "Okay, but so what? Why does that matter?" Kim Woo-jin slowly breaks it down for him. Starting from the 4th floor, the stage is strictly reserved for high-tier players above level 100. That zone is basically controlled by an elite group from a massive, super powerful guild. Obviously, they are all ruthlessly targeting massive economic and political privileges up there. But those greedy elites are never truly satisfied. Aiming for even bigger profits and absolute control, they ended up forming their very own exclusive, untouchable monopoly. Each faction gets their own territory with a strict non-invasion rule. By doing this, they built enough supreme power to do whatever they want and live peacefully until recently. A few uninvited guests suddenly trespassed into their sacred territory. Ironically enough, among those uninvited intruders was a specific guy who was already a massive, annoying thorn in their side. Completely shifting from his depressed state, Kim Woo-jin's eyes suddenly shine brightly as he asks, "So what do you think is going to happen next?" Outside the dungeon, hungry reporters quickly swarm the area. "Mr. Kim Woo-jin, what is the secret behind your successful raid? Honestly, everybody here thought you would fail. How do you feel right now?" "Kim Woo-jin, please look over here." The journalists immediately notice his companion. "Hey, that is Kim Woo-jin's brand new teammate. Quick, take a picture of him." "Were there any dangerous problems during the raid?" "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this interview plays out next time." "Alright, stick with me here. You and I are about to see this plan fall apart." The crazy crowd is making Gina sweat. He knows they need to bail before someone realizes Gudrun is just a fake dummy. And then another reporter pushes forward, asking the dummy questions. The reporter asks if communicating is tough. Terrified that their whole cover will blow up right here, Gina quickly wraps his arm around the fake Kim Woo-jin. Gina fires back in Russian. "Nobody can stop us right now. We are totally invincible in this world." But deep in that loud crowd, silent footsteps approach. It is Sun. His eyes are completely dead, overflowing with pure killer intent. Without a single second of hesitation, he pulls out a razor-sharp knife. The very next second, Sun lunges forward, screaming out in Japanese for him to die. Gina's eyes go wide in absolute shock. With lightning-fast reflexes, he throws a brutal punch straight at Sun's face. Unfortunately, the crazy assassin manages to dodge it. Gina thinks to himself in total surprise, "Wow, he actually dodged that hit?" The reporters are just standing there, completely clueless about what is going down. Finally, the fake Kim Woo-jin dummy spots the threat, but it is way too late. Sun is already perfectly prepared to drag his target down to hell with him. He uses every ounce of his strength to stab the dummy in the gut. From afar, Gina panics and screams out Kim's name. Instantly, fake blood splatters across the ground. Blood keeps pouring out in massive pools. The reporters turn totally pale and yell out in absolute horror. "He really got stabbed! Get back right now! That stabbed player uses poison blood arts." What the hell is suddenly happening here? Nobody knows, but they scream not to get caught in a player battle. "Run away first!" Now watch this. The crowd completely scatters in a flash, but Sun is not done yet. He keeps aiming right for Gudrun. He charges with a vicious glare, but suddenly slash! A devastating sword strike rings out, leaving everyone shocked. Sun is instantly wiped out by Sukahara Ken. Even though he just executed a guy from his own guild, the Sword Saint acts totally calm, like nothing even happened. The panicked reporters instantly recognize him. "Wait a second, is that the Sword Saint? What is the Sword Saint doing here? Turn the cameras on. We definitely have to capture this on film." Finally, they remember they need an actual doctor. "Where is the medical team? Someone is dying over here." Those words make Sukahara Ken fall into a deep, silent thought. A flashback shows him secretly talking to Sun. "I am truly sorry for giving you a mission like this." Sun desperately answers back, "You do not need to say that to me, sir. Being helpful to you is my absolute greatest honor. Even though that bastard's life has zero value, I will definitely kill him to comfort the souls of our fallen comrades." Hearing that promise, Sukahara Ken stays dead silent for a long time. Right after, Sun bows deeply with pure respect. Thank you for taking care of a useless person like me all this time. Back in reality, even though he is dying, Sun stubbornly whispers his last words. Long live the Jamato Alliance! Sun's eyes slowly lose focus and fade away to nothing. Seeing this, Sukahara Ken slips right back into his dark thoughts. Over by Gina, after checking the fake Kim Woo-jin dummy, he sadly shakes his head. The very next second, Gina gently covers the dummy's face with a white cloth. Sukahara Ken slowly walks over, completely faking his condolences. I came here representing my nation to congratulate you on your successful raid. I never expected to witness such an awful, heartbreaking tragedy. Kim Woo-jin instantly glares at him with massive suspicion. Still, Sukahara Ken keeps up his little act. I am truly sorry for your loss. A little while later, headlines blow up everywhere. After clearing Haling, Kim Woo-jin of the Phoenix Guild has lost his life to a terror attack. The people of Korea are currently aggressively slamming the extreme terrorists located over in Japan. Is it really okay for players to target other players? The terrorist is dead. Investigating the mastermind behind this is incredibly difficult. Kim Woo-jin was an absolute hero to Japan. I am deeply heartbroken by his tragic death. I promise to fully capture that terrorist's entire gang. The Sword Saint publicly speaks up. The Japanese government expresses massive regret for Kim Woo-jin's terrible case, heavily promising a free pass dungeon ticket for Kim Woo-jin's entire party. I know what you are thinking, who actually bought this lie. On the ground, the newspaper reporting this is completely crushed by furious hands. At the exact same time, Secretary Kim's trembling voice echoes out. Director, please calm down. Yongin suddenly shoots up from his seat and roars. Calm down? How do you expect me to calm down in a situation like this? Realizing his pure, unhinged rage, she stays quiet, totally terrified to speak. He aggressively grinds his teeth together and snaps. Do you have any idea how much money I invested into Kim Woo-jin? Those absolute bastards dared to touch my stuff. He just cannot hold back his fury. Yongin violently slams his fist down. With just one hit, the heavy wooden desk completely snaps in half. I do not care about some fake terrorists. We must investigate the real mastermind immediately. No, that is not enough. Drag those trashes right in front of me right now. Meanwhile, at Sukahara Ken's private base, he slowly speaks up. I am so deeply sorry about the loss of your precious teammate. The delicious-looking food on the table totally catches Gina's eye. Sukahara Ken just keeps talking. If only I had arrived just a little bit earlier. Meanwhile, Gina suddenly gets curious and turns to look at Kim Woo-jin. Even so, Sukahara Ken just keeps rambling. Then this awful tragedy would not have happened, he replies in Russian. It is fine, this is something nobody ever wants. The translator quickly repeats this to Sukahara Ken. He says that death always stalks players, so this kind of thing is completely normal. Hearing that, he immediately flashes a super fake smile. The very next second, Sukahara Ken raises his wine glass high and laughs. We really understand each other. You are exactly like our own teammates. I prepared the absolute best wine for us today. Please drink as much as you want to. Then he adds some seriously cruel words that completely drive Gina insane with rage. Sure, it is a sad thing for the dead, but living people like us do not need to sit around and be depressed. Right? He smashes the table and starts cursing in Russian. After that, Gina stands right up. I feel so incredibly sick, I cannot listen to this anymore. A comrade who lived and fought to the death with you is gone, and this is how you talk. Storming off in pure anger, he just keeps loudly cursing. You heartless scumbags are absolutely filthy and disgusting. I absolutely cannot share a meal with people like you. If Kim Woo-jin saw how you are acting right now, he would never be able to rest in peace up in heaven. Saying this, Gina suddenly lowers his voice. Wow, I never expected you to be this kind of person. I misjudged you. I am leaving first. Take care of yourself. He aggressively slams the door completely shut, heavily showing off his furious rage. Sukahara Ken's personal translator is totally terrified and sweating buckets. But in a quick flash, she forcefully calms down and fully translates everything Gina just yelled out. Finally, the real Kim Woo-jin speaks up. I guess our nice meal has to completely end right here. Thank you so much for the dinner. And as for that dungeon you offered up, I will definitely look into it as positively as I can. And that is where you and I leave it. Sukahara Ken sighs with regret. I never thought our chat would end like this. Such a pity. I guess this is your first time raiding a 4-story dungeon? Let's dive right into the messy fallout. Can you clear this raid alone without our help? He shoots back coldly. Obviously, I can't pull this off all by myself, so you better prepare one hell of a gift if you want to change my teammate's mind. A little while later, Kim Woo-jin is already walking out of Sukahara Ken's massive base, clutching that highly classified file tightly in his hands. Right in front of him, a massive screen flashes with breaking news. The broadcast cuts to intense footage of angry protesters swarming the streets. The Japanese government must apologize immediately. The crowd is absolutely massive and it's growing by the second. They're demanding compensation for the tragic death of Korea's greatest hero, Kim Woo-jin. The news anchor jumps in, perfectly capturing the chaos. It's officially been 4 straight days since these massive protests erupted all across South Korea. Everything is playing out exactly according to Kim Woo-jin's master plan. He grabs his phone, calling Gina. Where are you? Meanwhile, back with Sukahara Ken, the guy is lost in deep thought. No matter how he looks at it, it's a huge waste. He finally calls out, Sakura, are you there? In a flash, Sakura appears right by his side. Yes, master. Sukahara Ken cuts right to the chase. I want to pull Kim Woo-jin over to our side. Is there really no way? She thinks for a second before breaking it down. Honestly, things are looking pretty terrible for us right now on multiple fronts. Everything went flawlessly right up until we killed Kim Woo-jin. But as a direct result, Spasiva is now holding a massive burning grudge against our entire faction. Getting both Kim Woo-jin and Spasiva to join our side is going to be nearly impossible. On top of that, Park Yong-won is absolutely furious about Kim Woo-jin's death. He definitely won't let us take Kim Woo-jin from him, so going to war with him is unavoidable at this point. And it gets worse. If the Salvation Guild finds out we're trying to recruit Kim Woo-jin, Park and Hyuk absolutely won't sit still. Given the current bloodbath, I honestly think dragging Kim Woo-jin over to our side will just do way more harm than good. Watch closely, because here is where the villain shows his true colors. Sukahara Ken just replies coldly, "You really think so?" It really is a shame. But if he is a weapon we can't control, the absolute best option is making sure nobody else can have him either. Hand the Nemean Lion pelt over to Kim Woo-jin. Just hearing the name of that specific item makes her eyes go wide with pure shock. Wait, that item? He just shoots Sakura a chilling side-eye. As an offering to send a dear comrade off to the afterlife, an item like that is actually incredibly cheap. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin and Gina are parked in some deserted alley. Inside the car, Gina is throwing an absolute fit, screaming his lungs out. Kim Woo-jin just stares at him, completely skeptical. Don't tell me you're throwing a tantrum just because you didn't get to eat that food earlier. Gina gets even more furious. What kind of greedy pig do you actually think I am? You think I'd lose my mind over a few bites of food? Kim Woo-jin just smirks and hits him back gently, so I'm wrong then? Suddenly, Gina freezes up for a split second. Well, maybe a tiny little percent is because of the food. But that is definitely not the whole story, okay? Those absolute scumbags pulled the dirtiest trick and then had the nerve to hold out a hand to us. Just looking at his smug face made my blood boil. Kim Woo-jin's mood darkens instantly. Yeah, I actually completely understand where you're coming from on that. I never expected them to reach out to us right after pulling a stunt like that. But honestly, your timing for throwing that fake tantrum was absolutely perfect. I seriously thought you were just staring at that amazing food and completely missed the right cue. I was so worried the conversation would drag out that I actually prepared a few different backup scenarios in my head just in case. Suddenly, Gina's face goes completely pale. Wait, hold up. You mean we could have sat there a little longer? Damn it, I should have shoved some sushi in my mouth before storming out. That sushi looks so mouthwatering. Damn it. Fast forward a few days, and these two are still playing their roles perfectly all over the media. Now here's the twist you and I were waiting for. The headlines hit. Even with his comrade dead, the hero pushes on. Kim Woo-jin gives an exclusive interview. Spasiva and I had issues, but we're forever allies. Kim Woo-jin's team publicly promises to raid the massive A-plus 4-story dungeon at Mount Fuji. This is the exact same dungeon that forced the Sword Saint to retreat back in the day. Can Kim Woo-jin actually clear it? And the kicker? The Sword Saint actually sponsored Kim Woo-jin's team with the legendary Nemean Lion pelt. Back at the office, Se-chan lets out a huge sigh. Thank God we prepared for this, or it would have been a total disaster. The newspaper on his desk practically screams the breaking news. Kim Woo-jin is dead, and the Japanese government expresses its deepest condolences. Kim Woo-jin's voice rings out over the phone line. Yeah, I honestly didn't expect them to move this fast either. Se-chan doesn't hold back. That just means you stirred up some serious bad karma with the Yamato Alliance, kid. Anyway, how are things looking on your end? He answers super calmly, not bad at all. In a flash, Se-chan switches right back to serious boss mode. Those guys are wild cards. You never know what they'll pull, so stay on your guard. Oh, by the way, I heard if you clear the raid, you'll get the Aegis Shield as a bonus reward. Kim Woo-jin instantly confirms the rumor. Yup, he definitely promised me exactly that. Hearing this, Se-chan just bursts into a massive fit of laughter. These guys are absolute clowns. Kim Woo-jin is totally confused by the reaction. Wait, why do you say that? Taking a smooth 2-second pause, Se-chan calmly starts explaining everything. Lee Ji-soo just brought me a very interesting document. The highly classified file in his hands suddenly reveals an official report, the massive devastating failure of the Mount Fuji dungeon raid back in 2020. The report was written by Yoshimura. Acting like this is the funniest joke ever, Se-chan speaks up. How in the world can they offer an item as a massive reward when they don't even have it in their possession? Kim Woo-jin catches on to the twist immediately. Wait, do you mean? Se-chan confirms exactly what he's thinking. Yep, the Aegis Shield. That shield is still trapped inside the Mount Fuji dungeon. Suddenly, a massive teleportation gate violently rips open right in the middle of the city. Reporters have already swarmed the gate, setting up camp. From a high vantage point, reporter Kim captures the absolutely insane scene happening below. This is the entrance to the Hell House, an A-rank 4-story dungeon. Players from global guilds are charging into the gate right now, and leading the vanguard, Kim Woo-jin's team from the MCO's guild. Meanwhile, the news anchor continues the broadcast. Following the tragic incident with player Kim Woo-jin recently, the public is still pointing their pitchforks directly at the Japanese government. What is Japan's official stance going to be? Just as reporter Kim is about to answer, a deafening sound violently erupts from directly behind him. Even though the Japanese government offered proper compensation, reporter Kim whips his head around in sheer panic. What was that? What's happening? Out of absolutely nowhere, a terrifying explosion violently blasts through the area, sending every single reporter running frantically for their lives. His eyes go incredibly wide with absolute terror. What the hell is this? Boom! Suddenly, another massive explosion hits, packing an even more devastating and terrifying force than the first. Reporter Kim's camera feed immediately glitches out into heavy static. Seeing this chaos on live television, the studio anchor starts calling out in pure panic. "Reporter Kim?" And that's where we pause. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. A news helicopter circles the explosion, and the cameraman goes completely pale at the absolute nightmare below. Stick with me here, we are dropping right into absolute chaos. The ground is completely ruined. Reporter Kim just passed out cold. His worried cameraman rushes over, asking if he is okay. Can he even stand up? Luckily, he still has just enough strength to sit up. The cameraman lets out a heavy sigh of relief and helps reporter Kim to his feet. What the heck just happened out of nowhere? Suddenly, the reporter stammers out in pure panic. Wait a minute, is the gate completely locked down by some mysterious force? In a flash, news outlets are exploding with reports of a horrific disaster. At the entrance of Japan's A+ 4-tier dungeon, a terrifying bomb attack just went off. Dungeon expert Dr. Kim Woo-jin explains the terrible truth about how the gate will permanently seal itself after a set time. Kim Woo-jin and his entire party are now totally trapped inside. The actual survival rate? 0%. The legendary Kim Woo-jin seems to have finally run out of luck, and the absolute terror just keeps on going without a stop. The Japanese government gets heavily blasted for their totally sloppy security. The very next morning, over at Sukahara Ken's base, he is eagerly praising the whole chaotic situation. A strategy to totally isolate them inside the gate? That does not sound bad at all. But if it were me, I would have sent 6 reliable guys in with them. Hearing this, Sakura looks incredibly doubtful and immediately questions him. But Master, is it actually necessary to go that far? This is their very first time ever stepping foot inside a 4-tier dungeon, and an A+ rank at that. Right now, they must be tasting absolute hell inside that dungeon. Even our own elite squad failed to clear it multiple times before we finally decided to give up completely. What could just the 2 of them possibly achieve in there? I guarantee you, Master, they probably lost their will to even hunt down monsters by now. About 2 seconds later, the traditional bamboo water pipes outside start clacking into action. Sakura casually continues her unfinished thought. I just never expected that you would actually enjoy joking around like this, Master. Completely missing her point, Sukahara Ken raises his voice. A joke? Sakura quickly explains herself. I mean the Aegis shield, sir. You said you would reward them with it, even though that item is currently resting inside the dungeon. He rests his chin, thinking hard. A joke? Does this look like a joke to you? Sukahara Ken's dead serious attitude completely startles her. Wait, it was not a joke? After a brief pause, he speaks up slowly. Lately, the number of people snooping around for that shield has been going way up. A legendary item like that plays a massive role in clearing these difficult dungeons. Now pay close attention, because here is where their plan gets really devious. If the truth gets out that we actually hold such an overpowered item but still failed, other players will become incredibly paranoid. And if those challengers prepare perfectly, wouldn't that put us at a massive disadvantage? From now on, I will use the Aegis shield as bait to reward anyone crazy enough to challenge the Hellhound dungeon. This fake intel acts as both bait and a deadly trap. Any absolute fool who rushes in to claim the prize will end up buried alive in that dungeon forever. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, Gina's voice echoes out. I thought there was no way, but it turns out it really is just the 2 of us in here. How the heck did you predict all of this? Are you some kind of psychic who can see the future? Without missing a beat, Kim Woo-jin answers him. Because taking both of us out outside the dungeon carries way too much risk. Hearing that calm response, he is so completely stunned he practically screams. But how did you also know about the bomb exploding right at the gate? Kim Woo-jin stays completely silent, getting lost in his own thoughts. Dark memories from his brutal past suddenly flash right before his eyes in an instant. Because back before he regressed, anyone standing in the way of the Savior Guild would get directly wiped out right inside the dungeons. For strong fighters who are tough to beat head-on, isolating and eliminating them inside a dungeon was just everyday business. Using a dirty bomb attack like this was actually one of the twisted methods the Sword Saint personally taught him in the past. I know exactly what you are thinking. How did he know? Kim Woo-jin's weird silence leaves Gina completely baffled. Are you even listening? I asked how you knew. Clearly not wanting to reveal his regression, he gives a sharp order. Just cut the nonsense. From this moment on, you need to focus entirely on hunting. If we actually want to hunt down 20,000 monsters, we really need to hurry up. Meanwhile, over in a completely different 5-tier BC Plus Monster Forest dungeon, a system message suddenly announces a successful 10-day survival streak. Moving straight up to the 5th floor, Johann Jobs violently stomps right onto a defeated monster. He casually gives a quick hand signal, and in a flash, his loyal subordinates move out on command. Right after that, Johann Jobs stretches his hand forward again. Seeing this, 2 of his minions mirror his exact movement. You have successfully summoned skeleton soldiers. The second Johann Jobs activates his skill. A blinding light erupts and swallows the entire forest. Following the glow, the skeleton soldiers quickly gather around him in tight formation. Johann Jobs looks incredibly satisfied watching this epic scene unfold. The system flashes a brand new alert. You have summoned the Book of the Dead. A brilliant item appears. A second later, the Book of the Dead rests perfectly in Johann's hands. He smiles with pure satisfaction. Back on the Hellhound Dungeon's 3rd floor, Lee Se-jun gets absolutely flattened into the dirt. He grinds his teeth in pure anger and spits out, "Damn it all, this monster is absolutely no joke." Right on cue, the skeleton dragon pops out from inside his shirt and complains out loud. I never expected it to be this brutal. This is completely outside my calculations. Then the bony creature casually asks, most players entering 4-tier dungeons get utterly wiped out on the 3rd floor. Do you even know the reason why? Getting hit with stupid questions makes Lee Se-jun so furious he screams. How the heck am I supposed to know that? What are you even trying to say here? He completely ignores the skeleton dragon, because right now, he is way too busy dealing with the massive threat standing right in front of him. I do not have time to sit here solving puzzles. After saying that, he slowly stands up to face the insanely muscular Ngongu demon. Without a single second of hesitation, Lee Se-jun fiercely charges straight ahead. He slashes the Ngongu a few incredibly sharp times. This absolutely enrages the massive beast. You can clearly see the pure fury burning right inside its blood-red eyes. Then it violently smashes a massive punch right where Lee Se-jun is standing. Luckily, he dodges just in time. The raw strength of the Ngongu definitely has him sweating a bit. Suddenly, he feels a terrifying killing intent closing in on him fast. Before he can even process it, the Ngongu lands a direct hit on his body. Just that single punch sends him flying backward like a kicked ball. And that is exactly where we leave it for now. He smashes hard into a rocky mountain, helplessly dropping down while the skeleton dragon just peeks its head out again. Alright, stick with me here. You and I are about to see this dungeon run go totally off the rails. Since you hate puzzles, I'll just give you the straight answer. Most players save their energy on floor 3 to survive the brutal 4th floor battles. He drops even more dungeon rating facts on him. Managing your resources and holding back your stamina is normally the absolute #1 rule to stay alive. But when you're staring down the floor 3 boss, an absolute beast of a minotaur, holding back your energy is basically a one-way ticket to the grave. Hearing that absolute nonsense sets Lee Se-jun off completely. He screams out, "You bastard, if you knew the truth, why did you ditch me and vanish? When are you sending the skeleton soldiers to back me up?" The bone dragon just casually replies, "That little puzzle logic only applies to normal average players out there. But since it's you, I figured you could easily crush that minotaur all by yourself. The main reason I knew you could casually handle that massive beast is because you still have the Nemean lion skin equipped. So honestly, I didn't think you'd have any trouble at all." Those words hit Lee Se-jun like a truck, snapping him out of his daze after being treated like a literal punching bag. Looking back, he realizes he'd taken so many insanely heavy hits, yet somehow the blessing of the River Styx skill hadn't triggered a single time. Instantly, the system window pops up, displaying the hidden specs of his current equipment. The Nemean lion skin, a legendary tier item only usable for level 100 and up. This is the exact same pelt worn by the great mythical hero Hercules himself. You don't easily take damage from any normal attacks. Physical defense power increases by 100% when equipped. Magical defense power also jumps by 100%. Plus, it activates the heroic majesty aura. While he's standing there completely stunned, the bone dragon suddenly starts yelling loudly. "But looking at how slow and clumsy you are, I guess my judgment was totally wrong. I need to send backup fast." Getting yelled at like that, Se-jun quickly shoots back. "No need. What do you mean slow? I was just waiting because I thought we were doing the usual plan. Skeleton soldiers? Why would I even need those bony punks? You really think I can't take this monster down single-handedly?" Meanwhile, somewhere completely different, a young man is flashing a wildly arrogant smirk. Right now, Se-jun glares at the bone dragon with a dead serious tone. "Leave everything here to me and you just go do your own job." Hearing his confidence, the bone dragon quickly turns to leave and handle its own business, dropping one last line. "Got it, but if you need help, just say the word." Now watch closely, because the real fight is starting. After chatting with the bone dragon, Se-jun's fighting spirit is totally restored. Seeing him stand up, the minotaur furiously charges at him, and Se-jun fearlessly rushes right back at the beast. Neither side is backing down, both pulling back their fists for a massive strike. A heaven-shaking boom echoes out. Meanwhile, someone else has just stepped into a dark cavern completely filled with human bones. Kim Woo-jin lets out a very satisfied sigh. "Finally, it looks like I found it." His eyes sweep across the dark cave containing a literal mountain of human remains. Stepping inside, he picks up an old skull wearing an iron helmet and instantly activates his skill. The Eye of Anubis opens. Immediately, the lost memories of that skull begin playing. Wait, did the Sword Saint really lend you the Aegis shield? With that absolute defense, the Hellhound is basically nothing. We can easily take care of way scarier things now. Strange, desperate voices ring out inside Woo-jin's ears. This man and his elite army had fought against the Minotaur, but their tragic effort was like a bug hitting a windshield. Damn it, we should have gone all out right from the very beginning. Why did we even bother calculating a strategy? The group's fierce attacks only made the Minotaur go totally berserk. After that brutal clash, their captain was left fatally wounded. This heartbreaking sight leaves the loyal knights in pure agony. "I'm so sorry. Trying to save our skills got you hurt." But the captain doesn't blame them at all, only faulting himself. "You guys don't need to apologize. You only followed my direct orders. Just blame my own stupid blind arrogance." Right before closing his eyes forever, he hands the legendary shield over to his most trusted man. "You keep this shield. Kill the Hellhound, and you absolutely must return this to the Sword Saint for our long-awaited dream." After saying his final piece, he stops breathing, causing his closest knight to scream out in pure panic. "Captain, open your eyes right now." "Captain!" Reading through this tragic memory makes Kim Woo-jin stop and think hard. So the Aegis Shield is actually down here on the 4th floor? They sent elite members, even gave them the Aegis Shield, and they still failed the raid? His mind starts racing, wondering if there's some other dangerous hidden factor since this is an A+ ranked dungeon. The Aegis Shield is currently known as one of the absolute strongest defensive gears out there. He assumes the Aegis could easily block the Minotaur's attacks, but right now, he isn't entirely sure about that theory. It can probably block the Hellhound's savage attacks to some degree. Well, I can just figure out all those minor details later as I go further. Besides that, he really wants to see Sukahara Ken's reaction to his current actions. But honestly, I know what you're thinking. If he actually escapes this dungeon carrying the Aegis Shield, what kind of epic face will the Sword Saint make? Just thinking about that possibility gets him hyped up. It's definitely something to look forward to. At that exact same moment, somewhere else, a system window flashes rapidly. Someone's eyes are staring intensely at the glowing screen, where heavy news articles are popping up nonstop. Day 17 since Kim Woo-jin's elite team got trapped inside the dungeon. Experts still can't enter for interviews, and the chances of raid success are looking incredibly slim. Breaking news! Who will actually step up to inherit Kim Woo-jin's legendary will? Quick update! Johann Georg has successfully cleared a 5-floor B+ ranked dungeon. Will 10 necromancers and Johann open up a brand new horizon? The Messiah Guild gives full backing to Johann Georg. A dozen comments from random people flood the screen instantly. Netizens are animals. What is this? Isn't this guy basically a fake Kim Woo-jin? Kim Woo-jin only cleared a 4-floor dungeon. Johann just beat a 5-floor one, so how is he a fake? Whatever, Kim Woo-jin the Dark Magician is pretty much finished now anyway. Wow, is the Messiah Guild really giving him full support? Long live the Messiah Guild. Now we can only put our faith in them. Park Shin-hye quickly skims through those articles and turns to report to someone sitting nearby. Kim Woo-jin from the Phoenix Guild was already taken care of by the Sword Saint. The two guys in Kim Woo-jin's party are completely isolated inside the dungeon, facing near certain death. Riding on all those facts, she confidently assumes that Johann Georg is acting perfectly according to their grand plan. Because of this, public opinion is currently shifting heavily in their favor. Finally, she wraps it all up with a smug remark. Say whatever you want, but with things turning out like this, our side is basically reaping all the easy benefits. However, hearing all that, Lee Se-jun just lets out a mocking laugh and asks a sharp question. Don't you find this whole situation completely hilarious? That sudden question makes Park Shin-hye panic. Sir, is something wrong? Lee Se-jun coldly reminds her of a dark past event. 3 whole years have flown by since the gate appeared in Central Seoul. I'm sure you still remember exactly what happened back there, right? He casually continues the story. There was a certain bastard who desperately prayed for me to die. Back then, that jerk was absolutely certain that I'd never make it out of that dungeon alive. Woo-jin's stubborn image flashes in his mind, reminding him of Park Shin-hye right now. Trust me, you and I don't want to miss the wild revenge coming next. Let's jump right into the madness. Lee Se-run's voice slowly echoes out. But as you know, I didn't die in that dungeon. Honestly, he suddenly feels incredibly grateful to Ji-nu. I didn't just survive. My position became completely unbreakable. If you look at it from a certain angle, I am who I am today all thanks to that absolute bastard. I actually think about that sometimes. He lightly taps his fingers on the armrest. Then a cold, cryptic smile crosses his face. Isn't it both hilarious and totally worth being thankful for? His eyes shift toward the screen. Kim Woo-jin, that guy. He mutters he clearly harbors some complicated, heavy feelings toward Kim Woo-jin, who is currently disguised as Kim Woo-jin. I get the feeling he is exactly like the old me. Park Shin-hye stays completely silent, just listening to Lee Se-jun. North H, you are probably thinking the exact same thing, right? He finally drops the bomb. If he actually makes it out of there alive, I want to meet the guy. Suddenly, a massive beam of light shoots into the sky. Lee Jin-ah pants heavily from exhaustion as an alert pops up. Snail eliminated, level increased. Right next to him lies the dead body of Ngongu. Right on cue, Kim Woo-jin shows up with 2 skeleton soldiers. He looks totally satisfied. Finished faster than I expected. He smirks at Lee Jin-ah. I even brought these bonehead troops just in case things went bad. But I guess you didn't need their help at all, huh? Because honestly, you still look incredibly energetic. Furious, Lee Jin-ah snaps and jumps right up. Are you blind? How do I look fine? I literally just fought my way back from death. You total bastard, where the hell were you hiding? You waited until I finished all the hard work to show your face. Kim Woo-jin totally ignores the insult and casually replies, hiding? What hiding? Do I honestly look like a coward who would pull a stunt like that? Besides, I clearly told you I would send the skeleton troops if you couldn't handle the heat. Completely ignoring his friend's exhaustion, he makes a cold decision. Anyway, looks like everything here is totally wrapped up. Time to move on up to floor 4. Dragged away by the skeletons, Lee Jin-ah throws a fit and refuses to cooperate. Hey wait, I spoiled them too much, and now they cross the line. Get over here right now! Now pay attention here. Ignoring him, Kim Woo-jin smirks and commands the system to enter floor 4. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone reading a newspaper mutters, everything is going exactly as planned. Jisoo instantly catches the hidden meaning in those words and asks, are you talking about the Hell House dungeon? The man across from her nods. Exactly. Se-chan drops the paper with a smug grin. Everyone thinks they are dead. The public is panicking. This makes Ju incredibly curious. Is Hell House really that strong? Stronger than Hling? Se-chan pauses to think. Calling Hell House strong isn't quite right. Dangerous is a much better word. From what he knows, the hellfire it spits out is absolute nightmare fuel. One hit, and those flames will never extinguish until the target is burned into pure ash. Because of this, to defeat this monster, players absolutely need high-tier items. Among legendary gear, you need those ultra-rare armor pieces that possess the absolute defense attribute. Without gear of that insane caliber, nobody in their right mind would dare raid it. Plus, he has other intel on it. Its resurrection ability is so overwhelmingly broken that its balance of offense and defense is practically perfect. Se-chan falls silent for a long moment. Then Ju speaks up with a totally choked-up voice. Will Lee Jin-ah really be okay? Se-chan furrows his brows and answers seriously. Do not worry, he might only care about food normally, but in battle, he fights like a beast. He has absolute faith in Lee Jin-ah, stating no dungeon was ever easy. We just have to believe they will succeed this time too. He finally adds the ultimate reassurance. Lee Jin-ah isn't raiding alone. Kim Woo-jin is right there with him, so there is zero need to panic. They will return safe and sound, just like always. You saw this coming, right? Back in the dungeon, a hand grips the cliff. Kim Woo-jin climbs up with the Aegis shield. Reaching the top, he collapses in exhaustion. Panting heavily, he complains. Dropping into this exact spot made finding it a massive headache no joke. He suddenly feels insanely lucky to have the skill to read memories. Without it, he would be completely lost for sure. Without the Eye of Anubis, even if he cleared the raid, that shield would stay buried here forever. It literally fell right into a massive crack where the earth split wide open. While half-dazed, Lee Jin-ah loudly screams, "Kim Woo-jin, you dog, get up and help me!" Instantly, a massive wolf leaps up right behind him. Of course, he sees it coming. He spins around, punches the wolf squarely, and casually curses out his friend at the same time. "I am fighting for my life, and you're just laying there stargazing?" He also snaps about constantly being used as a meat shield in Vanguard. "Why do you always force me into this exact role?" Kim Woo-jin just stares back completely blankly and asks, "This role? What role are you even talking about?" That indifferent attitude makes Lee Jin-ah flex in pure rage and scream. "Are you mocking me? Why ask if you already know? You always pick the easiest, coolest jobs. While I get stuck with the brutal, life-threatening stuff." Finishing his sentence, he casually turns and chokeslams a wolf. He yells about being the tank. Tossing the wolf aside, he fiercely declares, "Tanks have human rights too, you know." Lee Jin-ah sharply interrogates Kim Woo-jin. "Do you think my injuries don't hurt? You have been slacking off since floor 3. You were totally obsessed with hunting down that stupid shield. Did you just come here for treasure hunting?" Kim Woo-jin completely freezes, unable to say a single word. Just as Lee Jin-ah carelessly rants, an unbelievable surge of power blasts toward him, making him stumble. "I am a nice guy, so I held it in." The absolute defense effect of the Aegis shield activates. This item will absolutely never be destroyed. Feeling explosive killing intent behind him, he slowly turns his head. Suddenly, that insane energy blast shoots right at Lee Jin-ah at terrifying speed. On pure instinct, he throws his arms up to block. Waiting a second and feeling no pain, he opens his eyes in pure shock. Right before his eyes, Kim Woo-jin is blocking the attack with the Aegis shield. Despite the massive blast, Kim casually triggers the shield's ability. The absolute defense effect of the Aegis shield activates. This legendary item will absolutely never be destroyed. And that's where we leave it. A terrifyingly oppressive monster steps out of the shadows, surrounding them with its pack. After that epic block, Lee Jin-ah stutters in total disbelief. "Stick with me here." Kim Woo-jin flashes a smug grin. "Yep, that's the Aegis shield we've been hunting for all along. Still think I was messing around?" Despite the jab, Lee Jin-ah just laughs it off. "Why say something so mean, man? I was just annoyed earlier. Finding this legendary shield proves your calculations are godlike." He happily drops the argument right there. Kim Woo-jin tosses him the shield. "All right, let's leave this dungeon." Right then, the system pops up with the item stats. Item grade, legendary, usable from level 1. It is officially the absolute strongest shield ever created by the god Hus. Completely indestructible. When you channel mana or aura into it, divine protection activates immediately. We are talking about absolute perfect defense. Kim Woo-jin gets serious, warning his buddy to watch out for hellfire. He makes it crystal clear, if that hellfire gets a direct, solid hit on you, your combat ability drops straight to 0 instantly. Lee Jin-ah isn't sweating it. He smugly pats the Aegis shield and replies, "With this bad boy here, why worry? I will take the lead." Just as Kim Woo-jin tries to add one more warning, something catches his eye. A bright, menacing purple glow suddenly materializes right behind Lee Jin-ah's back out of nowhere. He looks back, completely clueless, while Kim Woo-jin screams in pure panic. "Dodge!" That violent purple energy blasts straight toward both of them. Luckily, they both manage to dodge. Lee Jin-ah is totally confused. What the hell? The Hellhound is way over there. So what was that attack just now? He frantically looks around and suddenly freezes when he spots something impossible. His voice cracks in pure shock. "What is this?" Now pay attention to this reveal. Kim Woo-jin is completely calm, just like his Anubis eyes predicted. He explains this is exactly why everyone who had the Aegis shield still completely failed this raid. There is one Hellhound on that side and an exact duplicate waiting on the other side. Because there are actually 2 Hellhounds. Lee Jin-ah looks absolutely terrified. He screams out in pure horror, "2 Hellhounds?" He immediately spins around to confront Kim Woo-jin. "You knew there were 2 Hellhounds and didn't tell me?" He struggles alone, holding the shield against the beast while screaming his lungs out at his awful partner. "What is the point of telling me now?" Right as he speaks, the Hellhound's terrifying blast completely swallows the 2 of them. Naturally, they survive thanks to the Aegis shield blocking the hit, but with two hellhounds attacking, Lee Se-jun nervously shouts out a question. We only have one shield, what do we do? Panicking, he turns around, but his best buddy is nowhere to be seen. We can't stay stuck together. This makes Gina absolutely furious as he screams. I thought he was behind me, so I blocked with everything. Where did that bastard go? Just then, Kim Woo-jin pops up in front of him. Like you said, we can't stick together. We only have one shield, so you can handle one hound, right? It makes sense, but Lee Se-jun is still sweating. Okay, but what about the other one? Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin shouts a massive warning. Behind you! Startled by the scream, Lee Se-jun frantically glances back. He instantly raises the Aegis shield to block the ambush attack. But the Hellhound's raw power is so heavy, he actually struggles and groans under the massive pressure. Seeing this makes Kim Woo-jin worry enough to yell his friend's name. Gina! But the only response is the loud whistling of wind and flying dust. We both knew this was coming, right? Through the dust, Gina completely collapses. Something is very wrong. His arm caught the hound's flame. He completely panics, screaming that he is on fire. At that exact moment, the system sends a chilling alert. The unquenchable hellfire has successfully hit its target. Completely terrified, Lee Se-jun rolls wildly on the ground, trying to put it out, screaming his lungs out. Hey, don't just stand there! Help me put this out! Kim Woo-jin urgently shouts back. Gina, do not panic. Take off your armor now. Following orders, he immediately rips off the burning armor piece. Watching his arm guard burn to ashes, he stammers in absolute fear. The issue here isn't just the heat, is it? Furious that it failed to kill either of them, the hellhound viciously growls. It suddenly unleashes a massive roar. Hearing the command, the other wolves instantly charge at Lee Se-jun and Kim Woo-jin. Being naturally clueless, Gina still does not grasp the situation. What now? Did something else happen? The hell wolves are glaring at them with pure murderous intent. A massive pack of 100 hell wolves completely surrounds Gina and Kim Woo-jin. Watching them charge like crazy, Gina grits his teeth. In this situation, we just have to fight while dodging that deadly hellfire. After saying that, he instantly takes out a few wolves. But seeing Kim Woo-jin walking away instead of helping, Gina furiously shouts out, Hey, what exactly have you been plotting this whole time? Where are you going? Kim Woo-jin ignores him, casually slaughtering every single wolf in his path. Suddenly, an old memory flashes through his mind. Staring at these hellhounds brings up the past. In his memories, back when his Messiah team cleared the 8th floor, Boss Huss used these hellhounds as mere minions. No matter how overpowered that boss was, it ultimately died by his hands. He remembers noticing the corpses of the hell wolves he killed. After clearing that dungeon, their bodies piled up like dry straw on the ground. He alone slaughtered so many hounds. Back in reality, Kim Woo-jin focuses on the slaughter. He smirks proudly, counting the exact number of hell wolves he executed in his previous life. 23. Meanwhile, in the real world, the latest report makes Yeon-won freeze completely. You are saying Kim Woo-jin is alive? Secretary Kim quickly hands him a letter. Yes, he actually sent this letter directly to you. Yeon-won does not hesitate and instantly reads the contents. His eyes narrow at the words. Since I kept receiving death threats from those terrorists, I had no choice but to fake my own death. When the time is right, I will return to the guild and report everything. P.S. I need clean money to escape. Account 30. You and I both know Yeon-won just realized the genius behind this entire fake death. Stick with me here because things are getting wild. Park Yong-won finishes the letter and cracks a wicked grin. So the bastard is alive, he laughs. Guess dumping him in the East Sea could not keep him dead. He turns to Secretary Kim. Be careful. Do not leak anything. Just wire him the cash first. This sudden order leaves Secretary Kim totally confused. Yes, sir. But she immediately voices her doubts. His actions are highly suspicious, even under severe threat. Keeping this a secret from us until now is incredibly strange. Do you actually still trust this guy? Park Yong-won just smirks. He cruelly crushes the letter. Trust him? Never. He is just a useful tool for my ambitions. His eyes gleam with a dark calculation toward Kim Woo-jin. Is it not incredibly lucky that he survived? This is our perfect chance to get our entire investment back. Once I get what I want, he will learn the agonizing price of crossing me. Suddenly, we cut back to the hellhound howling at its pack. Lee Se-jun watches Kim Woo-jin fight, absolutely mind-blown. That crazy bastard is on another level. Kim Woo-jin's reckless charge leaves Gina completely stunned. Rushing straight at the hellhounds without a single defensive weapon, he literally thought the guy had a death wish. But watching Kim Woo-jin dodge changes everything. Every step is precise. The flawless movement confirms a wild theory in Gina's head. Now pay close attention to this. Kim Woo-jin predicted exactly how those beasts would attack. But wait, is this not his first time fighting them? Gina is burning with curiosity. Where the hell did this insane power come from? Unable to figure it out, he snaps his focus back to the battle. Sure, Hellfire is an epic attack, but it is useless if it misses. Back to Kim Woo-jin. After absolutely wrecking the wolf pack, he locks eyes on the Alpha. It is the final boss. Just the Hellhound versus Kim Woo-jin's squad now. Suddenly, he drops his weapon in size. Bone weapons melt way too fast. Despite the complaint, a cocky smirk spreads across his face. But no problem. Boom, massive razor-sharp spears suddenly erupt from the ground like weeds. Kim Woo-jin grabs one. I came prepared. Right then, the system flashes. Item Hatchling Bone Spear. Rank Legend Requirement Level 50. Physical Attack plus 110. This is a spear forged entirely from hatchling bones. The attack stat is low, but the durability is absolute top tier. The Hellhound glares fiercely. Kim Woo-jin is not sweating it at all. So boring. I am done setting up. He points the legendary spear straight at the beast. Now let us slowly enjoy your end. Right at that moment, Lee Jin-ah sprints over screaming, "Stop!" Kim Woo-jin frowns. Why is his porter suddenly jumping in front of him? Kim Woo-jin glares coldly. What the hell are you doing? Gina is panting hard, blurting out crazy words. No, I cannot just stand around and watch anymore. A real man needs to step up. He declares confidently, leave this last one entirely to me. Kim Woo-jin gives him a mocking smirk. Are you absolutely sure you can handle this? Gina laughs. He tosses the shield back to Kim Woo-jin, who looks totally confused. Why drop your shield? Gina grabs a bone spear with one hand and shouts loudly, because feeling like a burden to others really pisses me off. My fighting spirit is burning up. You and I both know what is driving him. He remembers the awful day Ju came back covered in horrific wounds. He and Se-chan had panicked, sprinting over just to catch her falling body. In that exact moment, a hard truth hit him like a truck. The image of Ju collapsing in agonizing pain haunts his mind every single day. Her tears forge his iron will. I must do more. I have to get stronger, he tells himself. Meanwhile, we cut to a heavily locked down fortress where hostages are being kept. Inside, a shady deal is going down. I will pay with this. The mysterious buyer is Shakira from the Phoenix Guild. Staring at the metal briefcase, Shakira asks coldly, what is that? The sleazy dealer smirks. What else? Your commission fee, of course. Outside, heavy gunfire echoes. Shell casings hit the dirt, blood paints the ground red as guards casually report wiping out the locals near the gate. The scumbag merchant eagerly pops open the briefcase. Thanks to you, my little business is booming nicely. Shakira stays quiet, just counting the cash. Then suddenly she snaps. She violently hurls the stacks right back into the case, screaming, what is this trash? Her explosive anger makes the merchant flinch hard. Do you think we do this dirty work for pocket change? Shakira gets up in his face. We agreed on items or skill gear as payment. The panicked merchant immediately starts stammering out weak excuses. I know the Phoenix Guild's rules, I swear, but lately sourcing high-level items has been an absolute nightmare for me. Wiping nervous sweat, he stutters. Even with cash, we have to hit the black market. Plus, the active dungeons are way too dangerous to enter right now. Right as he whines, so getting items directly is too hard. Shakira slams her hands on the table. Listen here, old man, she roars. She stands tall, radiating pure menace. In this illegal Amazon territory, the word of our leader is the absolute law. Realizing he is dead meat, the merchant shrieks, wait! But she does not care. She violently grabs him by the collar and snarls. Since when do you pathetic worms dare to scam us to our faces? She pulls him close. Say one more word and I feed your tongue to the dogs. Completely terrified, the merchant slaps his own hands over his mouth. No, please, I beg you, do not. That is where we leave it. Trust me, you do not want to cross her. She forces her hand into his mouth as he desperately begs for mercy. All right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. Just when this merchant thought he was safe, a massive lightning bolt strikes him dead. He instantly turns into a charred black mess and drops straight to the floor. Shakira violently whips her head around. Hilfrey is standing right at the doorway, his voice deadly serious. Shakira, I told you not to waste time on worthless garbage. Startled by his sudden appearance, she shouts out, Leader! Yep, Hilfrey is the absolute beast who just sent that merchant to the afterlife. Taking a life means absolutely nothing to him. He just scoffs in disgust, asking why she even bothers talking to pathetic insects. But when she sees what he suddenly drops onto the table, Shakira is so completely shocked she starts stuttering. A brilliantly glowing card now rests on the wooden table. This is the power of Hilfrey, the legendary Thunder Emperor and leader of the Phoenix Guild. He glares at her with a strict warning. Just keep it simple, got it. Meanwhile, cut to Kim Woo-jin's crew. They have been fighting the Hellhound non-stop from dusk till dawn. The beast itself is looking completely battered right now. Right in front of it, Lena is so exhausted she is sprawled out flat on the ground. Suddenly, a system alert pops up, snapping the warrior wide awake as a special blessing activates. Moving like pure lightning, they shoot straight up, tightly gripping a fierce bone spear. Out of nowhere, a bare hand catches the spear tip. The attacker suddenly freezes, standing there panting heavily in exhaustion. It turns out Kim Woo-jin stepped in. He casually blocks Lena's wild strike and loudly calls out to her. Lena, it's me. Snap out of it. Finally recognizing her partner, Lena lets out a massive sigh of relief, slumps right onto the dirt, and asks, what happened to that hellhound? Did you seriously finish it off while I was blacked out? Kim Woo-jin doesn't say a single word. He just points behind him. Seeing this, Lena immediately turns to look. What she sees is the absolute battered corpse of the hellbeast, sprawled out dead. Kim Woo-jin's voice slowly echoes out, I just stood here and watched. He tells his partner that she completely destroyed the monster all by herself. Hearing that validation from him makes Lena flash a super proud smile. She won with her own raw power. Now pay close attention here, the tension is insane. Someone is visibly losing patience, aggressively tapping their fingers on a desk. Park Young-won scoffs coldly. You have surprised me multiple times. He furiously interrogates Kim Woo-jin. I can't believe you actually dared to deceive me. He glares absolute daggers, staring a hole right through Kim Woo-jin. And here I actually thought you were dead for good. After a heavy silence, Kim Woo-jin answers with zero hesitation. My apologies, sir, but if you want to fool your enemies, you must trick your allies first. Since he put it like that, Park Young-won really can't argue back. The logic makes sense, even if it leaves a bitter taste. Still, Park Young-won drops his voice into a dangerous warning. From now on, do not ever think about crossing me again. Intense killing intent and a suffocating aura explode across the entire room, trying to crush Kim Woo-jin. This little prank of yours? I did not find it funny at all. But Kim Woo-jin faces this overwhelming pressure with terrifying calmness, simply giving a dead serious reply. Understood, sir. Hearing that solid confirmation, Park Yong-won looks satisfied enough. Then, out of nowhere, he yanks open a heavy drawer from his desk. There is one more thing. He violently slams a stack of papers onto the table. The newspaper headline screams, Johan vs. Kim Woo-jin, who will conquer the level 4.5 Dark House dungeon. Right then, Park Yong-won specifically points out the guy whose picture is printed right next to Kim Woo-jin's fake secret identity. Ah, this Johan Jobs guy that I mentioned last time. He taps aggressively at Johan's name, looking completely annoyed. Lately, he is seriously getting on my nerves. The media manufactured a fake rivalry and now everyone won't stop gossiping. His voice drops deep as he issues a direct order. I refuse to let things play out like this. I need Kim Woo-jin to be the one and only shining star building up a legendary name. I don't need to explain myself any further, do I? Right at that moment, Park Yong-won absolutely loses it, violently crushing the newspaper and shouting. Find a way to push Kim Woo-jin and make him way more ruthless. Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin immediately clarifies, You want me to make Kim Woo-jin stand out more? Park Yong-won doesn't hesitate to confirm it. Exactly. I need to squeeze out a massive profit matching my heavy investment, right? Kim Woo-jin has zero issues with this greedy scheme, but he definitely has one string attached. Understood. But in exchange, I want you to officially release the Thunder Emperor. This absolutely crazy demand catches Park Yong-won so off guard he gasps out, Thunder Emperor? He instantly demands to know the reason why. Why bring him up out of nowhere? Kim Woo-jin coldly replies, It's an item Kim Woo-jin wants. You and I both know what this really means. He is after that wildly overpowered paper, the witch summoning skill. The requirements? You have to be a messenger of darkness at level 180 or higher. The effect? Sacrificing 100 monsters to summon an absolutely immortal witch. And this broken ability? It is currently in the hands of the Thunder Emperor. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, a guy is intensely slashing a straw dummy. One razor-sharp strike cleanly cuts it in half. The top half thuds onto the dirt. The swordsman's voice slowly cuts through the silence. He softly asks, So Kim Woo-jin specifically demanded Solomon's ring instead of the Aegis shield. His disciple instantly bows her head in panic, apologizing for absolutely no reason. Yes, I am so sorry, master. Naturally, Sukahara-ken doesn't punish her. Instead, he waves it off, saying it's fine. Originally, I was going to compensate him with the Aegis shield. Paying him back with other high-tier items was totally unavoidable anyway. Suddenly, he violently grits his teeth in pure rage. But there is one single thing I still can't comprehend. This sudden intense shift in attitude actually makes Sakura flinch back. Sukahara-ken's face goes dark as he questions, How on earth did that bastard know we had Solomon's ring? Panicking instantly, Sakura violently shakes her head to deny any involvement. No, it wasn't me. I swear on my life. Sukahara-ken doesn't actually doubt her loyalty at all. He smoothly replies, I would never suspect my own precious student. But this information leak absolutely proves there is a filthy rat hiding among our ranks. Hearing this, Sakura immediately volunteers to hunt down whoever leaked their top-secret intel. That shameless traitor. I need to find them right now and eliminate them alongside Kim Woo-jin. However, Sukahara-ken just calmly shuts her down. That's enough. Just leave the rat alone. This calm decision leaves Sakura completely and utterly confused. What? Why would we do that? Slowly and deliberately sheathing his katana, he speaks with absolute certainty. Given how insanely fast those guys are leveling up, I can guarantee you one thing. We are definitely going to clash sooner or later. Hearing this ominous prediction makes Sakura gasp out in total panic. You really think so? Sukahara quickly secures the sword at his hip and issues a firm order. Alright, we just keep waiting. His confident, steely voice echoes out with pure authority. Only when I slice them to pieces with my own two hands will I consider it a success. Cut back to the Thunder Emperor's Guild, where Sakura sarcastically throws out a very annoyed question. What exactly am I looking at right now? A ghost? Her voice is dripping with pure mockery. Oh wait, no, a zombie is more accurate. Kim Woo-jin doesn't miss a beat and instantly fires back. I actually prefer the ghost title. Operating from the other side makes things a whole lot easier for me. Hearing this excuse, Sakura just continues her relentless teasing. So you faked your death just to take on the whole world? All to clean up Kim Woo-jin's mess? Kim Woo-jin just brushes it off. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. And trust me, you're going to want to see what his real plan is next. Let us jump right in. This guy is playing games and Sakura is absolutely losing it. She snaps, Answer me properly, you little punk. She slams her hands down on the table, totally furious. Do you even know where you are right now? Watch your mouth. And right here? This is where she switches to pure intimidation mode. You already died once. Dying again right here would not be a problem, right? But Kim Woo-jin? Zero fear. He just smirks. Wanting to skip the absolute waste of time, he dives straight into the main topic. Enough pointless bickering. I am not here to argue with you, so let us cut to the chase. Sakura is literally fuming, but she forces herself to hold it together. What an absolute creep. If it was not for the commander's direct orders, she would end him. So she tries to keep calm and get the facts straight. Speak. You have exactly 1 minute to explain. Kim Woo-jin casually replies, I heard the Thunder Emperor only does business by trading items, right? Sakura just gives him a cold, deadpan stare. Is that so? Kim Woo-jin stays perfectly calm, weighing every single word. Therefore, he flashes a wicked smile and drops a crazy question. Humans can be traded as items too, right? That question completely throws Sakura off balance. What is this psycho talking about? Meanwhile, he smoothly proposes his deal. If I sell Kim Woo-jin to the Phoenix Guild, I am very curious about what I would get. Sakura hears this, grits her teeth, and forces a laugh. You are not here to negotiate for Kim Woo-jin at all. You actually plan to sell Kim Woo-jin to us? Suddenly, she completely loses it, slamming the table and screaming. I tried to be patient! You total lunatic, are you messing with me right now? Now pay close attention here. A voice echoes out, sounding incredibly amused. How interesting. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin feels heavy, killer intent right behind his back. He turns around. Hilfrey is standing right there, appearing out of nowhere. Sakura panics the second she sees him. Commander, Hilfrey just flashes a bloodthirsty smile and asks a crazy question. So can I buy him by the pound? But Kim Woo-jin does not back down at all. Might be interesting. But you would not want Kim Woo-jin missing his arms and legs, right? A suffocating, heavy silence fills the entire room. Hilfrey is totally hooked by Kim Woo-jin's proposal and demands more. Your offer is actually quite tempting. Explain it to me clearly. Cut to the dungeon at night. Two people are just chilling by a warm, cozy campfire. Lee Se-jun is munching on his food when he hesitantly asks a question. Hey punk, are you seriously gonna do that? Kim Woo-jin ignores the question completely, smiling back like he has absolutely no clue. What the heck are you talking about? Lee Se-jun replies bluntly. You already know exactly what I mean. We literally almost died in that 4th-floor dungeon. Keeping his completely indifferent attitude, Kim Woo-jin just casually drops a 2-word response. Is that so? That completely relaxed attitude makes Lee Se-jun so annoyed he literally yells out. What do you mean by that? Look, I agreed to clear the 5th floor, but is not an A-rank plus dungeon way too fast? Those words just make Kim Woo-jin want to tease him more. Who cares? Is a guy like you actually scared of a dungeon? As always, Lee Se-jun gets provoked until he is fuming. Hey, why are you always provoking me like this? You think I am going to keep falling into your stupid traps? His loud voice echoes straight through the dark forest. Do I look like an absolute idiot to you? Right then, Kim Woo-jin turns serious and signals him to be quiet. Someone is coming. Instantly, Lee Se-jun jumps up, going into full alert mode. His face is completely blank when he sees who is approaching. A figure stands in the dark shadows and timidly calls out a greeting. Hello there? Kim Woo-jin is a bit surprised when he sees her. It is none other than Mi-jin. I am Mi-jin from the Salvation Guild. We will be clearing the dungeon together tomorrow. Suddenly, her voice drops to a tiny whisper and her entire face turns bright tomato red. Then completely flustered and awkward, she honestly confesses that she is a massive fan of his. Since we will be doing this raid together, I wanted to come and say hi first. Her sudden appearance makes Kim Woo-jin a little confused, but then it hits him. Let us pause for a second because we all know past lives hit hard. Mi-jin? He remembers the old timeline. The day she died here, Jordan held her lifeless body, crying until he had 0 tears left. Back then, both Kay and Kim Woo-jin just stood in complete stunned silence. Such a tragically bleak memory. Back in reality, Lee Se-jun is laughing loudly, super confident as he greets Mi-jin. It is a total pleasure to meet you. Looking incredibly arrogant, he blurts out, should I give my #1 fan an autograph? Mi-jin knows he completely misunderstood, but she tries to explain. Of course, he is not listening to a single word. He just tells her not to make him look like some rude jerk. Just as Lee Se-jun pulls out a pen to sign, asking where he should put his signature, Mi-jin suddenly lets out a yelp and runs right past him. Excuse me. She shoves her notebook right in front of Kim Woo-jin and loudly asks, Kim Woo-jin, could you please give me your autograph? Without missing a single beat, Kim Woo-jin actually signs it for Mi-jin. Lee Se-jun watches this happen and gets so incredibly embarrassed that he literally snaps his pen in half. The next morning, the dungeon gate opens up. The Salvation Guild arrives, closely followed by the Thunderbird Guild. On the Salvation Guild side, it is just 2 people. Kim Woo-jin, currently playing the role of Kim Woo-jin, and his very grumpy companion Lee Se-jun, flashing back to that day at the Phoenix Guild headquarters. Hilfrey plays with 2 walnuts in his hand and slowly speaks up. I will say it again. This goes against what everyone thinks they know. He asked bluntly. So the one actually controlling Kim Woo-jin is you, Kim Woo-jin? Kim Woo-jin does not hide a single thing and admits it. Yes, that is correct. Hearing this, Sakura screams in pure anger. This is pure madness. Are we seriously supposed to believe this total nonsense? Hilfrey raises his hand to stop her. Is that so? Right then, Kim Woo-jin gets straight to the real issue. I heard you own a massive collection filled with countless rare items and skills. However, because of strict usage limits and requirements, you are facing a major problem actually supplying them to your people. He smiles wickedly and throws out an extremely juicy offer. I will clear any dungeon you want on your behalf. If I use Kim Woo-jin, even restricted dungeons that are impossible to enter will not be an issue, right? Plus, he actually gives Hilfrey some time to think it over. If you think this matches both our conditions, consider it. That arrogant attitude makes Sakura boil with rage. This little bastard. But Hilfrey? He stays incredibly calm, asking with a hint of deep interest. Conditions? Hearing you say that, it seems there is something you desperately want from me, huh? He laughs out loud and emphasizes, that might be true, but I never do business at a loss. After that, he stands up, getting ready to leave, but makes sure to add one last thing. Even though I cannot guess what you want, your conditions do not convince me at all. If you want to take something directly from my hands, bring me a much more tempting offer next time. Saying that, he completely turns his back and walks away. Even though I am mildly interested in trading for Kim Woo-jin, it is still not that exciting of a deal. Hilfrey's totally blunt rejection makes Sakura absolutely thrilled. So what do you and I make of this? Sakura completely snaps, ready to finish Kim Woo-jin. She mocks his failed negotiation as pure trash, but trust me, this is far from over. Let's jump into this together. Boss, should I finish this bastard off right here? She asked, voice dripping with absolute glee. After all, he was totally useless to them now anyway. Kim Woo-jin stayed perfectly silent for a moment before dropping the question. I heard you are putting together a strike team. A massive one-eyed dungeon had just spawned deep in the Amazon rainforest. Am I right? Those words made Hilfrey freeze right in his tracks. He scoffed out two simple words. So what? Unbothered. Kim Woo-jin fired back. I am planning to send Kim Woo-jin in to clear that exact place. Of course, Hilfrey did not buy a single word of it. He practically sneered, calling it the most ridiculous joke he had ever heard in his entire life. He completely refused to believe Kim Woo-jin could clear a 5-floor dungeon. Are you seriously telling me you will help conquer that place? Kim Woo-jin only just cleared a 4-floor dungeon, and now he wants to tackle 5 floors? An A+ rank, no less? Hilfrey let out a loud, mocking laugh that echoed through the whole room. Sure, I pulled off some crazy stunts at that level too, but aren't you getting way too arrogant right now? Meeting his absolute contempt, Kim Woo-jin just shot back a piercing, furious glare. But then, Hilfrey actually decided to give him a shot to prove himself. Fine, pull this off, and we will keep talking. Sakura could not believe what she was hearing, loudly yelling out to stop him right there. Boss, wait! But Kim Woo-jin cut in, asking bluntly, so how much is Kim Woo-jin's body worth to you? Hilfrey just answered casually, you got it wrong. Kim Woo-jin is not the one I want to buy. From what you are telling me, paying for you would be a lot smarter, right? He flat out asked Kim Woo-jin to become his subordinate. Well, if you agree, then start working for me. But an offer was just an offer, and he carefully made sure to add a little warning. Of course, I am going to have to test you first, since I am a naturally suspicious guy. He pulled out an item, declaring, our big money negotiation officially starts right here. It was a document about vampires. The usage condition was being a messenger of the dark world, a legendary rank skill. Its exact effect? You can literally transform into a full-blown vampire when you activate this absolutely insane power. Now watch closely, because this is where the real action kicks off. Back in reality, Kim Woo-jin and Kim Woo-jin's form steeled his face. Let's do this. I am entering the dungeon. Day 1 inside the giant one-eyed dungeon. The skeleton soldier and Lee Se-jun rushed in, completely surrounding Gonggu. He dodged the attack and demanded, hey, what exactly are you planning to tell Park Yong-won? Still in his skeleton soldier disguise, Kim Woo-jin looked over, totally confused. Tell him what? Lee Se-jun screamed back. Anyone with eyes can see we are siding with the Thunder Emperor. Do you think Park Yong-won will just sit still if he finds out? You are going to sugarcoat it, right? Kim Woo-jin replied without hesitation. Nope, I am telling Park Yong-won the absolute truth. Hearing that answer made him freeze in absolute shock. You are saying what? In that split second of distraction, Gonggu slammed a powerful punch down. Lee Se-jun swiftly dodged it, launching right into a fierce counterattack. So I guess I have to beat some sense into you now. Smash! After Lee Se-jun's brutal slash, the monster collapsed. The high-speed impact triggered a massive, cone-shaped explosion of dust right in the middle of the barren desert wasteland. Thick dust billowed up right in front of Kim Woo-jin, completely blocking his vision. But as the smoke slowly began to clear, a pair of legs stepped forward. Kim Woo-jin flinched, staring at the chaotic scene unfolding in front of him. Lee Se-jun walked over, smacked him upside the head, and grumbled. You really plan to admit you accepted the Thunder Emperor's recruitment? Have you completely lost your mind? Kim Woo-jin just shrugged it off. We cannot fool Peon anyway, so just telling the truth is our best bet. She angrily smacked him on the head again. Tell the truth? What truth? You act like Park Yong-won is going to take this well. He will just throw us straight to the Thunder Emperor. Stop talking nonsense. Do you still not know how insane that bastard's temper is? Right at that tense moment, a shadow stepped up and spoke. Looks like you are misunderstanding something here. Kim Woo-jin smoothly continued. If we let Park Yong-won know the exact details of the deal with the Thunder Emperor, will he think we actually betrayed him, or that we betrayed the Thunder Emperor instead? Day 23 inside the Minotaur Maze's 4th floor. Jordan fiercely swung his sword, attacking the goblin right in front of him. He gritted his teeth. It dodged? Damn it, this is driving me crazy. Jordan quickly turned to Ko, asking, how are things looking on your side? Ko calmly replied, same over here. Jordan checked his back. Is Muzin still too far behind? She stayed completely silent, focusing on summoning a massive fireball in her hands. It shot out a blast of energy so powerful it was blinding. The goblins immediately locked onto Mizen's glowing light. Did you see that coming? We are about to witness pure chaos. Jordan shouted to the team. Ko, they are targeting Mizen, back her up. The goblins frenziedly charged her with terrifying speed. Mizen threw her head back, fully unleashing her power. Her eyes glowed fiercely, surrounded by intensely crackling sparks of pure energy. The power exploded. A blazing orange-yellow aura amplified and swirled violently, completely ready to turn absolutely everything into ash. Thick white smoke filled the air. Jordan let out a heavy sigh of relief. Man, that was way too close. He almost died right there. And what is the deal with all these black goblins anyway? Resting his weapon on his shoulder, he stepped on a goblin and grumbled. A high-level dungeon really hits different. No joke at all. Until we finally reach the main hall in the center of the maze, these monsters are probably going to keep spawning forever. If we spot any wide paths, we should definitely move that way. If we get ambushed inside a tight hallway boxed in by walls, we are going to have a massive problem. Even our campsite needs an easy escape route. Right as he finished talking, Jordan caught sight of a sneaky goblin launching an ambush. It leaped forward aggressively. He screamed, "Mizzen!" She flinched, startled from behind, and quickly turned her head following Jordan's panicked gaze. A goblin was mid-air, swinging its blade down for the kill. Slash! The heavy stench of blood instantly filled the air. Mizzen squeezed her eyes shut, knowing she could not counterattack in time. After a tense moment of feeling zero pain, she slowly opened her eyes. Right there at her feet, the goblin had collapsed in a huge, messy pool of blood. Jordan rushed over, totally frantic. "Mizzen, are you okay?" She nodded, "Yes, I am fine." Then he froze, thinking to himself, "Why is that guy here?" Jordan looked up at Kim Woo-jin, muttering quietly, "Thank you. Thanks to you, our team made it out without any casualties." But Kim Woo-jin just frowned, asking coldly, "Why did you not finish them off properly?" Jordan looked utterly confused. "Huh? What do you mean?" Kim Woo-jin drove his razor-sharp sword straight down into the goblin. "Confirming the kill," he replied. The monster ground its teeth, shaking violently in pure agony. Seeing its ally get brutally finished off, another goblin nearby suddenly let out a loud sob. Jordan finally realized what was happening. They were playing dead? He stared in absolute shock as they all scrambled to run away. There were this many? Kim Woo-jin explained, "Black goblins are a species with highly advanced intelligence." The skeleton soldier's powerful legs stomped hard onto the ground, aiming straight for the entire fleeing pack of goblins. It bared its teeth, dripping with cold sweat. The entire scene was torn apart by high-speed streaks of red and purple light. Jordan watched the whole brutal execution unfold. He stood there completely stiff, unable to speak. Kim Woo-jin smirked coldly, saying, "I was actually looking forward to running this raid with the Savior Guild, but it turns out you guys are just pathetic." Hearing those insulting words, Jordan got furious and tried to charge at him. "Shut your mouth right now, you arrogant punk!" But Mizzen grabbed his wrist to stop him. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Jordan Kim Woo-jin speaks up. The squad leader has to keep everyone safe and handle the crushing pressure. He viciously kicks the dead monster. "If you knew what a blood goblin was, shouldn't you have figured out exactly how to fight it?" Kim Woo-jin totally mocks him. A captain failing the absolute basics? Wow. People are definitely going to talk trash about the Savior Guild now. Jordan grinds his teeth in pure frustration, veins bulging on his forehead. A heavy mix of bitter self-pity crushes his chest completely. He knows he is not a perfect captain, but that look of raw disappointment? Yeah, that stings. Seems like my expectations were completely useless. Shaking with pure rage, he grips his weapon tight, furious his efforts to save the world are being ignored. Saiho speaks coldly. "Kim Woo-jin, I get what you mean." "Stop it right now," he snaps. "This is definitely not the time for some petty internal conflict. We need to team up and actually clear this dungeon together." Men steps up, gently pressing Jordan's chest to stop his furious charge. She nods in agreement. "Yeah, Ko is completely right about this. We appreciate the save, but why are you actually here?" M asks with a totally cold tone. "Every team has their assigned area, remember? You did not come here just to pick a fight, right?" Kim Woo-jin quickly points behind him. "Well, we had a small problem. Our tanker injured his leg." Right on cue, Lee Se-jun limps over with a fake smile. "How is everyone doing?" She dramatically covers her mouth in shock. "What happened here?" The team immediately rushes to support him. Cold sweat dripping down his face, Lee Se-jun still tries to play it totally tough. "I was just careless." Men gently suggest he sits down so she can check the wound. A super awkward thought hits him instantly. He never expected them to actually let him rest. It feels nice, sure. But Lee Se-jun frantically waves his hands. "No way, I am totally fine." Cursing internally, he thinks, damn it, faking an injury is so humiliating. He stands completely still, eyes locked hard on the bizarre scene unfolding. Kim Woo-jin realizes something huge. They are nothing like Lee Se-jun. These guys are genuinely sincere. Their only goal is literally saving this entire world. Now watch closely, this is where things heat up. Jordan approaches, mocking him. "Cannot manage your own team, so you came to us? Still want to teach me basics?" He smirks with pure venom. "Commanders must protect their squad, right?" Jordan points an insulting finger right at him. "Hey Kim Woo-jin, maybe do your job before lecturing others." Seeing him stand completely silent, totally emotionless, he frowns. "Huh? What is the matter with you? Lost your arrogant attitude from earlier? Why suddenly mute?" His lips curl up into a smirk. Jordan is exactly as predictable and hot-headed as ever. Kim Woo-jin shoots back sharply. "I am not careless like some people. My squad member just took a really bad step, that is all." "That bastard," Lee Se-jun mutters angrily, yet still playing the perfect victim. "Yeah, absolutely, it is my fault." She aggressively pats the injured foot, chuckling awkwardly. "I ignored my captain and ran ahead, so I got wrecked. You guys know, right? There is a literal cliff right under our feet." Jordan scoffs coldly. "Anyway, without a tanker, we cannot attack alone, so you crawled here to help us, right?" He calmly confirms the entire situation. "Exactly. But honestly, seeing your current pathetic state makes me regret my choice. So let us make a little deal right now. Your whole team needs to follow my absolute orders." Kim Woo-jin presses on. "Just do exactly what I say, and you will actually survive this dungeon." His eyes turn bloodshot, flashing with dagger-like hostility. "What did you just say, punk?" Jordan drags his axe, awful screeching echoing with his heavy steps. He growls furiously. "We have to clear this anyway. If you want, I will give you a quick chance to shine." Jordan gets right in his face, eyes burning with challenge. But those arrogant words? Unforgivable. "If you want the commander spot, fight me one-on-one. Right here, right now." You feel that shift, right? Meanwhile, headlines absolutely explode online. The Savior Guild is attempting a world-first 7-floor dungeon raid. Who dares conquer this C-rank 7-floor zone? Backed by the guild, Johan Jobs has been crushing 5-floor dungeons effortlessly. Lee Se-jun and Johan are skyrocketing. But Kim Woo-jin's squad, missing for a whole month after the Hellhound raid. In her office, Park Shin-hye sits deep in anxious thought. Suddenly, a chilling voice startles her. Hey, what is with that expression? Worried much? Park Shin-hye's piercing gaze snaps toward the sound. Hiding in the shadows, Johan Jobs leans on the table, practically shaking with creepy laughter. What? Cannot lead without your boss? Mocking her obvious panic. Right then, another man violently barges in, extremely annoyed. Quit your nonsense and show some damn respect. Johan's face darkens instantly, glaring at him with icy eyes. The angry man snaps, you punk, she is not someone you can just casually disrespect. He tilts his chin up. While Lee Se-jun is away, she is acting as the official guild master of the Savior Guild. That man is Cho Sung-gu from the Savior Guild. He threatens him, break the rules again and I will end you. Johan just flashes a highly sinister smile. And if I do not stop, what will you do, old man? They stand face to face, eyes locked, neither backing down an inch. The tension? Completely suffocating. Murderous intent swirls around them like crazy. A deathmatch could literally break out any second. Bam! She angrily slams the table. Enough, Park Shin-hye demands coldly. This is absolutely not the time to bicker. Right now, our only focus is supporting the guildmaster completely. But honestly, according to Johan, this was never discussed with the master, right? Sukahara Ken shoots a nasty side glance, sounding super annoyed. I know Lee Se-jun dreams of fighting Kim Woo-jin one day, but we gathered here specifically to eliminate Kim Woo-jin. Stop wasting time and get straight to the damn point. Is Kim Woo-jin entering the A-rank 5-floor dungeon? Park Shin-hye quickly hits a button. I thought it was fake, but it is real. This intel came straight from an Amazon member. They saw Kim Woo-jin enter, and trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Let us jump right into this wild setup. Ken curiously asks who the members accompanying IC are. Parkin replies they don't share our vision, so giving them other missions is impossible. They simply cannot be trusted at all. He speaks calmly. That works too. That guy isn't the type to just clumsily rush in. I will personally handle this. Those words hit exactly what she wanted. A deeply satisfied smirk slowly creeps across her face. Parkin clasps her hands together. If you take action directly, I can relax. I wonder if it will help. She points at Johan. He's actually highly effective bait. He dragged everyone straight into the dungeon. He acts all smug, faking his humbleness. Why be so painfully obvious? That is just too much. Johan George speaks with pure arrogance. Honestly, taking out that Kim Woo-jin guy is perfectly fine by me, especially for an underworld messenger like myself. His face screams pure arrogance, ready to steal all the glory. Nobody else says another word. The atmosphere instantly turns terrifyingly suffocating. A moment later, Ken finally speaks up. So where exactly is the location for this plan? Parkin presses the location control button. The next dungeon location flashes on screen. She replies, Egypt, the SPA plus 6th floor dungeon. The blade heavily slams down, snapping the bone. Jordan sweats cold bullets in absolute agony. M covers her mouth, whispering his name. Lying flat, he soon screams, I lost. Hearing Jordan say this, Kim Woo-jin immediately jumps off the wall. Lee Se-jun sighs deeply in the corner. He remembers being exactly like that. He steps toward Jordan, making him scramble backward. Woo-jin speaks coldly. Will you keep your promise then? Cut to a massive deep blue cylindrical structure. Jordan grips his weapon tightly. How many hours have I been fighting like this? No matter how many attacks land, there is no end in sight. He turns and shouts, Mizan, charge again! Give me fire support! I cannot just give up like this. She agrees immediately. Yes, I understand. A glowing magic circle completely surrounds Jordan beneath his feet, the legendary tenacious rogue skill. Watch closely now. This completely baits the Minotaur. She charges at it, screaming, over here, giant bull. The furious Minotaur grinds its teeth. Jordan rushes in, sees the attack, and quickly leans back. The beast slams down, instantly shattering the solid ground. Swiftly rolling from danger, Jordan roars out to Kai. Cursing inwardly, he mutters, damn it, terrible landing. Hearing his call, Kai leaps incredibly high to launch a counterattack. Surrounded by the gloomy purple dungeon air, he soars upward, brandishing his razor-sharp blade. Kai lands, plunging both swords into the Minotaur. It roars in agony. Then he swiftly glides across its huge body. Every step leaves behind a fatal slash. From afar, Mizan fires a wave of flames from her magic staff, sending fireballs straight toward the raging Minotaur. Tense, Jordan scans the area. So stupid. Why did I bet with that bastard? Reaching his goal, Woo-jin smiles with complete satisfaction. Lost in deep thought, he snaps back when Kai suddenly screams his name. Jordan quickly glances up, spotting a dangerously sharp object plunging straight down toward his head. Trembling, Jordan freezes. He sees his leg firmly trapped by the rocks. Pure panic sets in. Dodging is impossible. Bracing his body is the only option. Jordan roars, Die! Slash! Haunting gray streaks in dark pink colors instantly flash by. Crying, Mizan looks away. The Minotaur violently stomps where Jordan stood. She screams his name. Following the strike, the monster roars in pure challenge. Squinting, Jordan misses what happened. His eyes snap wide. Beside him, platinum hair flutters in the wind. Kai mutters, that just shaved 10 years off my actual life. Woo-jin stands tall, effortlessly carrying Jordan while everyone watches in shock. Jordan panics, struggling wildly. What the hell is this? Put me down! Woo-jin smirks. Alright, if the princess insists, I oblige. He lets go, dropping Jordan incredibly hard onto the solid ground. Grinding his teeth, Jordan yells, Punk, would dropping me gently kill you? Misen quickly rushes over. Jordan, are you okay? You see this dynamic flipping, right? Jordan nods, muttering. Luckily, nothing is heavily broken. Seeing Woo-jin walk away, he yells, "Bastard, where are you going?" Turning back, Woo-jin speaks coldly. The tank is injured, so someone must step in. Annoyed, Jordan violently roars. What does that mean? You want to rush up and be a human shield? You want to jump into that huge mess? Woo-jin coldly replies. If not me, do you have another plan? Furious, Jordan yells. I would rather charge it myself. If anyone dies, it should be me. Woo-jin scoffs. Fighting on a crippled leg is pure suicide. If you die, who takes responsibility for the rest of the team? Do not think a noble commander sacrifice makes you look cool. Instead of wasting time overthinking useless things, just train harder. Making sure situations like this never happen again is infinitely more useful. A tank is not just some basic meat shield blocking enemy attacks. A tank's real role is buying enough precious time for our side to actually fight. I will only show this once, so open your eyes and watch closely. Cut to a familiar city, a voice rings out. Who is this? In his office, Se-chan speaks up. Why is Shrimp visiting the dragon's house? The man opposite playfully replies. You are way too funny. Your warm welcome is absolutely overwhelming. Try being a little less hospitable next time, alright? The visitor is Dragon Slayer Franco Achero. He smirks. What is with Shrimp? Meaning me? Se-chan scowls. Yeah, why are you randomly here? I do not understand. You are not the type to travel this far without a solid reason, right? Opposite him, Franco cheerfully explains. Of course there is an incredibly important reason. If there was not, why would I drag myself to this entirely remote and totally boring place? Think I have time to watch you grow old and bald? Se-chan's face instantly darkens. Franco calmly places his teacup down. Squinting, he asks, is your promise to fully save the world still valid? Se-chan flinches hard, speaking in a serious tone. Determined since Mr. Lee died? He looks right behind Franco. Trust me, you and I absolutely cannot miss what happens next. Stick with me here. He leans in, following the gaze. Ju stands behind him, respectfully bowing down. But before he can even see what's back there, Se-chan suddenly yells out, stopping his movement completely. Of course! Do you still not understand me? If I say it, I definitely do it. Franco Cero turns around, completely clueless. What? So it's still in effect, right? He slams his hand on his thigh. Favors get paid back double. Grudges 4 times over, or I'm not satisfied. The scene cuts to a massive minotaur roaring in pure rage. Jordan grits his teeth, staring right at it. This is impossible. How can he dodge every single attack without any physical enhancement skills? Kim Woo-jin expertly glides around the beast's position. He watches closely, silently evaluating. The guy moves his body perfectly, like he already knows exactly how the enemy will attack. But if he just keeps dodging, there is no way he can actually win this fight. Jordan's jaw drops. He suddenly screams out, look at that! What is he doing? Watch your back! It's a dead end over there! The Minotaur charges straight at Kim Woo-jin. He dodges just in time, sending the beast crashing right into the wall. Jordan watches without blinking, completely tense. Elgina shakes his head rapidly, whispering, here we go again. He thinks anxiously, damn it. Even if that kid has a terrible personality, he really shouldn't die here. Because I should have been the one to die. My life alone should have been enough to end all of this. But now my skeleton soldiers are completely gone, so I can't win. In a dangerous moment, a skeleton gets knocked down. Jordan suddenly freezes. Watch closely now. Wait, the skeleton soldiers are still moving. Skeletons from behind relentlessly charge the Minotaur. Its horns are completely jammed into the wall, unable to pull out. Now the Minotaur is completely immobilized. Jordan simply cannot believe his eyes. Kim Woo-jin twirls the sword, getting ready to strike. Seeing its trapped state, he smirks. What's wrong? Can't move. A massively powerful collision creates a huge cone-shaped explosion crater. White dust and sharp debris fly everywhere into the air. It stands frozen like a statue, then startles as Kim Woo-jin's shadow gets closer. The Minotaur's bloodshot eyes are forced to welcome the sharp sword flying right at them. Slash! The metallic smell of blood fills the air. The Minotaur, the ruler of the labyrinth, has been hit with blood poison. Its pierced eyes squeeze tightly shut. The Minotaur is furious, puffing white smoke from its nose. Finally, fueled by pure rage, it uses raw strength to blast free from its restraints. Kim Woo-jin evaluates the beast. It still looks full of energy. I really thought I could buy a little more time. It's actually pretty smart, so I definitely can't lure it into the wall a second time. Kim Woo-jin watches its body grow larger and whispers his assessment. Going berserk? Perfect timing. An enraged monster will only blindly stare straight ahead. The Minotaur lifts its leg and violently dashes forward. He keeps calculating, so its next move is likely pouring all its power into one fatal strike. Just as expected. Out of nowhere, a goblin flies in and headbutts it. The skeleton soldiers drag goblin corpses and hurl them with brutal force to attack the giant Minotaur. The skeletons grab the goblins, tossing them non-stop like firing artillery. The goblin bodies suddenly glow brightly. They repeatedly crash into the Minotaur, making it wince in sheer pain. Kim Woo-jin looks at the insane scene and can't help but laugh. The Night Messenger's corpse explosion skill has been activated. The absolute fatal blow is launched. A blinding golden energy wave creates an explosive blast of light, tearing everything apart at the impact zone. Down below, Jordan's group watches intensely without blinking once. The Minotaur's body crashes down heavily, sending dust flying everywhere. Its massive frame completely collapses on the ground. But the skeleton soldiers aren't done. They keep frantically slashing at the beast. Each skeleton targets a different body part. Sword strikes continuously rain down. Kim Woo-jin doesn't even care anymore. He just turns his back and walks away. Everything is now drowning in a terrifying blood-red color. Total absolute chaos. Skeletons in heavy armor wield glowing blue energy scythes, launching strike after devastating strike. I know what you're thinking. Scene change. In a dim room, a flippant guy smirks. Why tell only me to stay here? Johan Jobs mocks Shin Hee. Planning to date me? She narrows her eyes at him, completely annoyed. Trying to hide her frustration toward that bastard, she finally asks, "How is that favor I asked of you earlier going?" Johan Jobs rests his hands behind his head. "You mean the Balmung sword?" He answers with a super cocky attitude. "Someone already snatched it right from under me. So sorry about that, okay?" Shinhye is so shocked she forgets to even reply, sinking deep into thought. Who on earth ended up taking Balmung? Does he mean someone else besides us was targeting that sword? Sung-gu suddenly speaks up. "I absolutely cannot accept this outcome." He instantly pulls a dagger from his inventory, moving like absolute lightning from Shinhye's side right behind Johan Jobs. The guy merely tilts his head to dodge. Honestly, Sung-gu has no intention of hurting him, just holding the knife to threaten him. "If I carve a hole in this handsome face, trash like you will finally learn some damn respect." Johan Jobs laughs. "Hey now, why so scary? You guys said I was your super important bait, right?" Showing zero fear, he literally uses his finger to gently push the knife's tip away. Threatening me with these little toys? Sung-gu is genuinely surprised by Johan Jobs' totally fearless attitude. He aggressively grits his teeth in pure irritation. Meanwhile, Johan Jobs keeps laughing and mocking them. "Did you guys actually think you could catch a big fish like Kim Woo-jin without my help?" Sung-gu can't hold his anger. He scoffs coldly. "I'll handle a piece of trash like you right here, then go to Egypt instead." But Shin-hee screams, "Stop it!" Her harsh command makes him freeze for about 2 whole seconds. Shin-hee exhales. He is completely right. Though unhappy, she can't deny Johan Jobs' words. To create a reason to lure out Ajax and stir up the public, there's clearly no bait quite like Johan. Forbidden from attacking, Sung-gu just bites his tongue and swallows his raging anger. Johan Jobs rides the momentum, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha! Master Bo understands perfectly!" Shin-hee heavily sighs, grabbing her head. "Fine, just do your bait mission properly." Meanwhile, on the 5th floor's Forest of Giants, a bright light flashes. Several people step out from the dungeon portal. The leader softly calls out, "Hey you!" Kim Woo-jin glances over. The captain approaches him, flattering heavily. "Your strength is absolutely terrifying, just like the rumors. Thanks to you, we saved lots of energy. Let's part ways here. Safe travels." Realizing the guy has an ulterior motive, Kim Woo-jin bluntly asks, "Is there a problem?" The captain gets closer, dropping his voice. "Nothing major. Just checking to make sure you didn't forget what you promised the commander." Kim Woo-jin drops his voice. "You mean handing this dungeon's reward to you guys?" Nearby, Gina glares at them, whispering, visibly jealous. "So what happens next? Trust me, you'll want to find out." "All right, stick with me. We're diving right back in." The captain smiles and nods, remembering perfectly. They swap intel while Gina guards. Kim Woo-jin, he couldn't care less about the staring eyes. Jordan scowls, pure frustration burning inside him. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and grabs his arm. Men looks over, genuinely concerned. "Jordan, are you okay?" He forces a totally fake smile. "Haha, I'm fine. Of course I am." Ko just pats his shoulder, telling him not to sweat what went down in that last fight. "Jordan." Men claps her hands, totally agreeing with Ko. Then Miss Nitho drops a comment that brutally pierces right through Jordan's fragile ego. Kim Woo-jin is just incredibly strong, so it's absolutely not Jordan's fault. His face instantly darkens with pure embarrassment. Why does that make it sting even more? Jordan finally drops his obsession over the match, thanking everyone. Done talking to the captain, Kim Woo-jin glances their way, remembering when he fought side by side with those three. He remembers his past life, how brutally they struggled just to survive this exact trial, the regret, the insane 50% casualty rate. But this time, everyone is completely safe. Why? Because he meticulously planned ahead to wipe out the threats with 0 casualties. The flashback ends, but Kim Woo-jin's brow stays furrowed. Suddenly, boom, a massive explosion rocks the deep forest, sending flocks of panicked birds scattering. Startled, the captain instantly scans the area, and Jordan's crew goes on high alert. Gina looks unfazed, while Kim Woo-jin acts like he was expecting this. It's starting. Over in the real world, Se-jun has a strange guest in his office. Rubbing his head, he asks, "Can we stop stalling and get straight to the point? Why exactly did you seek me out?" The man calmly sipping tea across from him is none other than dragon hunter Frank Soichiro. Getting right to it, Frank reveals why he showed up. "If you were actually telling the truth about saving the world..." Frank sets his cup down. "Then I have something for you. Now pay attention, because this reveal is huge." He totally hooks Se-jun's curiosity. "What is it?" Frank stays silent, instantly pulling a massive sword right out of his inventory. Se-jun jumps back in shock, and even Lee Jisoo actually looks up from her monitors to stare. He drops a stunning gold-plated sword with a pitch-black blade right onto the desk. Se-jun grabs it, completely mind-blown as he recognizes it, the legendary Ban Mu. Frank nods, dropping some heavy intel. "Exactly. This is the very item the Savior Guild has been secretly hunting down. And if my theory holds up, this is the one weapon capable of killing Lee Se-jun." Se-jun's eyes light up, stroking the blade. "Are you seriously giving this to me for free?" Frank shoots him an absolutely speechless glare, completely at a loss for words. Cut to nightfall. Inside a flying car, Se-jun stares dead serious out the window. He finally turns to Lee Jisoo, asking, "Is he gone?" She just nods, yes. Lee Jisoo grips the steering wheel in total silence before calling out, "Director, you really don't need to stare at me like that." Se-jun completely freezes up. The rearview mirror catches his totally panicked expression. Huh? I wasn't looking at you. Lee Jisoo speaks up quietly. I asked him everything myself. A flashback hits, seeing Frank off and asking him the hard questions. Her voice drops. The day my dad died, Se-jun panics. What happened? His mind races. Did she find out the truth about that day? Lee Jisoo cranks the ignition. Sweating bullets, Se-jun asks, Lee Jisoo, are you okay? You and I both felt that tension, right? She stares straight ahead. No, I'm absolutely not okay. She floors it. Cut to the dungeon. The expedition pushes into a massive, echoing cave. Jordan instantly starts complaining. Look, why are we even here? You think those Thunderbirds are just going to leave us alone? He argues that if they want better odds of surviving this raid, they need to actually cooperate. Suddenly, a burly scout sprints over. The captain frowns. They're moving ahead of us. What's the play here? Manang turns to Kim Woo-jin, disguised as Kim Woo-jin. Look, Kim Woo-jin, we seriously need to attack just like before. Both teams are better off just rushing out of this death trap, right? Kim Woo-jin turns away, absolutely ice cold. Drop the nonsense. Just like earlier, split up and find cover. Manang snaps back. When did I ever hide? What are you talking about? Kim Woo-jin shoots him a death glare. These aren't some low-level mobs we can just brush off. If you want to keep breathing, you will do exactly as I say. Manang mentally curses him out. That bastard, the burly guy interrupts. Captain, what's the call? Are we preparing to fight? Manang completely grits his teeth. Just like he said, we somehow made it this far without losing anyone. If I can personally take down that two-headed Cyclops, he pictures Sakura. I can crush him and become the commander's right-hand man. Manang smirks, getting greedy. He immediately barks out orders. Everyone group up right now. We are hunting that two-headed Cyclops. Kim Woo-jin stops, shooting them a sideways glance. He orders Jordan and men to watch the Thunderbirds while prioritizing this zone. Jordan flares up, but men gently holds him back. Just breathe. Kim Woo-jin checks in on Gina's status. He shoots back a thumbs up. Top tier, obviously. Suddenly, a panic shout echoes out, prepare for battle. Monsters incoming. Giant ants start swarming out. Kim Woo-jin orders, perfect. Stick to the plan. Gina pulls up his inventory and shouts. Okay, the system announces Solomon's ring. Gina slides it on, realizing this is the exact ring the swordsman lied about earlier. The screen flashes the stats. Solomon's ring. Legendary tier. Level 100 restriction. Channel the absolute power of King Solomon. Triggering its unique skill, Solomon's Command, burns through your mana, but lets you completely mind control any monster lower level than the user. Mana plus 100. Attack up 10%. Solomon's Command unlocked. Gina thrusts his hand forward as the system announces the skill activation. Magic surges, commanding the horde to freeze. A blinding yellow light instantly engulfs the ants. Just then, a teammate gets violently ambushed and drops. Manang is gasping for air, totally exhausted. Scanning the chaos, he violently swings his blade. Damn it, where the hell are all these monsters coming from? His blade slaughters countless monsters. Manang roars, come at me, I'll wipe you out. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Suddenly, he trips over a dead body and Manang goes crashing face first into the dirt. Stick with me, because this opening is wild. Manang realizes something is terribly wrong. He stares at the surrounding corpses, totally confused, wondering what the hell just happened here. He slowly glances over to where he was just fighting the Cyclops. Dead bodies are scattered absolutely everywhere around him in a complete massacre. Did he really run away from the battlefield just to escape the sudden ambush from those brutal monsters? Fresh blood is steadily dripping off his blade. He distinctly remembers getting completely destroyed by that monster. So why are all his loyal subordinates lying here dead on the ground? He freezes for a second. Then it hits him. Something is very, very wrong. Slowly, Manang turns his head to look right behind him. A massive, two-headed Cyclops is towering right behind him. Two pairs of glowing red eyes stare straight into Manang's soul. He stutters, completely paralyzed by fear. Without a second thought, the giant monster swings its massive fist straight down at him. Boom! One devastating smash and Manang's entire body is instantly crushed to nothing. Total darkness completely swallows up this bizarre, terrifying cave. The two-headed Cyclops is viciously chewing on its prey inside the cave. Kim Woo-jin stands a safe distance away, watching it closely. Jordan walks up and asks, "Hey, Yak?" Kim Woo-jin just gives him a quick side glance. Jordan looks completely serious and says, "I don't know if this is the right move." Kim Woo-jin coldly replies, "What are you talking about?" Jordan points behind them. "I'm talking about those striped ants." He stares at Gina petting the bugs and asks with clear doubt, "Are you seriously planning to bring that swarm into battle?" Gina casually tells Men, who is hiding behind her, "They are actually way cuter than I thought. Go on, pet one." Jordan keeps his dead serious tone. "Sure, they are being mind-controlled right now thanks to the item's effect, but who knows when they might just snap and attack us." He warns that even while the item's magic is fully active, there is still a hard time limit on it. What if the mind control breaks right in the middle of our fight? Kim Woo-jin tilts his head and asks, "Are you still doubting me?" Jordan quickly backpedals, "No. That is not what I meant." Kim Woo-jin walks over to Jordan and explains, "Obviously the ring's mind control effect cannot hold onto those ants forever. There is a limit." He pats Jordan's shoulder and says, "But if they do their job perfectly before the control wears off and then end up getting completely wiped out, then there shouldn't be any problem, right?" Kim Woo-jin drops that cold logic and walks away. Gina gets super hyped up. "All right, my precious little ants, the attack signal is finally given. It is time for you guys to shine." He clenches his fist tightly, fully unleashing the power of the magic ring. A bright burst of light radiates out, completely engulfing the entire ant swarm. The glowing aura grabs the attention of all the surrounding ants. Guided by Gina's command, the swarm starts marching straight toward the two-headed Cyclops. The loud scuttling noise immediately alerts the giant boss. The monster stands up just as the ant army brutally charges its back. They swarm up its giant legs, viciously biting it everywhere. The sheer amount of painful bites makes the beast scream out in absolute agony. Kim Woo-jin crosses his arms, watching a very hyped-up Gina. Very good, you did great. Jordan is completely shocked, thinking, can an A+ rank 5th floor boss really be handled this easily? The massive monster crashes right into the swarm, and the ants start biting straight into its giant eye. Suddenly, that eye begins to glow brightly. Now watch closely, because this is where everything flips. The ants suddenly freeze, looking up at the glowing light. In a flash, they turn around and brutally start slaughtering each other. Gina glares at his ring and yells out in frustration. What the hell? Why are they suddenly fighting each other? Did the ring's mind control effect already wear off? Meanwhile, the ants are still furiously ripping each other to absolute shreds. The giant monster gets back up and violently stomps down, instantly crushing the bugs. It keeps wildly stomping to wipe out the whole swarm. Kim Woo-jin gives Gina a sharp side glance. He calmly explains, those two eyes are called demon eyes, and each one holds a totally different power. The left eye triggers a nasty status effect known as the Chaos debuff. In seconds, the entire ant swarm is completely wiped out by the monster. Kim Woo-jin continues, it makes the target lose the ability to tell friend from foe. If we blindly charged in all at once, we would have ended up exactly like them. Gina panics and quickly asks, so what do we do now? If we rush in together, we are definitely going to end up confused and killing each other too. Kim Woo-jin just smirks and says, normally, yeah, that is exactly what would happen. The monster bares its fangs, finally noticing their group. Then Kim Woo-jin drops the most crucial piece of information. He smirks, that is, if skill cooldown times didn't exist. Jordan is totally confused, thinking to himself, wait a minute, isn't this Yak's very first time ever fighting a two-headed Cyclops? How does he already know about the demon eyes and their exact cooldowns? Gina excitedly asks, oh, I get it now. So we just jump down and beat the crap out of it, right? Jordan stands on the sidelines, quietly judging Gina for accepting things way too fast. Kim Woo-jin draws his sword and replies, no, I am attacking first alone because the right demon eye is still fully active. Jordan tries to stop him. Wait, if the right eye is also magical, we need a plan. But Kim Woo-jin is already moving. Jordan desperately tries calling out to him. Hold on. Gina chimes in, telling him there is absolutely no need to worry. He confidently says, do you seriously still not know what kind of guy Yak is? You and I both know our boy wouldn't rush in blindly. Gina watches Kim Woo-jin charge, saying he never acts recklessly without a perfect countermeasure prepared. Kim Woo-jin rapidly closes the distance on the two-headed Cyclops, and it instantly blasts its glowing right eye straight at him. He grits his teeth, fighting hard to resist the control. The system blares a warning. You have entered the demon eye's vision. Abnormal status effect triggered. Petrification. Kim Woo-jin's entire body starts turning completely into solid stone, violently slowing down his legs. He forces himself forward an inch at a time until he literally cannot move anymore, stopping right in front of the giant monster. Even frozen, Kim Woo-jin looks up and lets out a smirk. This one-time opportunity is perfect. He instantly triggers the hidden power of the ring on his finger. The system announces the Lalot ring has forcefully resisted the petrification effect. The magical ring glows brilliantly, and the thick stone covering him instantly shatters into dust. Kim Woo-jin thrusts his hand right up in its face. Now is the time to strike, while it is completely off guard, unaware its demon eye failed. Since the left eye is still on cooldown, he jumps high to stab and blind the right eye first. But the two-headed Cyclops suddenly swings its massive fist straight toward Kim Woo-jin. The devastating punch connects, sending him flying and crashing hard into the dirt. Thick dust clouds everything, but hidden inside that smoke, a bright flash appears. Kim Woo-jin was fast enough to block the massive hit with a shield. The system displays the legendary item specs, the Aegis Shield. Usable straight from level 1, it is the absolute strongest shield ever forged by Hephaestus, and it is completely unbreakable. Pumping mana or aura into it activates divine protection for absolute flawless defense. Suddenly, the giant monster violently roars as the entire right side of its chest gets blown apart. Men just launched a powerful long-range magic attack. Jordan immediately shouts the order to charge in. Gina steps forward, hyped, asking, so now it is finally our turn, right? Kim Woo-jin quietly replies, I will handle the right eye myself. He tells the team to take down the left one. We have to kill it before that cooldown ends. Trust me, you and I absolutely need to see how this fight finishes. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. Gina shouts out as the system confirms the skeleton soldiers are summoned. The two-headed Cyclops is screaming in pure agony, its right chest completely destroyed. Kim Woo-jin and his undead army charge forward at lightning speed. He glances back, noticing men using her magic staff to blast the monster from a distance. Seeing her in action puts Kim Woo-jin at ease. He smiles, stopping for a second before bursting forward with insane speed. Kim Woo-jin and his skeleton army leap right behind the Cyclops for a devastating strike. Finally, the system notification pops up. You have officially defeated the two-headed Cyclops. You have obtained the demon eye of the two-headed Cyclops. Item rank is legendary, and anyone from level 1 and above can actually use it. This magical crystal orb contains the dark demonic power of the two-headed Cyclops. When used in battle, it can throw enemies into total chaos or severely slow down their movements. The effects? It uses mana to trigger a massive confusion effect on the enemy. Plus, it can use mana to literally petrify the target into solid stone. The battle is over and a beautiful sunrise greets them. Kim Woo-jin steps outside, but suddenly he and Gina freeze in absolute shock. Men reacts too, calling out to Jordan and pointing straight ahead. Right over there, a group of armed thugs has their weapons aimed dead at the expedition team. They line up, totally blocking Kim Woo-jin's squad. Jordan gets furious, recognizing them as the Thunderbird Guild. The leader, Hill Frey, is standing there with his second-in-command, Sakura. What in the world is going on? Jordan screams out, "What kind of dirty trick are you guys pulling?" Sakura sneers and snaps right back at him. "You have absolutely nothing to do with this, so while I am still being polite, make yourself scarce and get lost." She tightly grips her weapon and just laughs. Well, the boss was going to be killed by Kim Woo-jin anyway. Yak already promised to hand over the dungeon reward to us. Men hides behind Jordan but bravely argues back. "We absolutely do not care about whatever shady deal you made with Kim Woo-jin. Not too long ago, we were the players who literally risked our lives to clear this entire dangerous dungeon." She yells that instead of joining forces to save the world, they are out here threatening people. How is this supposed to be polite behavior at all? Frey just smirks and fires back. Polite? The simple fact that I am not shooting 100 bullets into all of you right this second is already me being way too polite. Hill Frey tilts his head and asks, "Am I wrong, Kim Woo-jin?" Kim Woo-jin stays completely silent, not giving him a single answer. Meanwhile, the teleportation gate slowly vanishes behind them. Now pay attention here, because things get tense. Kim Woo-jin's group is fully surrounded by Hill Frey's goons. Frey casually shoves his hands in his pockets, saying the dungeon is cleared and nobody else is coming out. That clearly proves you did not care about my subordinates down there either, but whatever, let it go. Hill Frey takes a few arrogant steps forward. Honestly, the combat power of those guys was weak and completely useless anyway. The contract conditions never even mentioned anything about keeping them alive. So as long as I receive the specific item I told you to bring out, we are completely done here. Kim Woo-jin just replies, "Fine." Gina panics and whispers in his ear, "Hey, are you seriously going to hand it over?" He mutters back, "We have to give what is owed because we still need to get what we want." Saying that, he opens his inventory. Kim Woo-jin casually hands the item straight over to Hill Frey while Gina is absolutely dying inside. She knows why he did it, but losing that legendary Cyclops eye still hurts so much. They suffered so much to get it. But honestly, since those abnormal status effects would not work well against him anyway, handing over the eye does not pose a massive threat. Jordan stares at them in utter disbelief as Hill Frey and his gang finally back off. He stands there with a totally dumbfounded look, asking, "Wait, what? They are just leaving like that?" Men brushes her hair aside and bows to thank Kim Woo-jin. "Mr. Yak, even though it was a short time, I am truly grateful." Kay reaches out for a handshake, adding, "I have learned a lot from you." Kim Woo-jin shakes his hand and casually replies, "You are too polite." Meanwhile, Jordan is standing alone in the corner with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Kim Woo-jin suddenly glances over at him. Jordan is still pouting, angrily looking the other way. Kim Woo-jin lets out a soft sigh. Men just laughs awkwardly and says, "I am so sorry. His pride is just really high, but I promise he is not a bad guy." Suddenly, she gasps in pure surprise at the sight in front of her. Kim Woo-jin actually walks right up to Jordan and mocks him. "I am absolutely certain you are not a good commander." Jordan instantly flares up in anger. "Excuse me, what did you just say?" But Kim Woo-jin quickly glances over at Men and Kay, adding, "But at least those guys over there will always trust and rely on you." Kim Woo-jin continues speaking. "They stand right behind you to fight by your side." He extends his hand forward and says, "Because to them, you are a far better teammate than absolutely anyone else." Jordan is completely caught off guard by those words, but eventually a genuinely satisfied smile breaks across his face. Without another word, Jordan reaches out and grips Kim Woo-jin's hand. Finally, the two of them shake hands right in front of Men, Kay, and even Gina. A little while later, the tension completely fades away. Gina crosses her arms and asks, "Kim Woo-jin, what is wrong with you? Suddenly saying things that do not match your vibe at all. I thought you hated the Messiah Guild?" But Kim Woo-jin just lowers his head and smiles. Men links arms with her two teammates and says, "Thank you, Jordan." He scratches his head in confusion, asking, "Wait, for what?" She smiles brightly, "Because you are always the solid pillar protecting us." Let's pause here, this is important. Kim Woo-jin watches them and thinks to himself, when did I ever say I actually hated the Messiah Guild? I just absolutely cannot forgive the fake Messiah Guild for ruthlessly trampling all over their sacred will. Later that night, at a massive high-rise building, news outlets everywhere explode with breaking reports that Kim Woo-jin has just been spotted in the Amazon. Kim Woo-jin, the most unpredictable player out there, has successfully cleared a 5-floor A+ ranked dungeon. Breaking news says the Messiah Guild members joined the raid alongside him. I want to fight side by side with Kim Woo-jin. Johan from the Messiah Guild has officially sent a massive proposal to Kim Woo-jin's team to conquer a 6-floor A+ dungeon together. Is Kim Woo-jin actually going to accept this insane proposal from Johan? Experts are constantly debating while the internet absolutely loses its mind in the comment sections. One person writes, "I honestly thought Kim Woo-jin died in some random foreign land. He was actually in the Amazon?" Another user frantically comments, "Mr. Yak, what were you even doing all the way out there?" Someone else comments, "Johan and Kim Woo-jin going into a 6-floor dungeon together? That is literally the ultimate dream team, right?" Another worried fan comments, "But why on earth would they suddenly challenge a 6-floor A+ dungeon? That is just way too dangerous." Someone else immediately replies to defend them. This is simply their sacred will to step up and completely save the entire world. A hater chimes in. Kim Woo-jin came back just to get completely wiped out again. Another user aggressively replies, hey, you better watch your mouth when you talk about them. Those two men are literal heroes trying to save the world. Another troll laughs. Why are you taking this so seriously, bro? Someone finally tells the keyboard warriors to shut up. Meanwhile, Sakua Ken stands hidden in the dark and speaks up. So that guy Kim Woo-jin has finally returned from the Amazon. Sin H gasps in absolute horror, but Ken cuts him off right when they need to resolve this massive issue. Why did you call me here again? He asks with intense annoyance in his voice. Do not tell me our entire plan is ruined or give me some nonsense excuse. ZinH just smirks, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving right back into the madness. The plan's running perfectly, so no need to panic. Opening the locker, he coldly declares, I just want to completely erase any variables leading to failure. Ken frowns at Shin H, suggesting they summon the Sword Saint right away. I hope you can put these to good use. Shin H places the shiny gear onto the table. Take a look at this. It's the helmet of Hades and the shoes of Hem. Breaking news just dropped. Kim Woo-jin and Johan have officially crossed paths inside the 6th floor of the epic Egyptian Sphinx dungeon. Yongan taps his fingers on the armrest, speaking with a chilling calmness. The very first time you approached me like this was back at the Savior Guild. That incredibly amusing situation's happening all over again, isn't it? Yongan just sits there. Kim Woo-jin, you finally dropped your disguise. Alright, did your trade with Thunder actually succeed? Kim Woo-jin nods. Yeah, a whole lot happened. But deep down, Kim Woo-jin flashes back to the intense moment he handed that eyeball over to Hilfrey. Back then, Kim Woo-jin had boldly asked, I heard you're not the type to break a promise, so did you actually bring the item that I requested? Hilfrey had replied that even in a deadly situation like this, Kim Woo-jin still paid the price without showing an ounce of fear. I am extremely satisfied with your absolute boldness. Then Hilfrey handed Kim Woo-jin a piece of paper, perfectly keeping his word. That paper, a legendary skill scroll. It clearly stated that summoning the Lich requires fully accepting a proxy from the terrifying world of darkness. You need to be level 180 or higher, sacrificing 100 massive monsters to summon an immortal wizard. Hilfrey warned, this is an item where the hard limit is exactly level 180. Until you hit that level, you better protect your life at all costs. Kim Woo-jin whispers, I finally got exactly what I needed. Back in the present, Yongan leans on his chair and asks him, so, you heard the sweet lies that guy was spouting? Then what is your actual reason for spilling this whole story to me without hiding a single detail? Kim Woo-jin quietly replies, didn't you explicitly warn me about this earlier? Now watch closely, because Yongan suddenly cracks a wicked smile. Kim Woo-jin continues, you told me to never try deceiving you again. Yongan looks highly satisfied. Is that so? You did an excellent job. Now you finally understand my words. Suddenly, the room door swings open. Yongan lazily adds, then from this exact moment on, you already know what I expect from you, right? Kim Woo-jin answers, I'll have to report every single move Thunder makes. Just then, Secretary Kim steps right into the room and immediately chimes in with, that's absolutely correct. And there's one more thing. Secretary Kim then places a tiny box right onto the desk. Yongan instantly gives the cold order. You need to hand this exact item over to Kim Woo-jin. Kim Woo-jin pops the box open, his eyes widening in pure shock at what's inside. This is the Ring of Isis. Yongan scratches his chin. Like I said before, I don't want to see a picture where you and Kim Woo-jin are just competing with each other. His tone turns freezing cold. Use this golden chance to properly reel Kim Woo-jin in. As for Yan Jae, do absolutely everything in your power to guarantee he gets taken out. Kim Woo-jin holds the ring box, listening closely. No matter what the cost might be, he just smiles and snaps the box shut. Understood. The scene instantly shifts over to Cairo, Egypt. Right before entering the dungeon, all the different guilds gather around. Johan Jobs walks straight over to Kim Woo-jin, who is currently perfectly disguised as the legendary Kim Woo-jin. He smirks, saying, being able to travel alongside you like this is an absolute honor. Kim Woo-jin lets out a subtle scoff, which Johan Jobs immediately catches. Then Kim Woo-jin smiles, shaking his hand. I'm counting on you for everything in there. After that, he turns around and walks away. Johan Jobs stares daggers at him, thinking, what the hell? It was just a split second, but he's totally looking down on me. Kim Woo-jin glances back with a faint mocking smirk. Johan Jobs thinks, fine, keep laughing for now. Cut to the dungeon, a brutal landscape filled with endless deserts and towering mountains. One of the members instantly punches an orc head clean off. Kim Woo-jin's skeleton army charges forward in unison. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin notices someone confidently walking right towards his current position. Johan Jobs suddenly appears and drops a line. Your summons are incredible, just like the rumors said. He tilts his head. My own skeleton army was lacking numbers, so I learned a neat little trick. Kim Woo-jin glances over and replies, your side is also pretty amazing, but in a totally different way. Johan Jobs asks, what do you mean? Kim Woo-jin closes his eyes. Not your people. He looks right at Johan Jobs' forces, speaking with dripping sarcasm. Are you trying to overwhelm us with sheer numbers? Johan Jobs glances back at his hooded soldiers and questions him again. Are you talking about these guys? You and I both know this spells massive trouble. He holds out his finger. It's all thanks to this. The ring glows brightly on his hand. The Ring of Hades. Kim Woo-jin looks genuinely surprised, thinking to himself, the Ring of Hades? Johan Jobs boasts proudly. If I use the absolute power of this ring, I can literally turn someone else's entire skeleton army into my own personal forces. Kim Woo-jin is completely caught off guard. An item like that actually exists? It seems this is one of those overpowered artifacts the Savior Guild has been secretly hiding away. Johann Jobs speaks up. Don't be too worried. He flashes a massive, creepy grin and says, I absolutely won't lay a finger on your skeleton army, Kim Woo-jin. The skeletons I'm going to choose. He glances back at the followers standing right behind him and finishes his sentence. Are just the ones summoned by these loyal subordinates standing right behind me. Kim Woo-jin glares, realizing there's absolutely zero benefit in ordering his skeletons to attack Yan Jae right now. You're only staring at that ring because of the insane power it holds, right? Kim Woo-jin frowns, thinking that showing pure contempt is just a threat of power. Staring at the guy, he realizes that sometimes exposing your true strength is way more effective than hiding it. Whether in the past or right now, Johann Jobs remains a terrifyingly bold guy. Night falls, and everyone gathers around a warm campfire. Johann Jobs sits right by the fire, grilling up some meat. He side-eyes the area and mutters, what a shame that folks from the underworld can't eat or drink anything, huh? Isn't that right? Then Johann Jobs takes a massive bite out of his meat. He stares straight at the eerie ghosts floating silently in the air. I don't know exactly where you guys are, but it's pretty obvious you're all just waiting around me, right? He just keeps casually talking to them. My mind is right here, but even if you look, you can't answer me anyway. This whole situation is just a huge pity. You guys are probably starving and super thirsty by now. Johann Jobs covers his face, chuckling darkly to himself. But how will this play out? If I want to catch the floor 6 boss, I desperately need Kim Woo-jin's power. But before that happens, I can't just kill him off, right? So I'll do it little by little. Suddenly, half of his grilled meat plops right onto the dirt. He rolls his eyes. Have you seriously been standing there this whole time? A hazy, translucent ghost appears right in front of him. Cut to Dungeon Raid, Day 21. A massive volcano is actively erupting. The expedition team has arrived at the 5th floor gate of the Egyptian dungeon. Johann Jobs smirks, declaring, now there's only this one final floor left. We smoothly cleared all 5 floors. He adds, I'm betting the difficulty of this 6th floor is definitely going to be the most brutal. Kim Woo-jin silently agrees. Yan Jae is absolutely right about that. He glances around. This is an A+ rank dungeon, yet there are absolutely 0 casualties so far. If Johann Jobs' soldiers are still completely unharmed by this point, then everything ahead poses a massive threat, especially a beast like that floor 6 boss monster. Kim Woo-jin then looks over at his own squad and realizes the cold truth. His entire team's combat power has already been completely exposed to everyone here. So what do you and I take from this? They'd never just send weaklings to catch him. Kim Woo-jin smirks, realizing his enemies are completely blind to what's actually coming next. Stick with me here. You and I are about to watch things get completely wild. He thinks about Shin Hee. It seems Parent Hee brought out his treasure. Kim Woo-jin steps up to the front gate. As he slowly pushes the door open, Johann Jobs flashes a seriously sinister smile. Now I'll take my time. Johann is looming right behind his back, but Kim Woo-jin has already spotted him completely. Without any hesitation, Kim Woo-jin forcefully throws the door wide open, instantly delivering his final verdict. Gina steps onto the desert sand, but his foot immediately sinks deep. He looks completely caught off guard. What the heck? Are we in a desert zone now? Kim Woo-jin quickly speaks up. Nope, definitely not. Sprawled out right in front of them isn't a desert, it's a massive dense jungle. Johann asks, hey Kim Woo-jin, are we heading straight toward the jungle first? Kim Woo-jin just shoots him a sideways glance and says, before we go anywhere, I have an announcement to make. He casually declares that until they manage to catch the assassin actively targeting them, boss hunting is suspended indefinitely. Hearing this sudden shift, Johann Jobs completely skips a beat, totally caught off guard by the play. He starts stammering in a panic. The assassin? He vaguely questions, what exactly do you mean by that? But, right as the words leave his mouth, his skeleton soldiers go absolutely berserk and charge forward. They lunge in to attack Kim Woo-jin. But instantly, Kim Woo-jin's own skeleton troops step up to block the enemy wave. Kim Woo-jin casually looks up at the sky and mutters, I knew it, so this is how it plays out. While the skeletons are busy smashing each other to pieces, he slips away and makes a run for it. Seeing this, Gina screams out, hey, are you really bailing on me? Left with absolutely no other choice, Gina has to sprint after Kim Woo-jin. The enemy lackeys start yelling, he's getting away, grab him! But Johann barks an order, ignore Kim Woo-jin. He tells them to capture the golem, Dullahan, and the skeleton mage instead. He rapidly commands his troops to suppress those special summons at all costs. Running away, Kim Woo-jin thinks to himself, Johann Jobs really is a smart guy after all. One of his skeletons violently slices an enemy to pieces. Partly because inside a dungeon setting like this, these skeleton troops can regenerate an infinite amount of times anyway. Now watch closely, because here's where it gets interesting. The enemy skeletons swarm the giant golem. Special units like the golem, Dullahan, skeleton knight, and mage are a completely different story. The skeleton knight is getting ambushed right now since its summoning conditions are incredibly annoying to meet. Meanwhile, his mage just used a massive spell to blow up an enemy. If it gets destroyed here, or worse, if Johann steals it using the Ring of Hades, the damage would be fatal. Kim Woo-jin quickly opens his inventory, knowing his side's losses would be totally indescribable. He immediately pulls out a book. The system announces the Book of Death's activation. Suddenly, the mage's physical body dissolves straight into a cloud of smoke. Seeing this, Johann Jobs realizes something is very wrong. He watches Kim Woo-jin's elite soldiers literally vanish into thin air and screams, that bastard, he is reverse summoning them. He is boiling with pure, unfiltered rage. Kim Woo-jin, you absolute scum. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin and Gina are sprinting for their absolute lives deep into the jungle. One lackey steps up, asking if they should keep chasing. Johan violently turns around and snaps. Are you out of your mind? Kim Woo-jin holds almost his entire army right now. You plan to just blindly run into that forest? What exactly could you even do in that situation? He grinds his teeth in pure frustration. Damn it! How the hell did he even figure out those assassins existed? Even if I actually managed to absorb Kim Woo-jin's entire skeleton army today, this whole situation is already a complete and total mess. Kim Woo-jin and Gina sprint incredibly deep into the forest before stopping, gasping for air. Gina says looks like they finally gave up the chase. Kim Woo-jin whispers he is definitely not like the other enemies I've faced before. Johan is absolutely no fool. Gina nervously speaks up, asking, so what is your play now? Do you actually have a plan? Kim Woo-jin flashes a confident smirk and replies, of course I do. He smoothly slides a heavy ring onto his finger. A system alert pops up. You have equipped the Ring of Osiris. It continues, warning him that this item will be permanently engraved onto Bango's bracelet. You cannot unequip this item later on. Right after that, the ring completely fuses into one of the slots, leaving exactly 2 spaces open. The system displays its insane stats. The Ring of Osiris, a legendary tier item. Anyone level 1 and above can use this artifact bearing Osiris's true power. It literally holds the ultimate ability to revive the dead. The effects? It boosts all attack power and base stats by a massive 15%, plus grants the resurrection skill. Gina's eyes practically bulge out as he points at it. No freaking way. Where in the world did you even get that? Kim Woo-jin rolls his eyes and answers. From a sponsor who throws money around. Then he looks up at the sky and asks, hey, do you meaningfully call out for things like that? I know what you are thinking. Things that make humans anxious. Kim Woo-jin smirks and says, you must be used to falling by now, right? Hearing this, Gina nervously looks up too. Falling. Right above their heads, a massive flock of flying creatures passes by. Kim Woo-jin says, because I completely experienced it when meeting them. Gina, absolutely terrified, points a trembling finger at his own face. Wait a minute, did I do something totally wrong again? Kim Woo-jin just stays dead silent for a moment. Shrinking back in fear, Gina stammers out, it can't be that massive thing, right? While Kim Woo-jin simply stares intensely at the sky, Gina is literally crying streams of tears from pure panic. In the distance stands a towering mountain, where the heavy claws of a monstrous sphinx stomp down. It glares menacingly at the ground below as the flock buzzes through the sky. Kim Woo-jin casually approaches a massive wyvern that was shot down and killed. Gina stands to the side, thinking, what now? Is he gonna ride it? Or is he planning to summon even more skeleton soldiers from it? He scratches his head, thinking, but skeleton troops are just dry bones. Without wings, there's absolutely no way they can fly. Gina crosses his arms and keeps watching. Could it be the ability of that ring he just got? Kim Woo-jin places his ring-bearing hand right onto the wyvern's corpse, and a blinding purple light explodes around it. The system chimes in, using the resurrection skill of the Ring of Osiris. Just like that, he and Gina mount the newly revived wyvern and soar straight up toward that towering mountain. Kim Woo-jin violently hurls a spear that grazes right past the Sphinx's head. The beast is genuinely taken off guard for a second. Then, grinding its teeth in fury, it whips around and glares right at him. Clinging to the wyvern's back, Gina yells in absolute shock. That thing has another eyeball on the back of its head. Kim Woo-jin shouts, bring it on! The Sphinx gathers insane energy in its mouth, then unleashes a massive blast of wind that sends the wyvern completely tumbling. Caught totally off guard, Gina screams loudly. The wyvern just shuts its eyes, taking the hit, while Gina anxiously glares right at their terrifying enemy. The Sphinx rockets upward, raising its huge leg to stomp them. Gina winces and screams, damn it, how is that huge thing so incredibly fast? Its massive paw is closing in on them, about to land a fatal crushing blow. Kim Woo-jin glances back and roars, hold on tight, because the real ride starts right now. With that, he forces the wyvern into a sheer nosedive toward the ground, smoothly dodging right out of the Sphinx's attack range before speeding away. Gina shrieks in absolute terror, wait, did you tell me to get used to falling? Just because you were planning to do this exact thing? The Sphinx immediately gives chase right on their tail. Kim Woo-jin glances back, then shifts his eyes to the left and spots something incredibly interesting. Way off in the distance, he sees Johan Jobs' campfire flickering away. As the campfire crackles, Johan suddenly looks up, noticing something strange. He stands up to investigate the suspicious noise. But as he steps forward, his eyes suddenly go incredibly wide in pure shock. Johan Jobs literally watches a dead wyvern being chased by an enraged Sphinx, and they are flying straight at him. What the hell is that? The Sphinx is going full throttle, relentlessly hunting Kim Woo-jin down. Gina looks back and sees the Sphinx opening its massive jaws. Hey, behind us, behind us! Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin leaps back, aggressively grabs Gina right by the collar, and yanks him into a terrifying freefall straight out of the sky. So what do you and I make of this? The Sphinx bites the wyvern's neck. Gina completely panics, cursing out Kim Woo-jin. You bastard! Johan is absolutely furious. Damn it! Stick with me, we are dropping right into absolute chaos. One and the Sphinx crash down right on his camp. Massive dust clouds explode as Johan coughs, glancing sideways. The massive Sphinx is just chewing on one, staring right at them. Johan frowns, realizing without a solid plan, he has zero chance of beating this terrifying boss monster. Meanwhile, Gina faceplants hard into the dirt. Kim Woo-jin just looks at him, telling him to get up already. Gina struggles to his feet and immediately starts yelling at Kim Woo-jin. You absolute bastard. If we're doing a free fall, you should at least give me a heads up. Gina rages. Let me know what the hell is going on. Must be real nice feeling so safe with your own personal shield. He remembers falling out of the sky while Kim Woo-jin perfectly blocked the impact with his gear. Gina whines, I must be insane to follow you around. Kim Woo-jin just shoots back, I pulled that stunt because I fully trusted your survival skills. Kim Woo-jin brushes it off and says, let's move. Gina stands up, grumbling that he needs to communicate better. Seeing Kim Woo-jin already walking away, Gina calls out, where the hell are you going? Gina yells. Wait up, back to Johan. The Sphinx easily slaughters almost his entire army of skeleton warriors. Johan hides behind a thick tree, watching it. The beast is leagues above his minions in power. Finally, the Sphinx flaps its wings and leaves. Johan grits his teeth. Looks like that monster just spared his life. Walking back to the ruined battlefield, he notices not only his skeletons are gone, but some living subordinates are missing too. He calls out to his few surviving men. Well, since it came to this, we have no other choice. Johan commands, we definitely need to kill that guy now. A silent ghost materializes right behind his back. The spirit starts carving words into the dirt. Johan turns around and reads the strange message. The phantom asks what his plan means. Johan replies, as long as Kim Woo-jin is striking, raw power alone will never conquer this dungeon. In other words, we are all going to die down here anyway. Gritting his teeth, he adds, since everything is already falling apart, let's just hunt down and kill that bastard first. Johan stands tall and declares to his remaining crew, I will be the bait. Kim Woo-jin needs to eliminate me before he can focus on clearing the dungeon. He won't hesitate. After he speaks, new text glows on the ground. Fine, I will leave it to you. Seeing this, Johan lets out a dark smirk. Let's tidy things up first. Haven't you been starving for 20 days just to wear Hades' helmet? No matter how superhuman a player is, fasting that long means you can never fight at your absolute maximum strength. At this moment, glowing eyes pierce through the aura right in front of him, remaining completely silent. The shadowy aura reveals a living man pulling off his dark helmet. Johan's smirk widens with pure excitement. Standing right there, looking at the ground, is Sukahara Ken. Taking a breath, Sukahara mutters he finally feels alive again. Suddenly, Johan screams in pure panic. Now watch this play closely. Kim Woo-jin, why are you here? Sukahara violently flinches and spins around. What? In that split second, Johan dashes past him and snatches the iron helmet. Realizing he got completely played, Sukahara unleashes pure killing intent, growling out, what are you doing? But Johan just stands there smirking, casually tossing the helmet in his hand. Meanwhile, Sukahara's heavy sword slowly begins fading away. Johan laughs and says, did your crazy ass really fall for that? How could Kim Woo-jin even be here right now? Finishing his taunt, Johan quickly stomps his foot hard on the ground. Sukahara jerks his head back, scanning the area on high alert. He is now completely surrounded by an undead skeleton army. And Johan already vanished without a trace. The scene cuts to someone snapping a branch. Noticing this, Gina looks totally confused and asks, why are you leaving track marks everywhere we walk? Hearing the question, Kim Woo-jin just flashes a knowing smile. Because we have some guests coming to find us. Gina gets even more confused. Guests? We are surrounded by monsters and enemies. What guests? Kim Woo-jin just smirks and mutters, they are already here. You and I know this means trouble. Startled, Gina spins around. A shadowy figure emerges from the trees. It is Johan, glaring at them in absolute dead silence. Without warning, Johan chucks the stolen iron helmet straight into the air. It rolls across the dirt, coming to a dead stop right at Kim Woo-jin's feet. Kim Woo-jin glances down at it, totally unbothered. So this is Hades' helmet. Johan looks genuinely shocked by this. You actually know the item's name? No wonder you knew that hidden assassin existed. My intel really did get leaked from somewhere. The moment he says that, Gina screams in pure shock. Hades' helmet? Where did you hear that? Kim Woo-jin totally ignores him, looking straight at Johan. Why are you handing this to me? Johan chuckles and replies, you won. Consider it the ultimate winner's prize. By now, Gina snatches up the helmet, eyes sparkling. This is insane. Isn't this a legendary tier? It really is, kinda, a straight-up legendary class artifact. Requires level 100 to use. The Helmet of Hades, King of the Underworld. Anyone wearing this becomes an underworld entity, granting them absolutely perfect and flawless stealth. Effects. Grants invisibility when equipped. Cannot speak a single word when equipped. Cannot eat or drink while equipped. Taking it off triggers a 24-hour cooldown. Reading this, he freezes up. Wait, you literally cannot eat? Johan flashes a sly grin at Kim Woo-jin. I am surrendering. I want you to guarantee my safety, not just in this place, but outside the dungeon as well. Kim Woo-jin doesn't answer right away, analyzing him silently. He realized he couldn't win after just one clash with the Sphinx. This kid reads the room way too fast. Nothing in this world comes free. He is dangerous. Gina does not think twice and asks, even if we actually agree to save your life, what about all your subordinates? Hearing this, Johan's eyes turn dead cold as he replies, those guys? They had absolutely zero use left anyway, so I cleaned up that entire mess before walking over here. He is talking about his own skeleton army. And trust me, that twist is wild. Didn't leave a single one alive. Gina screams, are you totally insane? But Kim Woo-jin blocks him, turning right back to Johan. Let's dive right back into the madness. Fine, but I have one more condition. Hand over the Hades ring, he demands, absolutely dead serious. Sure enough, Johan George just freezes. He stands completely still, glaring daggers at the two of them. After a long, tense moment, he lets out a heavy sigh and slowly pulls a ring right off his finger. A savage smile creeps onto his face as he mutters, I really can't win against you. Kim Woo-jin doesn't say a single word back, just keeps his cold eyes locked entirely on Johan. The scene suddenly cuts to a completely different forest in broad daylight. A loud, angry voice echoes through the trees, screaming out a heavy curse. It is Sukahara Ken, sprinting like a blur through the woods. He barely escaped Johan's skeleton army, only to run straight into a massive monster wave. Total chaos everywhere. He knew that guy was bad news from the very beginning. Of course he is talking about Johan, but suddenly Sukahara Ken stops dead in his tracks. His eyes go wide. He just spotted something up ahead. Two massively aggressive gorillas are charging straight at him. He grits his teeth, realizing they already caught up to his insane speed. The beasts leap forward, tearing through the air with totally unpredictable, slashing attacks. But Sukahara Ken doesn't even flinch. He explodes forward in a blur, swinging his blade with expert precision, taking both of the massive monsters down in seconds. Wiping his blade, he looks up and grits his teeth. At the end of the day, he is still trapped on floor 6 of an A+ rank dungeon. Just surviving in this place completely alone is an absolute nightmare. Killing the boss and actually escaping? That feels like an impossible joke right now. And right on cue, even more giant gorillas drop from the trees above, roaring aggressively and ready to tear him apart. Sukahara Ken immediately drops into his fighting stance, totally ready for the next wave. He channels a crazy amount of power into his legs and launches himself upwards. Flying through the air, he swings his blade and slices cleanly through another beast. As he fights, a dark thought crosses his mind. There is no way he is dying in this place all alone. He grits his teeth in pure defiance. If he is going straight down, he is dragging someone right to hell with him. The scene then cuts over to another dark part of the forest, glowing with a bright golden light. A stream of water suddenly splashes down entirely out of nowhere against a thick tree. Turns out it is just Lee Se-jun taking a quick bathroom break. He grumbles to himself, annoyed. With all the insane magic items in this crazy world, is there really nothing that just stops a guy from having to take a leak while trying to survive? Watch closely, because things go sideways fast. Gina suddenly looks straight up. A blur drops from the sky. It is Sukahara Ken crashing down out of absolute nowhere. Before Gina can even react, Ken unleashes 2 razor-sharp sword strikes right at him. Gina just stands there, totally frozen with wide eyes. Then, something heavy hits the dirt right in front of him with a loud thud. Ken just stands there, gripping his blade, glaring forward with pure murder in his eyes. Meanwhile, over in a totally different clearing, Kim Woo-jin and Johan are sitting quietly across from each other near a warm campfire. But suddenly, Kim Woo-jin senses something completely off. He jolts up, locking his eyes on the deep woods. Without missing a beat, he leaps entirely into action and sprints straight toward the hidden danger. Johan absolutely panics, screaming out, "Mr. Kim Woo-jin, wait!" But Kim Woo-jin is already gone, blurring through the dark trees at insane speed, leaving the safety of the campfire far behind. Back over with Sukahara Ken and Lee Se-jun, the deadly swordsman tightens his grip on his weapon, staring intensely at whatever he just sliced clean in half. Right at that exact second, Kim Woo-jin and Johan finally burst into the clearing. Kim Woo-jin takes one look at the crazy scene and stays totally silent. Sukahara Ken is the very first one to break the heavy tension. "You are way too late," Ken smirks. Johan yells out from the back, completely confused by the chaos. Johan grits his teeth, realizing Ken must have been running from that massive monster wave this whole entire time. "You and I both know cockroaches never die easy." Ken speaks slowly, dripping with pure venom. "I knew this would happen the moment you betrayed me. Looks like you teamed up with this absolute trash." Johan doesn't say a single word back. He just stands his ground, glaring with absolute hatred. Ken's face twists in rage, veins popping on his forehead as he growls. "I am not letting you two die a quick, easy death. Since our tanker vanished, there is absolutely zero chance you are leaving this dungeon alive alone. Let my blade give the pathetic survivors right here a proper send-off to hell." With that cold threat, Ken instantly raises his sword, shifting into a lethal fighting stance. Kim Woo-jin just smirks, highly amused by the dramatic display. A sword dance? Sure, that definitely fits the mood. Beside him, Gina is totally clueless, having zero idea what his crazy boss is actually planning to pull off next. A system alert flashes on the screen, skeleton army summoned. Instantly, the forest completely erupts with the loud crash of clashing metal. Kim Woo-jin and Ken are locked in an incredibly brutal, high-speed sword fight to the death. Pushing against the blade, Kim Woo-jin analyzes the fierce fight. His recovery rate is dropping fast. The guy is a genuine master swordsman. Out of nowhere, Ken shoots a sharp glare to the side. A massive skeleton warrior comes crashing through the dark woods, aiming a crushing overhead strike right straight between the two fighters. Ken's right eye suddenly glows with power. He instantly whips around, tracking the real absolute threat. Standing directly behind the giant skeleton is Johan. He is the one secretly pulling the strings on this whole attack. Completely enraged, Ken tightens his grip and charges right in. "Get the hell out of my way," he roars, swinging his blade with insane force and slicing directly through the massive undead monster. The skeleton completely splits into 2 perfect pieces, crashing hard into the rest of the undead horde. Johan flinches, biting his lip. He severely underestimated just how crazy strong Ken actually is in combat. That single, terrifying slash creates a massive shockwave. It literally tears a new path right straight through the dense forest. Thick dust completely fills the air as an eerie, dead silence falls over the entire chaotic battlefield. Johan slowly opens his eyes, staring through the heavy smoke in absolute total shock. This is totally impossible. The guy literally has not eaten or drank a single drop of water in weeks. Shouldn't his physical condition be completely rock bottom right now? But while Johan is frozen in absolute panic, Ken's dark shadow violently blurs right past him, appearing directly at his totally unprotected back. Johan completely panics and aggressively whips his head around. Another undead soldier desperately lunges in to act as a human shield, but Ken just ruthlessly carves it into pieces with 2 lightning-fast sword strikes. Johan clamps his jaw shut, pure dread completely washing over him. This guy is a monster. Stepping over the shattered bones, Ken coldly smirks. You cowardly little rats sure know how to cling to life. But then Ken suddenly stops mid-sentence. He lowers his sword and slowly looks down. Without an ounce of respect, Ken just scoffs and spits right onto the broken dirt. The disrespect lands cleanly on the skull of the totally destroyed skeleton warrior before dripping completely down into the dark mud. That is exactly when Johan finally notices the totally strange glowing object Ken sliced up earlier. It is the hidden inner core of a human-faced turtle, a ridiculously rare tier magic item that only level 1 rankers and above can actively use. It came straight from a beast that survived for over 1,000 years. Keep it in your mouth and you can literally survive without a drop of water or any food for an insanely long time. But here's the catch. It prevents stamina loss from starving, but it totally fails to stop the agonizing pain of extreme hunger and thirst. No matter how tough he is, the pain of starvation should be driving him totally insane. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see how this crazy fight ends. Sukahara Ken rests his sword on his shoulder and smirks. Didn't I say I was going to slaughter every single one of you? What are you waiting for? Come on, step right up so I can end your miserable life with my own 2 hands. Johan Jobs clicks his tongue and immediately leaps backwards. He ducks right behind Kim Woo-jin, thinking to himself that there is zero reason for him to step up if Kim Woo-jin is standing right there. Watch closely because things are about to get wild. Sukahara Ken sneers. Come on, let's keep going. You're not actually planning to end this in such a boring way, are you? Why don't we fight to the bitter end like real men? But right at that exact moment, Kim Woo-jin's cold voice cuts through the tension. Are you really raising your voice right now? I'm sorry, but the only person whose story ends here is you. I definitely don't plan on dying in a place like this. Sukahara Ken doesn't even get mad, he just laughs. You look like you're losing your mind before you die, you alone. But before he can even finish that sentence, a blinding flash of light violently slashes right through his arms. He flinches, his eyes completely bugging out as he stares down at his own hands. Both of his forearms hit the dirt, still gripping his sword tight. Sukahara Ken stands there frozen in pure shock, staring at his severed limbs. Kim Woo-jin then slowly finishes the sentence for him. You alone. Stumbling and totally losing his balance, Sukahara Ken leans back and lets out a pathetic gasp. He can do nothing but stand completely paralyzed while Kim Woo-jin keeps talking. You don't have any other teammates left here, do you? Right then, Lee Se-jun is finally fully revived. Sukahara Ken completely loses his mind and starts screaming. No, this is impossible, you guys clearly. Lee Se-jun cuts him off with a furious shout. You attack us after I catch you doing something so despicable? Do you have any idea how much that attack hurt me? Do you really lack even the most basic human decency? Right after she says that, Sukahara Ken drops his gaze. His voice totally breaks. There's just no way this is actually happening. Finally unable to hold himself up, Sukahara Ken collapses straight to his knees. He screams out in total disbelief. I literally just chopped your head off. Right at that moment, Johan Jobs chuckles from the back. He claps his hands and mutters, I absolutely love this cruelty. I really couldn't imagine what the core of a human-faced turtle was actually like. But anyway, what are you doing right now? We were never truly sincere with you from the start, were we? Sukahara Ken grinds his teeth together, refusing to answer as he just glares back. Johan Jobs then turns to Kim Woo-jin with a grin. That was seriously a brilliant plan. Kim Woo-jin, let's go capture Spaba right now. Suddenly, he turns his head to look back at Sukahara Ken one more time. Johan Jobs lets out a dark giggle, so incredibly pathetic, so unbelievably cowardly. What's wrong? Are you begging for your life with your head down? But pay close attention here, guys. He has no idea Ken just leaned down and bit hard into his own sword. Gathering every ounce of power into his left leg, Sukahara Ken digs his toe into the dirt and launches himself. Sword clenched tightly in his teeth, he charges forward with absolutely everything he has left. Seeing this absolute madness, Johan Jobs panics and snaps his head around. Lee Se-jun and Kim Woo-jin instantly spin around to react to the attack, but they are way too slow to prepare. Sukahara Ken dashes right past them, delivering one flawlessly clean slash. After he finally slides to a stop on the other side, all 3 of them are still standing, though Johan Jobs stumbles just a bit. Gripping a shield in his hand, Kim Woo-jin quickly glances over his shoulder. Lee Se-jun is totally stunned, freezing in place as she stares in horror. Johan Jobs wobbles on his feet, turning his head to whisper, Kim Woo-jin. Right as the word leaves his mouth, he collapses, sliced completely in half. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ken is mentally spiraling. Kim Woo-jin, how did that little brat get his hands on the Aegis shield? That absolute bastard played me. He grits his teeth and tries to lunge forward again. But almost instantly, his vision starts blurring out, leaving only Kim Woo-jin's completely indifferent face in view. He barely makes it a few steps before violently hitting the ground just like Johan Jobs. Laying there in agony, Johan coughs up a huge mouthful of blood and furiously starts screaming. You piece of trash, Kim Woo-jin. Save me right now. Johan Jobs looks up, glaring daggers at the man standing over him, but Kim Woo-jin looks back with absolute zero emotion. That was my mistake. Sorry about that. Right at that moment, Lee Se-jun confidently steps forward and shouts, Hey, you really don't need to act like such a victim right now, do you? All those subordinates you murdered, they felt the exact same way you do right now. As soon as she finishes, both of them are distracted by a sudden noise from the other side. It's coming right from where Ken crashed into the dirt. He struggles to flip himself over onto his back. With a weak smirk, he tells them, "Stop spouting all that self-righteous garbage at me. It's absolutely disgusting. You know what I'm thinking here? I am just waiting to see what kind of tragic ending you guys get. You are the only two left alive in this dungeon. Do you actually think you can catch the Sphinx with just two people? Ignorant fools." Ken mutters his final words while slowly closing his eyes. Right on cue, Kim Woo-jin walks straight over to his battered body and replies with a heavy tone, "Yes, everything you said is completely right. I don't know what you mean by ignorant, just pursuing the ideal of making the world a better place." He thinks back to the days of fighting alongside his comrades. Teammates who stood shoulder to shoulder in battle, everyone completely united by a single shared purpose. There has been a massive misunderstanding. Kim Woo-jin points his bloody sword straight at the ground, asking darkly, "So what about you? Even knowing how incredibly stupid it is, are you still holding on to the dream of saving the world?" As he drops those words, pure, deadly, killing intent flashes right through his eyes. Hearing this, Ken flinches and tries to force himself up, but Kim Woo-jin just keeps talking. Even for a brief moment, a twisted, chilling smirk suddenly creeps right across his face. Sukahara Ken abruptly starts screaming at the top of his lungs. "Save the world? Why the hell are you suddenly spouting such sickening garbage? Even if we clear every single dungeon and finally beat this game, do you actually think we can save this rotting reality?" The survivors who cleared this would just laugh at the absolute joke. Instead, there's going to be massive chaos. Kim Woo-jin, you already know perfectly well how this world works right now. It is ruled under the iron fist of those players, the ones who secured massive wealth and absolute power. If we become the ones holding the power after this war ends, what do you think the world will look like? There will be epic chaos. Now that we dominate, it's the exact opposite of actually saving the world. Right in the middle of his speech, Kim Woo-jin suddenly cuts him off. Hold on. He raises his sword high into the air. "I don't want to hear another word, but this blade is getting way too long. If only you had a chance to start everything completely over." With those final words, Kim Woo-jin firmly grips his sword and swings straight down, sending blood spraying high into the air. Sukahara Ken opens his mouth to let out one last, agonizing gasp. After finally executing him, Kim Woo-jin slowly finishes his thought. "Next time, I hope you become someone actually worthy of the title swordsman." Watching from the sidelines, Lee Se-jun quietly wonders what kind of grudge he actually has against the Saviors Guild. And trust me, we are definitely going to find out soon. Alright, you and I are about to dive into an absolutely insane power awakening. Stick with me. A system alert pops up. The Shadow World representative's vampire skill just locked onto Kim Woo-jin. He opens his mouth, and two massive fangs slide right out. Kim Woo-jin's whole body erupts with a bloodthirsty aura that could literally crush someone. This is his vampire form, the ultimate Shadow World condition. A legendary tier skill. By burning magic power constantly, you officially become a true creature of the night. Physical strength goes completely off the charts. Max stamina jumps by 50%, and using items restores half of it instantly. Movement speed, boosted by 50%, and at night every single stat doubles. Lee Se-jun sees this monster and stutters in pure terror. What even is this form? Just then, Kim Woo-jin cuts him off. "It is just the two of us now." Lee Se-jun backs away, panicking. What is going on here? Kim Woo-jin just flashes a bloodthirsty smirk. "Let us move before the night is over." The scene completely shifts. A girl named Lee Jisoo slowly pushes open a heavy door and walks inside a dark room, her head hanging low. Now pay close attention here, because this flashback sets up everything. She lets out an exhausted sigh, staring at her feet. Memories flood back. A man softly calls her name. "Lee Jisoo, is today your birthday?" She immediately answers that it is not. He asks if it is her friend's birthday then. Lee Jisoo, washing dishes without looking back, says no. Jinu just chuckles and starts eating his food. "Oh really? Are you all ready for school?" She quietly answers with a simple yes. Who does my daughter take after to be this smart and hardworking? She knows this routine perfectly and replies, "I get it from you. Dad, you are going overseas for work soon. You must be busy, so just leave the dishes. I will wash them later." Jinu instantly tears up. Lee Jisoo, when did my little girl grow up so fast? Come give your dad a hug. He suddenly lunges forward to hold her. Later, seeing Lee Jisoo heading out, he asks if she is leaving without eating. She calmly explains that she already ate earlier. He just smiles, completely happy and proud. Just as Lee Jisoo touches the doorknob, her father's voice calls out again. "Lee Jisoo, please stay healthy while I am away on this trip." She stops in her tracks and turns back to look at him. He immediately turns into a worried dad. "Watch out for cars. If a dungeon breaks, you know all the safe hiding spots, right? I know I am nagging, but be nice to your friends. Pay attention in class, do not stress, and go have fun. Do not save your allowance, spend it all, and enjoy your youth." The elevator begins descending from the 7th floor. "Be good to Shin H, my beautiful daughter. Have a great day at school." Lee Jisoo pauses, then promises she will. Back to the streets. The crosswalk light is glaring red, and a massive crowd is waiting on the sidewalk for it to turn green. Lee Jisoo stands in the middle, overhearing random chatter. "Hey look, Hansung Group is on the news. You and I both know that name means trouble." Another person replies, "I heard their stock prices are absolutely skyrocketing lately." Hearing that specific name, Lee Jisoo flinches. Hansung. She quickly looks up at the massive billboard the two people were pointing at. A news anchor announces that Hansung Group is now leading player training for the nation's future. Staring at the screen, she completely misses someone calling her name. "Hey, Lee Ji-soo!" She finally snaps out of it and turns around. "You are just spacing out in the street. What is wrong?" Seeing her friend Shin H, Lee Ji-soo lets out a breath. Shin H rolls her eyes. What is with that reaction? Then she glances up at the exact same glowing billboard. "Oh, you were watching that?" She stares at the broadcast without another word as it details Hansung's new player development. Lee Ji-soo finally speaks up. "Shin H, why are you out so early today?" Shin H shrugs it off. "I am not even going to school. Your girl here is officially becoming a real player these days." "But get this." Lee Ji-soo asks what she means. Shin H explains that a gate just formed under her strict dad's company building. "You know about this, right?" Lee Ji-soo nods. Shin H says it is still a secret. "A dungeon break might happen soon, and I am heading there right now." Lee Ji-soo looks completely terrified. "What if your dad finds out?" Shin H casually brushes it off. "That old man is always worrying about totally useless things anyway. I am a player too. He said he wants to focus on training players, so why exclude me? Just watch. I will prove to him that I am way stronger than that Lee Se-jun guy." Lee Ji-soo knows arguing is useless and stays quiet. A moment later, Shin H drags her into a photo booth. "Stop making that gloomy face. Come here. Today is my debut as a player. We need a picture." They snap a photo to celebrate her first day. The memory ends. In the present, Lee Ji-soo glares at half of that torn photo, Shin H. She stands before a massive board covered in clues about Shin H. Her eyes burn with pure, hateful determination. "So what do you and I make of this?" The Salvation Guild cleared a 7th-floor dungeon. Lee Se-jun is a legend, and an epic revenge is brewing. All right, stick with me here. The 7th floor is finally cleared, but everyone is already asking when they will tackle floor 8. Lee Se-jun is absolutely legendary. Kids are saying they want to be just like him when they grow up. But someone online asks, "Where is the news about Kim Woo-jin and Johan?" A reply fires back immediately. "Why would local news write about foreigners, you idiot?" The original commenter gets seriously mad, firing right back, "Mind your own business. Why are you barking at me, you absolute dog?" The troll just laughs it off. "So what? I do what I want." Suddenly the screen goes completely black. We cut straight to a heavily shadowed, gloomy room. Park Shin-hye sits nervously in her chair, anxiously glancing sideways. Noda Hajiro is right there too, quietly scanning the entire room. Right then, a mysterious figure hiding deep in the dark finally speaks up. "What happened in Asia?" She hesitates, clearly terrified to answer. "Well, about that." The scene violently shifts inside the dungeon, where a massive golem is going absolutely berserk. Off to the side, a massive sphinx is getting heavily choked out by a raging fire golem. Right below them, Lee Jin-ah launches himself from out of nowhere, burying his spear deep into the sphinx, perfectly supported by a skeleton soldier covering his blind spot. Lee Jin-ah sees the blood spraying out and aggressively yells through his teeth. Hell yes, it finally broke completely through. After stabbing the Sphinx, he leans back and falls away. Right on cue, Kim Woo-jin launches himself directly at the monster's fresh, open wound. In his full vampire state, he presses his bare hands against the bleeding gash to cast something. Suddenly, a system prompt flashes. The Emissary of Hell's Blood Drain skill is active. The Vampire Blood Drain combo skill instantly activates. The health recovery rate of the Drain ability just skyrocketed by a massive 100%. Right after that, Kim Woo-jin leans back slightly, literally sucking every drop of blood right out of the Sphinx. Feeling the power surge, he smirks with pure, twisted satisfaction. The Sphinx realizes something is horribly wrong, grinding its teeth and trying to snap its massive head around. Suddenly, its entire body erupts into thick ash, and another prompt pops up. The Emissary of Hell's Blood Mist skill has successfully triggered. Lee Jin-ah pauses his own fight, completely startled, and stares at the chaos. Both the monstrous Sphinx and the raging fire golem are now completely swallowed by pitch-black smoke. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin is also getting completely wrapped up inside this heavy, dark mist. His eyes begin glowing with a terrifying, piercing blood red. A second later, the smoke fully clears, revealing Kim Woo-jin's new form. He honestly looks exactly like a total demon right now. A system screen flashes. Blood Golem has been summoned. Cutting back to that deeply gloomy room, Park Shin-hye nervously delivers her report. "I sent Kim Woo-jin, Johan, and the Sword Saint to the A+6-floor dungeon in Egypt." Noda Hajiro sits there and strictly speaks up from the other seat. "Who exactly approved this and let it happen?" Sungu chimes in right behind him, telling the bow god to calm down and listen to the current situation first. Before he even finishes, Noda violently slams his fist onto the table. He growls out a harsh warning, "I was not asking you." Park Shin-hye quickly speaks up to calm both men down. "I made this judgment call entirely on my own, but you seriously do not need to worry, because I have already prepared absolute countermeasures for this. I gave the Hades helmet and the Hermes boots to the Sword Saint. Yes, I used Johan mainly as bait, but the guy is insanely strong and definitely not someone you can easily look down on. No matter how incredibly skilled and powerful Kim Woo-jin is, the absolute chances of him actually surviving and walking out of that specific dungeon alive are completely zero." Shin-hye says this with absolute, unshakable confidence. Hearing this, Noda Hajiro just deepens his scowl and stays totally silent. Even Lee Se-jun sits quietly, resting his chin, heavily processing her bold claim. Right then, someone else slams their hand aggressively onto the table, telling her she is getting way too arrogant. Park Shin-hye looks absolutely stunned, whipping her head toward the noise. Watch closely right here, because things get crazy. A blinding magic circle suddenly flashes in the center of the table. Seeing this, Lee Se-jun cracks a dangerously wicked smirk. Meanwhile, a sleek car pulls up to a building somewhere else. Park Yong-won steps out of the car, keeping his head low. Right on cue, someone looking exactly like his personal secretary comes rushing frantically in his direction. "Boss, we have a massive problem." He stares at her coldly and simply asks what is going on. The secretary quickly leans in and nervously whispers the urgent report right into his ear. The second he hears it, he violently flinches. "That guy?" Immediately after, both of them sprint urgently straight into the massive building. The scene jumps to another location, showing a man casually rolling two large metal balls in his hand. That is Hill Frey, with Shakira standing quietly right behind him. A second later, Park Yong-won and his secretary storm right into the room. Seeing them, Frey flashes a brilliantly cunning smirk. The scene cuts again and a massive system prompt drops. "You have killed the Sphinx!" This prompt hovers right above the exact spot where Johann Georg was brutally sliced entirely in half. Then suddenly, his severed head is mysteriously lifted straight into the air. A blinding golden light slowly starts fusing his two separate body parts back together. The glow completely illuminates the entire dark area. Suddenly, yet another system notification pops onto the screen. "You have used the Emissary of Hell's Return of the Dead skill. This is a totally unique tier ability, only usable by someone at level 50 or higher. The dead deceive Charon the Ferryman, cross the river Styx, and slowly crawl back into the living world. This absolutely broken god-tier effect triggers the exact instant the skill holder dies while actively raiding a dungeon." Now, I know what you're thinking, how overpowered is this? It cures all negative status effects and maxes out both health and mana completely. The only catch? You forfeit all dungeon clear rewards. This skill can only be used a single time, vanishing forever once triggered. Right after that, Johann Georg's bisected body is flawlessly fused entirely back into one solid piece. Someone just literally brought him back from the dead. Johann's eyes flare up with pure, terrifying hatred and unstoppable resolve. He leans back slightly, and the surrounding air ripples outward like a heavy gale. The dungeon forest at night hides brutal, unseen battles, but now brilliant golden sunlight pierces straight through the dark sky. Yongwon's voice is slightly raspy, heavily dripping with tension, dropping by out of absolutely nowhere to tell me something like this. I am honestly at a total loss here. Hill Frey leans forward, his voice probing and chillingly cold, yet retaining a calculated, terrifying calmness. "Why? Do you honestly need more time to think about this?" The absolute second he drops that question, the room falls into a dead, suffocating silence. Yongwon narrows his eyes, deep suspicion written all over his face. "You want me to help clear the 7th-floor dungeon? Give me one solid reason why I should accept this insane offer." Frey casually rolls the metal balls in his palm, flashing a deeply sinister grin. Lee Se-jun is running wild everywhere right now, flaunting that arrogant title of the 7th-floor conqueror. "You really do not want to see that happen, do you?" Yongwon's voice hardens instantly. "So you want to combine our forces?" Frey stays quiet for a second, his lips curling up into a slight smile. It is a smile that perfectly walks the line between mockery and agreement. "Well, if you split the power, it means you raid this dungeon now, and we conquer everything together in the future. And that is where we leave it." Yongwon just raises an eyebrow, his deep voice heavily laced with suspicion. "Join you?" He stares right back with ice-cold, dead eyes. "Stick with me here. You're about to see things get absolutely wild." Park Yong-won scratches a long mark across the desk, furious. The air turns thick. His eyes spark with rage as his harsh voice echoes through the whole room. "Are you seriously trying to provoke me right now, right inside my own headquarters?" "Yeah, I am going to assume that is exactly what you mean, Park Yong-won." A terrifying black aura slowly swallows the room. Shakira takes a half step back, feeling that crushing pressure wash over her. She mutters to herself, caught completely between pure shock and absolute terror. His bloodlust is off the charts. She never expected him to lose his temper like this, but totally opposite to Shakira's panic, Hill Frey just stands there, completely unfazed. "Oh, give me a break. What do you even mean by provoke?" Brilliant sparks of lightning start flashing wildly right across his open hand. "Is this what you consider provoking?" He narrows his eyes and tilts his head. His voice drips with pure sarcasm. "What happens when two absolute top-tier masters clash?" Raw power surges from his hand to his body and eventually shakes the entire room. Two massive auras crash into each other like starving beasts. One guy is furious while the other is just playing around. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, a cup shaped like a fiery red bird is set down gently on a table. Se-chan takes a sip of his coffee and chuckles softly. Instant coffee is honestly still the absolute best. He raises an eyebrow and shrugs helplessly, chuckling quietly as he talks about his totally weird drinking habits. "If I only buy plain coffee powder, it never actually fits my taste. It is just way too bitter for me, you know?" Lee Ji-soo cannot help but laugh to herself. That is just instant coffee and a paper cup he swiped from his meeting with the Phoenix Guild. Suddenly, her voice breaks the silence. "Guildmaster." Lee Ji-soo continues speaking, dropping some seriously unexpected news right on him. "I have got a massive scoop here. It looks like the Thunderbird Guild and Park Yong-won have finally made contact." Se-chan's excitement is totally obvious, unable to hide the massive grin on his face. Oh, a huge battle is finally about to break out. He smiles softly, his eyes lighting up with pure thrill. Everything is slowly getting so much more interesting now. Now pay close attention. Let's see how this crazy setup plays out from here. Suddenly, Se-chan looks at her with total suspicion. His voice light, but definitely showing some concern. "Where are you heading off to?" Lee Jisoo stands up and fixes her jacket, replying super bluntly, I am going to meet a friend. Si-chan's voice drips with disbelief. A friend? You, Lee Jisoo? Lee Jisoo just tilts her head, acting totally unbothered by his wild reaction. What is with that response? Seeing this, Si-chan panics, throwing his hands up like he is surrendering before quickly shooing her away. No, just hurry up and go. She gives a tiny smile, her eyes softening right before she leaves. I will be back soon. Si-chan watches her figure completely disappear behind the door, quietly sighing to himself as he repeats, a friend, huh? The scene suddenly cuts straight to a narrow alley in Cairo where flickering yellow streetlights reflect off the rough, gritty brick walls. Deep inside a random black market alley in Cairo, Egypt, it is a shady little spot where people gather to drink. Three figures step into the dim overhead light. The man reaches his hand out, his voice super raspy as he slides an item forward. This is incredibly useful. From the dark shadows, another voice rings out in response. I'm not totally sure about this, but you better keep your promise. Thank you. Johann Georg lets out a light chuckle, a flash of regret in his eyes. At first, I honestly thought you had betrayed me. He glances over at the person sitting right beside him. Kim Woo-jin? Kim Woo-jin sighs heavily, staring off into the distance like he is just talking to himself. Well, a promise is just a promise after all. Then the image of someone's literal resurrection flashes on screen. Back then, Johann Georg's face was in pure panic, panting incredibly hard. His eyes suddenly locked onto a hat that had dropped right onto the cold ground. Right underneath it was a note left behind by someone. Make sure to return this after you are done using it. Johann Georg picked up that hat and a super sinister smile crept across his face. You and I both know what this means, right? If he left this behind, his voice drops low, eyebrows furrowing. That means you already knew I had a skill to return from the dead, didn't you? To be completely honest, I could never actually defeat you, Kim Woo-jin. Johann Georg looks incredibly suspicious now. How in the world could you possibly have known about that? Gu-jin simply replies, about that. Kim Woo-jin gives a faint smile, his voice completely bitter as he recalls the memory. Because of that exact skill, he had to kill Johann twice. Even before this moment, a mix of pure anger and deep regret flashes through Johann's eyes. He clicks his tongue, thinking he really should have just let him die right there. Then Kim Woo-jin's voice rings out again. How I actually figured that out is absolutely none of your business. Johann's eyes literally shine with a mix of crazy admiration and sheer madness, so incredibly cool. Hearing Johann Georg say something like that, Kim Woo-jin instantly spits out the drink in his mouth. He leans forward slightly, his voice totally full of intense emotion, acting like he is finally confessing something he always kept hidden from everyone's judging eyes in that room. No matter what happens, you are always so incredibly cool, Kim Woo-jin. You are my absolute favorite. Kim Woo-jin just frowns helplessly to himself. Literally none of the people around him are even remotely normal. Then his tone turns ice cold as he brings up a serious point. However, because of this entire mess, you are now officially dead. That sheer chilling vibe just completely bleeds into his voice as he continues speaking. So from this moment on, do not do anything stupid at all. Just live the rest of your life in dead silence. Kim Woo-jin glances right over his shoulder, eyes glaring like sharp blades. Otherwise, the Messiah Guild is going to come hunting for you. At this point, Johann Georg stays totally quiet, not knowing what to even say. Kim Woo-jin fully turns around, preparing to leave. All right then, I will be heading out now. But suddenly, Johann Georg jumps straight up and shouts, Please, just wait a second, Kim Woo-jin. Hearing him shout, he snaps his head back in total suspicion. Johann's voice is completely desperate, like he is clinging to his very last shred of hope. Please, just let me follow you. I am begging you. Lee Jin-ah gets furious, her face shifting wildly before morphing into an expression of absolute total shock. Kim Woo-jin just glances at Johann, looking a little bit deep in thought. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, Park Shin-hye stands right by the window, sunlight pouring into her dead silent office. She smiles mysteriously, lightly touching her lips, looking totally confident as she clearly calculates her next major move. Inside that dark, shadowy office, the bright glow of a computer monitor lights up the empty space. All the top trending headlines flash across the screen, massive news on politics, the economy, society, and major global updates. Kim Woo-jin's guild just completely wiped out a 6th-floor dungeon over in India, and they found absolutely 0 other survivors. But one massive mystery remains completely unsolved. Why exactly couldn't Kim Woo-jin save Johann? Following Johann's death, citizens are literally lining up to pay their respects to the fallen hero. Hearing a sudden knock on the door outside, Park Shin-hye just glances over, her voice ringing out totally calm. Come in. The door lightly pops open and the guard's polite voice echoes out. Please, step right this way. Lee Jisoo's silhouette walks in right behind him, heading straight toward where Park Shin-hye is standing. The look she gives Lee Jisoo doesn't hold a single ounce of warmth. Long time no see, huh? It feels like something serious definitely went down between these two, because Lee Jisoo's glare is just as cold as Park Shin-hye's. Lee Jisoo. Through the frosted glass window, you can see the two figures sitting directly across from each other in absolute, suffocating silence. Park Shin-hye sets her coffee cup down and breaks the ice. I was actually getting worried since you vanished without saying a word. Where have you been and what have you been up to? You contacting me out of the blue really surprised me. Lee Jisoo rests her hands on her lap, keeping her head down in total silence. Finally, she mutters, There is something I need to ask you, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Park Shin-hye asks if Jisoo has questions. She says there must be a lot to catch up on after 3 years apart, but she is honestly a little hurt by this cold reunion. She points out that Jisoo has not even asked how she is doing lately. Is she not being way too cold to an old friend? She claims Jisoo has not changed one single bit, but suddenly Jisoo cuts her off with 2 simple words, "my father." Just hearing that phrase makes Shin-hye violently flinch and tremble in pure terror. Jisoo's tone is absolutely freezing as she asks, "Did you kill him?" A massive flashback hits Shin-hye hard. She remembers a man lying lifeless on the floor, a huge pool of blood spreading. She drops, shaking with pure terror. Shin-hye looks completely traumatized, cold sweat dripping down her pale face as tears well up in her eyes. Then a dark shadow steps closer, grabbing her full attention. Now pay close attention to this flashback. The mysterious figure glares down at her with dead eyes. He reaches out a hand and her pupils blow wide open. She is paralyzed, unable to fight back, face turning blue from absolute panic. Snap back to reality. Shin-hye forces herself to face Jisoo. She quickly darts her eyes away, trying to play it totally cool as she asks what the hell she is talking about. Showing up out of nowhere just to ask that. She insists her father died in a tragic dungeon accident, claiming she has no idea what fake news Jisoo has been listening to. She swears on her life it never happened and that her intel is completely wrong. Clenching her fists, Jisoo just stares at her and coldly fires back. "You have not changed either. You could never lie to save your life." Shin-hye tries to stay calm, asking what she means. Then she looks down at the table. A neat stack of official documents is sitting right in front of her. The Hansung Group Dungeon Accident Victim List. Shin-hye picks it up, reading in dead silence. Jisoo keeps pushing, bringing up the real reason her father actually passed away. Jisoo knows dungeons do not just accidentally explode, and she believes Shin-hye is hiding something massive. "You and I definitely saw that coming, right?" Getting absolutely zero answers, Jisoo finally stands up, preparing to leave. Jisoo sighs in pure disappointment, saying maybe she was wrong. Shin-hye bites her lip hard, clearly having an internal meltdown. As her footsteps fade away, Shin-hye suddenly shoots up from her chair and screams, "Wait, what are you trying to say? You vanished for 3 whole years just to come back and accuse me of murder? Are you crazy? Are some random pieces of paper more trustworthy than your own best friend?" She snaps, asking if Jisoo plans to get revenge if she really thinks she killed him. At this point, what could a nobody like her possibly do against her anyway? Know your absolute place. Do you even know who I am or what kind of power I hold now? Jisoo does not even bother turning her head as she replies, "I know exactly who you are. Park Shin-hye, the chief executive officer of Hansung and vice guild master of the Messiah Guild." Jisoo finally turns around, eyes radiating murderous intent. "You will find out exactly what I can do very soon." The scene cuts to the freezing night sky covering a massive skyscraper. Warm yellow light spills onto a balcony, casting the silhouette of someone standing in dead silence. They stare down into the absolute endless void. The mysterious figure clenches a fist, thinking of a final will. Inside, 2 opposing powers clash, one blinding like heavenly thunder, the other, "Trust me, we need to see what happens next."